Colorado needs to score here to go to sudden death. And it's Valnichushkin. 50%, 1 for 2 this season is Big Val. The choo-choo train gains steam at center ice. Left-handed shot, moves to the middle. Valnichushkin down the slot, off the post and wide. Dan Vladar continues to be the luckiest man on the planet tonight. The luck holds, and the Flames are able to squeeze out the extra point. Avs are saving all their luck for the playoffs, a place that the Flames probably will not be for the third straight season.
Yeah, cranky Connor. I like me a little when McGahey gets angry. He gets upset, man. Well, that's what happens when you blow a 2-goal lead. McGahey gets mad at you. Welcome to the Brett Kane Bonanza without Brett. Brett is one. Listen, there's one thing that Brett Kane truly loves, and that's Guitar Hero. That's why we played that song. Right, Nelly, man? Yeah. Through the fires and the what is it? Through the fire and the flame? Free. Yeah, Guitar Hero, brother.
Yeah, this is what the Avs didn't do yesterday. They could not handle the fire or the flames, and they blew it in the third period. Gosh, what a tough one.
Yeah. It was interesting because it sucked. You blew a 2-goal lead in the third period. The Calgary Flames scored 2 goals in just over 30 seconds to tie that game, man. And here, the problem was, I guess I should welcome. I'm Mark Bertoli, filling in for Brett. He's out again today because he loves baseball. He went so hard on MLB's opening weekend that his hangover took him from yesterday to today. He is still out. But
what in the world was that?
Baseball lives in Brett's soul, man. He loves it. But it's hurt him the last couple of days. Just like music is in Nelson's soul, baseball's in Brett's soul.
You know what else is in Brett's soul? Quadruple IPAs.
Yeah. And shout out to, well, you know what? How long you been doing the morning show, bro? When did Marty O leave?
Actually, I remember distinctly the first day that I did this show because it was Monday, May 20th, which was right after both Denver teams got eliminated from the playoffs in the span of less than 48 hours.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. That sucked.
Avs get bounced in double overtime on Friday. Nuggets blow a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home on Sunday.
Yeah, that was a terrible weekend, man.
Monday, May 20th, I took the reins from Marty. It is a day I will never forget.
Where the hell, what lame city did Marty go to?
Somewhere in the greater Chicago region.
See, now Marty is one of the dudes that we hate in this city. Because I've seen him on Twitter, and he's talking about the Avs and the Nuggs and the Rockies and the Broncos. And now he's living in Chicago amongst those Bears and Cubbies and Bulls fans, and he's, cheering for the teams here in Colorado. And we hate those people when they do it here, right? Vic wants to stab each and every one of them directly in the artery.
Yeah, exactly. In the anywhere. Vic just wants to stab him. But you're right. I think for some sports, it depends, though, because if Marty goes to a Cubs game wearing Rockies gear, no Cubs fans can chirp him. No one cares about the Rockies.
Right, yeah.
But if he shows up at a Blackhawks game in an Avs jersey,
they might have something to say about it.
Maybe. I don't know. How do Bears fans feel about the Broncos? Do they care? If he rolls up wearing his Paxton Lynch jersey at a Bears game?
I don't know. You're right. I don't know. You think he actually took that Paxton Lynch jersey to Chicago with him, man?
Yeah, I know. It got lost. His baggage got lost. The suitcase that had that jersey. Is that
one of those things you pass down to your children and you're like, son, you don't understand what this Paxton Lynch jersey means to me, but I now gift it to you.
So actually, I have a possession like that. That's pretty cool. So my girlfriend works in an industry where she gets a lot of
your living girlfriend.
Exactly. Yes. Who I'm not engaged to, by the way. I don't know where you heard that.
Living in sin, Nelson.
Yes, exactly.
Living in sin.
Yeah, there you go. There's your Waco, Texas coming out. So she got her hands on a jersey that's just a generic Buffs jersey, and it just has the number 1, and it's autographed by Carl Durrell.
Really?
Yes. And she gave it to me and was like, yeah, this was lying around my company warehouse. No one wanted it. Do you want it?
And you were like, hell yeah.
And I'm like, no, but I'll take it. And so I took it. And so then one day I brought it into the studio and I got Mike Sanford to sign the other number.
Nice.
So it's Carl Durrell on one, Coach Sanford on the other.
Yeah. I like it, man.
Anyway,
I like where your head's at.
Okay, by the way, I'm going to try and transition back to sports. This is where we are with the Avs. Everybody's just taking it for a given that they're going to be fine in the playoffs, and any mistakes they make here are just flukes. I mean, if this happened 2 months ago, we wouldn't be talking about jerseys. We'd be belly aching about this game. But now we're like, whatever. They'll play the Stars in 2 weeks and everything will be fine. Everybody is so laissez-faire about the Avs right now.
Yeah. The funny thing is we were talking about that here on the morning show yesterday. The Avs blow a 2-goal lead to Calgary. So Cale Makar and Logan O'Connor each score. Avs are sitting at 2-0. Scott Wedgwood is looking pretty good between the pipes, but Vladar is doing the same thing for Calgary. Then you get to the third period, in a span of 33 seconds, I think it was, the Flames go goal, we're tied, goes into overtime. You can't figure it out in overtime. You go to a shootout, you lose it in a shootout. The most interesting thing from last night's game was what Coach Bednar said after the game, because he basically said the same thing that we were talking about on the morning show yesterday, and he was not happy with his team. He was a little upset. And after obviously blowing, giving up 2 goals in 30 seconds and blowing a 2-goal lead is not going to make any coach happy. But he pointed out the same thing. He was like, the guys in that locker room know where they sit in the standings. They know it's going to be hard to move up, and it's going to be hard to move down. And he said that he thinks his guys kind of took a vacation yesterday. And he's like, it's too early for that. It's way too early for that. Coach Bednar pointed out that there was 2 things that he really disliked about last night's game. One was the attention to details. He was like, they just weren't focused on the tiny things you need to do to win. And he mentioned, especially on the defensive end, the Avs were not focused like he would like them. And then they didn't have the jump and the energy that he normally likes to see. And he said, it's because just like every Avs fan out there knows, every Avs fan out there knows exactly what we're talking about. It's going to be hard to catch Dallas, and it's going to be hard for Minnesota or St. Louis to catch you. It's not outside the realm of possibility. It could happen if you lose out the final, what we got 7 games remaining for the Avs in the regular season, something like that. So, but, let's actually, instead of me telling you what Coach Bednar said, let's actually listen to Coach. Here's Coach after last night's loss.
Not trying to make an excuse for it, but it is an unusual situation compared to the past couple of years where you guys are a little stuck in a spot. It seems that you can't go too far up, you can't fall back. Is it difficult to create a sense of urgency when it's just not very present?
Yeah, I think it is. They all look at the standings and know the standings, and you win a handful of games here, and you probably stay ahead of St. Louis, and if you there's the likelihood of catching Dallas is kind of gone now. So that's the challenge. But I think there's things we can work on, right? Like as a coach, you want, I understand it, I just don't like it.
Yeah. You can see, so he gets the reality, but he's not very excited about it. None of that, is advantageous to his team closing out the end of the season here. So, once again, it didn't mean much. And not only that, you got a point. Listen, you lost, but you did get a point out of that thing. At the same time, you didn't look good. Calgary's not going to make the playoffs. And once again, unless something just insane happens in the final 2 weeks of the regular season. Those, you just got hit with 2 straight losses. You scored 2 total goals in each of those games. You're supposed to be an offensive powerhouse. We were talking about getting Bennington on Saturday with St. Louis. You didn't get Vladarded last night. It wasn't he's not the he's part of the reason.
That's my favorite Black Eyed Peas song. Let's get Vladarded in here.
So now you've lost 2 in a row, but you got a point out of that loss in Calgary. Now you got 3 games in 4 nights. And Coach said last night that Wedgwood. So tomorrow in Chicago, it looks like McKenzie will go in Chicago. And then the very next night, on Thursday night, when they take on Polumbus, Wedgwood will be back in it. I thought Wedgwood was going to get another shutout last night. I really he was playing. He was looking good enough. And despite the fact the Avs didn't look great, didn't look like, when the Avs just got it really going and you're like, oh man, nobody can beat this team. That's not how they looked last night. It's not how they look like. And that's not how they played. But at the same time, you're like, yeah, they're just kind of out-talenting the old Flames here. Like they could not have, man, that goal from Cale in the first period was stupid, ridiculous. Cale just doing stupid, ridiculous stuff. He leads all NHL defensemen with 28 goals now. And he's going to crush so that ties his own team record that he set back in the Cup year when they won the Cup. He had 28 goals that year. And he's going to blow right by that, man. He's going to get 30-plus goals and set a brand-new franchise record for goals by a defenseman in a single season.
But that goal in particular yesterday, you know what that was? That was, you want to sign my brother? Okay, I'm going to show off. I'm going to show you who the true Makar is. It's like the Highlander. There can only be one.
Here's what we were talking about Taylor last night. We were talking with Connor and the crew about Taylor as he signs that entry-level contract, and he's going to play for the Eagles. Taylor is much bigger than Cale. Taylor's a big dude, you know what I mean? So, but that is his older brother. And I was because Taylor is 6'4", 2 something. Like that's a big dude. It's a big forward, you know what I mean? And Cale is not that. And I was wondering, I wonder what they were like as kids. Like when your younger brother is 4 inches taller than you and 30 pounds heavier, like that's a tough you know what I mean? That's your little brother, man.
And Makar, I can't say Makar anymore. I need to specify. Cale Makar has a baby face. But
Taylor does not.
His brother does not. You know, Taylor.
He looks like a grown man. Yeah.
Taylor Makar kind of looks like if Shane Gillis lost 30 pounds, he'd look like Taylor Makar.
Yes. I don't know, man. Is that an insult to Shane or Taylor, bro?
They're both good-looking dudes in their own way. I think the point is I'm very stoked to have two Makars. I hope they become who are those identical twins in Vancouver that just finished each other's sentences?
Oh God.
Was it the Sedin brothers?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is another Sedin situation, but they actually win something together. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Henrik and Daniel and Henrik Sedin.
You know,
whoa, man, they've only been retired like 4 years.
I'm trying to care. I'm trying to
care
find
about
it in my heart
Avalanche?
to care about last night and what happened. I just, I know it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of the standings, but it felt like. Do you ever watch Phineas and Ferb? You ever dabble in that show?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I know what's up.
There's a meme from Phineas and Ferb that circulates every now and then where I think it's Doofenshmirtz is saying, if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot.
But it's weird that this happened twice.
Yeah,
That's how I feel about the Avs giving up 2 goals late in the third period to tie a game and force overtime. That's exactly what happened against Dallas.
Yeah.
At least they came out on the right side of that one.
Yeah, I mean, Bednar seemed more upset about just the mental attitude of his team last night against Calgary. And just the effort and the mental mistakes that the team made against the Flames. But once again, yeah, I'm about done with the shootout. I'll tell you that right now, man. I can't believe I'm going back to let's just end these games in regulation. And if it's a tie, it's a tie. That's just how it is. We'll just get rid of the loser point and overtime. All that kind of stuff. All right, you know what today is? Today's Tuesday, which means it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday through the rest of the Nuggets regular season, each show will have a pair of tickets to give away to some Nuggets games. Tonight, we're giving away tickets tonight to this Minnesota Timberwolves game that the Nuggets and the Wolves will get into this evening here. Tip-off is in 15 hours from right now. So,
and I don't know about you, I haven't seen any suspensions. Looks like it'll be a fully
no.
staffed
I bet
squad.
you the NBA still announces something because they haven't handed down fines or anything, right? They haven't even. Yeah, I bet you today. I bet you early this morning we might get it during the show. The NBA announces something. They're not just gonna let 7 dudes crashing into the front row of an NBA game throwing hands. And then they're just be like, you know what? It's all fun and games. Let's just let it go. No. I'm assuming I shouldn't assume anything, but they're going to fine a bunch of dudes and they're going to suspend some people. Like, once again, Dante and Nas are not playing in this game tonight against the Nuggets. I don't think so. But we'll see. The NBA is absolutely going to hit somebody with a suspension because You just can't keep throwing. Once the officials and the coaches get there and try to break that stuff up, you can't just keep throwing, man. You just can't do it. But anyway, each keyword during the show is another entry. For our show, you can get your name in the hat 4 times because there'll be 4 keywords, 620, 720, 820, and 920. Winners will be announced at the end of the show around 9:50. So you need to text the keyword and your first and last name, and we will give you that keyword in 5 minutes' time as we roll on right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to the Brett Kane Happy Hour. Mark Bertinelli filling in for Brett today. Coming to you live from the Backs and Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice, and we got our keyword. You ready for it? These are for tickets for tonight's Minnesota Timberwolves game against the Denver Nuggets. It's going to be a big one. It's a late tip-off, and it's going to have playoff implications. I'll tell you why in just a moment. And our keyword. So text in your first and last name along with this keyword. The keyword is ejection. The keyword is ejections. Ejections. Man, I'm butchering that. So text in your first and last name and the keyword ejections, and we'll see if we can get you some Nuggets tickets for this Timberwolves game tonight. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today.
That started as a text word or a text keyword. It turned into a field sobriety test.
Yeah, man.
You good there?
Yeah. Listen, it's way too early to be doing this stuff. You morning people are crazy, just absolutely crazy. But, so the Avs lose the Flames last night. The Nuggets playing the Timberwolves tonight. Now, last night in the NBA, we had some interesting things go down. In the West, the Thunder hammer the Bulls, the Grizzlies lose to the Celtics, the Mavericks lose to the Nets, and the LA Lakers get a win over the Houston Rockets. So, especially that Rockets-Lakers game, because that's where the Nuggets are sandwiched in between those two teams in the standing. So right now, the Denver Nuggets remain in the number 3 spot. They are a game and a half back of Houston, thanks to the Rockets' loss last night for that number 2 spot. And, of course, the Nuggets and Rockets have one game against each other remaining. The Lakers have pulled it within a game of Denver for the number 3 position. So the Lakers are just a game back. The Memphis Grizzlies, because they lost, are now 3 games back of the Nuggets. They fall into the number 5 position. And the Golden State Warriors are just a half game behind Memphis. The Grizz mess around. They're going to fall all the way down. They could fall to the play-in because the Minnesota Timberwolves, who the Nuggets play tonight, are in the play-in right now. But they are just a half game behind Golden State, and they are just a game behind Memphis. So, and the LA Clippers, who won last night, are now tied with Minnesota at 43-32. So the LA Clippers are also just a half game behind Golden State and a game behind Memphis for the 5 spot. The West, this final 2 weeks of the NBA season is going to be drunk. This is I was about to say March basketball is kind of always drunk in the NBA because you have, it's like night and day. You have a bunch of teams that are trying to lose and a bunch of teams that have to win. So you get these weird games where teams win by like 45 points, which happened last night. There was some absolute beatdowns. But I forgot today is April. It's April the 1st, man. I don't do that in April Fool's Day stuff. I have enough issues just figuring out what fact and fiction is on a normal day, much less April 1st. Nelly, we just woke up. You haven't been surprised by some April Fool's joke yet, right? Because we're going to get a bunch of nonsense, aren't we?
I think the only April Fool's joke is that Brett's not here again. Is his fever the April Fool's joke on both of us?
No, man, just one too many IPAs. Do you ever have a hangover that lasted 2 days? That's what Brett's got going on right now.
Thankfully, knock on wood, no 2-day hangovers yet, but I'm not getting any younger. So give it a couple of years, and then we'll circle back.
Yeah. What's the worst hangover you've ever had?
I'm going to use my rights as an American, and I'm going to plead the 5th on that one here.
Okay, man. All right.
Just know, man, I've had my share. That's all you need to know, brother.
Yeah. It's a bad feeling.
Here,
So anyway.
you want a really wacky radio transition?
Yeah, sure.
You know what's a great way to cure a hangover? Maybe you sweat out some of the booze in a nice sauna.
Oh!
Which Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is giving away.
Oh, yeah. We're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. Every sauna is built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation throughout, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat longer. Saunas can be built inside your home as well as any available room in your home. Today's keyword is, well, I ain't going to tell you. Or should I tell them? Just tell them. Because is it going to confuse them that I just gave them the keyword for the Nuggets tickets and now I got a keyword for the sauna? Or do you want to give it now and see if they get confused? I think our listeners are pretty educated, pretty smart. They understand.
Yeah.
You want the tickets or you want the sauna or you want both?
I think people who listen to this program are only highly educated, intelligent folks who can tell the difference. If you can say this keyword, though, we'll see. The last one. I don't know how that went.
Today's keyword for the sauna is better. Text better and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. That's better, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll have a new keyword every day for the next 2 weeks, which means 10 possible entries for each phone number for your best chance to win. If you want to find out more about these incredible saunas, go to getabettershed.com and check out the pictures. Vic did that yesterday. We were checking them out. Looks pretty cool. Again, today's keyword is better. So text that and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We just giving away all kinds of stuff today. All kinds of stuff.
That's why we're the best in the biz, baby. You want to see the Timberwolves in town? You want a sauna in your house, in your backyard? You listen to Altitude Sports Radio.
I wonder if Minnesota has gotten any idea, because obviously the league has to communicate whether or not they're going to have players available for tonight's game. They can't just, suspend these dudes 3 hours before tip-off. So I wonder if the Timberwolves have had any conversation at all about whether or not these guys are going to get suspended.
That's your April Fool's joke. 30 minutes before tip. Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo, you're gone. April Fool's. See ya.
Yeah, I mean, they need to know something. They need to know something. Like the Nuggets should be fully healthy. Both Joker and Christian Brown were on the injury report as probable tonight. They're both going to go. Although Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon were listed as questionable. But I bet you, as long as they're feeling good once shoot-around starts, I bet you both Jamal and Aaron will go tonight. So hopefully the Nuggets will be at full strength when they take on Minnesota in a fairly important game. I can't believe the Wolves are in the 7 spot in the Western Conference, but they are just 4 games back of the Nuggets, who sit in the 3. You know what I mean? So 4 games separate the Nuggets, the Lakers, the Grizzlies, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Clippers. Now, the Mavs and Kings have been sucking lately. The Mavericks are 4-6 in the last 10. Sacramento's 3-7 in the last 10. If the Phoenix Suns hadn't lost Kevin Durant for a week, Phoenix might have a shot to make it into the play-in. They still might have a shot to make it into the play-in, but I doubt it, man. I doubt it. So the Kings and the Mavs sitting there, but everybody else. So 2 through 8 in the West could all shuffle. Anybody can finish anywhere, 2 through 8 right now, depending on how this season closes out. And tonight's Minnesota Timberwolves is a huge game, not because, of the standings. I mean, it's kind of because of the standings, because Minnesota Timberwolves own you right now. Own you. And I don't even know. Do you think it's a mental block? I don't think the Nuggets look at Minnesota and they're like, Chris Finch and Tim Connolly went to that team and built it specifically to beat us. Like, it feels personal with the Minnesota Timberwolves, right?
That definitely is what Tim Connolly did, though, where he went, the Nuggets have Jokic. I should just get a bunch of bigger dudes to make his life hell. And I think what happened is the Nuggets were so obsessed with the Lakers and their familial connection to them that they just forgot about the Timberwolves.
I don't think...
Maybe forgot is a strong word, but that's my point, is all their focus was on the Lakers. So when you talk about rivals, I think Nuggets fans still have more hate in their hearts for the Lakers because of the history, even though in the past year or two, you should hate the Timberwolves.
No, the top 3 worst sporting memory in my life was that Game 7 that the Nuggets blew last year in the second round. I mean, that hurts to this day. It hurts to this day. Well, let me ask you this, because Coach Malone said something interesting yesterday at practice. He said he thinks, because he was asked about, the Timberwolves dominating the Nuggets, and he said he thinks a lot of times the Timberwolves play these games against the Nuggets like it's a rivalry game, and the Nuggets play the game like it's just another regular season game. And he said, I got to get this Nuggets team into that mental headspace where they also look at Minnesota as a rivalry. And so to bring it. And that's what you got to do tonight. Now, listen, at the beginning of the season, I thought the Minnesota Timberwolves would be a top 3 team in the West, a top 3 team in the West. Then they made then they made a trade that, I don't know, has it worked out? It's worked out well for New York, I'll tell you that much. But Julius Randle seems to be, it's taken him an entire season. But lately, he seems to be fitting in with Minnesota. I don't think Anthony Edwards is taking that next step I thought he was going to take. You know what I mean? Like, I thought he would get into that upper echelon of the NBA, and he still feels like he's a step or two down. He still hasn't got there despite the numbers he's been putting up in Minnesota this season. But then again, I mean, the man's only 23 years old. He's got plenty of time to figure it out. But I thought Anthony Edwards was going to take the next step. And he's been really good this season, but he's not in that MVP conversation, which I thought he was going to be. Like, I thought Anthony Edwards was going to get up there in the Joker, SGA, Luka conversation where you're just like, that dude is undeniably one of the best players in the NBA. And he is a really good NBA player, but I don't think you can call him a top 3 player in the league right now.
I think the GOATs know how to compartmentalize, right? I mean, look at what Michael Jordan was doing on the court while simultaneously what he was doing off the court, or Dennis Rodman. Do you think some of Ant's off-the-court issues right now might be affecting him mentally?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Did you see what
he was like, I'm just going to pay. So he has to pay child support?
Yes.
And he's like, I'm going to pay all 216 months. I'm going to pay until this kid is 18. I'm paying that whole thing right now. Just tell me what that price tag is. I'm going to give you that money.
Yeah,
216 months?
He told the court, just give me all of my child support payments up front. I'm going to write her one check.
Right.
I don't want to see my kid. I don't want to see this woman. I want to be out of here.
He's just like, here you go. I don't know what that check is. It's got to be massive, right?
So
216 months of child support all in one go?
Ridiculous. I know. And so I don't know if any of that is weighing on his mind at all, but that would only be I'm assuming that takes the course of the whole season. So maybe that's an anomaly, but I'll tell you what, the one thing about the trade that the Timberwolves made this offseason that really bothers me is after the playoffs last year, I got this perfect drop of Karl Anthony Towns saying,
how much more we got to lose?
and then they traded him to the Knicks. And I don't like using that anymore because I could not care less about the Knicks if I tried.
Yeah.
But when the Timberwolves lose, I was able to play this.
How much more we got to lose?
Now I can't play it anymore because who cares? So thanks, Connolly. You ruined radio gold.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's strange that Tim Connolly and Chris Finch, both former Denver Nuggets, are like, yeah, this is the one team. This is the one. Although, if you're Conley, you had to think that when you left to Minnesota. If it wasn't for the new CBA, the Nuggets would probably be dominating. They wouldn't have they'd have more room to move. But it probably, if the new CBA wasn't in effect, it also means this Nugget team probably wouldn't be the exact same that we're going to see hit the playoffs coming up here. I think that my level of nervousness when it comes to the Denver Nuggets in this upcoming playoff run is fairly high, but only because the Western Conference is such a crapshoot right now. You have so many. Do we consider the Oklahoma City Thunder with 63 wins a great team? A great team? Are they a great team? Are they an all-time team? Is Cleveland with 60 wins a great team, or is this just a league with a bunch of really good teams and no longer a single dominant franchise? You know what I mean? Like, you know what? Like the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics beat Memphis in Memphis last night, and the Celtics set a franchise record. Matter of fact, they set 2 franchise records. Former CU buff Derek White became the Celtics all-time. He set the record for most made threes in a season by Boston. He did that last night. And the Celtics won their 6th straight road game. They went 6-0 on a road trip when they beat Memphis, and they've never done that before in franchise history. Are the Boston Celtics the defending champs? Are they a dynasty? Are they as good as the Warriors in the late 2010s? Are they as great as the early 90s Bulls? Nah, man, nah. But I don't know if the NBA wants those teams. Like, I love greatness. I love it. I wish every league was built to create dynasties, man. I love it. But the NBA isn't interested in that.
It would be great, though, because OKC has stashed their quiver full of draft picks. They
still got a ton.
They went the exact opposite of our coworkers, the LA Rams, who famously said F them picks.
Yeah.
OKC said, yeah, we'll take your picks.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, not only are they the beast in the West, they also have a gajillion picks. They are set for the future, so they might turn into a dynasty. I think it's a little too early to crown them or not crown them.
Nah, you got to win one at least, man.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't. Well, I mean, you got to win 2 at least if I'm going to start considering you a Actually, nah, that's a lie. You need to win 3 at least if I'm going to consider you a dynasty.
Right. So we can't
Three.
we can't throw out the D word, but we can say right now it looks like they're sitting pretty, and I would love to see Oklahoma City do well just consistently, just for the simple fact that they would stick it to the NBA and go, oh yeah, Stephen A., you didn't want to go to Denver for the finals? How about going to Oklahoma, brother?
Yeah.
How's that going to treat you?
I would like to see the opposite of that. I would like to see the Oklahoma City Thunder crash out in the first round and see if they make large changes to that roster, because they have the room and they have the assets to make those kind of moves. They have more assets than any team in the NBA. If they crash out in the first round, it's not outside the realm of possibility, man. They're going to get a good team in the first round, but they're probably going to win. But say they crash out, then what do you do? You obviously don't trade SGA, but Jalen Williams, Lou Dort, Chet Holmgren, are you going to have to make a change? I mean, you just got Alex Caruso. You're going to send him back out? What happens if you crash out in the first round? Okay, see? What are you going to do? You just going to keep it together because it's a young team and see what happens next season? Give it one more chance? Now you're going to make some changes. I would like to see what they are, but either way. All right, we got to do this. We got to take another quick timeout. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Altitude Sports Radio. Brett Kane's super special hour rolls on. BK out. If you want to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour is 303-504-0925. Text in. Say what's up to Nelly. He doesn't have very many friends. Just really none at all. Vic and Moj, is that the only people you really deal with every day, Nelly?
Yeah, Brett's not really my friend either.
He wouldn't be, man. You know them redheads. They got issues, man. They got issues.
So I got no friends.
Also, sometimes when Brett and I hang out, I realize he was a total jock in college, right? He was a baseball player.
Right.
This
was his dream.
He was rocking slides and socks with a milk jug full of water.
Yeah.
And sunflower seeds.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, I was doing marching band. Like, we would have not gotten along 10, 15 years ago.
You think, right, 10, 15 years ago, Brett would abuse you, right? Because you're a damn nerd, right?
Well, the different, obviously,
you're a band nerd.
Consider your source, because it's me saying this, but band nerds are not cool in high school. But when you get to college and you move to marching band and you're playing at all the big football games,
you can't
it gets
sell
better.
me on that, bro.
Yes,
you can't sell
it gets
me on
better.
That. You cannot sell me up at CU. You and your big tuba's more popular than Shador.
I did not say that.
Bro.
No, I didn't say that.
You can't sell me on that nonsense.
No. I didn't say more popular, but if I was at a frat party and I was just chatting with somebody and
somebody would be like, "Hey man, are you in the band?"
No,
bro?
they would say, "So what do you do?" I go, "Oh yeah, I'm in the marching band." And they'd go, "Oh dude, seriously, bro, were you at the game on Friday, dude?
Kick rocks
I
with
saw
that
you
nonsense.
there, bro."
Ain't
yeah,
nobody.
dude.
No, there ain't no dude out there who's like, "Bro, really marching band?"
Well,
I love the movie Drumline, man.
Got some of those, yeah. One band, one sound. Come on now. Nick Cannon in his cornrows. I'm telling you, frat bros who were at the football games liked knowing that you were in the band.
No, they're messing with you, man. They are messing with you. Just like today's April 1st, man. Those dudes were messing with you, man.
It doesn't matter. Felt good either way. And then what I used to like saying though, oh yeah, they go, dude, you're in the band, bro. Were you there on Friday for the late game against USC? And I go, yeah, I was the one wearing the black cowboy hat with the gold band around it. That was me.
Listen, man, I mean, music lives in your heart. If you just like if Brett wanted to be Shohei Ohtani when he grew up, you want to be, I don't know, Beethoven? Who?
Nah.
Who's the greatest living musical artist right now? Give me the name. Come on, you're the music guy. Who's the greatest living musical artist right now?
Let's see. Should I? Do you want me to go chalk and just say someone like Yo-Yo Ma?
Nah, Yo-Yo Ma don't get on that list. Nah.
Angus Young from AC/DC. There you go. I'm going to pull a Moj.
I'm down with that.
No, those were the guys I wanted to be, man.
I just saw that old dude is still rocking out, man. He's like lost half his hair, but it's still long. It's just great. Yeah, that dude is still rocking.
I know. He's like 80 and he rocks harder than anybody I know.
That's like
dude's the man.
That's like the Rolling Stones. I'm sure those dudes, they just keep touring, man. They're going to tour till they die. It's just the way it is. So the NFL meetings, the owners' meetings, going down in Palm Springs. Matter of fact, today is when they vote on all the different rule changes. This morning, I think they're voting. We'll know by this afternoon what new rules they're going to accept. One of the new rules is that they've decided that when they flex a team to the Thursday night game, they get less time. They only get 21 days. They can do that as short as 21 days. So they can tell a team, hey, man, guess what? That game you got in 3 weeks, we're moving it from Sunday to Thursday night. So get ready. It's because they just love that Thursday night game. Obviously, they're going to vote on the kickoff rule, if they're going to keep the kickoffs, and if they're going to change it to, instead of moving the ball out to the 30, move it out to the 35, maybe get some more kicks returned that way. I saw the number. It was like 34% of kickoffs were returned last year in the NFL, which was double what the year before with the new kickoff rules. So they'll have to figure that out. For the Broncos, we heard everybody talk yesterday. I don't know what we learned other than, Sean Payton talked, Greg Payton talked, or George Payton talked, Greg Penner talked, and Damani Leach all spoke. I don't know what we learned from that. Why do you think people are, I mean, I like talking about it, but why do you think people are obsessed with the Broncos and their new stadium? Peyton was dropping interior triangle Broncos football talk, and people were like, "Nah, I want to hear about this new stadium. Build me my new stadium, man."
I think it's because the old Mile High Stadium, that place had some
janky.
magic, man. I mean, yeah, it was
not. We're talking about old Mile High, not Empower Field at Mile High.
Exactly. The OG Mile High, it felt like it had some magic, man. It felt like there was a special buzz in there, and I feel
like it was dangerous. It felt like, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, when the Raiders fans were in town, it was dangerous. But for all the other games, it felt like it was something special, right? People still talk about the bleachers in the south side of the stadium, and I feel like maybe this stadium hasn't ever really reached that level of lore. Maybe people see the old stadium with rose-colored glasses.
It's just such a cookie-cutter, lame kind of blah stadium, and there's so many, like dopes. And then, I mean, even here in this city, man, Coors Field is great. Ball Arena is great, even though Ball is 25 years old now or something like that.
And so I think there's this, people are feeling like the next one better be a banger. If we're going to go through all this trouble and we're going to maybe move it to a new location, then that's not quite as convenient.
Seriously.
We're starting from scratch. We better nail it.
The mock-up of the new NWSL stadium for the Women's League looks that they're putting there at Santa Fe and I-25 looks better than what they got going on in Power. So, yeah, I'm down for it. I can't believe he mentioned Aurora. Where the hell are you going to build? Like, he talked about Denver. He talked about Lone Tree, just one single tree. And then he said Aurora, and I was like, Aurora? Where you going to build a stadium in Aurora, man?
The bottom line is, though, they know that the Broncos move the needle to the point where you could put the stadium anywhere, and you'll still sell it out. You could put the stadium in Greeley. You could put it in Pueblo, and people will still go.
Yeah,
you shouldn't put it in either of those places, but you could.
You want to know a great way to piss off the fan base? Put your brand new stadium in Pueblo, bro. Just like man, it's your team. Your stupid San Francisco 49ers don't play anywhere near San Francisco.
Yeah, Santa Clara.
They're like an hour and a half out of San Francisco.
Well, how about the other Bay Area team? The Oakland A's play in Sacramento via Las Vegas. Yeah, no one owns a map there in NorCal. And I think another sticking point is anytime you mention the stadium, there's always the debate of should we put a dome or a retractable roof? And people here, the only thing that they might love more than the Denver Broncos is views of the mountains. And so I think that's why people go, you better not cover my stadium because I want to see the mountains and I want a snow game against Tom Brady.
All of you, every single one of you out there bringing this topic up. Let me tell you something. You're dreaming too small. You dare to dream a little bit bigger, people. And I went on this rant on the Blitz a couple of times. Listen, you've got the Walton Penner Group, baby. You've got more money than Jesus on your side. I want a floating stadium. I want a strap. I want, those helicarriers from the Marvel movies. I want you to put two of those together, put a football field on it, and they could spend $10 billion on a brand new stadium. I want that thing to float, man. I want it to fly. I want it, you know what I'm talking about? A retractable roof. A retractable roof that's like hitched to 60 jet engines. Let's go, man. I mean, you're the richest owners you know how much money the Waltons have, man? Put some of that into making the greatest stadium in the history of the world.
What were you smoking in your better sheds and saunas before the show there, man?
I'm just saying, man, right?
Stadiums. No,
I'm just saying, you got to dream bigger, man. Just don't be like, well, you know what? We'll just build another SoFi. Nah, man. I want a floating SoFi. I want a flying SoFi.
I guess the thing is, and I bet it's a little too late to do a Brett Kane straw poll, so I won't hit the sounder. But I guess tell us on the text line.
Can I hit the sounder? Which one of these is the?
It's right below the yellow one. You want to hit it?
Yeah. Make my thing work.
You got to click the mouse first.
Oh man, really? I can't just. I got to do it by hand.
You got to do it with the mouse. Yeah, the touch screen.
Do whatever it takes to win.
Those are the keys to the game.
Here we go. Keys to the game, baby.
Cool. So not quite a straw poll, but
score more points than the Timberwolves.
All right, here we go. There you go. All right, this is what happens.
Is this what Brett does all day? He just presses buttons, man?
Yeah, usually he hits the right ones, but when beggars can't be choosers.
I can hit anything on this board? None of these is like taboo, right?
No,
I can hit anything.
You what?
Yeah, you can hit whatever you want. There you go.
Okay, I like it.
So what I was trying to say is for this straw poll, while you learn how your buttons work, if you put some form of a roof or a dome, whether it's retractable or not, the only reason you would do that is because if you do that, you can get a Super Bowl here. You could get a Final Four here. You could get more events. So, do you want that? Because if you don't dome the stadium, Denver's never going to get a Super Bowl. Denver's never going to get a Final Four. You could have concerts in the winter. You could have more events. Like, it completely opens you up for that. So that's the only reason you would cover the stadium. Do you want that flexibility?
Let me tell you why the brand new Denver Broncos stadium will absolutely have a retractable roof. It's just one more thing for Sean Payton to play reindeer games with the opposing team. It gives Sean Payton one more thing that you know what I mean? Like, we got 4 feet of snow here in Denver on a Sunday. Are we going to open this thing for the Chiefs game, or are we going to keep it closed? Like, I think you just give Sean Payton one more thing that he can throw into the mix to mess with teams. So, I would almost guarantee it's got a retractable roof that floats. Or, it floats. Let's put it on the ocean. Well, no, that doesn't work here in Colorado. Anyway, stupid idea. Thanks for listening to the Brett Kane Show. We got Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Colorado needs to score here to go to sudden death. And it's fouled to Chushkin. 50%, 1 for 2 this season is big foul. The choo-choo train gains steam at center ice. Left-handed shot, moves to the middle, down to Chushkin. Down the slot, off the post and wide. Dan Vladar continues to be the luckiest man on the planet tonight. The luck holds, and the Flames are able to squeeze out the extra point. Avs are saving all their luck for the playoffs, a place that the Flames probably will not be for the third straight season.
What happened there, Moj? What happened there, man? Also, what the hell is goalie interference anymore, Moj? How come they didn't call that, Moj?
Yeah, what's your problem, Moj?
2 goals in 30 seconds, Moj.
Fix it.
Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Avs fall in a shootout last night, 3-2. They gave up 2 goals in the third for Calgary to tie, but they did get a point. Moj, Vic, how you guys doing on this Tuesday
They almost
morning?
look bored.
On
They
this
look
April
like,
1st.
We're stuck with this.
We're
stuck with this position.
Yep.
What are we going to do?
That's
Where
what
are we gonna
Bednar
go?
said after the game, Vic. That's exactly what Bednar did. Moj, did you hear what he said? Where he was like, they know exactly what you know, that they can't really move up and they can't really move down. So it's hard. You know, he mentioned, like, you know, it's hard to get guys to get the effort.
No excuses. Let me start out by saying good morning.
Okay, morning.
Thanks for that third degree to begin things at 7:01 in the morning. I appreciate
Listen, man,
that.
you came in pretty hot, bro. You're doing all right.
Vic, you okay, buddy?
Yeah.
What?
He just went to a black hole.
He's
I'm all right.
down. He's out. Vic is out.
Yeah, he's okay. Hey, listen, here's a story.
Yeah.
I did listen to Coach Bednar last night, and it's funny because I felt exactly the same way he did. I mean, everything he said, I'm like, yeah. I mean, this is what I was saying in the postgame show.
Yeah. Well, this is what we were saying yesterday before the game even started.
Before he even talked last night, I'm almost like, you know what? I know him by now. I know this team. I see what they do. I see the foot on the gas. I see the foot off the gas. I see the, little kid, staring at a balloon in the sky at times from these. You can't manufacture that kind of emotion, but it doesn't mean you don't need to pull your head out from time to time. That's what happened last night in that third period of play. Isn't it interesting? And you guys probably watched the game. I'm talking to Riker and Johnny. And right at the start of the third period, you score here. You've got a power play. Blake Coleman is stupid. He punches Cale Makar in the head and goes to the box.
I mean, Cale trucked him, right? But completely legal.
It was a proper trucking.
Yes.
But here's the thing, is that if you score there, the game is over. I don't care how much daydreaming you do in the third period. Calgary's not coming back from a 3-0 deficit.
You were up. You shouldn't have lost it. But you were up 2 goals. You shouldn't have blown a 2-goal lead.
They kept talking about that elusive third goal that's also important in hockey. You guys kept talking about it, that elusive third goal.
And they didn't get it last night. And listen, there's a number of different reasons for power outage. You score a goal against St. Louis. Mm-hmm. You score 2 against the Flames. You need more than that coming up. You're going to need more goals. It's a very good hockey club. Very good.
Calgary?
No, the Avalanche.
Oh, I was about to say, what do you do? I thought you were like, Flames are great. That's why they beat the... No.
You had nobody really going for the Flames last night except their fourth line and a 6'8" Cro-Magnon named Adam Klapka.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that a plodding 6'8", 240-pounder would be the guy showing this skill? That goal that he scored to tie the game at 2.
Well, didn't he also truck Wedgwood?
Yeah. See, again, I don't know what's what anymore. You can't just run into goalies whether you fall down or not. It doesn't matter. And he wasn't pushed or anything. He just went hard to the crease, fell down, and crashed into Wedgwood. Maybe if Wedge had not actually held himself up against the crossbar and gone to the back of the net and faked like he had been blown up by a howitzer, they could have got a
James
call.
Harden and just... Ah!
Yeah, but that's not Scott Wedgwood's style, man. He's like, hey, how about a little something for the effort, Llama? Either way. Is it disappointing? Yeah, it's disappointing. At the same time, They're not catching Dallas. All you got to do is win, you got 7 games left. You go 4-3. There's no way you're not going to finish in the number 3 spot and go on the road for that first round series. Hell, Dallas may catch Winnipeg. You never know. So I know that would stink too. So
you're right. They're 4 points back. They could catch the Jets.
The idea is that you are where you are. You're kind of stuck there theoretically. I mean, things could change.
Who would you rather face in the first round, Dallas or Winnipeg?
It's a great question.
Dallas or Winnipeg?
How do you feel about last year winning in 5 games against Winnipeg?
It's great. It's great.
Well,
Winnipeg.
Connor Hellebuck's going to win the Vezina again. So
and then get bounced in the first round.
You'll be facing the best goalie in the National Hockey League. Doesn't mean you can't win. I'm saying pick your poison because they're both very good hockey clubs. That being said, I almost matchup-wise, style-wise, the Avs can beat both those teams. They can beat both. If I had my druthers, I don't want to go to Winnipeg.
That's a personal decision.
Of course it is. I don't want to live like a gopher walking around the tunnels of Winnipeg in April. I don't want to do it.
All right, man.
Is that a selfish way to look at life?
If you don't, you're probably going to end up walking around Winnipeg, early May in the second round, right? Or the second round start late April. I don't know.
What if the
you're
Blues
going to travel there eventually?
What if
you get what you want?
Get it out of the way first.
What if the Blues stay hot and they get got on Winnipeg, and then you beat Dallas and you host the Blues?
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. It some weird stuff could happen, but you're going to face a good team no matter what. Vic, let me ask you: if you're Coach Bednar, what do you say to your team? Because we talked about it yesterday. You can't really move up. It's hard to move down. How do you get motivated for these games? If you're a head coach, what do you say to your team to get them motivated?
Well, he expressed it last night in his post-game comments on how frustrated he is with the system. Telling your team is basically like telling yourself, hey, we have to manufacture motivation, guys. I know that we're really not chasing anyone. We're not chasing anything right now. We're sort of stuck in this purgatory. But you have to focus. You can't give up 2-goal leads at home. You can't do it. We have to be sharp for the playoffs. Mm-hmm. As soon as teams know they can come back on us, that's bad. It's not a good thing. We don't want teams coming back on us. We looked so damn good for a while there and just gave it right back to them. That's the only thing you could say. But, players aren't dumb. They read the standings. They understand what's at stake. They know exactly what's at stake. And if there's nothing at stake, which is what they're doing, they're swimming in shallow water with nowhere to go. There's nothing at stake. It's hard to motivate.
Bert, you play video games
constantly.
So it's different. You want to do you play online?
Yeah.
So you play some dorks across the globe, right?
Yeah, every once in a while. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, some kids like Charlotte, North Carolina, some snot-nosed Brett.
Yeah, some 14-year-olds just wrecking me like Call of Duty or something.
And he's got a foul mouth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't play poker, though, do you?
Nah. Gambling ain't my thing, man.
I remember my sister, and I love my sister, don't get me wrong.
Oh, we're going to take shots at your sister now?
Pretty much.
Okay.
We had a family. Is that a love cup, Vic? Love
cup?
Just finish your story about your sister.
We had a family gathering, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And, hey, let's play some cards. Let's play some poker. Okay, yeah. And my sister says, well, do we have to play for money? And I says, well, then you might as well just go in the bathroom and play with toilet paper. I don't know what else to tell you because
is that a thing?
You don't play poker without playing for money. You don't play for Cheetos,
right? For the love of the game, you don't do it with
right. So I these dog days of hockey where you're kind of locked in, it feels like you're playing poker for no money, right? You're playing poker and you're trying to make the best hand you can, and you're pushing and you're bluffing and you're all this, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because you could
If the Avs would have won last night and got one more point, it wouldn't change anything with what they're going
That's
through right
correct.
now.
All you really care about right now, if you're an Avalanche fan, is you want them to fine-tune their game. I thought that at times last night, even before the third period, I thought the Flames got a little bit too. I thought their entries were a little bit too easy. It was a little bit too odd man rushy, even if it really wasn't. Even if it wasn't a 2-on-1, it was kind of a 2-on-1.5. And they sold out, and they blocked shots, and they denied seam passes and that sort of thing, but not enough. You want the full, consistent product all the way through the 60 minutes of hockey, okay? So it's just the way it is right now.
Are you noticing just a lack of?
I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying there's a reason for it, and you gotta overcome that.
Nelly, do me a favor. Cue up the Coach Bednar on the purgatory they're living in right now. He's not a big fan of the playoff format. There's nothing he can do to change it. But do you think that the Avs know what we know and what the coach knows? Do you think they're playing knowing full well that there's nowhere they can go, that they're stuck?
That's what it feels like, yeah. It's what it feels like.
You can't manufacture desperation. We've known that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In hockey. That's such a buzzword, by the way. Come playoff time and come March when these games matter, desperation, the desperate team, this and that. Anyway, after the game, you lose, you lose. You're not going to blame it on this stupid playoff format. It doesn't mean you have to like it. And judging from Coach Bednar's reaction, he doesn't like it.
Not trying to make an excuse for it, but it is an unusual situation compared to the past couple of years where you guys are a little stuck in a spot. It seems that you can't go too far up, you can't fall back. Is it difficult to create a sense of urgency when it's just not very present?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I mean, they all look at the standings and know the standings, and you win a handful of games here, and you probably stay ahead of St. Louis, and if the likelihood of catching Dallas is kind of gone now, so that's the challenge. But I think there's things we can work on, right? Like as a coach, you want, like I understand it, I just don't like it.
I don't think you can say it any better than that. I understand it. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
And he acknowledged that the players know exactly what's at stake. That's no excuse. Again, you have to dig deeper when you're up 2-0. Get that third goal and end this thing. You're so right, Moj. One more goal and this game's over.
Totally over. The late, great Peter McNabb. I'm not sure I've ever met a better hockey mind in my entire life. And he'd been through so much as a player, as a broadcaster and everything else. His old man, Cup champion, GM in the league. Brother, assistant GM, Cup champion, that sort of thing. And he'd seen so much. And we would talk on the airplane at times at 2 a.m. over Winnipeg, just talking hockey. And I gleaned a lot from him. But we would talk about moments in games. We'd go back and revisit that specific game. Certain moments in games where it decides everything. You have a power play to begin the third period of play. Coleman's in the box. You come on out and you absolutely jack them up. You win the game. Mm-hmm. Period. End of story. But again, it's like, okay, you're playing, you're playing pretty well. It was a decent looking enough power play. It's one of those, did you go hard enough to the front of the net? Did you really dig down deep to try to grab that rebound off Vladar's blocker?
I don't know.
All
You
that
tell
kind
me.
of stuff.
You tell me. You watched it.
Yeah, you called the game.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
the expert.
No.
You tell us.
No, I'm not.
Did you see? Because Bednar
Did you
was
see
like,
it?
yeah. I mean, Bednar was like saying you could see it on the ice where they weren't focused on the details and they just didn't have the energy, the jump they would have in a game that mattered.
The answer is no, you didn't see it. What I'm getting at is that's that specific moment, but that's a general thing overall. These little moments during the course of games. Mm-hmm. Did this guy, did he lay out and sacrifice that block shot to turn it the other way? Just these kind of things during the course of 60 minutes, man. Mm-hmm. Things turn on a dime.
By the way, that was an outstanding question by DMac in that press conference, and he asks great questions, and he's at every press conference, so he's thinking what we're thinking. He's thinking what we're all thinking. These games, given the playoff format, this is what you do to yourself, NHL. Mm-hmm. This is what you do. You render some games meaningless at the end of the season. Mm-hmm. And that's not right. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Yeah, I don't know how they go about fixing it, but I'm with you, man. It doesn't feel like a preseason game, but it doesn't feel like a regular season game either. It's like somewhere in between, and it freaks me out.
Purgatory.
Yeah, it freaks me out. I don't like it. But let's do this. It is a playoff ticket Tuesday. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have a keyword for you so you can win some Nuggets tickets. Tonight's tickets for the Nuggets Timberwolves game. We're going to dive into that contest coming up here after the break. Thanks for listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Moj, we got to give away some tickets, but go ahead. What you got?
No, I want to give away those tickets. I want to talk about the Nuggets and the T-Pups coming up tonight. I also want to talk at some point about Ellie De La Cruz of the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, man. See what? You give that man a torpedo bat. What's he do? 7 ribeyes, bro. 7. And he's already one of the funnest players to watch in baseball, and then he just goes crazy last
that's
night.
not a word. Funnest is not a word.
Yeah, sure it is. Man,
Vic.
of all the stupid stuff you said in your entire career, you going to get me for that?
Riker said something last night. You know those
and
words?
You're like, that's not English?
Well, it sounds like it should be a word. We do that all the time on this program. Vic will pull that kind of stunt. Brett will. It sounds like it should be a word.
And it's not.
What did
not
Rycroft
say that wasn't a word?
I forget. Dysfunction. Something like dysfunctionalization or something like that. I don't know what it was.
Today and every Tuesday through the rest of the regular season, we'll be doing Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. We got your keyword right now. What you need to do is text in 303-504-0925, your first and last name and the keyword, and this hour's keyword is Pablo. Pablo. So text in Pablo with your first and last names, and we'll try to get you some tickets to this Nuggets Timberwolves game tonight, which is fairly massive. I don't know if the two of you saw what happened last night in the NBA, but the Nuggets got closer to Houston, but everybody else got closer to Denver. The Western Conference is now tighter than it was yesterday when we had this conversation. So this Timberwolves game tonight is rather large.
I can't figure out if I wanted the Lakers to win last night or Houston.
Yeah.
At the end of the night, I wanted Houston because of my enmity for the Lakers. It always supersedes everything. But you get a little closer to Houston in the process, and if you take care of business down the stretch, who knows? Maybe you do get the number 2 seed. But the Lakers beating Houston just makes the Lakers that much stronger and tougher. Tonight, we are here with the guy who says, Tonight. When did you come up with that, by the way?
Man, I've been saying it since the very
Since
first.
like, what, 2000, 2001,
yes,
something?
24 years
Yeah,
I've been saying it.
like
If
that,
I had $5 for every time I said tonight, I wouldn't
By
be working
accident
it.
or what? What happened? You just accentuated it one day and someone said, I like it?
Yeah. I mean, that actually is just the way I say tonight. So, yeah, that's how it
It's just a genetic malfunction. It's not his fault. Don't worry about it. Hey, hey, listen, so I sent the text last night. I was waiting all day.
Oh, thanks for letting me finish my story, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just cut
No,
off Vic, man.
by all means, you just know.
Right, this is all about you,
No,
Moj.
Go ahead. It's your show, Moj.
I was waiting all day and all night.
You weren't like this before you got on TV, man. When you were just a radio dude, you didn't have this kind of ego, bro.
All right. So anyway, I was waiting all day and all night for a fine or a suspension or something to come down from Adam Silver. Imagine my surprise when finally, after the Avalanche game or close to the end of the Avalanche game, I send a text. You're not on it because it's the morning show text, but I send a text out to the radio show here saying, I guess, Vic, you get your wish. It's all systems go.
No way. No way.
Everybody's intact for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
No, but they didn't announce fines or anything. They're going to hit them today, right?
No.
Today could be a day, too. I mean, why are you discounting
because
today?
Don't you always do it the day after? I mean, that's what
Not necessarily.
Hey, listen, if a guy has an indiscretion in the NHL, you know what they say the next morning? You've been offered an in-person hearing. Or you've been offered a phone hearing. I mean, they take care of their business right away. No ifs, ands, or buts. You don't play around. Sure. You don't wait 48 hours
but
to go,
neither of those teams played last night, so they had an extra day to make the decision.
I don't think anything's going to happen. That's my prediction. I don't think there are going to be any suspensions, but if they were to happen, they could still happen today. I hope that the Minnesota Timberwolves are fully intact tonight. I hope they come with their full arsenal of roster. Mm-hmm. I hope that the Nuggets are healthy as well. They got Jamal and AG listed as questionable, but I think they'll play. That's my prediction. I don't know for sure. I think they're fine. I think the Nuggets are full go. I think the T-Wolves will be full go, and I want to see them go. Mm-hmm. Listen to Coach Malone yesterday, and he hit it right on the head. What is wrong with the Nuggets when they face the T-Wolves? The T-Wolves bring it, and the Nuggets really don't. Why? Listen to his comments.
It's easy to say, we got to do something different. Well, we also just have to play a hell of a lot harder. I think they've approached these games like it's a rivalry, and I think we've approached these games like it's another game sometimes. And one of my coaches, Andrew Munson, this is his scout, He says it after every time we play them. He goes, I've watched their last 5 to 7 games, and they never play as hard as they do against us. And you can sense that. You can notice it. So you throw everything else out the window. This team's beaten us 5 games in a row, and hopefully that can resonate within our guys, and we can come out with the proper mindset tomorrow.
You think coach is right?
100%.
Yeah. Minnesota
100%.
treats it like a rivalry game, and the Nuggets treat it like another game.
And my follow-up was, why is that? And it stems from the Nuggets winning a championship, and they want to be you, so they want to beat you, right? That's what it stems from. And they really bring it when they take on the Nuggets. They do play harder. They play with more intensity. They have something to shoot for. Well, the Nuggets have to shoot back. And tonight's that night. Tonight's the opportunity. And, we mentioned about how, what do you have? The Avs are stuck in this purgatory. Well, not the Nuggets. They have a ton to play for. The players recognize the meaning of this game. You lose tonight, you fall behind the Lakers. Okay? You start losing ground to the Lakers. You got to win these games. Mm-hmm. Home game, Minnesota, they've beaten you now 5 straight, and a lot of them have been blowouts. End it.
You raised a very good point here, Vic. When teams repeat as champions or teams win multiple championships over the course of 7-10 years, that kind of thing, it's not an easy thing to do. So when they do it, like, remember the Chicago Blackhawks won 3-6? Yeah. Pretty darn good, a 3-7.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to do that in this NBA.
Correct. But let me get after it, though, a little bit here, because there has to be some sort of self-motivation that goes on here. Once you get paid and once you get a ring, it's hard to keep up that same, as you talked about it, Vic, that same feeling of, oh, man, we got to go get our rival. Oh, man, we got to beat these guys. Oh, man, do I really? Because it's not easy to win. The amount of physical and mental sacrifice you give up really to try to win a championship, I think in any sport, it's a difficult thing to stay on point all the time year after year, which is why teams rarely repeat and so on. And then you find it again, and then you go and you win again because you have the experience and so on and so forth. I would like to see the Denver Nuggets, Vic, in this game tonight, play like they didn't win a title. Play like they ain't gotten paid. Mm-hmm. Play like, you know what, this game matters, and these guys are punks, and we need to take them out. That's what I want to see. I want to see that old Nuggets killer instinct percolate to the top, and then let's go get these guys. They're going to be fully intact. Adam Silver's not doing anything.
No, I think he has to. You can't have dudes crash into the front row of your arena throwing hands.
Yeah, fans got involved. That's why I think there might be something.
It would have been, in my opinion, it would have been done by now, but that's me. Okay, we'll see. Either way, I want to see a certain seriousness and agitated state of mind from the Denver Nuggets in this basketball game. I think it's a necessity. Vic, you need to find that. You need to find some whiz and vinegar coming down the stretch here, man.
Yeah, well, again, you could tell from Coach Malone's comments, he doesn't like losing to the TWolves. He doesn't like it. Now the players have to have that same belief and that same feeling and that same hatred for that team. Because I know we do. Do you guys?
Oh, yeah. That's the worst. That's the worst sports loss in the last 25 years of my life, was when the Nuggets blew a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home.
Berto, I've called it this before, and I've not gotten any pushback from anybody on this. Tell me, because you've been a long-time Nuggets host, it is the worst loss in Nuggets history.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Defending champs up by 20 in Game 7 on your own home court, and you blow that
And
thing.
I'm not going to bend on that. I am the premier Nuggets historian. And I don't say that flippantly. That is the worst loss in Nuggets history.
Yeah.
And you cannot debate that with me.
So where does the personal pride come in? Enough of this. Enough of this crap.
But it's the regular season,
hold on a
man.
second.
This is Game 76 or some nonsense like this of the regular season, man.
Do you remember when Steve Spurrier was coaching Florida?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, the old ball coach.
Okay, so what did he like to do?
Golf.
Oh. He went up top on you all the time, right? No matter what, right?
No, he'd come to practice, hang out for 2 hours, and then go golf, man.
But he would always, even in the fourth quarter, he's going up top on you. It didn't matter if ITT Tech it didn't matter if you insulted them. Like your starting quarterback goes, yeah, those guys are a bunch of bums. Oh, man, let's use that as motivation. Well, you just don't have the horses to beat Florida. You're just not going to do it. In some instances, Vic, when the Nuggets are getting all over the Lakers the last several years, the Lakers really, outside LeBron, they didn't have a lot of the horses to be able to overcome the Denver Nuggets, period. So you can not like it all you want. You can say the sun rises and sets on me. I am the sun, LeBron James. So what? The Nuggets are a better team than you. The Minnesota Timberwolves are not a better team than you.
No, but they were built to beat you, though.
Yeah, but the Minnesota, find a way to overcome it because the Minnesota.
They found a way when they won 3 straight in the playoffs last year. They found a way.
But the
they
the Minnesota Timberwolves, though, Vic.
And I'll tell you what the way is.
They're punking you, and you got to react to that. You've got to punch back.
I'll tell you what the way is. First of all, let's set the record straight. The last time they played the TWolves here at home, and they lost pretty handily, they didn't have Aaron Gordon. They will tonight. They will tonight. He's listed as questionable. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to be fine. It's one of those, he's been off for a while. He's fine. He's going to play tonight. You will have your starters intact. You do not let them push you around. You do not let their guards push your guards around because that's what they do. That's how they roll. They're very physical on the perimeter, and they've been that way. And when they take on the Nuggets, they try to feast on that. We're going to push Jamal around. We're going to push MPJ around. We're going to make it very difficult for them to get around screens. We're going to be very physical with them. Tonight, that ends. Tonight.
Do you guys think that the Minnesota Timberwolves overestimated? Like, it feels like Tim Connelly and Chris Finch and all that whole crew up there in Minnesota, when Connelly left the Nuggets, he said to himself, Denver's going to be the best team in the Western Conference for years to come because they have the best players. So we're going to build a team to beat the Nuggets. Then the new CBA hits, and now the entire Western Conference, you have no truly great teams unless you want to consider OKC truly great. But you have a bunch of really good teams right there in the middle, and it feels like Minnesota should not be where they are right now. After that playoff run they had, they went to the Western Conference Finals last year, and now they're in the play-in. You know what I mean? So did they miscalculate what the NBA landscape was going to look like here in a couple of years once Conley took over there in Minnesota?
I don't know. That's a better question for you to answer. I don't know. It's different than it was when Tim left, for sure. And you could, if you're Tim Connelly, you look at the writing on the wall of what the Nuggets are and who they're going to be. He's built a team that matches up very, very well. That doesn't matter. You're still very good yourselves. The Denver Nuggets are still a very good team. Maybe not as deep as they used to be, but you've got the big guns on this team who have been there, done that, have pride, and it's time that those guys come to play and say enough is enough. Vic,
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for. That's all I'm looking for.
And you know what? That may not result in a win. You may not win.
It may not, but
you'll
but
know the difference, right?
Yes,
You'll see it.
I want to see that mentality.
Yeah, you'll see it. You'll feel it tonight. The Nuggets are the same team. Some games are more important than others, and people don't want to believe that. And people that want to go through a season and say every game matters the same. No, it doesn't. Not every game matters the same. Sorry. Some games are more important than others, and this is one of those games. This is a show-me game. Mm-hmm. This is a playoff preview game. There are 7 games left, and this one feels more important than some of the others. And they will gain in importance as we proceed here. The last 2 games of the season, I told you guys, Memphis at home, at Houston.
Yeah.
Those will essentially be playoff positioning games. Those are like playoff games. They really are.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like Mike Conley has been in the league for 10 years?
Because he has been. I think there's only like
decades.
one other dude in his draft class who's still in the NBA.
How old is Mike Conley?
He was hanging out during the grind. What they call it, the Grindhouse back in Memphis.
Yeah. The Grindhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. He was there with Gasol, the bigger Gasol, the heftier Gasol. Do you remember Tony? What was the other guard's name?
Yeah, he's 37 years old.
Yeah, he was on that team, so he's been around a long time.
Man, yeah, 2007 NBA draft is when he came into the league. Are you kidding me? That was the Greg Oden draft. Yeah, Greg Oden went number 1. Kevin Durant went number 2. Mike Conley went number 4 to the Memphis Grizzlies. And so, I think KD and Mike Conley are the only guys still in the league from that draft. Corey Brewer was in that draft. Yeah. Although Jeff Green's still playing, right? Jeff Green's still playing,
yeah,
right?
He's still playing for the Rockets. He's on the Rockets bench.
Okay, yeah. So there's 3 guys from that draft still
Is Jeff Green really playing, though?
No, but he's on the roster.
Right, he's still in the league, man. That's all you need. Yeah, that's old school, man. Greg Oden going number 1 overall, and Kevin Durant going number 2 to the Seattle Sonics. Woo!
Tonight's going to be loud, and it's on national television. Again, you have a chance to remove a lot of problems from your daily diet. Problem number 1, those national television games. Nuggets have not been good on exclusive national television games. Altitudes are not in the picture tonight. It's all exclusive to TNT. Take a look at their record on exclusive TNT games this year. It has not been good. Fix that. The Minnesota problem, not good. Fix that. The multiple days rest problem. Take a look at the Nuggets' record when they've had many days rest before a game. Not good. Those are 3 issues you can erase all in one night.
Mm-hmm. Now, hold on a second.
What?
Is this game tonight at 8 o'clock our time?
8:15 tip, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to be in Chicago. So you're telling me. Oh, I am so mad about these start times now. Can I?
Oh, yeah, your game against the Blackhawks tomorrow starts late, too. It starts like an 8 o'clock tip. Puck drop.
So, Vic, dig this. So that means that it's going to be 9:15 in Chicago by the time they even tip the ball. So that means no, I'm not doing that. No.
You're just not going to do the game?
Well, yeah, but I'll be in my room in bed watching on my computer.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Avs game. Like you're like, I'm not going to do that game.
You ready for the? No, we're doing it. Hey, Vic, tomorrow night we got a side by side with TNT, and they've taken the maximum number of games over the course of the year. Now
why wouldn't you? Avs are a great team to watch.
So we get to do it. The puck drops tomorrow night in Chicago. Are you ready for this?
I already know, bro.
8:52 Chicago time.
That's stupid.
Which is 7:52 Denver time.
That's stupid.
Almost 8 o'clock in Chicago.
Well,
almost 9 o'clock. Almost 9 o'clock in Chicago. Get this. Then we have to go to Columbus afterwards in the back-to-back.
Yeah, and that's wait. So you go from Central to East Coast time?
Correct. The puck drops Columbus time.
Yeah, I know.
At 9:52 p.m.
Really? Yeah, that's not.
What time do you think I'm getting to the hotel in Columbus after the game in Chicago?
How often do you think I think about
it's gotta be,
when you're going to
sleep? It's got to be 4 in the morning.
Care about your travel schedule.
All right. How much of my time during the day do you think is spent thinking about what
Moser's
you're doing?
one of those guys that actually thinks people. Yeah, people are wondering where I am.
Where he's
right
like,
now.
I got to get this information out there. People are going to want to know what time
just
I go
in
to
case
sleep.
there are people listening right now, and they need to know where I'm going to be during tip-off.
What I'm saying is it's bullpucky that the puck will drop at almost 10 p.m. the night before, and then you got to play at Columbus the very next day. That seems incredibly unfair.
Yeah, it's man.
Why would the NHL do that to teams?
The league doesn't care, man. They need to get these games done. Just get them out there. Get them done. Get them out there. Get them done. That's just the way it is, man. I know it sucks. Listen, I've been living it for 25 years,
Dude, it's horse feathers.
Yeah, it's no fun.
Well, so
it's
have
no
I.
fun.
I've been longer than you.
Yeah. It's no fun at all.
This guy on the Twitter feed, Steph, writes in. He's tweeted directly at me. Moj, I don't like the way Vic and this other guy are treating you.
Oh. Somebody's defending the Moj.
Are you going to be okay, Steph?
Yeah. You're all right, man. Did you get a hug this morning from the
I don't know
wife
how
before you
insulting
left?
he's going to make this a better segment. I agree. Whoever that dude is, I totally agree with him.
I'm sure you do. Hey, when we come back, fellas,
yeah.
In addition to mistreating you, major rules changes that have been passed by the National Football League, and one rule that wasn't, that should have been.
All right, we'll get to it next, right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. The Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Tuesday, April the 1st. Happy April Fool's Day. This is not a joke, though. We're still giving away a sauna. So we got another keyword for our sauna. We're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. Every sauna is built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation throughout, providing quick heat-up times and maintaining maximum heat longer. Saunas can be built inside your home as well as any available room in your house. Today's keyword is better. Text better and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. That's better. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can also go to getabettershed.com to check out the pictures on the website. Vic did that yesterday.
I got an idea, Vic, for you.
Why do you refuse to turn on your microphone, man, before you start talking?
That's Nellie's fault. I got an idea for you.
Yeah.
Take out your wife's clothes out of the closet and then put the sauna right in there.
Now, see, that only works for someone like you who's had 4 ex-wives. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Those saunas they're built outside. That's where they belong. They're built like.
Are they made of
homes.
like cedar and stuff like that? Like that kind of.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So you can hang out like in January. It's snowing outside, but you're kicking it in your sauna with a Coors Light and having a good time.
I'm getting one. Hey, Moser, come sweat with me. You and me just sweating together.
I would love to sweat with you. Hey, Tiger Woods.
And also, by the way, you want to know why I don't turn on Moser's mic early? Because then this happens.
Oh, yeah. He was doing that thing again. He was showing me videos in the break, man. He loves it.
Well,
He
here's
can't
why.
help himself.
So it is April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
And Tiger Woods already got a bunch of people this morning.
Oh, what'd he do?
Quote, I can't believe I'm saying this, but a few weeks after rupturing my Achilles, the sleeping in the hyperbaric chamber plus the explosive lifts my doctors and trainers have me ready to play the Masters next week. Can't wait.
Yeah.
See y'all on the course.
Yeah, April Fool's Day.
So then I'm reading the response. Everybody's
You
like,
see
oh
the
my God,
responses?
good luck. Yeah,
Jason
yeah.
Whitlock goes, amazing. Good luck, Tiger.
Yeah.
He got Whitlock?
The
Tiger got
says,
Whitlock?
The Tiger says a couple of minutes later, says, P.S. April Fools, my Achilles is still a mess. Which it is. I mean, I was going to say, as a dude who's blown his, there ain't no way ever. And that's just not going to happen. Cracks me up. Hey, Vic, the NFL, I love how these leagues have the meetings in Palm Beach and whatnot. The NHL, we've got the GM meetings there in Florida.
They're not going to hold them in Winnipeg.
When are you going? Right. You don't want to hold them in a miserable city, man.
Listen, we got the
bunch of billionaires hanging out.
We've got the NHL meetings in Costa Rica because lots of hockey down there. Anyway, we got you just want to get away, seclude. No, man, they want to go play some golf.
Of course,
they want to goof around.
Yeah.
They want to screw around a little bit.
Yeah. The NFL want to change NFL rules.
NFL does the same thing, but they've been going over all these rules, Vic. They've been trying to tweak it. And you know what? I don't mind a league that is proactive. Just be smart about it.
Well, some of the changes that they have employed, again, from the NFL meetings in Saskatoon, first off.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah. First off.
Yellowknife.
Overtime. We've all known that the overtime has been sort of stupid, that one team gets a shot to win while the other team just sort of sits there and waits and can't do anything about it but defend. Well, rules have been changed now in the regular season. Both teams get a shot. It's no longer just one team. The overtime has been reduced to 10 minutes. It's a 10-minute overtime, and both teams get the ball. You get possession. You're not stuck. One other team gets hot. Quarterback makes a great play, and then you can never get on the field, which we know is dumb. And the argument against that has always been, well, play better defense. Well, that's easier said than done. What if you have a hot quarterback? What if you have an injury? What if you have this? I mean, it's dumb. Give both teams a chance to win in overtime, and now you give them that chance. Now, it's only 10 minutes, so games can end in a tie.
But what if one team gets the kickoff and they have a 9-minute and 30-second drive?
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
What if they have a 10-minute drive?
Well,
and
that's
then put a game-winning field goal so the other team never gets a football.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Hey, 10 minutes should be plenty of time to get the ball back.
Right. If you can't stop a team in that amount, like you don't deserve to win,
if
man.
You're changing the rule to guarantee both teams an offensive possession and one team eats up all the clock, then that can't happen.
What do you mean? Yeah, it is. It's just part of the game, man. The clock is part of the game. You want to give the guy, even though if they blow through the full 10 minutes, you want to give the team, one Hail Mary or something at the end of the game?
I don't know. That sounds. You guys sound wrong. That can't be
I
the
don't know.
rule.
Well,
You
then
sound
fix
wrong.
fix the
What do you mean?
overtime rule. What do you want to do, Moj?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I don't understand what the problem is. You give each team a chance to get a possession. Nobody has a 10-minute overtime possession. That's pretty rare, Moj.
Well, what? Okay,
Like you're
but what?
complaining about problems that don't
Yeah.
exist.
What if one team just marches the ball down the field, running it every time, 3 yards in a cloud? I'm just saying that if both teams are going to get possession of the football in overtime, you can't have one team eating up 8 minutes of it, the
You
other team
also
getting 2
can't
minutes
play.
of it.
You can't be like, let's do 30 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes.
I
of
say let's go
overtime.
full college route. Let's just start at the 25, and you get offensive possessions to go back and forth, and then eventually you have to go for 2. There's nothing wrong with that.
I kind of like it, but I don't know what. I don't think the NFL would ever do that. Right?
That's fine. I think they righted a wrong here. They're giving other teams a chance to participate in an extra period of play. That's it. All right, so that's number one. The other rule change they made, and I'm going to need some help with this one because I don't know what it consists of entirely. The NFL will allow both teams, again, to possession of the ball in overtime, and expanded replay has passed. What is expanded replay? Help me out with that.
It's just it's plays that you wouldn't be able to review before that you can now. I think they added 3 or 4 different plays. Here, I'll tell you right now. I'll look it up.
Tell me what
which one of those plays.
expanded replay
Well, it
is.
can't
because,
be holding
see,
and that kind of thing.
Well, this could get really if you go down this road, man, these games could be really long. They could be really long, man.
Yeah, here we go. So you can now review fouls for hits on defensive players, grabbing the face mask, performing a horse collar tackle, tripping, and running into or roughing the kicker are all now covered by replay. So if you want to, you can say that. You know what? That was a horse collar tackle. You got to review that, and they have to review. So
what about personal fouls on the quarterback?
Man, what do you mean? The quarterback is sacrosanct. You know what? Whatever that word is. You know,
Sacrosanct.
There you go, Moj.
There have been many times.
You can't touch those guys.
Boys, there have been many times when I'm like, I don't even think that guy breathed on the quarterback, yet he got a personal foul. And if I'm the coach, I'm like, and again, they want to err on the side of caution. They don't want their quarterbacks getting clubbed in the head. I get all of that. But they've gone so far the other way with the pendulum that these guys, I mean, you go,
no, you say that,
dude,
and I'm with you. If
you have onions on your burger before the game and you breathe,
but you don't want to get to the playoffs and Patrick Mahomes is hurt, or Bo Nix is hurt, or you know what I mean, or Aaron Rodgers is hurt. It makes your game worse.
All I'm saying is that I would like to see that reviewable as well. Like, man, my dude didn't even touch that guy. Upon further review, coach is right. His dude didn't even touch that guy. There is no personal foul. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's all I'm saying.
I just don't want it to turn into – a lot of times you're watching an NBA game, for example, and they're reviewing every single call in the first quarter, and you're like, all right, let's go. Come on. Let's get it going. I don't want to turn into a nuisance, right? You want the NFL game to have some flow and rhythm to it.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about the NBA is those stoppages, especially late in games where it's just like this.
The last 2 minutes of
an
NBA game can last longer than this show.
Yeah, it is terrible. It makes the game worse. I don't know what the solution is either. Like, I'm sure the NBA talks about it constantly, but I don't know what the answer is to get that out of the game.
If you save up fouls and timeouts, you're allowed to use them.
Yeah, but it makes the game worse.
And it makes the game cumbersome.
Yeah.
And it's too long. Moj, that's the one element that I think you're dismissing in all of this. You want these games in a packaged time frame. People have things to do. They have places to go. All right? You want to go back to the days of baseball games being 3 hours and 47 minutes long? So baseball instituted a new rule that's been a home run in every sense of the word. Speed up the game.
It's been a home run.
Moser sounds like the guy that, well, let's just go ahead and finish this game even if it takes 5 hours. No, I don't have 5 hours.
Right. And not only that, TV contracts run sports. And you know what I mean? Like, TV contracts are so important. And TV, you know this, Moj. You know the NBA TV partners want these teams to get they want the league to get NBA games down to 2 hours, and in the NHL TV contract, people want the NHL to get their games down to about 2 hours and 15. They want to get those lower. They want to compact these things. They want, you know what I mean? Like you can't have 3-hour, 4-hour games, man.
And a little later in the show, we don't have time in this segment to get to it, but the banning of the tush push, they have no result of that. Whether it's been banned, there's nothing that's come down. So apparently it's still intact. I've got some coaches talking about a little bit later. The last thing I'm going to say about the rules changes, it's pretty simple. When it comes to replay, which of those leagues, was it the UFL or XFL, where they had the Skycam officials in the booth and they made instant changes, instant reviews, and it took like seconds?
I
Which
think
league
that
was that?
the UFL, I think.
Okay, so
Or
if you're doing it that
the
way,
new USFL
or whatever,
whatever.
if it's part of the in-game product and it's very quick and the the dissemination of information is boom boom, great. Get on with it. But if you have to go back to headquarters in New York and it takes 20 minutes, that's the part of the game that I think people are like, oh, come on already. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
The only other thing that they came up with that I saw is that you used to have a month. You had 4 weeks. Was it 4 weeks? Yeah, 4 weeks to flex a game on Thursday.
Yeah, not anymore.
Now it's down to 3 weeks.
Yeah, 21 days. They'll flex you. They'll flex you with a quickness, which, I mean, whatever. I don't care. I also saw that NFL is full on with the Christmas Day games again, that they're just going to be loading up on those streaming Christmas Day games. Man, the NFL.
They know where the audience is, and the audience is at home.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who plays on Christmas. It lands on Christmas is on a Thursday this year, so there's going to be a bunch of Thursday games.
How many people are going to be taking that whole week off?
Oh, well, you are.
Around these, not me, around these parts, though.
Oh, yeah, they're all gone.
Yeah, but you better get ready.
All gonna be
yeah,
gone,
you got no family anyway. It doesn't matter to you. You might as well.
No.
That's really mean.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, no, I mean, the Colonel will be here, or you'll go see the Colonel, right? One of the two.
Right, he'll come down.
And I've got hockey, so, I mean, I got a couple days off, but I ain't going anywhere, so I'll be working.
Yeah, and watching some NFL football on Christmas Day.
Bruno, you've got no one, so have a great week.
Right. Thanks for bringing that up, man.
Jesus.
Well, it's not like that.
You're going to die alone, bro. Enjoy it.
Hey, somebody got to do it.
Nobody loves you. Nobody ever will love you.
Somebody's got to do it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Take
Take the L on the way out.
I don't need to get in your personal business, but ask yourself this. Do you have any sort of form of erectile dysfunction going on? You're trying to laugh it off. No big deal. That's not the case, right? If you're tired of that frustration and embarrassment that ED can cause, do yourself a favor and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. It's not a better place you can go to take care of that because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. And get this, they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and it could be you. So do yourself a favor, schedule a consult. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's life, man. Fix your body. No big deal. Call them today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free. It's going to work, and you're going to have a lot better life. They've got an expert staff. You could be back in business the day after your appointment. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, so give them a call. Here's the number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this Tuesday, April the 1st. The Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Welcome back.
The hell's wrong with Powder anyway?
Man, he is.
Who knows, man?
He's
I talked to him yesterday.
Celebrating the opening weekend of Major League Baseball season a little too hard.
Yeah, not really. I talked to him yesterday.
Little too hard.
He's got something.
Everybody. Nate's sick.
Playing with prairie dogs.
I hope he doesn't have that influenza A. I had that a couple months ago and I missed that week. I was on my deathbed. It was the worst ailment. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if there's anything worse than influenza A right now.
That's the sickest you've ever been in your life?
Ever in my life.
Yeah.
And I think the older you get when you get these things, the sicker you get.
Yeah.
I mean, I was so sick, Berto, I would have rather listened to a Moser monologue on a random subject. That's how sick I was.
Mose has something to say. Mose has got something for us. What do you got, man?
Say.
What?
The National League in baseball was founded in 1876.
Yeah.
The American League in baseball was founded as a professional league overall in 1901.
Mm-hmm.
So the junior circuit versus the senior circuit.
That is correct. And so they really got together in 1903 and said, all right, let's be friends and let's have a National League and American League. That's why they had their own presidents and so on and so forth. It took this long to figure out the friggin' torpedo bat.
Listen, man.
Because Ellie De La Cruz is one of my favorite players in baseball.
Yeah, he's great. He's a lot of fun.
From the time I saw him flash onto the scene with Cincinnati, I thought to myself, okay, number one, he ain't going to stay in Cincinnati his entire career. I hope that he would, but he ain't going to. 6'5" at 200, runs like the wind, hits for power. I mean, he does everything.
Really young.
So guess what, Vic? You know what he said? He goes, hey, man, what's going on there in New York? He goes, I gotta get me one of them torpedo bats.
Yeah. And then what did he do?
Hold on a second. I would love to be the guy who owns the lathe that makes these bats because now
Somebody's getting paid.
Everybody getting paid.
Did you hear it was the Atlanta Braves, right, Nelson? It was the Braves who were like, as soon as the Yankees hit those 9 home runs in that game, they were like, we're going to order some of them bats. We went to bats right now.
Do you know the story behind it?
Well, yeah, the guy who went to MIT works for the Yankees and designed it.
He was a professor, and he decided,
he's a friggin' propeller head, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to get out of this college environment and go work baseball.
I don't blame him. So get this. So Ellie De La Cruz yesterday has a single, a double, 2 jacks, and a career-high 7 ribbies. The first time he's using the torpedo bat.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know what it is, it moves the wood lower down the barrel. So the end of the barrel, end of the bat.
This is a regular bat.
Right.
It takes the wood from here
from the
to
end.
Here, and it scrunches it up here,
It scrunches it up around the label.
Right
Correct.
in there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of looks like a bowling pin with a really long neck, right? That's kind of what the bat looks like. And now all of a sudden they're banging it away. So this guy Aaron Lenhart, a former physics professor at Michigan, being credited with the design, says it's about the bat or not the bat. And Terry Francona says, I think it's more a player than the bat. I said that before the game, and I still do. But there's evidence. I mean, these guys are bashing the ball all over the place.
Hey, you could say what you want about that. Of course, it's always about the carpenter and not the tool. But if the carpenter has better tools, like golf, for example. If Arnold Palmer had today's tools, are you kidding me? He'd be a different golfer. If you had today's graphite and you didn't have to deal with balata balls and all that business, of course.
Have you ever stood, so I know you have, Vic, Bert, but I've stood in the first tee box at Cherry Hills where Palmer drove the green.
Don't invite me to Cherry Hills, bro.
No. But where Palmer, well, you could go out there and watch the U.S. Amateur, the BMW. I mean, you can buy tickets and go out there like I did.
I ain't going to pay to go to Cherry Hills, man. You just get rich and then you move to Cherry Hills, right? Okay. Isn't that how it works?
I reckon. So if you stand up there and realize that in 1960 Arnold Palmer drove the green in the U.S. Open with a persimmon wood and a balata, you're like,
Berto, do you know what a persimmon wood is?
Yeah, I'm old enough. Matter of fact, I've hit one before.
Nelly, do you know what a persimmon wood is?
Yeah, it's a hard fruit.
Pretty much. He used a hard fruit to move the ball 300 yards. Yes.
Yeah. No, he's great.
Vic, let me pause the show real quick. I think it was only 2 weeks ago that I told you the story of Berto's persimmon 3-wood.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes.
Hit
I
that thing
remember
like
it.
270, bro.
Maybe more than that. And he says if they can't appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then what?
Yeah, F them, man. Like, seriously, man. Appreciate greatness when you see it.
These guys on the green had a freak out moment. They were waving arms and clubs and
They were
everything.
angry, but all they did was yell. It's not like they bowed up or anything.
And I says, are you going to go apologize to those guys?
No.
If
Fellas,
they can't appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then F them. Yeah. Anyway, that was with a persimmon 3-wood. So, yeah, it's just the technology today. How long before everybody's using one of these torpedo bats?
They should. I would.
Yeah.
You'd be dumb not to. By the way, is Rocky's season already over before it started?
They are
1-3.
dead last in the West already. They're dead last in the NL West already.
And we said going into this season, Berto, we talked about this on the show because Kane loves talking Rockies, and I agreed with him. I said, you know what? The point they can make this year is you got a starting rotation that has some proven resume on it, and they can get some things done with that starting rotation. Okay, they have. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, case in point, Marquez throws a gem. 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs. Hands it over to the bullpen, just like Freeland did on the opener, and there's a mess, and they lose 6-1 in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Freeland?
What are you supposed to do?
By the way, Milwaukee is 0-4 and Atlanta's 0-5. The difference is those teams will be able to go on a run and make
faith. There's hope.
Just to make that up, right? They got off to a bad start. The problem with the Rockies is that they're on pace through 4 games for 40 wins. Now, again, they're gonna win series. They're gonna do this and that, but man, once you start to when you start to get to like 4-12 or 4-10. Then you're looking at a 100-loss season right in the face, and that's just your fate is kind of sealed.
Moser.
So do I want to say they're already out of it? No. But they're
your boy Marquez, who you love.
We're a week into the season. They're 4 games back.
Your boy Marquez, who
love
you
him.
love.
Love Herman Marquez.
He pitches a gem. He gives them exactly what they need.
He's a stud. He's an absolute stud.
He goes 6, and he says, here's a lead. Go ahead, do what you got to do with it. Then they give it to Alexander. He gives up 2 in 2/3. Then they give it to Victor Vodnik. He gives up 2 in 1/3 of an inning.
And Vodnik was supposed to be their supposed closer if it wasn't Kinley. Go ahead.
Then they give it to Blaylock. He gives up 2 more. At the end of the day, it's 6-1 Philly ball game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bullpen gave up 3 home runs after the 7th inning, which is never ideal. I don't know how do you guys approach this Rocky season? Because I mean, everybody's saying that they're going to win. It's going to be the 3rd straight season where they lose 100 games. There are a bunch of young guys that you probably want to go to Coors Field and watch play, but I don't. I mean, how do you even, as a Rocky fan, Moser Vic, how do you even go into this season when it feels like there's just no hope for the playoffs?
It's easy for me.
Suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
It's easy for me, Vic. Here's how I go to baseball games. I love Coors Field. I call it a cathedral because it is to me. I love looking at the grass and the dirt and the people and the beautiful stadium. I love all that. I take the expectation and the hope of winning completely out of it. If the Rockies win when I go to the ballpark, it is an absolute bonus. But here's what I'm going to have. I'm going to see some people I know. I'm going to say hi. I'm going to sit in the sunshine and enjoy myself. I'm going to have a nice cold one. I'm going to have me a dog, Vic, right? I'm going to walk around the park and get different vantage points. I always love to leave my seat and go hang out in left field up top.
You could do all that with a AAA team. What do you need an MLB team
to
do that stuff?
It ain't no AAA team around here, Jack.
That's true.
No, and a AAA team wouldn't generate the Yankees coming to town.
Right.
AAA team
that's true.
wouldn't get the opposition. Yeah. Here's the deal. Here's what people need to understand.
That's how I enjoy the ballpark. I want to know how you do it.
Well, I mean, it's not a matter of me enjoying the ballpark. It's an event now. It's become an event. If there's nothing to do in mid-June and you want to do something with friends or relatives that are in town, you go to that event. That event happens to be a Rockies game. And let's not dismiss the amount of transplants that are still in this town that go to their favorite team's games. Mm-hmm. This is Chicago West. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
All right? Let's be honest where we live, who we are. Let's be honest about what we are. Okay, if you pretty much change the colors and the scheme to Chicago Cubs colors, people wouldn't know the difference down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are.
When you guys complain about, these opposing fans showing up to your stadium, it's also opposing fans putting money in your team's pocket, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if the Rockies are using that money
but
correctly.
catering to opposing fan bases.
You don't like
by
it.
carrying old style is not. I'm not hip to that. I was looking at for the home opener, Vic. This is opening
2
day
days
at
away.
Coors Field,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Friday. Tickets as low as $39, which is
that's pretty cheap. That's the weather. It's bad weather this
right.
Friday.
Yeah. So correct. But get this. I'm looking at the tickets now for Coors Field. Game 2 against the A's on Saturday at 6:10. Tickets as low as $12.
Yeah. Well, the A's are bad and
Sunday,
the Rockies are bad, bro.
Sunday tickets as low as $11. Now, when Milwaukee gets to town, this is where it all gets crazy. First game against Milwaukee next Tuesday. Tickets as low as $7. The next day, tickets as low as $5. Dude. Hey, listen. When they go to Kansas City at the end of April, tickets right now as low as $2 to get inside the ballpark in Kansas.
Bad. Listen,
$2 to go see Major League Baseball, bro.
Take a wild guess what Chris
Dude,
Bryant is
that's
hitting
two
this season.
clams. You could find that in your car seat.
Yeah, I could. There's a reason those prices are so low. Guess what Chris Bryant is hitting this so far this season?
Your GPA.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Zero. Yes.
Come on, man.
Zero, man. KB's got to start raking, man. Please. I guess he doesn't have to, man. I mean, it is what it is.
We need a full season of KB.
Dude, but you can't.
It is what it is, man.
All right. Can you start out the year 0 for 10, though? I mean, can you really do that?
You mean at home or just?
I mean, period, as a human being, as a living, breathing ball player with a $170 million contract, and you're breathing air. Can you start the season out 0 for 10?
You can.
You can do whatever you want at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure has to be immense on him.
I understand that, dude. But again, look, you signed him, okay? He was busted up then. I don't know what you do about. I don't know what you do about it. I don't know what you do.
Do you guys think the Rockies were expecting Chris to be
worst
in
contract
MVP form?
Worst contract, Russ or Bryant?
Russ.
I don't know, man.
Russ is still playing. If Chris Bryant got let go today, I'm not sure if he'd play.
He would never play another inning of baseball again.
If Chris Bryant got let go today, it wouldn't change what the Rockies' record at the end of the season was going to be.
And here's the other factor you have to understand. This is why I think the Russell Wilson contract is worse. That cost you draft picks.
Yeah.
Chris Bryant didn't cost you anything.
Yeah.
Well,
just money.
170 million.
Yeah, but it ain't your
just
money, Mose. Yeah.
It didn't cost you draft picks. It didn't cost you development. That's why the Russell Wilson acquisition will go down as the worst in Denver sports history.
Nick Martini.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, leads the lead. I think Martini leads the team in batting right now.
I know he does. And Brett would probably have kittens if he knew that. But Tolia is starting out the year hitting 0.67. It's just a tiny...
Philly's going to win again today. That's a great team.
It's a tiny sample
They're
size.
off today.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Weird schedule. They were on the road. They were in Tampa. Then they fly to Philly for a game, and then a day off in between games.
And then, they play
weird.
Wednesday, Thursday. And that Thursday game's 11 in the morning. All right, Philly.
Sweet.
Did you see they had Saquon out there throwing the first pitch against the Rocks?
Yeah, I know. He's a Super Bowl champion and a total stud. But Tolia, again, it's such a tiny sample size. If you get 3 weeks in and you're hitting like 100, then you got problems. You can never really recover from that. You have to go on a massive, rail streak to try and get that thing up to 200. It's crazy. Listen, I don't have expectations. I go for the enjoyment of the ballpark, the company, going with my lovely wife. That's what I would do.
All right, man. You got to do what you got to do, and we got to go to break because when we come back, we'll have a brand new keyword for you for our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday right here on Altitude Sports Radio. It's a Nugget playoff push ticket Tuesday all season long. Not all season long, but for the rest of the Nuggets regular season, we're going to be giving away a pair of tickets every Tuesday with a keyword on the 20s, and it is 820, so we do have a brand new keyword for you. So text in your first and last name with our keyword, which is Dante. Dante. So text in Dante with your first and last name, and we'll try to get you some tickets to this Nugget game this evening against the Timberwolves. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong.
These sound like we're throwing out Timberwolves names.
Yes. Well,
what's Pablo? What's that all about?
That's Prigioni, their assistant coach, who got tossed from the game.
Got tossed the other night?
Yeah, these are the people that Nelson thinks are going to get suspended.
But
for
here's the problem. Dante
DiVincenzo.
He spells Dante different than Vic's son Dante spells his name.
And what are you trying to say about that?
So what I'm saying is that
they should just fight it out?
Well, no matter how you spell Dante, it should be acceptable.
No, it's fine. Just like yesterday
Dante should be spelled D-A-N-T-E.
Yeah, but that's not what DiVincenzo has. He's a D-O-N-T-E.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
first of all, he's a redheaded Italian, doesn't count.
He doesn't get to join the club, man.
Nope.
I'm trying to think, in my travels in Italy, have I ever seen a redhead that wasn't like from someplace else? And the answer is no.
Yeah, we're dark-haired like people, bro.
We don't make the reds, only in wine.
Right.
If Finney and O'Connor, it doesn't move to Milan and go, hey, what's up? You know what I mean?
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Adam Schefter has had some new information about the NFL owners meetings. We do have we've talked about most of this, but they did just vote on the kickoff proposal. They said that right now they're not changing the onside kick modification where they wanted to change it up so you could announce an onside kick as early as the first quarter. But they did approve the football now moving to the 35 after the touchback. So instead of going to the 30, you go to the 35. So maybe we'll get more kickoffs.
Gosh. You're almost at freaking midfield.
Yeah.
You get possession.
So now you almost want to take the ball out, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
So I want to ask you guys about this. We obviously talked about the Broncos and what, Sean Payton and the crew had to say in the owner meeting yesterday. But I do want to ask the two of you about this. Two other NFL owners who spoke yesterday. One was Jimmy Haslam, who said, yeah, we screwed up that Deshaun Watson thing. That was a bad move by us. That's a bad. He basically took blame for it. He was like, listen, it was an organizational decision, but it was a bad organizational decision. So he came out and just admitted it. What do you think about that?
Well, heck, that makes the Russell Wilson deal look good. That's how bad it was.
Yes, it does. 3 firsts. They gave up 3 first rounds as part of that deal, man. Yikes, that's so many assets.
He barely played.
Yeah, I look back on it, and he said it was a big swing and a miss. And he said, hey, by the way, it stops with me and Dee, his wife.
Yeah, his wife.
They own the team. Okay, we thought we had the quarterback. We didn't. We gave up a lot of draft picks. So we've got to dig ourselves out of that hole. What I do like about that, if I was a fan of the Cleveland Browns, then I would appreciate that my owner recognizes what a crap deal this was and what a massive mistake it was, and that he's taking responsibility for it. I dig all of that. When it went down in the first place, I thought it was crazy. But what if you're the GM?
And you made that deal by the request of the owner?
Let's say, I was thinking about this. Let's say you don't want Deshaun Watson. Like, it's a bad idea. And Jimmy Haslam goes, hey, go get him. Yeah, but here's the thing. I would want assurances. Look, Jim, I don't want to do this.
Because I'm going to get fired when it fails.
So when he screws up, and he's been suspended, he's been hurt, he's played 19 total games. When this goes south, I want assurances that you're not going to fire me, that this is on you. Now, how do you speak?
Suck it up.
You can't do that.
Yeah, how do you speak to your owner on that?
You're at the mercy.
How do you speak to your owner about that?
Then you should have been smart enough to talk him out of that at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, If the Mavs ownership told Nico Harrison to make that deal, it still doesn't matter because he's still unemployable in the NBA because he made the worst trade in NBA history, man. No matter what ownership said or didn't say.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've got to have an owner, and as much as I would respect, if I was a Browns fan, Jimmy Haslam taking total responsibility for it, you've got to have an owner who will actually listen to people who know stuff. I'll give you an example. I think Greg Penner, honestly, Vic, I cannot be more impressed with the Walton Penner Group, the president, everybody down the line, with how they're handling the Denver Broncos, how they're rebuilding this thing, how they're listening to Sean and George Payton and so on and so forth. They know, I mean, they're figuring out what they don't know, but they do know a lot now. I mean, it was a total fire hose crash course in owning an NFL team. Well, they got up to speed pretty damn quick, and I'm impressed by that. These are not dumb people.
No, I get you, man. But
you
Greg
have
Penner's a shark, man. He's a much tougher-minded person than I thought when he first came in.
Here's my example, and it's going to work if you just let me say it. Vic, you did the thing with Matt Damon and Christian Bale for the movie Ford versus Ferrari. There's an awesome scene in that movie.
It's a great movie.
Where Henry Ford Jr., or whatever, the third, or whatever the guy is,
hops into the car.
He calls Shelby into his office, says, "You explain to me why I shouldn't fire you and blow this whole thing up right now." Yeah. And then Matt Damon, as Carroll Shelby, goes through, hey, that little red folder and da-da-da-da-da. And then what does Ford do? He says, all right, you answer to one person, and that's me, right? Mm-hmm. And so he listened to Shelby, and obviously they built the GT40 that won Le Mans. I mean, so they beat Ferrari. It was awesome, and so on and so forth. So if you're a GM of an owner like this who wants Deshaun Watson, and this guy's got 27 counts on him or whatever it is, I mean, you got to listen to your people a little bit and not get yourself into a $230 million hole. Vic, am I wrong or right?
Well, I mean, look at Matt Ishbia in Phoenix. He threw money at a roster, and that roster is on fire right now. Mm-hmm. And it cost a coach his job, probably another coach. I mean, you know how many coaches they've recycled in Phoenix?
Oh, yeah.
Because they can't figure it out?
Yeah.
Because they've lost so much money, and he doesn't seem to care.
Mm-hmm.
It's his money.
How much is he going to freak out when they don't even make the play-in? Like, they're not even going to play-in right now.
Yeah, they're not going to. Now with Durant hurt, they're done.
Yeah, he's out at least a week, I think.
I have no ill will toward Ishbia.
Sure you do.
Well, hold on. I think he's in over his head a little bit. I think he was a kid with a $4 billion toy, and I think he's broken that toy. So I guess I could see it coming, throwing all that money, and I'm like, God, how's this going to work? Is there enough ball to go around, and so on? Part of me, though, he was so smug about it. Part of me is like, okay, well, now you got a real crash course in what it's like to be an NBA owner and really screw up.
I think this happens to a lot of these
They're at the bottom
owners.
of the Pacific. They're a below 500 club. They're a mess.
Do you remember when Brooklyn had that new billionaire dude from Russia or whatever?
Yeah, Provikov.
Yeah, and he was like throwing money at everything and everyone.
Remember, he wanted Carmelo.
Yeah.
He just buried the franchise, and he was like, oh, that was a bad idea. I think, you all have to learn. I mean, so back to Haslam and the Browns, and he admits they made a mistake on Deshaun, and they need to get the quarterback position figured out. Do you think Shedeur and Dion would be cool if Cleveland took him at 2? Would you want to play for that franchise? You know what I mean? Like, if Shedeur is the starting quarterback in Cleveland, or if they just take him at 2, do you think, would you be down for that?
Well, we discussed this. Would you rather go higher in the draft? Would you rather be 1, 2, 3 with a bad team, or 8, 9, 10 with an established team that has a chance?
Yeah. I'd rather be Christian Brown, you know what I mean? You win a title at Kansas, you get drafted by the Nuggets, you win an NBA title with the Nuggets, and life is good.
Sure, but ego and pride get involved where you get drafted. That's a factor.
Yeah.
It always is.
I don't know.
Shedeur
at 2. Shedeur the starting quarterback in Cleveland. Yes or no?
I don't think so.
If I were Shedeur, I'd want no part of that. Although their defense, not quite last year, but the year before.
Well, they just paid Miles again, right? I mean,
big money,
he's
man.
like, I don't want to play here ever again.
Yeah, and then they're like, how about $50 million a year? And he was like, I love this city and this franchise. It's great, man. Can't get enough. You're right. $50 million changes things.
I don't want to cast aspersions on Cleveland, but I remember that video, the guy, that Cleveland tourism video. Here's
No,
the train.
I haven't seen that.
Here's the train taking jobs out of Cleveland.
No, I've not
This is
seen
where
that,
there
man.
used to be a factory and all. Don't you remember that video?
No, bro.
I would not.
Yeah,
choose.
that's like classic YouTube. I remember
Wait,
that.
so you remember that one?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
If you can find it, maybe I'm just getting old.
What's a worse run franchise?
No, no. I mean, yeah, you're right about that. I would have kept Baker for crying out loud. How do you? I mean, he's obviously revived his career with Tampa, but how do you?
We are currently watching the 2014 NFL draft. You know who? You know that this is the Johnny Manziel draft, right? This is the draft where Johnny.
I think it is. Yeah.
Johnny went, man.
Do you know how many would-be saviors that the Cleveland Browns have drafted over the course of the last 15 years? How many guys that were supposed to turn that program around? By the way, another thing emerged from the NFL owners' meetings, and it's not just owners, by the way. Coaches go, GMs go, everybody goes to these meetings. They call
Well, yeah,
it the
because
owners'
you're
meetings for
drinking
some
beers, you're hanging out with your boys, you're
Yeah,
talking
you're playing golf
you're talking a little shop, and you're playing golf.
Yeah.
So
Maybe you see a dolphin, get lucky, you see a dolphin.
Adam Schefter came on our show 2 weeks ago and told us this. He said, when the Broncos signed Dre Greenlaw, the way those work is they signed him to an agreement, but nothing was official on paper. They have to wait 48 hours. During that agreement period, during that 48-hour window, the Niners actually flew to Dre Greenlaw's place to try to get him re-signed in San Francisco. They wanted him back.
Well, Adam Schefter told us that, right?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So now the word is out there that that's what the Niners tried to do. And at these owners' meetings, I think this audio is compliments of Guerrilla Sports, who's out there. This is Kyle Shanahan, who said he was on that flight. He and John Lynch flew to Dallas to try to bring Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco before he signed on the dotted line with Denver. Listen to this.
Great cut.
Listening. I think Nelly's computer froze up.
Hi, Nelson.
Oh, did you just toss me? I was grabbing Moser's Cleveland
Man,
video.
all
I
three of us
apologize.
just staring at
Oh, my
it.
God,
What was
his
that?
stupid Cleveland
was
YouTube
that?
video. We're doing a professional sports show, and this guy's scouring YouTube for a video that's,
What is
my
it?
God.
It's a good
Nelly,
video.
what
What do you want me
What's
to
happening, man?
What am I
He's-
supposed
Jesus.
to play? What are you doing?
He's looking for the Kyle Shanahan from earlier today.
Oh, okay. It was a long cut, Vic. It was like 90 seconds. What part do you want?
Just run it.
Yeah, play
All
the
right,
thing,
here you go. Here's some actual sports. Yeah, sports.
It was tough. I mean, those are two players. First of all, just two great players that have helped us a ton. Two great people, two of my favorite guys just to work with in my career. So it's really tough losing those guys, but then I got two great players and two great people.
Talanoa, what does he bring? When Talanoa is healthy, what would he bring to Denver?
He's just a playmaker. The way he communicates back there, he calms all the other 10 guys down. He's really great in the secondary. He's got great anticipation, and when he's out there flying around, he makes defenses better.
Have you ever gone to visit a prospective free agent to try to retain him, like you did with Greenlaw?
No, that was our first.
What was the thought process behind that, or why was he the first?
It just worked out that way. I mean, we would have done that in the past if it came down to it, but when you're going through the recruiting part, when he's committed to someone else, we wanted to see Dre face to face, and he happened to live in Texas, so it was a little farther. It was meet him at our facility, so John and I wanted to fly down there and talk to him and give ourselves one last chance.
All right, that's good enough, Nelly. That tells you what they thought. Thank you again, Guerrilla Sports. What they thought of Dre Greenlaw as a player. Again, he didn't play because of an injury, but they thought so highly of him. Of all the free agents they lost, think about all the players that the Niners lost. The one player that they flew out to try to keep him there was Dre Greenlaw, but now he's property of the Broncos.
Do you think that's dirty pool? Like they
No,
had an
not at all.
agreement, and they're like,
Absolutely not.
let's go try and steal him back.
Not one bit.
Until you sign on the line, which
Yep,
is dotted.
Yeah.
Everything's open, especially if it's your team, especially if that was your club, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was there, and there doesn't seem like there's any animosity. He just wanted some greener pastures, and he got paid as well. But if I were the Denver Broncos and that happened to us, and Sean Payton and George Payton were on that airplane, or maybe even Greg Penner or whomever, Lewis Hamilton, Condy, I would absolutely fly that plane to my player's place and say, hey, man, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you don't want to come back? I would, if you value that player that much. It just goes to show you how much, as you said, Vic, Kyle Shanahan values Dre Greenlaw and the safety. But specifically, this guy's a great player. He just had that blown Achilles.
It just goes to show you how great pro scouting by the Denver Broncos and their scouting department to target that player, go get not only him, but his best friend on the team, sort of a package deal, and keep him away from the team for which he played. I mean, that is what a great free agent move by the Broncos. That was a coup. Well done.
Do you think, or what did you guys, what's the most important thing you learned yesterday from, Sean Payton and George and Damani and all them talking? What's the one takeaway from all that you heard yesterday?
Their heads are screwed on straight.
I keep hearing 3 different sites for a potential stadium,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure why.
Where did they get Aurora from, Vic? Where'd they throw? Like, when he said Denver Lone Tree, and then he said Aurora, and I was like, where are they going to put a stadium in Aurora?
Let me tell you what this is. All right, you want truth?
Yeah, I want truth.
You want truth from me?
Yeah.
Moj, you want truth?
I'm begging.
I'm going to give you some truth. Let me tell you how this works. You keep all options on the table because you're still in the negotiating window with prospective cities. I think in their heart of hearts, the Broncos would love to keep this franchise in Denver. Mm-hmm. It is the Denver Broncos, and I think most fans would like to see it stay in Denver. But what you do when you're negotiating with the city of Denver, you flirt. That's exactly what you do. You use leverage, and you open it up to other communities. And that's really the only way you have leverage. Mm-hmm. So that's why you keep hearing Lone Tree and Aurora. That's why.
Ring. Hey, Thornton, what's up? Yeah, it's Greg Penner. Hey, how you doing?
I need some tax cuts.
You got some land out there, man.
I'm just saying, the way they're going to build this stadium, it's going to be a city unto itself.
Absolutely.
Come on, man. We all know this. I mean, I know you guys live down south, and I know you love it there, but
I don't know where you
stadium
put it
in Lone Tree would be an abomination.
An abomination. I don't know where you'd put it. I'm down south. I don't know where you'd put it. Where do they want to put it in Lone Tree anyway?
You put a stadium in Lone Tree, you just forget it. I'm done.
By Cabela's? Like where?
I don't know. Yeah, right out here. Yeah, right out here. There's just a massive amount of open land, and they're just going to build a tiny Broncos city there with a massive stadium.
You break with this Lone Tree Stadium crap. What are we doing?
I want it downtown Denver too, brother, but I don't know if they don't have the space for it, right? They can't just buy up a big chunk of downtown Denver. Can they?
Well,
there's
got the
plenty
whole
of space, bro.
Yeah.
There's plenty of space there.
Yeah, I hope they figure it out.
There's so much space. I'll show you. I'll walk the space with you, Berto.
Right.
I'll walk it with you.
I don't need you to hold my hand and walk me through a space. Just point it out on a map. I'll get the
Lone
picture.
Tree. What do we do? Catering to DMac? Put it in his backyard?
No, yes, exactly.
Actually, that's where he is. Yeah, he's down there.
He tried to convince me the other day about why it would be the best place to put the Broncos stadium.
Yes!
But it
It'd
basically
be the
came down
worst
to, like,
possible.
I'm right here.
Think about
he ride his bike.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about, first of all, I get it. Traffic's an issue all over Metro Denver right now. But the snarl you would get along that exchange there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, man, we ain't doing it. I'm going to put my foot down. I'll take over.
All right. Listen, man. I mean, they got to come up with a decision sooner rather than later because they need to start building that thing. Adam Schefter also reports that NFL owners have tabled the tush-push conversation. No decision about its future at this particular league meeting. So tush-push is still going to be sticking around for at least a little while. Let's take a quick time out. When we come back, we're going to have a keyword for the sauna, and we'll talk some more sports right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Fun times in Cleveland today. Cleveland, come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Come and look at both of our buildings. Buy some food that's prepared near the street. Who knows, you might even see this guy. You should come on down to West 6th Street. It's the perfect place if you're a bag. Watch the poor people all wait for buses. Who the still uses a payphone? Here's the place where there used to be industry. This train is carrying jobs out of Cleveland. Cleveland leads the nation in drifters. Here's a statue of Moses Cleveland. He's the guy who invented Cleveland. Yeah!
Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
That's the Cleveland tourism video.
Is it really?
It's some dudes from Cleveland made it because Cleveland was such a. Is
Denver
Cleveland a
have a
mess?
tourism
Is
video?
Cleveland a mess?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Cleveland's
a bit of a mess. So they.
Yes.
It was pretty damn funny.
All right. Yeah.
It's been
man.
around for quite a while.
If it amuses you, then I guess we're happy.
Certainly does.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane giving away a custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Sauna. We got a new keyword every day this week and next week. 10 different keywords. Yeah.
See, Vic, this thing's custom built. Like it'll fit your space, right?
Yes.
I got a space too.
Yes. It's got a bunch of words here that I don't understand, like bub play, cold plunge, ice bath.
Did you say butt play?
Bub play. No, butt play is something completely different. Bub play, right? Am I right? That word says bub play, right?
You can't read anyway.
Matter of fact, Mose, read that read for me, man.
Oh my God! It's a 105-gallon cast iron bub play cold plunge ice bath.
Yeah. See?
I need that, man.
Yeah.
I need a
send in the
I need a little
keyword.
cold plunge, Vic.
The keyword this hour is better. Text better and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. That's better. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Go to getabettershed.com to check out the pictures on the website.
Mose, from now on, you do the reads. Berto, I have taken that out of your hands.
Thanks,
your
man.
eyes are
I appreciate it. Yeah, I am slowly but surely. Listen,
All right,
man.
so we got this bub play thing
I
going
don't know
on
what
here.
you want
There's the
from me, man.
saunas and I mean, come on, dude.
It's radio, bro. Nobody, I mean,
I know,
it's,
but
it's theater of the mind.
I know, but dude, it's like you could the way your eyes are now, you could see like an ant's toenail.
We getting old, brother. We getting old.
It's
I don't
just
know what
weird.
to tell you.
Put
I
it
don't know
right
what
up
to
to
tell you.
right up to your face. Hey, tonight, big game. I don't know. God, how long am I going to last in Chicago? I want to go full hibernation tonight. I just want to go Hibes. I don't want to go out and do
care about your
anything.
schedule. We care about the game.
I know, but the game's on at 8:45 my time.
It's gonna be late, man.
No,
it's
9:15.
I was gonna say it's 8:45 our time, bro. Like tip-off
it's
tonight is
9:45?
tip-off tonight is 8:15, I think.
Okay, so that's 9:15 Chicago time.
Yeah,
Just
you'll
so you know,
already
just
be
to make
napped
you
out.
feel a little better, at no point during the course of this Nuggets T-Wolves game tonight will my thought turn to what's Mark Moser doing right now.
Well, I won't be thinking about you either. I'll be thinking about my Nuggets, but Nuggets are a favorite coming into this one. I know that Minnesota
Not by
has
much,
had-
though, right?
has had
It's
their
just
number.
-3 or something.
Yeah, so the first game of the season, you lose in Minnesota. Between these two.
Well, if you're going to start talking, you got to go back to last year's
Yeah,
playoffs.
but okay, but I'm talking about
you
this
lose
year.
game 6, you lose
Lose
game
game
7, you lose the first 3 regular season games against this team this year.
But that one at the beginning of the year was the tight one, 119 to 116 in Minnesota. And the last 2, you've gotten blown out,
Yeah,
Jack.
they're beat
I mean,
downs.
full on, Vic. There was no doubt about the outcome in the fourth quarter stuff.
Yeah.
Enough
Well,
of
the
that.
last game-
Enough of that crap. It's time to show these guys who they are.
I am willing to take the last game against Minnesota here in Denver and throw it out simply for the fact that Aaron Gordon did not play that game. And if you don't have a big body against a big team, you're in a world of hurt. So that was a huge loss. He's back. He'll play tonight. Listed as questionable. I expect him to play, barring something crazy. So you have a full staff of Nuggets ready to go, healthy Nuggets. I expect Minnesota, barring a late push from the league, they should be ready to go. I want this. I want 2 teams in their full rosters in a key game in which, if you haven't heard this already, Nelly, let's replay the sound from Michael Malone we had in the first hour. Here's what he thinks about this matchup. Here's why he thinks his team has lost 5 straight to Minnesota. Because one of these teams takes this game at a higher level of importance than the other. And that team is Minnesota. Listen to Coach.
It's easy to say, we got to do something different. Well, we also just have to play a hell of a lot harder. I think they've approached these games like it's a rivalry, and I think we've approached these games like it's another game sometimes. And one of my coaches, Andrew Munson, this is his scout, he says it after every time we play them. He goes, I've watched their last 5 to 7 games, and they never play as hard as they do against us. And you can sense that, you can notice it. So you throw everything else out the window, you know, this team's beaten us 5 games in a row, and hopefully that can, you know, that can resonate within our guys, and we can come out with the proper mindset tomorrow.
All right, let's talk about this for a second. Why does Minnesota bring it against the Nuggets? I'll give you several reasons. Number one, they have a bunch of people that used to work for the Nuggets on that side. Their head coach was a Nuggets assistant. Their GM is the former Nuggets GM. Their assistant coach is a former Nuggets assistant coach. So they have that familiarity. Number two, their best player, Anthony Edwards, didn't like the way he was ousted by the Nuggets 2 years ago during the Nuggets championship season. He's got that chip on his shoulder. Number three, Rudy Gobert hates it when he gets ridiculed by Joker nationally, locally, whatever. And he has something to grind on. They have a certain intensity about them when they play the Nuggets. The Nuggets have to counter that tonight. Because if you don't bring intensity, if you don't bring hard work to a game in the NBA, it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
I agree. That team now takes a great deal of joy. Listen, they came back after the Nuggets got them the year before the Nuggets championship run. That team changed a little bit. They sucked it up, and they said, you know what? Enough. They made it their point to take it to the Nuggets, and they did finally in Game 6 and 7 of that series, and they have 3 times this year. It's time to flip the script on these guys.
Yes.
And I'm going to talk about just, I think, honestly, Vic, for the Nuggets' own mental well-being, I think it's important to do that. Just for themselves to I'm sure they're full of confidence. I'm sure they believe in themselves. But to go into that room and say, you know what? Yeah.
You know that there are some Minnesota Timberwolves fans who are angry about that quote from Michael Malone. Because they were like, are you suggesting that we only play hard against the Nuggets? And we
play hard.
Yeah. I took that personally.
Yeah,
Screw off.
Took it personally. What did the two of you think about Anthony Edwards?
You know, all I heard about Anthony Edwards last year is that he's the second coming of Michael Jordan. Yeah. And then what happened?
No, he didn't do it. He's not there.
I used to really like him.
Anthony?
As just a young player, I used to really like him.
But I'm just saying,
now
you are what you are.
I want to beat him bad.
All we heard last year during the playoffs is here's the new face of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the new superstar. He's only 23, so he still has plenty of time to grow. Oh my God, here's this, here's that. And then what happened?
Yeah, he didn't take it. He didn't grab it by both hands. Like, I thought he would be in the MVP conversation this year. I thought he'd be part of the
still a great player,
top
still
players in the league. But yeah.
An enormous talent. But let's take it easy on handing him that plate.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
When he said the Olympics, they got to get me the ball. I'm like, dude.
No, but see, I like that kind of confidence. I like that kind of confidence where he's playing with the.
There's like cocky.
Let me. No, that's fine, right, man?
You're playing with Steph Curry, LeBron, Kevin Durant. You're saying you got to get me the ball? Come on, man. Know your place.
Wow. I would give the ball to Anthony Edwards over a couple of those dudes.
Really? Where was
Not
he in the
Steph,
Olympics?
Though.
Oh, really? Where was he in the
Steph,
Olympics?
Though. I don't know. Well, it's just like Jason Tatum, man. That dude didn't even play in the Olympics.
Well, in the clutch moments against Serbia and the clutch moments against France, who was on the court?
Yeah, he was not. I get it, man. I get it. But that might be a Steve Kerr problem, not an Ant problem.
I don't know why. Until he really goes over the top and really, really drives me insane, for some reason, I'm always going to have a soft spot in my heart for Anthony Edwards. And I don't know. From the moment he stepped foot on the court in the NBA, I like the kid.
Well, yeah, he's a fun player to watch because
he is. But I like his gregarious personality. I like the fact that
he's fun.
He's banging chairs and whatnot. I mean, he cares. I like all that stuff.
He did
something. Now he's approaching obnoxious territory at times, though.
He did something yesterday that you could never do, Moshe. Nelly, tell these fools what Anthony Edwards worked out.
Touch his toes? Is that what it was?
No.
He's in court right now, and he's getting ordered to pay child support
and you know what
to
he's
his baby
do?
mama, and he asked specifically to pay all 18 years of child support in one check up front so he never has to deal with this woman or the baby.
216 months of child support. He's just going to cut a check for it and be done.
Well, he can afford it.
Yeah, he can afford it. But that's got to be a pretty penny, right?
Yeah, but that's his kid.
That's a pretty penny. Right.
You
but
can't just say, I don't want to see that child ever.
Well, you can.
What message did that say? Man, I don't want to get into this.
Yeah, that's not good.
We drifted into some
You can't
bad
just
territory.
buy
come
off
on, man.
family. I don't know.
All right. How about
you got
this
a kid just
instead?
hanging out there, and here's money.
Whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Vic, what's your keys for tonight's game?
Unlock MPJ and Jamal tonight. This has to be one of those games where they get out of it and they shoot the ball with authority and with confidence. It can't be just Joker. It can't be. If it's just Joker, that's not a recipe to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. Minnesota's beaten you because they've been very physical on the perimeter with your perimeter players. So we have seen the Nuggets respond to that. We saw Jamal do it last year in the playoffs when they went on the road to Minnesota. Need to see it tonight. Don't let them physically lock you up. Need to see Jamal get his. Need to see MPJ get his. Those two players will be key to beat Minnesota tonight. Also, one key statistic, if the Nuggets out-rebound the T-Wolves, the Nuggets will win.
You got a key, Moj? You want to tell the people why the Nuggets are going to win this game tonight?
I think Michael Porter Jr. is going to have a good shooting night tonight.
No, he better.
I feel that MPJ is going to fill it up. Now, I'm not saying to the tune of 30 or anything like that, but I think he's going to be efficient. He's going to be a threat, and that's going to soften up the Wolves' D.
Here's the problem I have with that, and we'll get to it. Matter of fact, we'll get to it across the top.
By the way,
of the
Minnesota,
hour here,
they've been scoring a lot of points lately too. We gotta.
Well, I don't think the Nuggets'
that.
offense is not a problem. The Nuggets' issue is rebounding, turnovers, and defense. That's offense is not the issue at all.
Yep.
But we'll get to that. We'll be right back right here on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
A little chilly this week, but the heat is right around the corner. And if you want to work on that AC in your home before the AC is necessary, give AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric a call today. They've got a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. Always easier to fix it before it becomes a problem, before the schedule gets crazy. So look them up and schedule it today before it gets sweltering out there. You can do it pretty easily. Schedule at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com. Fix the heat. Beat the heat before it becomes a problem.
The keys to the game were powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this April the 1st. We got Nuggets and Timberwolves tonight. Last night, the Colorado Avalanche kicked a 2-goal lead and lost in a shootout, 3-2 to the Calgary Flames, but it means not really much of anything. I mean, Dallas won last night. Who
You're
else?
not catching Dallas.
You're not catching right.
Minnesota pulled a point out of New Jersey.
Oh, that's right. They lost in a shootout. Too.
Hey, people have been asking me, Vic, what's the deal with the shooters last night?
Oh, with Coyle going second?
Colton and Coyle and Val.
Mm-hmm.
And Coach Bednar, and we don't have to play it, Nelly, but Coach Bednar made it pretty clear in his postgame. I'm looking at the analytics. These guys have been the most successful. You know, Charlie Coyle's been really good. Obviously, he scored the last time the Avs had a shootout, and they won. So he said, I go with those guys. And Val beat Dan Vladar. He just rang it off the iron.
Well, that's not beating the – I mean, you –
Well, I understood. I mean, Vladar didn't get a piece of it, but it rang off the iron.
Yeah. Well, that was like that play where it went was that in the third where it went between his legs?
Overtime.
That was in overtime. And the puck popped up through the crease.
It went through the 7-hole, scored it behind him, laid there at the post, and then was poked away by the Flames. That was
crazy one. Yeah, that was a winner right there.
I mean, you look at that overtime compared, guys, Vic, compared to, like, let's say the Avs overtime against Minnesota. Remember that in Minnesota?
Yeah, where Minnesota just took the puck and there's like, let's skate around in circles
until
we get to a shootout. Yeah,
let's play ice capades until we get to a shootout. So, look, that overtime was very exciting. The Avs going into last night were third in the league. I thought they were tops, but they were third in the league with 84 posts hit.
Really?
The two leading post hitters in the National Hockey League, Nathan McKinnon going into last night at 21 and Cale Makar at 17.
Really?
And Rantanen and Draisaitl were tied with 16 posts hit this year.
So you're blaming the posts, man.
No, but I'm saying that they hit more posts last night. But they're in that spot where you're not going to catch Dallas. All you've got to do is win less than
one
a
or two
more
games,
games.
and you're done. You're
and then
locked
St.
in.
Louis and Minnie aren't going to catch you, so you're pretty much in that spot. I have a feeling that tomorrow night they're going to walk into the United Center in Chicago and lay wood.
They better, man. The Blackhawks have beaten you. Did they beat the Avs twice this season? Because the Avs got them last time. But was it 2 losses to the Blackhawks earlier? Or I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah, you can't lose to one of the worst teams in the West. But Vic, like we heard Coach Bednar talk about it, where he was like, "Listen, I get it. You look at the standings. The players look at the standings. They know what's going on, so it's hard to get them motivated or to motivate them to be, to hand to the league. Like you can't be like act like this is a playoff game. Like the Calgary Flames were desperate for points, and the Avs are kind of like." If we get points, great. If we don't get points, we're still in the same spot.
I think hockey is number one in pro sport that lean on desperation from their players, right? Mm-hmm. You hear it so many times. Oh, the more desperate team wins. The urgent team wins. Well, last night the more desperate team won that game. And at the end of the day, the Avs know that they have very little to play for right now. It sounds stupid, but what do they have to play for?
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
Where are we? We're stuck in this never. Where are we going? You're paddling like sideways. If you win all these games, great. You're still going to play Dallas in the first round. Yeah. And you're still going to visit Dallas for that first round game. Mm-hmm. That's just the way it's going to be. Mm-hmm. And I think at the end of the day, you have to overcome that mindset. It's real.
You've got to play, even if there's nothing, quote, on the line right now, you've got to find a way to amp up your game. You can't. Here's the thing: they're not playing bad hockey when they lose games. I mean, they didn't play a bad game against St. Louis on Saturday. They didn't play a bad game last night. But there are lulls, and they could be doing this better. They could be going harder to the front of the net. They could be grinding more, 5 feet and in from the crease, that kind of thing, right? They're still passing up shots, I think, when they shouldn't be passing up shots. Mm-hmm. They're letting scoring opportunities go away because they're trying to get that one more pass in, that kind of thing, and then it's broken up off the stick and back the other way. They could be doing some things better. But I think they're defending pretty damn good. Although they were loose at times last night a little bit. That's just mental lapse.
Yeah, that's what Bednar said. He was like, their mental focus wasn't.
Yeah, you've got to. Yeah, that's and
was
he's
not
I
there.
think he's right. I mean, he's the coach. He knows, but it just you want to fine tune all of that. You want to be hypersensitive to it because the postseason will be here on the 19th.
We talked about how nasty and close the Western Conference is in the NBA. In the NHL, you tell me, Moshe, who's the best team in the Western Conference right now? Who's the best team in the West?
Well, I don't know. Dallas and Vegas have both won 6 in a row. The Blues have won 9 games in a row.
Yeah. Are they gonna? They're gonna be sitting on like 13 straight wins if the Avs get there and they still haven't lost, right? This weekend. How many? You know what? I'll just look at their schedule.
Well,
Go ahead.
if you're Winnipeg, you got a 4-point lead over Dallas, and they're going to play each other one more time.
Yeah, right after they play us on Saturday, on Monday, they go to Winnipeg and take on the Jets.
So here's your choices,
bro. They got Detroit, Pittsburgh, then us. They're gonna be on an 11-game winning streak when the Avs get there on Saturday.
They are the Winnipeg Jets begging that St. Louis gets to the number 1 wild card to cross over and play Vegas. They're begging. They want Minnesota more than they could possibly ever even hope to think. Now, let's say that St. Louis finishes in the 2nd wild card, and they play Winnipeg. Winnipeg's going to be unhappy.
And Minnesota
about that.
takes on Vegas.
Well, let's say that Dallas catches Winnipeg, and Winnipeg has to play the Avs in the first round. They're going to be unhappy about that. Winnipeg is begging for St. Louis to take over the number 1 wild card. Period. End of story. That's it. So they have plenty of incentive themselves.
But you can't tell me who the best team in the Western Conference is.
Well, I think St. Louis is playing the best right now.
They're not the best team in the West, though, are
well,
they?
look, because you got to get real. Vic, I want to get real. I want to play real games.
How real do you want it?
Well, the carrot is there for Dallas to try to catch Winnipeg. There's no major, massive carrot out there for the Avalanche right now. There just isn't. By the way, did you see the video? We talked about it yesterday. I wasn't at Morning Skate because it was early. Otherwise, I would have had to leave this show. I know you guys would whine and moan about that.
Yes. We can't live without you, bro.
So Landeskog is starting to ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if and when, I don't know, but every time I see him skate, and I'm sure he's going to accompany the team on this road trip and continue to skate with the team, every time I see him skate, my smile just gets a little bit
But could you really
bigger.
see Gabe?
It's titillating.
Go into a playoff
See, that's
game.
it.
His first NHL action is a playoff game, and he hasn't played against an opposing team in 3 years. That's a tough ask, man. Like, yo, Gabe, go on out there against Dallas and see what's up.
Dude, it's Gabe Landeskog. It ain't you.
I get it, man, but it's still 3 years between now and competitive hockey for Gabe.
Well, he's not going to be the same player right out of the gate, but you have a player. You have him in some capacity, some form. He's going to let it all go, man.
I didn't
and
know
if it
this.
doesn't work, it doesn't work.
I didn't know this, Vic. Titillating.
Yeah.
Which is sort of I don't want to say a promiscuous word, but
It's not. I mean, I could have gone with scintillating, but titillating, I think, is a better word. When he skates,
well,
it's titillating.
here's why. And I'm reading this. I'm really understanding this for the first time. I didn't really know this. Arousing mild sexual excitement or interest. Salacious.
Is tintillating?
No, don't tint. It's not tint.
Tint?
There's no tint in there.
Taintillating?
You're not getting your windows tinted.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
Wait, it's titillating.
Titillating.
Titillating, baby.
To stimulate or
Bub
excite.
play. Whoa.
Okay.
Just out of nowhere.
To stimulate or excite someone, especially in a sexual way. These journalists are paid to titillate the public, is the example.
Okay.
I didn't realize that it had a sexual connotation to it. I thought it was just something like scintillating, titillating, like something exciting, not necessarily having that one thread of arousement involved.
Lowest common denominator, that's where everybody
Okay,
goes.
all right, fine. If you want to go with that, that's fine too.
Learn something every day, man. Learn something every day. I don't know. It's hard. You're just in no man's land right now as an Avalanche fan. Let's get through these 2 weeks. Let's get to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and let's get it on. With the Nuggets, at least you're like, you need wins. You got to maintain your position in the Western Conference. With the Avs, it is just tough, man. It's tough. I don't know I don't know how to handle it.
Well, Vic, you walk into Chicago tomorrow night.
Yeah.
The Blackhawks have been out of it for a while. What's your motivation other than personal self-drive?
End it early so you don't have to run long shifts.
Yeah, be done with this crap.
Your star players.
Yeah, be done with it.
Get them. You don't want to get anybody hurt. Knock on wood. So you just end it early.
Knock on your wood, Bert.
Yeah, I'll get right on that. So it's
no, Bert. No, that's a serious thing here.
Underneath.
Oh, we got to go. All right. There you go.
One more. No, you get 3.
Good wood. Come on.
There you go. Thank you.
It's killing me with this stuff, man. I just think
we don't play on this.
Okay.
Maybe you play on your little blitz.
Yeah,
we
that's
don't play.
exactly what we do.
Yeah, we don't play around here.
This is a play-free zone, Berto.
Okay, my bad, man. My bad. I it's just so hard to get up for these games, for these Avs games, because they just don't feel like I would like to see the Avs like maybe Bednar switches up the lines or something just to amuse me.
But this is the first game in a while, really. I mean, since the last Chicago game, they're playing a team that is like dead in the water. And that's what Chicago is. They are completely dead in the water. They're the second worst team in the Western Conference. They got 51 points. Sharks are clipping at their heels with 49. They're going to be in the lottery again. I mean, you should walk in there and smoke these fools. Don't give them a reason to even want to show up to the rink. Now, they've got guys who are playing for jobs, and that, I guess, can be dangerous.
Are they playing Wedgwood? Because the Columbus, like, the Blue Jackets still have something to play for. They're not in the playoffs, but they're 2 points out. So the very next day, the Blue Jackets are going to come at you in Columbus.
That fight in the East is coming down to that second wild card spot, and you've got 4 teams battling for one spot, 5 teams battling for one spot.
Yeah, so you got McKenzie in between the pipes against them?
You've got 5 teams within 3 points of each other.
Yeah, no, it's stupid.
I don't know what you do, but Columbus is going to bring it. You know they are for sure. Although they've skidded in their last 10. They're not playing very good hockey. I'm just saying, look, man, go in there tomorrow night, stick it on them early. Don't give them a reason to even want to play the game, and leave with 2 points. Call it a day.
Hey, speaking of tint, because you brought this up and it got me to thinking, Berto. Yesterday, I'm with my wife. We're in the grocery store parking lot, and this Escalade comes like a bat out of hell. And, I mean, like rubber meets the road, screeching, pulls into a parking spot, car still running, and it's got those very dark-tinted windows where you can't see inside at all.
Yes.
But it's still sitting there. The car's just sitting there running.
So it feels like a CIA car or something like that?
It feels like,
they're staring at you?
Like it's escaping something. Like they're running from something.
Okay.
So what are the rules on that extra dark tint?
I don't know.
I so badly wanted to knock on the window and say, "Excuse me, but I can't see you from outside here."
Right. I think it's illegal. Is it illegal? I know. Remember in Miami, that was the player who was trying to drive to the Dolphins game, and he got pulled over, and the cop was trying to get him to roll his window down because his tent was so he couldn't see in the car. And it became an issue. Who was that, man?
I don't know, but I so badly wanted to walk up and say, "Excuse me, sir, but I cannot. I don't have any eye-to-eye contact with you."
Yeah, I don't think it's legal to have like super dark tint.
Well, I don't think you can completely black them out. I don't think that's legal.
I don't know either, but it might be a safety issue. You know what I mean? Like if you're rolling around with the president, you don't want the president's back there. You got to have those things tinted, bro.
There ain't no president in a 2018 Escalade in Golden.
No, you don't know that, man.
It was actually Wheat Ridge at the time.
Okay, Wheat Ridge. maybe like the president of Steve's House of Crabs or something, and he's rolling around in his Escalade, needs it all blacked out.
Yeah, I really don't know what the law. I mean, I think it's illegal. But I don't know what the actual law. Can they pull you over for? Tint too dark?
Like you get those extra dark tinted windows on like Escalades, okay, but when you get them on like Ford Pintos. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah. You got some spinning rims on like a Honda Civic, and you're like, what are you doing?
We got a break, but I'm dead serious. I cannot. When was the last time you saw a Ford Pinto on the road? 25 years? 30 years?
Oh, man, I don't know.
Like a real Ford Pinto.
I'm not really paying that much of attention to.
Yeah, well, I am.
You're like, oh, check it out. There's a Pinto, bro.
Yeah, when I see a Pinto on the road, it's titillating.
All right, we're going to give away some more Nugget tickets after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, it is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, which means we got a keyword for you. So I want you to text in this keyword and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We are giving away tickets every Tuesday, and we'll have a keyword for you on the 20s. Today's keyword is Nas. Nas. So text in Nas and your first and last name, 303-504-0925, and we'll see if we can get you some tickets to tonight's Nuggets Timberwolves game. Nas. Is Nas Reed going to play? I guess so. We haven't heard from the NBA yet. They got to come up with something, man. Even if it's not a suspension, they got to have fines, right? They got to do something. Fellas.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh, what? Well, what you got to say, Moj?
Are you guys surprised that nothing? I would assume it would have happened yesterday.
I would have too.
You nip it in the bud. You have a protocol. You know that guys have been involved in this before. It's pretty much you file into slots.
But they're not going to just wave it away. Like they're not going to say nothing happened. Not when there's a big fight in the middle of their game. Like people are going to get fined.
It's been almost 48 hours now. I mean, or whatever it is.
I don't
tell
know.
me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming, Vic, do you think they're going to come down today with some suspensions or fines, or are they just going to say whatever?
I hope they don't.
Yeah.
I hope everything's hunky-dory, and I hope that T-Wolves team that you saw in its current state, fully healthy, shows up tonight. I really mean that. And I know a lot of you are probably thinking, well, that's stupid. The win's more important. I think, in the course of a regular season, some things actually trump wins. And one of these things is you have to prove you can dismiss that team and beat that team. And I don't want any excuses when you do it.
Mm-hmm. I think, I don't know if I've had this conversation with the two of you, but obviously the Nuggets regular season has been kind of a roller coaster ride. A lot of it has to do with the injuries. But Nikola Jokic, a couple of weeks back, came out and said that he didn't think that you can just flip a switch and turn it on once the playoffs started. Although it does feel like there's some people on that Nuggets team that do believe that. But I think there's probably three guys on that entire team that can actually flip the switch, and that's Joker, Jamal, and Aaron. You know what I mean? But basically Joker and Jamal flipping the switch. So would the Nuggets hit the playoffs? Because if they don't succeed in the playoffs, I think there's going to be massive changes to this team in the offseason because you can't just keep doing the same thing, not with the new CBA and not in this NBA Western Conference. So this is the last chance for this group of guys to go and win the whole thing, and then if you do that, then you keep things rolling. But it feels like this is a turning point. The Nuggets just got into this whole winning title things, hopefully to build a dynasty, and now it feels like they might have to change everything up. Do you agree with that statement, or you think I'm,
There are two ways you can go here, and here's how I view the Nuggets. Tell me if you guys think I'm off base. You can go the way of, like, the Spurs. It's hard to do that now with today's CBA. You can't keep that much top-tier talent on your roster. It costs too much. It causes you concerns in the depth department. You have too much at the top. You're too top-heavy. You can't do what the Spurs did. You can't do what Golden State did and pay four guys that kind of money. You can't and expect to win. But do you want to go that way, which you cannot do? Look at what Milwaukee did. Milwaukee won a championship. Then they got a little unsettled, and they panicked and they got impatient. They started firing coaches. They started trading players. They brought in Dame. And all they did is they got worse. They got worse. So you can't panic. At the same time, you have to improve. There's a very fine line there.
Because
fine line.
It feels like the fan base keeps asking the front office, we have the greatest player in the game right now. Surround him with players that can help him win. But that's assuming that the players currently on the roster can't help him win.
Well, that's a conversation. Listen, Berto, that's a conversation we're going to have eventually, right? When the season ends, we're going to, parse out every single player, every single roster spot, and we can have that conversation. Trust me, they've had it closed doors. But right now, you've got what you've got. This is their roster. And I think what you said earlier is correct. this might be the final shot with this roster. So these guys got to look at each other and say, hey, man, ride or die right now.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem to me, Vic, like the Nuggets have done a whole lot egregiously wrong. I would have paid Michael Porter Jr. I would have paid Jamal Murray. I mean, because
they brought the first title to
and these
city.
guys just don't grow on trees. They're a victim of circumstance a little bit in regards to the CBA and then the changing of the CBA.
Well,
the thing
what's
is,
crazy
though,
about those contracts that you speak of, like the Michael Porter Jr. contract?
Right. Today it looks like a bargain for crying out loud.
In 2 years, when it expires, when the window opens, it's going to look like a so-so contract. It's not that big a deal.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's the God's honest truth, which is also crazy. But at the same time, if you're not making egregious errors, should they have tried to get Brucey B back or KCP, or should they kept 6 one way, half dozen the other? Now you are where you are. The thing is, if you haven't made egregious errors, but it's still not working overall to your ultimate goal, then you will have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You will have to adjust. You will have to trade.
What do you think the level of expectation from the front office is when it comes to this? Because the fan, as a fan, you're like, NBA Finals are bust, man. Western Conference Finals are bust.
No.
But what do you think the expectation is for the front office?
Vicky, you're much more educated on this than I. Let me say this. I think their mentality has to be win a championship. That being said, I don't know that they truly believe inside their heart of hearts in the front office that they can do that. Because because of the depth and so on, and the West has gotten better. Let's not mistake how much better the West is in the last 2 years than it was the year the Nuggets won the championship. So do they truly believe it? I mean, I think you have to say it because you have the best player in the world. But at the same time, do they truly down deep believe they have enough to make a run?
Well, I think you have to go back in history a little bit to digest what happens in the future, unfortunately. This would be a lot more digestible last year if you had taken care of business in that Game 7. You get to the Western Finals, and albeit you have home court, you're in the freaking finals. Just think about how much easier it would be to look at this prism when you have that perspective. But last year, it failed. It failed in that Game 7. Last year, how would you view last year's season and the way it ended? A success or a failure?
It was a failure because they didn't obviously defend their championship.
Okay. All right.
That being said, dude, they were so beat down and tired.
I understand.
It's hard to
nobody
win.
cares about your excuses, man.
It's not an excuse. I'm saying human bodies wear out. That's what I'm saying.
I get it too, but the fan base doesn't want to hear that, man. You gave up a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home.
Agreed. And if they win that, I think they beat Dallas and they go to the final against Boston.
Yeah,
and then if you lose, but you're defending your championship, you lost. You got beat by a better team.
And that's a pretty damn good run. If one season you win the championship and the next season you're in the finals and lose a championship, that's a hell of a run. It looks a lot different now because you lose in the second round at home, giving up a 20-point lead. So, the arrow is pointing down. If you lose this year in the same manner, the arrow continues to point down, then you have to make changes.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. Mm-hmm. If for some reason they overcome all those obstacles this year and it doesn't look as good as it did even last year, if you overcome your bad defense among the worst defenses entering the playoffs and somehow do flip that switch, man, that's a completely different offseason.
Yeah.
Now, do you expect that? What do you think fans expect? Like you just said, Berto, you said championship or bust. Is that your real expectation or is that just fake?
No, I think Nugget fan and me personally, it's championship or bust.
Yeah, I don't think. See,
right?
I think you're off base. I think
Really?
I think most sophisticated Nuggets fans, the guys, gals I speak to at games, that season ticket holders,
you don't know anybody.
You don't think?
That's true. Here's the problem. You don't know
They know
anybody.
what they see,
and I don't
what
talk
they
to anybody.
see. A team that doesn't really play that great a defense, and they see a team that. If you're championship or bust mentality, I think those are way too high expectations.
Really? Mose, you don't expect a championship from the Denver Nuggets this season?
I'm hoping.
You always hope.
I'm praying.
You always hope, but you
I'm
cannot
not
tell
expecting.
me that you're like, oh my God, we didn't win. I'm so surprised.
As I sit here right now at 9:30 in the morning on this Tuesday, no, I'm not expecting. No, man.
If the Nuggets lose in the Western Conference Finals, I think that's a disappointing season.
It would suck, but if they got to the Western Finals and they played OKC to 7 games, I'm telling you now.
I'm also a realist. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Vic. Absolutely.
But
how
see,
often,
Oklahoma City's part of the problem. Houston's part of the problem. The Denver Joker just turned 30. He's still a young player, and the Nuggets are a young team, but they have more playoff experience than probably any other team in the NBA.
But
they
they're
have
not
a
as
lot
deep.
of like
But
they
they're
got
not
a
as
lot
deep.
of tread on that
They're
tire
not
in the
as deep.
playoffs.
We can't even figure out what the friggin' rotation's going to be. Is it going to be
You mean
8
in the
deep?
playoffs?
Is it going to be 9 deep? Is it
No,
going to be 7 deep?
it's probably going to be
because you really
8 or
probably
9, right?
Michael Malone probably only trusts 7 guys max.
Is Julian going to be back for the playoffs? Are you going to be play Julian? Because Russ is coming off so that's 6. Russ is 6. Peyton Watson is 7, right? So who's that 8th guy?
Exactly.
Is it Julian? He'll be back?
And that's my point.
Or do you have to play DeAndre to give Joker a few minutes off? I don't know, man.
You just made my point for me, and I appreciate that. The thing is, how often do you sit with Cos at the games anymore?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
well,
I've seen you there with Connor and hanging out and doing your
yeah,
thing.
Yeah.
Just walk around the concourse a little bit. Walk around the
You
the
know
club
I'm not
level.
going to talk to strangers, bro. I don't like to talk to people I know, much less complete strangers.
You
outside
are
your mind?
You are sort of a to yourself kind of guy.
Right. Listen, man, I do my job. I go home. I drink. I go to bed. That's what I mean. You know what I mean?
There was a time we called that a hermit.
That's all right. Like, listen, I still get to hang out with you beautiful people every day.
What line did you I mean, you had a line about an hour and a half ago directed toward Berto that may have been the most demeaning line I've ever heard.
Well,
in our
you were
sports
just
history.
like, you're going to die alone, I think, right? Isn't that what you said? No one loves you, and no one will ever love you, I think is what you said.
No, we were talking about Christmas time.
Oh, and you're like, you have nobody to be, like, you are alone on Christmas. Always, is what you had to say.
I've invited you over a lot.
Nah, man. Christmas at Moses' house does not sound fun.
I had you at my house for Thanksgiving.
That's true. That's true. I got blackout drunk. Remember that?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was hey, can I say this?
Don't mix whiskey, wine, and beer all together at the same time.
He's
That's not a great idea.
bare-chested and banging his chest.
That's a bad idea.
This is a while ago, but let me tell you this story about Bert. Remember the golf story? Okay, that's a great story. He barfed so hard at Thanksgiving, and God bless him. We were all a lot younger.
Y'all were playing board games, and I'm puking it. What you were playing, like Monopoly or something?
But
how old were you guys? Give me some perspective.
Like 15 years ago or something?
Yeah, something like that. 20s. Well, maybe not. Maybe a little bit older. But he barfed so hard, Vic, that the blood vessels in his eyelids turned pink, and it looked like he was wearing women's eyeshadow.
Sounds like a great Thanksgiving.
It was actually was one of the best of all time.
I barely remember that Thanksgiving,
was
other
great.
than the fact that we were hanging out and I got riggedy wrecked.
Hey, real quick though, before we get to our next little thing here, and we pick a winner of the Nuggets tickets and so on. Have you seen one thing the NFL did do at these meetings? They've now allowed to wear the throwback or the alternate jerseys more.
Yeah.
4 times.
Four times.
Yeah.
It's weird
Which
how crazy
I think
Bronco fans were about it. They were like, yes.
I think it's absolutely awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it'd be
Because
more
I
awesome
love
if
the
they
old
just
thing.
made that the uniform.
Well, don't you love the D?
Dude.
No.
Dude.
That
How do you
is-
not
Yeah,
love
yeah,
this?
okay, never
I
mind.
mean,
I do
that's
love the D.
that's
I mean,
absolutely
that's boss.
gorgeous.
That is boss.
Dude,
and that's
this
why it should be
helmet-
their normal uniform.
This is the greatest helmet ever made right here. This right here, this rendition of it.
Yeah, I'm down
The
with that.
orange on white.
I'll jump on that
Spectacular.
bandwagon. Yeah, that's a beautiful design. It's a good looking.
Because I'm older than you, I go back. See, when you see the Eagles wear those Kelly Green, old Eagles, like the Jaworski and Harold Carmichael type of, Wilbert Montgomery type of Eagles colors, that's awesome. Vic, I go back to the creamsicles of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I can't get enough of it. I think it's just spectacular.
Yeah, bring them back. Bring them back.
How about this? One of the only teams in the league that does not have an alternate uniform. In fact, their uniform has never, ever changed.
Let me think about this before you answer it. I want to think because I've
Never
seen
changed
Pittsburgh's uniforms change.
Oh, that's a good question.
Let me think
Who
about
is
this.
it? The
Hold on a
most
second.
OG?
Don't answer this. Do not answer this question. If you answer this question, I swear to God, Raiders.
Jets.
No, Raiders has changed because they used to have this the white with the silver numbers. They've changed over the years.
I got Jets. No,
Jets. have changed.
Dolphins.
Pittsburgh has shown some.
Has
they've gone
Miami
yesteryear.
changed up?
I'm trying. I don't know about Miami, but I'll tell you one team I know that has not
Giants?
changed. They don't have an alternate. They have no throwback. They have no nothing.
Who?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, they can kick rocks.
I understood, but Kansas City.
Len Dawson. Go to a history.
They are wearing the same unis that Len Dawson wore. The Niners switched it up.
Lynn Dawson's the dude
when they
who
went
was
to the gold
smoking that
helmets
dart in the locker room at halftime?
Oh, it was so good. But remember they wore the white pants and all that, then they went back to the gold pants. And so a lot of teams have the throwback, obviously Seahawks and Chargers and Rams and everybody else. I don't know that the Dolphins have a throw. The Dolphins have kind of always been the same. That's a good call.
Yeah, I don't know.
But some of the newer teams like Houston and Carolina, do they even have even remotely a throwback?
Well,
who cares?
Is it Tennessee that likes to troll Houston by wearing the Oilers?
They pull out the Derricks. Yeah.
That's great, man.
That's just wrong.
Right, it is wrong, but I like the pettiness. Like, usually I hate petty people, but I'm down with this kind of pettiness. We also just had the Steelers' proposal to allow Zoom calls during the legal tampering period and for visits to be lined up ahead of the start of the league year has passed. So a little bit of change to free agency.
So they're okaying what is already done.
Yeah.
So they already have Zoom calls. They already contact.
Yes, but now it's all legal. Now you can actually do it.
So why even have a tampering period?
I don't know, man.
I mean, if you can already call like, hey, what's going on, Vic? Hey,
would it be so bad if it was the Wild Wild West and you could talk to anybody at any time about coming to your team?
Yeah, Moser from the Seahawks. What's going on? Anyway, I just wanted to say hi, Vic. You had a great year last year. I know you're going to be free. Anyway, do you like fish? You know, that kind of thing, right?
No,
how do you feel about orcas, bro?
You know, I was thinking about some of the great fights in the history of humans. In my fight with Chris Apple in 5th and 6th grade, it all started with the tampering period when I sent, I think, a note to his then girlfriend. Remember when we passed those letters?
Will you go out with me, or do you like me? Check yes or no.
No, remember those, Moj, you're probably, and Berto, I don't know your exact age. Are you guys old enough to remember those things you made that you put in your fingers and you went like this with the paper?
Yeah. And
you
say
a cootie catcher.
What? What did you just say?
Cootie catcher. That's what those things are called. Yes.
I
COOTIE.
I remember seeing those, but I never did that crap. I did real things like sports.
Oh, you did?
Ooh.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I was about to say, what are you doing
Sounds like
now?
that you were getting punch drunk 15 years ago at Thanksgiving.
Not me, Jack.
No, you were pretty hammered too, bro. I remember that. Well, I don't remember which one of your ex-wives you brought to that party. Was it the first or second one?
I love when Berto's on the show. He and Moser just go.
I actually think it was your second one.
Do me a favor. Let's get the Colonel. Can we get the Colonel on the show?
No. You know who we tried to get on in the first hour? We were going to interview Marty O. We were going to interview Marty O live from Chicago.
Why?
But Nelson was like, nah. I don't know why, because I saw him tweeting about the Avs or something. And I was like, I wonder what old Marty's doing.
Well, I'll tell you what
Marty
he's
is
doing.
now doing in Chicago.
You stay in that cubicle and you like it, Marty.
What you guys hate here in this city is Marty's in Chicago cheering for the Avs, Nuggs, Rockies, and Broncos, right? You know, he's sitting in a Cubs game rocking a Rockies uniform.
He's not cheering for them. Are you crazy?
Oh, I think you're right. Who knows? All right. We got to take a break. When we come back, we got to give away a sign.
He's in a cube, bro.
Is that what he does for his living?
In a cube.
Yeah, that's too bad.
With Tom.
That's too bad. All right, we'll be right back.
I don't need to get in your personal business, but ask yourself this. Do you have any sort of form of erectile dysfunction going on? You're trying to laugh it off. No big deal. That's not the case, right? If you're tired of that frustration and embarrassment that ED can cause, do yourself a favor and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. It's not a better place you can go to take care of that because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. And get this, they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and it could be you. So do yourself a favor, schedule a consult. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's life, man. Fix your body. No big deal. Call them today. Your initial visit, only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free. It's going to work, and you're going to have a lot better life. They've got an expert staff, you could be back in business the day after your appointment. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So give them a call. Here's the number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Safeway's Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Welcome back to the final segment of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this April the 1st. Moj, why don't you go ahead and give away a sauna, bro? Give away that sauna, man. Do that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you that professional broadcasting thing, man.
At the very top, we're giving away a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. Hey, Vic, every sauna is built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation throughout, providing a quick heat-up time and maintaining maximum heat longer. It's awesome. You got a bunch of stuff, man. You got the 6-kilowatt heater, cedar interior with double benches, the cedar fascia, glass front door, 4-inch.
And this is a real sauna. This isn't one of those infrared fake ones. This is the one that has the rocks. You heat it up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to think you're in Finland, for God's sake.
Did you ever do one of those when you went with the Avs?
Because who was super stoked to do it with the boys?
Kiefer did it. And
Kiefer did?
Then he jumped into the ocean.
Oh.
Dude, the friggin' ocean. Anyway, you get a 4-foot overhang with porch for cold plunge, 105-gallon cast iron bub play.
Bub play. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I kind of like it.
Ice bath with it. I mean, you got the whole dang thing.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but I like it.
It sounds whatever. If
it's titillating, right?
It's absolutely titillating.
Yeah.
Butt play?
Bub play. Bub play, brother. All right, do the whole keyword thing, man. You missed the best part. You're missing the best part.
Well, What, I don't know.
All right, give it to me, bro. Come on,
We
man.
already did that word.
No, today's keyword is better. Text better and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. That's better. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Yeah, but we did that last hour. We did.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. Too.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
My bad. Okay, I didn't
The
realize.
Nuggets keywords change every hour, but we have one keyword per day to get yourself in the running for the sauna. It's
You're just confusing
same throughout the
people
whole
now.
show. A lot of keywords going on. Moser, we're giving away a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Your boy Adam Schefter just tweeted out that yes, the NFL will have a Christmas Day triple header. They will have 2 games on Netflix during the day and a night game on Amazon. So
Wait,
3
wait.
NFL games
So go
on
back.
Christmas Day.
2 on regular TV and
no,
1 on
2 on Netflix.
That's
wait,
crazy.
You're going to have to watch your 2 Christmas days on Netflix.
Dude, they're going all in
Yeah.
to take away that NBA audience because the NBA, usually has 6 games on Christmas
Yeah.
Day. They fill the schedule. So if you're a sports fan, you might have. I mean, man, my family. I don't even know what to do on Christmas Day now. They're going to think I'm not even going to hang out with them.
Right, you got to watch those games, man. That's your job. You got to watch both the NFL and NBA games. Matter of fact, the Nuggets are probably playing in one of those games on Christmas
I
Day.
ain't got time for my family.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
can
know
kick
how
one.
to feel about this.
The Christmas Day games or the Netflix
But no,
scenarios?
because the NHL shuts down.
Yes, they do. They didn't used
The
to, but they do
24th,
now.
the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. Well, they started shutting down like in the late 70s.
Yeah.
24, 25, and 26. Vic. There's nothing. You can't practice. You can't send guys up and down. You can't do anything. It's a 3-day shutdown period, which is why when we have games on the 27th, we fly the morning of the game, like to Chicago
Yeah,
or
you
whatever.
can't-
And I don't like that at all, but that's just the way the league does it. And I guess I appreciate that because they want players to be with their families and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, and it'll never change now because there's no way you're going to take any audience from the NFL and the NBA because those two are absolutely going head-to-head like honey badgers for that audience on Christmas Day.
Yeah, but the NFL
But now everybody has to
dominates
work,
that.
though. Everybody has to, all those people involved have to work, all the concessions people.
Yeah, I know. And you're getting
security
3
people. every parking lot attendant. Everybody's got to work on Christmas Day. That stinks.
3 streaming games on Christmas, 2 on Netflix and 1 on Amazon. Vic, do you think the NBA should adjust their schedule so they don't play as many games and go head-to-head against the NFL? Or you just say, it is what it is?
You can't really do that now. I mean, you got NBA fans, you got football fans. They'll watch whatever they want to watch at that point. I don't know what you do. The NBA, if I had my druthers, and I've said this for a long time, the NBA season, if you really wanted to maximize an audience, start your season at Christmas.
Yes. Do it, man. Do it. I heard Bill Simmons had the
Wait, and
the
then what?
sports guy from the University of Texas on.
Start at Christmas and go till
You'll
August?
have the No. You'll
July.
be able. Yeah, you'll be able to end it before August. You'll have the NBA Finals in July.
Really?
Yeah. So the playoffs would be. You would miss the majority of the NFL regular season.
Yep.
And then you would dominate the beginning of the Major League Baseball season.
Yeah, all you're competing against now in May, June, July is baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The only problem with, from what I heard from the sports guy, the University of Texas sports guy who proposed this whole plan, was that he wanted to take 10 to 12 games off the regular season. He's like, listen, if you give me 12 games, if we take 12 games off the NBA regular season, I can give you a schedule where no NBA team has to play a back-to-back ever. You never have to play a back-to-back. But he's like, you have to convince both the NBA Players Association and the NBA's owner that it benefits the game when you take that revenue or when you take those 12 games away from them.
Well, are NBA players willing to take 15% of their salary away?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
But if the owners decide that this is a good idea, I think they could convince the Players Association to go along with it, right? You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't think
ever.
you're going to shorten the season. As much as I would love to see a shorter season, and I think most people would value that.
It would be better basketball if you didn't have to play 3 games in 4 nights and a back-to-back.
Why don't they shorten the hockey season then?
Yeah, they should do that too.
Well, especially when you're talking about Olympic Games and shutting down for 3 weeks and all that.
Yeah. The NHL season has started before the NBA season, and it's going to end after the NBA
I'll give you the same answer.
Well, with the
It ain't
NHL
gonna
season,
happen.
the NHL season, Vic, that's how long it is. You go to training camp and you start bouncing around mid-September, right? Really, it's like the 20th, that kind of thing. But you could get married have some love, and have a baby by the time the Stanley Cup is awarded. Now, the baby might be a week or two early, whatever. But, I mean, you could do that, dude. That's how long.
That's a good test case.
Why don't you tell Dante to get on it about September 18th? Well, you want to start rookie camp? I mean, the rookie tournament that they have. I think it's coming to Denver this year. The Avs one, yeah.
Why don't you get on it? You've only got one kid. You have room for more.
Yeah.
My wife and I aren't in the kid-making mode anymore, bro.
Well, that doesn't sound any fun. That sounds less than fun, man. Why are you even married if this is not what's going on? Just need a friend for the apocalypse? I mean, come on, man.
I kind of stepped right into that one, didn't I?
It's like, dang,
I think you know what I mean. No, but that's how long the season is. Would you like to shorten it? Sure, I'd love to shorten it. I don't know that maybe the players would. I don't know. But the NHL doesn't have this resting problem. They don't have a maintenance problem like that.
Yeah, but it's a different sport. If you lollygag in an NHL game, you're going to get hurt.
True.
And you can lollygag in an NBA game, and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So
Same with football. Like,
yeah,
football, you got to play physically. You have to play 100%.
Yeah, if you don't bring it, you're going to get popped, and it's going to, yeah.
You can lollygag in hoops. You can lollygag in baseball.
Especially in baseball, yes. Yes, absolutely.
You'd lollygagging around the bases. You'd lollygagging around the outfield.
What? That's the Kevin Costner movie. Bull Durham.
Right,
Yeah, there we go. All right, I got our winner. I got our Nuggets winner. The ticket winner for the Nuggets ticket tonight is Rihanna Kurupkat. I missed it.
Wait. What?
Listen, Mose, say that name. Rihanna Kurupkat.
Yeah, Rihanna. No, yeah, Kurupkat.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Rihanna Kurupkat.
Yeah, sorry, we butchered that name. Yeah,
Rihanna Kurupkat.
Okay.
How do you spell the last name?
K.
Well, I'm not doing that. I have to
K-A-T.
look her up. Yeah, Kurupkat is what her name. Look, Rihanna knows who she is. All right, you don't need to spell her name.
Yeah.
Rihanna Kurupkat.
Enjoy the Nugget game tonight. Nuggets and Timberwolves. Let's get it on. If those Timberwolves are actually, you know what I heard? I heard they had an issue flying into DIA. There was high winds.
Oh, look at my wife responded on the.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
What's she got to say? What she has to say, man?
She says, "Birdo, you dingus. I'm too old, but I'm super fun."
Jesus.
Spicy on a Tuesday morning. I like it.
So you want to lock horns with the Bears?
No,
Seriously?
No. Once again, I don't want to interact with anyone ever.
Listen, everybody's wife on this show.
Call me that.
Terry Lombardi, Lindsey Kane. I guarantee. Bear Moser, I guarantee you, ain't nobody want to lock horns with any of those three women.
No, I know.
You will come
especially
out
Terry,
at best with
the
a limp.
queen of chicken,
at
man.
best with a limp.
She's loaded. Yeah,
we should let them do the show one day.
Oh, for God's
sake. You should
sake.
absolutely, yes, you should. And see how it plays out? Yeah. Somebody convince Kevin to do that.
Let them do like a segment and just say go.
Seriously, should we have the three wives do the show one day?
Yeah.
And just talk crap about us?
Yeah. Telling stupid story.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
And then get taken off the air in about 3 seconds after
I-
Bear and Terry
yeah,
start
pretty-
dropping F-bombs.
Pretty much, yeah.
Your wife goes to Avs games constantly, doesn't she?
Yeah, she loves it. Yeah, she does great.
Yeah.
Oh, my brother enjoyed it last night, Moj.
Did
Thank
he?
you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, his brother
you
took
hooked him up with the
Vic's brother and nephew went last night. They had a great time.
Right, except for the 2 goals in 30 seconds and the shootout loss.
Other than that, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, man, Ball Arena with the Avs have been a good environment all
Dude,
season
you know
long.
what? On one of these days, I got the best idea, Moj. Me, you, and Kane.
We go golfing.
We go golf in the final hour. We give the final hour to the ladies.
Listen, I'm all for it. You guys got to convince Shockey and Fleck, but I'm here for it.
I'm dead serious.
I make the rules. We're doing it.
Listen, I've been afflicted by everyone.
You're married to these people. You know they want to get paid to do it. They're not going to do it for free, man. These are hard working women.
You know, every time my wife says, "Am I getting paid for these chicken commercials?" Says, "You're damn right. Did you get a new bathroom?"
Wait. She hasn't seen a check from that. She did all those chicken commercials, and she's never seen a check from it.
Wait, hold on. Last thing. Is she still getting checks for the pillow commercial?
No, that was an acting thing she did years ago.
I know, but didn't she? I thought she had like a residual on the pillow.
A residual?
She did for a while.
Have you ever
It's not
seen
like an episode of Seinfeld?
Have you ever seen Terry Lombardi's pillow commercial?
I have not.
Dude, she's touching these pillows.
Okay, yeah, all right, man. I guess now I have to see the commercial.
Well, I'm dead serious. It was all over the country.
Okay, but I mean,
it was a national.
You say it like she's touching them, like she shouldn't touch. You're like, don't touch those pillows that way.
Well, I mean, it was a titillating pillow thing. I don't know what to
that's
say.
why they were selling
like
pillows,
she's like,
man.
Well, I mean, she made me believe she really liked those pillows.
She's like, wow, there's some comfortable pillows.
They definitely need to host a show now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, both of you have done TV commercials before, right? Remember Kyle Keefe was on a damn Taco Bell commercial back in the day.
he was, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
All right. Well, let's do some fact checkers.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Couple things. First of all, we were talking about if you get the sauna, if you win the sauna, there will also be a Bub Play cold plunge ice bath.
Yeah.
Bub Play, BUBPLAY, is the brand that makes the ice bath.
Oh, okay.
It is not
Butt play?
Bub Play. Yeah. I thought, you know what I mean?
Come on, man.
That is the
I
brand.
thought it was something you'd find in the Kama Sutra or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Come on, man.
It's like Bub Play.
Come on, man.
It's like,
Dude, this is a family show, man.
let's get it on, man.
Oh my
All
God.
right.
And then second thing, I need to turn the microscope inward. I use this segment to make fun of you all every day, so I will make fun of myself. Moser asked me to grab a video earlier today, and then I just completely stopped listening to anything you guys were saying. And then Vic tossed to me to play a cut, and we got some radio gold.
This is Kyle Shanahan, who said he was on that flight. He and John Lynch flew to Dallas to try to bring Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco before he signed on the dotted line with Denver. Listen to this.
Great cut.
Listening. I think Nelly's computer froze up.
Hi, Nelson.
Oh, did you just toss to me? I was grabbing Moser's Cleveland video.
Never fall for grabbing Moser's YouTube video.
That's my bad, man. Rookie move.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what Moser does all day. I mean, how much time you spend looking at videos on your phone during a normal day?
I don't know. I'm going off to Chicago though. This Nuggets game so late at night is gonna be tough for me, man.
Get it done tonight, baby. Get it done, Nuggets.
Let's
Yeah,
go
you gotta
get
watch
them.
it.
Go get those T-Pups. Call it a day.
Yeah, Nuggets and Timberwolves this evening.
Play with
It's going to
pride.
be a lot of fun. We've got the morning sprint next. Thanks for listening to Mark Moser, Vic Lombardi, and Brett Kane today on Altitude Sports Radio.
Butt play?
Bub Play.
The NHL, where the points are made up and, the standings are already what they're going to be going into the postseason. Avs losing the shootout 3-2 to the desperate Calgary Flames, who keep their playoff hopes from snuffing out last night. They come back from being down 2-0 in the third period. Nuggets will take on the Timberwolves tonight. Can't wait to get into that. Michael Malone saying his team doesn't treat this thing like a rivalry. Well, better buck up. Time to start treating that thing like a rivalry.
I think that even after the 25-point lead was blown, or however many it was, to me it feels like a rivalry. It's felt like that the whole year.
Sure has.
So why have the Nuggets not gotten the same memo that all of us disgruntled fans have?
We'll get into that in just a little bit. Also hear from Sean Payton, the NFL's GM meetings and rule changes. The tush pushes.
We're alive and well.
It's here to stay.
We're good.
Tushies are still getting pushed by grown men.
I love when some other grown man gives me a nice, friendly assistance right through the rectal area. Fantastic.
Wasn't expecting that word to come out of your
mouth.
mouth.
That's what it is.
But we start with the Avalanche. Connor McGahey will join us at 10:45 to talk about, last night's loss and then moving forward and the stagnation that I'm feeling right now. And while you guys have heard me say for the better part of the last month, the results don't matter to me, I didn't love the line combinations, and I've been talked into it by Mark Springer. I don't need to see the oversized lineup on your second line of Nelson, Nichushkin, and Natchez. I need Val Nichushkin back up with Nathan MacKinnon.
Not Natchez with McKinnon?
I need Val Nichushkin back up with Nathan MacKinnon.
That was a pretty sexy line with Marty Natchez and Nathan MacKinnon skating all over and around and through every defender other side of the blue line. It was a great line.
I still think the wings right now alongside Nate are I think they're a little undersized. I don't want to move on from Drouin next to MacKinnon because I love how he plays with Nate. I think you just unlock Jonathan Drouin when he plays with Nathan MacKinnon. So handcuff those guys together. But I think your right winger, or rather your left winger on that line, needs to be Val Nichushkin.
Raj, you remember yesterday when we were just mere feet away from the Calgary Flames going through their open skate, and there were two players that caught my eye as a football guy?
Kevin Ball and Adam Klapka.
Why do those guys not only look, but last night played like they were something out of the movie 300 or Gladiator? Those guys are centurions.
I didn't get that feeling from Ball. Klapka had a heck of a third period.
Ball was pretty good. He caught my eye, and then I went back and checked. How big is that guy again? So Ball's 6'6", 238. Klapka is 6'8".
6'8".
240?
Yeah, he's a big tuna.
Dude.
That's a large human being.
How about him just skating right through Scott Wedgwood?
Yeah, that's been called goalie interference more often than not this year.
Is it because he finessed it as like, I lost control because I'm 6'8", 240 on ice, and I just decide to take a spill? Is that not also dangerous? Because you're leading with your skate blades directly at a defenseless netminder.
I mean, in the rule states, like, the reason why you can't kick a puck in, it's a player defense rule, so that you're not
safety?
Yeah, player safety. Sorry, I was searching for the term. I didn't know where it was going to be.
Player defense.
I didn't know where it was in my head. It was a player safety rule. Yeah, it was odd that his skates are the first thing that contact Wedgwood there. Maybe it looks as though he loses an edge. He goes in slowly. Like, it wasn't a train wreck for a guy who's 6'8", 240. It's not like he buried Scott Wedgwood. So I wasn't screaming at the television when it happened.
Is that a reviewable play?
No.
At any point in time, postseason, nothing. It's not reviewable.
Unless it's involving a direct goal and they had called the play dead. So you can't go in and be like, oh yeah, that was actually goalie interference. Get your tushy in the box.
So what are reviewable plays
for penalties?
Yeah.
Majors and
goal scoring.
Yeah, majors, goal scoring, and offside reviews.
So when you say majors and goal scoring opportunities, is that actually that the puck went through and crossed the line, or is it if something that was an egregious penalty prevented a goal from going
through.
through.
No, it's not like if you were to take a tripping penalty on a 2-on-1 that like the goalie was completely on the other side of the net and you tripped the guy. No,
not
the only
reviewable.
time that it would not be reviewable. And like they missed the tripping call. Nope. No, not reviewable.
Do you think hockey has a bit of a problem?
No,
with that. Like, why is
With
that?
what?
Why would that not be a reviewable play? If it's a player safety problem and
what's a player safety problem?
A goalie having a 6'8", 245-pound man come like screaming through the crease, leading with their skate blades.
Because
that's a problem.
Because I don't want more reviews. The reviews in hockey and honestly, largely in sports, man. Review has gotten so overblown.
I don't feel like there's a lot of reviews in hockey.
Oh,
regular
There's
season,
too many.
Regular season,
too many. The offside reviews, dude. The goalie interference on goals. Yeah. Like you can review goalie interference on goals.
You're right.
You can do that. Every single play. All I'm doing is, you know what I do when I'm in the arena? When I see a goal, I look at the bench. And not once do you ever see a coach looking out onto the ice or talking to his players. You know where their eyes go? They look in between their feet. They just do this. They look at the floor. You know why? Because there's screens on the floor, on the bench.
How many are in there?
Like between 3 and 5, depending on what rink you're in. Right on your feet. It's got plexiglass and there's a screen right below you.
Is it like a glass bottom boat?
It's exactly what it's like.
That's really neat.
So
I didn't know that we NHL players were glass bottom boat sailors.
So the next time you see a goal coach, I want you to look at the bench and tell me where the coach's eyes go. It's not on the ice. It's not to their players. Their eyes go down. They're looking for how did it go.
I thought they had handhelds, like that. They were.
There are handhelds. There are iPads on the bench, but there are like at Ball Arena there are embedded screens on the bench underneath your feet.
And that's something that it goes when the ice comes in after a basketball game. That comes in with it, a glass bottom boat bench and ice, and then it turns into an NBA basketball floor.
I don't know where. I don't. Do you think I'm the conversion crew?
That's pretty impressive, though.
Hold on. I want to know. Do you think I know the ins and outs of moving the boards in and out of Ball Arena?
Well, it's boards and it's also glass bottom. There's sharks and eels and dolphins underneath your seat.
Can you? I would like you to walk me through. I don't know where the Cardinals play anymore. Like it used to be the University of Phoenix Stadium or
Arizona
whatever.
Cardinals. It's State Farm Stadium.
So can you walk me through the process of motoring out the turf into
Super
the
easy.
sun?
I sure can. They have motors that are on a rotary device with a cable and a pulley, and it just goes. Takes about 57 minutes to get out.
What's underneath it?
Underneath what?
When the turf has been moved
gone?
out, yeah. What's underneath it?
It's just cement.
There's just nothing underneath there.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
I hate you.
I really have.
You weren't supposed to
3-day
know this.
Fiesta Bowls, man.
You weren't supposed to know this.
And I went to my 4th Fiesta Bowl as a fan this year when I watched.
Do they bring you through a stadium tour?
They do, yeah.
Before an event?
Yes.
A Fiesta
Bowl?
Bowl?
Anytime you're playing in a big time bowl game where you get there 6-7 days before the event, there is always a unveiling of the painted field, which is all customized for the event itself. And it's a really fun. I actually have some pictures in my phone I could show you of the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I hate that you had an answer to that.
I have an answer to everything.
It bothers me so much. So no, I have no idea what happens if those pieces of the
they have the
race
same
go
thing
away.
in Vegas. It's really weird. It's eerie in Vegas because the Arizona Cardinals Stadium is really out in the middle of nowhere. It feels out in the middle of nowhere. Allegiant Field or Allegiant Stadium, whatever the heck it's called in Las Vegas, you're like, where the heck do you roll this thing out? I mean, you're right next to, there's Pharaoh has his own pyramid right next to this thing. And then there's a knight in shining armor right here at the Excalibur. Like, how the heck do you have space to roll out a 100-yard field to get sun?
The Excalibur still standing is baffling to me.
Oh, I still love a good solid
They
Excalibur
didn't they get rid of the flamingo? Like the flamingo's toast.
Yeah.
The Trop is toast.
It's going to be the A's stadium right in that area. think it's the Trop or the Flamingo, one of those two.
Also, you see Adam Silver talked about, hey, yeah, we're looking at one city in particular very heavily in terms of expansion.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Pretty obvious.
It is going to be the capital of sports in the United States.
It is amazing. I think back to right now the change of this whole landscape in sports betting, and now multiple teams being out there, a women's or a WNBA team, obviously the Vegas Golden Knights winning a championship, and the Athletics eventually getting there. Who knows if they'll keep the A's name, actually. The fact that the NHL, as backward as that league is in terms of innovation, was the first team to do it.
Did they beat the Aces, WNBA?
I don't know.
It's pretty close.
I'm going off of the four majors.
Oh, so you're not going to give
the
WNBA credit right now?
It's not one of the four major sports. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say?
It's not. And
it doesn't move the needle.
And you know what? We can look at revenue if we really want to get down to it.
It doesn't move the needle. Does it mean that I didn't watch Paige Beckers last night in UConn? No.
Awesome.
I love watching that girl play basketball.
Haley
Holy
Van
smokes.
Lith's 17-year college career comes to an end.
She'll
with
be the
TCU
number
Horned
2
Frogs.
or 3 or draft pick
She was
this
awesome
year.
after the game. Reflective, talked about her journey. There are so many downsides of the transfer portal in this world that we live in. There are some positives, and I thought last night's post-game press conference from Haley Van Lith was a great example of the type of impact that a coach can have on a student athlete. And that's why I love doing it, because I think the opportunity to impact people, whether you're coaching youth sports, whether you're coaching high school, college, pro, there is opportunity for impact. And that was on full display last night.
Today is a Denver Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. We're giving away a couple of pairs of tickets, or rather a pair of tickets on our show. Every single one of our shows giving them away today. If you guys want to get the first shot at playoff tickets this year in each and every round, the best way to do that is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. I'll tell you guys how to win those tickets to tonight's game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. If you want to get inside Ball Arena to see what Mike Malone said, his team isn't calling a rivalry, hasn't called a rivalry, we'll tell you how to win those on the other side. It's a 2K Tuesday on the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside Coach Mike Sanford. It's also a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and your first keyword to text in with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a little word. The word is ant. A-N-T. Not aunt, but ant. Like the little things that zip around a picnic basket when you leave the apples out and some crumbs.
Those things that if you have a magnifying glass on a very sunny day,
psychopath,
you can burn them into concrete.
Serial killer mentality.
No, it's a rivalry Tuesday tonight. Tonight's a rivalry. And yeah, Anthony Edwards, that guy, I have magnifying glass thoughts about him today.
Have you ever magnifying glass burned an ant?
Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
I was a very sadistic young child.
That's a bad indicator of future events.
Growing up as a Southern California native, there were a lot of snails because it's like always moist in Orange County. So what I would do is we would remove snails from, they fully a lawn or a little garden area, and they're just on the concrete. They're on the cement in your front yard.
Yeah, they're gross.
So waiting for the bus stop, me and my friends would go gather snails, and then we'd create like racing stripe lines,
chalk lines
on the actual road, and watch cars just smash them.
Oh my God. What?
Mm-hmm. Snail guts everywhere.
Right away.
Yep. That was about 8-9 years old.
And
I wonder why my 8 and 10-year-old boys have some serious issues.
I sprinkled salt on a slug once.
Oh, that's great too.
Never do that again.
Yeah.
That was
actually step one for me.
I had nightmares about that for years.
You could do it for snails too. You just turn the snail around, just throw a little salt in there, gets real bubbly and real sizzly in a hurry.
Yeah, that was an audible nightmare that I had.
Yeah, so I started out, that was step one, and then I ended up moving on to snail roadkill.
Your keyword, ant, A-N-T, with your first and last name,
303-504-09.
Sure is.
Yep.
Doesn't take much to derail this show. A-N-T to 303-504-0925. First of two keywords to get you guys a pair of tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards, Ant, tonight.
So tonight's a huge game. It's going to be what I believe is the game that tells you the information that you need about the current state of the Denver Nuggets and about how they're going to defend their effort that they're going to play with, and which of the two max contract players next to Nikola Jokic is going to step up, because you need one of two to step up to beat teams like this. It's either Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. If you go 0 for 2 with max contract players, you don't win these games. And I think that's played out. It's played out in real time over the course of this season that if you don't have those two players, neither one of those guys is shooting three-pointers, or Jamal Murray doesn't have that extra little look in his eye, like he's going to take the ball out of the cup, or he's going to threaten off the dribble so that he can create three-point baskets. If neither one of those two players are stepping up, and you're not defending the three-point line at the level that you need to, you're going to lose a basketball game. And I think that's the information that we've been able to gather so far this season. So who are you tonight? Are you going to treat this matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves as a significant matchup? Because you got a chance to slide all the way down to the 5th spot, potentially, in the playoff seeding. Or you could be in the 2nd spot. You're right in that world of an in-between, and tonight's a massive night for that. And don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. It's just a regular season game. It's just this, that, or the other. We'll start playing when it's playoff time. No. Play tonight.
It's easy to say, we got to do something different. Well, we also just have to play a hell of a lot harder. I think they've approached these games like it's a rivalry, and I think we've approached these games like it's another game sometimes. And one of my coaches, Andrew Munson, this is his scout, he says it after every time we play them. He goes, I've watched their last 5 to 7 games, and they never play as hard as they do against us. And you can sense that, you can notice it. So you throw everything else out the window, this team's beaten us 5 games in a row, and hopefully that can that can resonate within our guys, and we can come out with the proper mindset tomorrow.
Does that mean it is becoming a rivalry? I know you said earlier this season you didn't feel like it was totally there.
We just got to play harder, whether it's a rivalry or not. I mean, I don't care who you're playing. You're playing St. Buzzies. They beat you 5 times in a row. Sometimes your pride's got to kick in and not allow somebody to come into your house and continue to kick your ass.
Minnesota does seem like they have that extra gear. It's kind of the see red, lose your mind, and it's a very fine line between playing with that type of, let's call it passion or inspiration, and losing your head and not being able to control your emotions. I think Nathan McKinnon does it in a sensational way in the NHL. He used to not be able to control his emotions. Now he does very, very well. Minnesota's coming off of an emotional game against Detroit. It almost turned into a full-on brawl. There are suspensions that have come out of this. Not playing in tonight's game will be Dante DiVincenzo, 1-game suspension. Naz Reid, 1-game suspension.
Oh, yes!
So good for the Nuggets. Now
we've been told this before, have we not?
We have, but
that you don't have LeBron James and Luka Doncic, you're gonna mollywop the Lakers. Oh, really?
LeBron James. I'm certainly not saying that. I wish it hadn't happened because this is a demon that I think they need to exercise before the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's still a chance you meet up with Minnesota somewhere in the playoffs.
Naz Reid might be one of the bigger demons in terms of making a matchup problem for the Denver Nuggets.
If he's not in the series, Minnesota doesn't come back and win the series.
No, the Nuggets win that series probably in 6 games.
6 sounds right.
Yep. Maybe even. I mean, they went down 2 and then 1-3, right?
Yeah, you never won at home.
Yep. Yeah, you got to win at home tonight against this Timberwolves squad, and I think the Timberwolves, when you're hearing Michael Malone elaborate on this Timberwolves team, that when you watch their film against other opponents, they don't play very hard. But then when you think about what they've done against the Nuggets, who, oh, by the way, are the defending champs last year. They want to take down the defending champs. I also think it reminds me of, you a ping pong player? You played table tennis in your day?
Yeah, a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm good.
So if you,
I'm not Marty O.
If you back in the
Dave
day,
Fleck. Dave Fleck can play.
Really?
Can play. That guy's good with a paddle in his hand.
So as a table tennis player, as a ping pong guy, you had 20 of your buddies are over. Big slumber party, something going on.
That's the last time you had 20 dudes come over to play ping pong.
High school, Thinking high school. There's somebody who's like the champ. But usually that ping pong champ has somebody else that is their nemesis, their arch rival, and for whatever reason, they can't get over it. And there's a confidence level that's immediately given to that nemesis so that they do elevate their game and they play even harder and they have a different level of approach mentally to that game. And I think that's what the Timberwolves have found in this series against the Denver Nuggets. It's not that they just have the game circled. It's that they've enjoyed knocking off the champ, and they know that they are a problem from a matchup standpoint with the Denver Nuggets. That has to end somehow, some way tonight, in my opinion.
You are on a crash course to play them in round 1 if you don't win tonight's game. Just look at the standings right now, right? You have a 1-game lead on LA from the 3 to the 4. You are a game and a half out of the 2 seed from Houston. It doesn't feel like you're going to catch them for the 2 seed, but if Minnie wins this game, you automatically leapfrog from the play-in at 7 up and over Golden State at 6. And who do you play as the 6 seed? You go on the road to the 3 seed. You're on a crash course. Like, winning this game means a lot. If you want to avoid Minnesota, which we've heard it from a lot of people. I've heard it from you. I've heard it from Vic. I've heard it from Demps. Try and avoid Minnesota in the first round at all costs. If you don't win tonight's game, that gets way more likely, way more quicker than you want it to.
75 games into the season right now. 7 to go. Right in saying
terrible grammar, by the way.
Who, me?
Me.
Oh. I think it's okay.
It was not great.
Me? Sorry. So you're 75 games into this season. 7 to play. You realize that the Minnesota Timberwolves currently in the play-in spot are just 4 games behind?
Yeah, the West is insane.
The 8th spot, the LA Clippers, who, candidly, I've believed that the LA Clippers are just a complete afterthought this season. Like, LA Clippers, you think about them as a potential problem in the postseason?
I put the Clippers in the same conversation as I do Dallas, Sacramento. I can't throw Phoenix in there because KD's hurt now, and who the heck are they? But yeah, in the same conversation as the Mavs and the Kings.
You lose this game tonight. Are you concerned about a potential significant slide down?
I don't think there's enough. No, I don't think there's enough runway. It's the same reason why I don't think that the Avs losing points like last night and failing to hold on to a 2-goal lead. And by the way, we'll get into that in a little bit. And Connor McGahey will join us coming up in about 10 minutes. It's not the Avs' fault that they lost the game. It's all of your fault, all 18,000 of you at Ball Arena who participated in a wave with 13 and a half minutes to go in a 2-0 hockey game. It's your fault. I don't mean to be the guy who hates fun, but like your fault.
If you like the Los Angeles Dodgers Evil Empire franchise, then you really do approve of the wave. That's the only people that I know on planet Earth that approve of the wave. Dodger fans. I digress.
It's the same reason why I don't think points matter for the Avs. There's not enough runway for St. Louis or Minnesota to catch the Avs, and there's not enough runway for the Avs to catch the Dallas Stars to get home ice advantage. I don't think there is, while you can change spots from 2 to 6 pretty easily, maybe 2 to 5 pretty easily with the Nuggets, I don't think you're in danger of sliding to like the play-in. Things would have to go catastrophically wrong. Like Nikola Jokic out for the rest of the regular season, or any one of Jamal Murray and MPJ, like something like that would have to happen for them to slide that far. 7 games is not a lot of time.
The 7 remaining games are against 6 of the 7 that are either in the postseason as it stands or are fighting and vying for a postseason spot.
Mini, San Antonio, who is out. Golden State
in,
and fighting for something, right?
Like
fighting. You don't want to be in the play-in. You want to be in. You want to be above the line.
They're going.
Indiana. Yep. What are they doing in the East right now?
I think they're like in the 5th spot?
They're in the 4 spot right now. They're not going to get to the 3. There's an outside chance that Detroit can catch them at the 4. They're probably locked into a 4-5 matchup against the Pistons.
Okay.
At home, probably, with, again, not much room. So I don't know how heavily Indiana is pressuring that game. Sacramento is
fighting for their postseason lives.
Yeah, but with KD out now for Phoenix,
right?
How dangerous are they? Are you kind of just looking at this going, yeah, we're the 10th seed, we're fine. We just got to get hot at the right time and beat Minnesota or Golden State, whoever flip-flops there.
And then you look at your last 2. Memphis and Houston, who you are currently in a very, very tightly contested posturing of standings between seeds 2 through 6.
I could see them going at worst 3 and 4. And there's going to be no movement if you go 3 and 4. I don't see 1 and 6. Like 1 and 6 is the only way that you could slide. The only way. And are they playing that bad? No, they're not playing that bad. They're inconsistent, but they're not like that. Their longest losing streak of the season is 3 games.
You do have 4 of the 7 at home, which is good. Starting tonight, 2 games in a row at home. Man, you take care of business tonight, and you play to your capabilities. You play to the effort level that is required of a team that is going for something significant. I believe that tonight you have to. Right now there is a humongous obstacle in your way in the postseason in the Minnesota Timberwolves. And tonight's an opportunity to start chipping away at the foundation of what Minnesota has done to you as a team in the postseason a year ago. Heck, even in the postseason in the championship run, that was an uncomfortable series.
There's a lot of members of that Nuggets team that look at that series and go, that's the toughest road or part of the road that we had.
It was, no, without question it was.
Dude, it goes all the way back to the final game of the season, game 82, when you didn't make the playoffs. And Karl-Anthony Towns, it's a big shot in the 4th quarter, and you end up having to go home for the rest of the summer. That's where all of this starts, man. It's not just the playoffs. It was at the beginning of the Jokic and Murray experience, man. And you failed at that point. That is a thorn in your side. And for Michael Malone to say his team doesn't look at them as a rival, find a bigger rival for me. Find one. It's not LA. It's not.
Does that comment from Michael Malone about this perceived non-rivalry from the Nuggets perspective towards the Timberwolves, does it tell you a little bit more maybe about some of the mindset issues with the Nuggets, period, and their players?
What, complacency?
Or
we've got a ring, we're bigger, better, badder.
I mean, we complain as a fan base and as people that yell into a microphone and create saliva and stinky microphones all the time.
Maybe you do.
I think it's because
halitosis.
No, it's Polumbus. He's on this microphone. It's pretty spitty. But I see.
I've never thought that Tyler was a spitty guy, although he is like 6'8", and I'm 5'7", so if he spits, it probably travels over my head.
Yeah, it goes over the top.
So I'm under that type
I'm
of
6'4", so
low pressure
I
system.
am squarely in the spray zone. I think Tyler and I actually are both very. We spit a lot when we talk. It's a football thing. Football guys. I just think that the mindset and approach as a fan, we've been looking at how do the Nuggets get swept in a season series by the Bulls and the Wizards? Is that a mindset problem? Because you're better than those two teams. How do you take on Luka Doncic and LeBron James being out of the Lakers lineup and you need every second to win that basketball game? Is that a mindset problem?
I mean, the other side of the coin, though, is that you're the only team in the league to beat Oklahoma City twice.
Well, you split with them. 2 out of 4.
Still, only team in the league to beat them twice.
Yeah. It's weird. I go back to it. I've been saying this forever. The Nuggets just feel like they have a leg up on OKC. They just like, they're a little brother to the Nuggets. It feels that way. I know it's a split series. I know it's 2-2. But all the different iterations of the Nuggets lineup this season, they've played OKC 4 times through a lot of different lineup changes, a lot of health issues, and they've been able to win one and lose one at home and win one and lose one away.
Be a great game to get into. You guys have a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Nuggets take on the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. Your first keyword that ends in just a few minutes from right now is ANT, A-N-T, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. That is ANT to 303-504-0925. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20, but don't go anywhere because the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey, joins us next. Coming into the Turnpike Troubadours, it is the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit them at ramoslaw.com. He is Connor McGahey. Connor, what's up, brother?
You know, this is why KJ is one of the best, because he knows that the Troubadours are my favorite band. And so he brings me in to join you guys to the Turnpike Troubadours. So thank you, KJ.
Connor, thank you for joining us before the team heads on out to Chicago. That'll be the late game out there on TNT and Altitude Television, by the way. A double cast there for the Blackhawks and the Avs. Before we get into last night's game, the shootout loss, and I'm not so much concerned about that. I want to talk about the positives that we saw yesterday at morning skate. On the ice for the better part of an hour, skating at what seemed to be as full speed as you can get at a morning skate was Gabriel Landeskog in a power play 1 jersey.
Yeah. I mean, and look, none of us are doctors. I mean, maybe you are. I mean, I wouldn't put it past you to just have this random doctorate. Like all of a sudden, Raj is just having a family practice on the side. But I mean, he looks good to me, Dr. Ryan Emmy. And look, I mean, there's only a small group that really knows. Right? But for what we can see as the public, I mean, it's the best we've ever seen, since Game 6 in 2022. And so it gives us a ton of hope. I don't think it's a false hope for a record or for the record. But, yeah, that's as strong and as most NHL-like as we've seen Gabe Landeskog really take the ice yet.
Connor, you've been on an absolute heater recently with nicknames and goal-scoring calls, and particularly with Marty Natchez. We got Marty Party. We got, I think, Buenos Natchez, and we got Marty Nachos. Did I nail the 3? And I
think so. Marty Nachos came from, we asked AI to do something with Marty Natchez, and AI came up with Marty Nachos.
Pretty good.
So there's where that came from.
Was that Grok or was that AI? Was that ChatGPT?
I think it was the other one because Grok or Grok, that's my go-to for things. Yeah,
I appreciate that. Well, with 3 years of not having an opportunity to call a Gabe Landeskog goal or assist, have you thought at all about what you might use? Either new ideas, or
there's nothing new about it.
It's got to be Dead Poet Society.
We're playing the hits. There's. It's like Highlander. There can be only one. And that's Oh Captain, My Captain.
I love it.
Hold on. I actually, because both calls are amazing, right? Like the Oh Captain, My Captain is unreal, and then Fly Condor Fly. What are you looking forward to most? The first goal from 92 or the first goal from 6?
Oh, boy. I mean, here's what's going to happen is they're both going to happen in the same game. Like we're just going to store up all this energy, and it's all just going to burst forth like Alien. That's exactly what's going to happen. I have a feeling. That's a tough one because, like, Condor is a sneaky favorite for sure. And, but again, just because of the story and the comeback kid nature of Landeskog, I mean, that has some power to it too. But yeah, I have a feeling they're both going to happen in the same game.
I see some opportunities for a play on words to move forward if indeed Gabe Landeskog does indeed play for the Colorado Eagles and then comes back and plays playoffs for the Avs. The Eagle has Landeskog'd.
Wow, that actually, you know what? That's pretty good.
It is pretty good, Coach.
That's actually really,
I
really
thought it was
good.
going to be terrible. That was awesome.
Why would you think it was going to be terrible? I mean, I'm brilliant over here.
For the worst. I was preparing for the absolute worst. And you hit me with your best shot. That was well done.
I got more for you there.
All right, okay. Connor, let's go into the lines. I had an issue over the past couple of games, and you lose to St. Louis, you fail to score in a low-scoring game, you give up a 2-goal lead to Calgary. Both teams who are desperate for points. Calgary more so than St. Louis at this point. Why the change to McKinnon, Drouin, and Lehkonen as your top line, and then moving either Natchez or Nichushkin down to the second? It feels like it's kind of stymied the offense.
Yeah, a little bit. And look, the coaching staff knows before we do, right? And so Jared Bednar said as much. He said, we're going to just go through all our combinations and make sure we have all the bases covered so we have the best groupings going in to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I don't want to call this experimentation over the past couple of games, but it's you're right. You're playing against two teams that take away the middle of the ice. The entire neutral zone has been missing. It's been on a milk carton for 2 straight games now because of how the Blues and Flames played, and it's really given the Avs a tough time. I think that different combinations and a different attitude towards attack will fix that, and the Avs will fix that. I mean, that coaching staff is not one of the best in the National Hockey League for no reason. I mean, they see it in real time. It's being logged for video purposes later, so they know who works well with who. And that second line did have a tough time last night. I mean, the puck was bouncing off sticks and everything was just a little bit off target. So I'd be interested to see what they counter with in Chicago tomorrow. But yeah, you're right. I think that top 6 grouping, the way it has been the past couple of games, has not given the Avs the best chance to do what they need to do. But like I said, the coaching staff knows before we do. So they will probably have a different look coming up this week.
When you look at the 2 goals that were scored over the course of about 30 some odd seconds, you start wondering, are there lapses in focus for the Avs? And this has been something that has popped up from time to time. How concerned are you in protecting, say, a 2-goal lead when you get into the postseason? It really does matter.
Yeah, I mean, I tell the story all the time, is that we had similar conversations down the stretch in 2022. And, even though the Avs got 10 wins in that March, you're going towards the end of March, beginning of April, and you're saying, what? Is this really the best hockey they're playing? And then all of a sudden, game 1 versus Nashville, switch on, and just absolute mercenaries, like ruthless, were the Colorado Avalanche. So lately we've seen some examples versus Calgary, 3-goal lead in Montreal the other night. Remember that? They're up 4-1, and the Canadians come back to tie it. The Avs have not been able to survive these short storms very well lately, and I don't know exactly why that is. But again, it's a point that is brought to everybody's attention, and I have full confidence that despite the trend lately, it'll be fixed come playoff time.
When playoff time rolls around, and that is April 19, the Avs will had 6 days off in between games. Their final regular season game is the second of a back-to-back in Southern California, the 12th and 13th with the Kings and the Anaheim Ducks. Would you be nervous about not even sending your top guys on those final 2 games? Because what's the difference between 6 days and 8 days?
Boy, that's a good question. It's not really been the philosophy of this team. And granted, there haven't been a ton of opportunities for them to rest guys down the stretch. But I mean, rest is sort of built into their schedule already. Nathan McKinnon hasn't been taking morning skate lately. He's been doing what he has to do. Other players do the same thing. So I don't know if, look, and 6 days is a long time. And 8 days might be too long, right? Because I think those last 2 games are actually really important because they're the last 2 pieces of real hockey that you play before the big dance. And so I don't think your rest time is that week. You'll probably maybe even have 2 full days off, practice, fly, and then game, and maybe even 3 practices, fly, and game. So I think that the rest is built in there. I think those last 2 games are important because that's your again, I hate calling a regular season game a dress rehearsal. But again, if you're wanting to do things right, I think they have to be right in those last 2 games before you start game 1 against what we think is the Dallas Stars.
Certain casual hockey fans have been accused of throwing the result of the game last night by way of starting the wave in the third period. This is just the truth. This is something that I've been very anti in throughout my coaching career. Is anytime the wave is going, it's a distraction for the home environment, for the home team, because it just shows contentment, fat and happy. Connor, you had a little bit of a different take last night on the X machine, and I'd love for you to have the opportunity in this fine country, America, that you love so much, free speech, for you to defend your
the indefensible
pro-wave stance, Connor McGahee.
First of all, Mike Sanford, you called me a Dodger fan publicly.
It's because they love the wave.
It's been deleted.
I did delete it. That's the lowest thing that I could call anybody.
That was
a Dodger
offside.
fan.
I thought that we were friends, and we are, but I never thought that you would ever stoop to calling me a fan of the Los Angeles Dodgers. I mean, it stung a little bit. I'm not going to lie. So
are you distracting from you defending your pro-wave stance by going victim mentality of Dodger fan name calling?
There's no victim mentality. It's just if you take an arrow to the heart, it hurts. Those are just the facts. What I am not necessarily pro-wave, but I'm pro-fun. And anybody who draws a direct correlation between the wave and teams performing badly, there's nothing to that, obviously. And I think that sports are about fun. If you want to have fun, it's great. The wave started in Denver in 1979, for crying out loud, at a hockey game, the Colorado Rockies. So all the X hate that I've gotten over the past 36 hours, the wave has roots in Colorado, whether you like it or not. I find it silly that there's always a direct correlation between, he started the wave, and then the Calgary Flames scored 7 minutes later.
Well, it happened,
That's what
Connor.
I find ridiculous.
It happened, and you know what? Hold on. If it started here in the 70s, it's not like the Colorado Rockies were a very good hockey organization. Let's be honest about that one.
Yeah, and another organization took their name.
Let's blame that on the wave too, right? Let's do that.
Plenty of opportunities to do the wave this year at Coors Field with your Colorado Rockies. It'll be a lot of fun.
Well, I find it silly that, and look, I have a shtick that we say shut out as many times as we can to get a goal scored on the opposing goaltender when he's having a good night. And that's a shtick. That's all it is. There's no science behind it, just like there's no science behind the fact that the wave has any effect on a hockey game whatsoever.
Science is a liar sometimes, Connor. We all know that. Have a safe flight to Chicago. We'll hear you tomorrow night starting at 7:30.
Connor, I love you. I love you, and I love your pro-wave takes. I got to be honest.
You guys are friends. FIEND. Friends.
Goodbye, Connor. That's the voice of your Colorado Avalanche. Connor McGahee, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, we have rule changes in the NFL.
Major shakeups.
I want to hear what your thoughts are from the sidelines, how it actually actively changes the game. That coming up on the other side. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:15, and your next chance to win Nuggets tickets tonight to see them take on the Timberwolves. That's coming up at 11:20. Don't go anywhere.
I see some opportunities for a play on words to move forward if indeed Gabe Landeskog does indeed play for the Colorado Eagles and then comes back and plays playoffs for the Avs. The Eagle has Landeskog'd.
Wow, that actually, you know what? That's pretty good.
It is pretty
That's
good,
actually
Coach.
really,
I
really
thought it was
good.
going to be terrible. That was awesome.
Why would you think it was going to be terrible? I mean, I'm
Coach,
brilliant
I was
over
preparing
here.
for the worst. I was preparing for the absolute worst, and you hit me with your best shot. That was well done.
I got more for you there.
It's a 2K Tuesday here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, rolling into the second hour of the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is spinning the ones and twos behind the glass here at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line to text in your favorite 90s and 2000s tunes. KJ will play those throughout the program every single Tuesday. Coach, we have new NFL rule changes, and we'll start with what I think is probably my favorite. Maybe not the most impactful, because I think the most impactful comes from kickoffs. My favorite rule change is this. Because even though that they fix it, they didn't go the whole way in fixing it. And that is regular season overtime. So they have now guaranteed that in regular season overtime games, both teams will possess the football. However, they have dropped the time to a 10-minute quarter. So it used to be 10 minutes up until when?
2017.
And then they expanded it after 2017.
Went up to 15 minutes.
Trying to be like, all right, if there's 5 more minutes, we're going to have a score and no ties, we'll be fine.
Yeah, and then in 2022 was when it went into effect that if you score a touchdown, or excuse me, you get a chance if a field goal can't end the game.
Correct.
Initially. You would have an opportunity to get a second possession.
So now they've guaranteed that both teams will possess the football in regular season overtime, but they've chopped it off by 5 minutes. Instead of a 15-minute quarter, it's a 10-minute quarter. Now, the question is, what happens if someone goes on, and there were 11 10-minute drives in the NFL last year, 11 of them. What if a team goes on a 10-minute drive and ends the game with zeros on the clock? Even with a field goal. What now?
Yeah, we were told that you were going to guarantee both teams get the football. Did you lie to us, National Football League? Raj, you got a sister?
I do. I have a twin sister, Carly.
You're a twin?
I sure am.
KJ, you know this?
I did know that.
Wow, this is going to really hit. This point's going to hit home even further now.
Twin sister.
I got a sister too. KJ, you got a sister?
I do.
We all got sisters. You like kissing them? Your sister?
No, Coach.
I don't either.
It's
KJ?
a weird thing. It's a weird thing to
KJ,
bring
you're
up,
from,
dude.
You're from Mississippi.
Listen, I come from the side of the tracks where we don't get down like that, all right?
Okay,
I don't
cool.
know how they do it over in the trailer park.
Yeah. Jeez.
Out in Brunkoland?
Because you better get used to it with this new rule. Because now with 10 minutes and apparently guaranteeing possession, which doesn't make full sense, it now becomes more about time than points. Utilize as much time as humanly possible. Lean into those ground games. Move the sticks. Keep the ball in bounds. You've got the opportunity even to make the decision of returning a kick and not get as many yards so that you have further to go so you can return the new kick. And we'll get into that rule change as well because the touchback's been changed. Touchback now, instead of being at 30-yard line, is going up to the 35-yard line. That's another rule change that is coming down today at the NFL owners' meetings. And it's going to be about occupying as much time as humanly possible. Because going and scoring very quickly, scoring a touchdown, it's very different. Now you give up the ability to control how many points you need to defend.
True, but I mean, the average drive time in the NFL is anywhere between 2 minutes and 30 seconds and 3 minutes on the very, very high side. So if we're not just taking the 10 drives that happened last year, that went 10 minutes or over, and we're going from averages. It's not like a lot of teams are having these consistent 7, 8, 9-minute drives game in and game out. Especially at the end of the game, like defenses are tired. Chunk plays may happen. I don't know if it's that big of a deal. Like, how many times you're really going to see a 9.5-minute drive in overtime? Someone gets the ball back with 25 seconds.
I just think we're going to see a lot of kissing of sisters. There's going to be some ties. There's going to be more ties, and it's going to be
the 10-minute thing pisses me off a little bit more. I do agree. There's no reason to drop it from 15 to 10.
Because think about even if a team drives the football over the course of 6 minutes and 30 seconds, just spitballing.
You got 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You got timeouts left.
Kick a field goal.
Okay. 3:30? You can't get down the field in 3:30?
Yeah, but what are you going to do? You going to press to go score a touchdown and take the loss?
No.
Or are you okay?
Ties help you out in the standings.
You bet. You're going to see a lot more ties. So that's what you did today, NFL.
But with the other rule change, kickoffs, now touchbacks go to the 35.
Correct. You can still opt to return. Right? That's if you want to return the football, you can still return the football. Which a lot of the returns, I think the average start position was between the 23 and 27 yard line. So you don't have to take that 35 yards. Now, I mean, it'd be advantageous, but my favorite rule change that I think is going to help the game, replay assist is now going to cover even more penalties. And here are the ones that you're going to have the opportunity to overturn in the booth these 5 penalties. Defenseless player. So hitting a defenseless player. Face mask. That's my favorite one.
Are these challengeable or are these booth reviewed automatically?
5 new penalties can now be overturned by the booth.
Okay, booth review, you don't have to throw a flag. That's fine. That's fine. As long as it is booth reviewed and we don't have to have some sort of guy go to a monitor and then call New York.
The NFL is limiting the scope of replay assist to objective penalties. Obviously, we'll get through talking about which ones they are. That can be overturned with, quote, clear and obvious video evidence. So these penalties are defenseless player, face mask penalties, horse collar tackle, tripping, roughing / running into the kicker.
I'm fine with that.
The face mask one is the one that irritated me so much. Because there's either clear face masks that were committed that weren't called and would have been critically important to the outcome of a drive, or they call one and it ended up being cloth.
I think it's a perfectly fine change for a replay to be expanded there. It just can't take forever. Much like the conversation I had with the NHL and expanding, replay to cover penalties. No, things take too long, and all of these leagues are already trying to push their time of game lower and lower and lower. At least that's what their broadcasting partners want, is that you want to be able to shrink a game, at least in the NHL, down to 2.5 hours or 3 hours at the very, very most. NBA games, they're trying to say cap it at 2. And nothing kills the vibe of a game. Nothing slows a game down more than replay.
The great thing about
the
booth assistance is that it doesn't require the theatrical aspect of the officials running off the field into a video booth. It's just going to come directly into the earpiece of the head official. And that to me, that process is going to be worth it. Because how many times over the last couple of years since I've been able to watch football games and not just coach them and just watch, I typically watch football from an all 22 film perspective and very rarely on TV. But since I've been able to watch TV games the last couple of years, not coaching in the college game, I just yell at the TV. I'm like, how easy would it have been to get a quick look at that being a face mask or not a face mask?
You don't even need the look. You need someone in your ear. Hey, guys, face mask right there. Throw the flag.
Yep.
All it takes is one sky judge
really easy.
with 5 monitors in front of him. That's all it takes. One guy per game.
You get all the angles in real time.
And he doesn't even have to be there. Nope. Like you can have sky judge be a nerd sitting in a desk chair
in Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha's
Why not?
fine by me too. That's all it takes. That's fine. And it can be instantaneous.
Brett Kane going to be a sky judge? Omaha, Nebraska guy?
It's just like the proposed robo-ump, right? That they messed around with in spring training, where if a player or a pitcher, or rather a batter or a pitcher, think that a ball or strike was called incorrectly, they just tap the top of their head. It happens like that.
Whatever happened to that? Was it just experimental?
Just experimental this year. I would
Possibly
assume
going
next
in.
year it's going in.
Yeah, candidly, it'd give you an opportunity. Baseball needs something to make it more exciting, and that's something.
They have torpedo bats.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're good.
Those torpedo bats are the coolest thing, man.
Rocky's going to have the torpedo bats.
Why not?
By the time home opener hits on Friday.
Everyone should have it. You see, Ellie De La Cruz just switched to one with the Cincinnati Reds. He had a 7 RBI game, went 4 for 5, 2 jacks. He switched to it, and 1 game later, he just launched it.
Is this sugar pill effect? Or is this
No,
this
I think
real?
it's real. I think it's there's an MIT grad going, if you put more mass where the ball hits, ball goes farther. That's just math, baby. That ain't sugar pill.
Don't need
That's
Balco, man.
science.
Just need MIT nerds.
Yeah, no one needs steroids anymore. I saw a tweet someone out back in my day. Guys cheated the right way. Steroids, pills, and needles. Again, imagine Barry Bonds with one of those things. Remember those old blue Vortex bats that they made? Nerf? Right? I was always have been, big wiffle ball guy growing up in the summers and playing in front of houses and launching things into like neighbors' bushes. And every year we would try and find a different way to make the ball go farther. And we would, you duct tape the barrel of the bat. Maybe you would duct tape the ball so that there isn't any air disturbance and the thing just flies. Unfortunately, broke a couple of windows with that. And then Nerf came out with, do you remember? It was Mark McGuire and Mike Piazza who were the faces of this thing. It was the blue-barreled Nerf bat.
Yes, I remember this.
That's what the torpedo bat is.
It's exactly what it is.
It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And the fact that they had the Nerf barrel bat back in the 90s, and Major League Baseball didn't make this switch until guys have been playing with this type of torpedo bat for a little while. Like Paul Goldschmidt won an MVP on it, but it hasn't been mainstream up until now. How did it take them this long?
Tush push is another one, right?
Yeah, it's staying in. Tush push.
We're good.
Yeah.
100%.
By the way, I think we had it wrong. When they made the change in 2017 from 15 to 10 minutes, they didn't ever go back up. It's been 10 minutes for a while in the regular season.
No, yeah, that's right. Since 2017.
Yeah.
It wasn't 15 minutes.
No. It was 15 minutes until then, and then they dropped it down. That's what I'm being told right now.
Okay.
I'm being told that we were incorrect. So, being fact-checked on April 1st. It's okay.
Not what my data says by CBS Sports.
Tush push stays, Coach.
Tush push is here to stay.
We are screwed.
It should stay. It's a football play.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you're anti-tush push.
Oh, yeah.
So you're pro-wave?
No, anti-wave.
No,
I'm
no.
anti.
If you're anti-tush push,
Anti-tush
you're pro-wave. You're pro-wave.
How?
Just kind of soft. It's like softness.
Anti-tush push because it is.
Take physicality out of the game.
Anti-tush push because it's boring. Anti-wave because it's a slap in the face of the hockey gods.
It's also annoying.
It is also annoying.
Although it's kind of cute at a baseball game when like a 7-year-old kid starts it.
Well, you can't look at a 7-year-old and be like, don't be an idiot. I can look at a 35-year-old and go sit the hell down. Not a 7-year-old. A 7-year-old can do whatever the heck you want, man.
But if the 7-year-old started the wave last night at Ball Arena that led to the demise of the 2-0 lead over the Flames, are you mad at that 7-year-old?
Yeah, what gunner does it?
It's inexcusable.
Smack him upside
at a Colorado Rockies game, totally okay. Like what are we doing? What are we even playing for at a Colorado Rockies game?
If I see the wave at a playoff game, I'll lose my mind.
Did you realize that the Colorado Rockies are already 4 full games behind in the NL West?
This might be as close as they are the whole year.
I thought about it on Sunday. To church, I wore a Rockies jersey, and I realized it was a great news morning for me. I thought it was a Nolan Jones jersey I'd bought last year. It was Ryan McMahon.
Okay.
I'm still in business.
You are still in
so
business.
Casey Middlestat and Russell Wilson are the only two now defunct Denver area jerseys.
I'm
that
still
I have.
telling you, I have 37, rip Middlestat off the back, put Drury on the back.
So
It'll be a
everybody
timeless one.
at church, people are looking at me like, Rockies play today? I go, nope. It's just the last day of the season that this team will not have a losing record. Think about that.
It is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. We got to take a timeout. Coming up on the other side, we'll give you guys your final keyword and NFL notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League. But before we get there, it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. And your second keyword is nemesis. Nemesis. Nemesis.
What would that be, Raj?
Because the Minnesota Timberwolves are your nemesis.
Mm-hmm. Can't get through them.
Again,
haven't shown that you got what it takes to beat that team in the last 5 times you played them.
Nemesis with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll give away our winner coming up at 11:45. Tonight's game, that's what you're winning tickets to. Nuggets and TWolves at Ball Arena. KJ, what's first?
As the annual league meetings roll on in Florida, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan finally broke down what went into trying to retain Dre Greenlaw and why it ultimately didn't work out in their favor.
Have you ever gone to visit a prospective free agent to try to retain him? Like you did with Greenlaw?
No, that was our first.
What was the thought process behind that, or why was he the first?
It just worked out that way. I mean, we would have done that in the past if it came down to it. But, you know, when you're going through the recruiting part, when he's committed to someone else, we wanted to see Dre face to face. And he happened to live in Texas, so it was a little farther. Just meet him at our facility. So John and I wanted to fly down there and talk to him and give ourselves one last chance.
But why not sign him before free agency even begins? I mean, why wait until he's agreed to a deal with another team?
Well, we tried to. There's negotiating tactics and everything. And also, it's not just one player at a time. You're working 20 different things at a time. You're trying to get a backup tackle. You're trying to get a quarterback. You're working on linebackers. You're working on safeties. You're working on all these positions. And they don't just go in order like that. You're negotiating with agents. And these things happen. Sometimes you see something on Twitter, just like you guys saw, and then I still like another shot, or took her another shot, and we weren't able to get it done.
A little snippy, snappy Kyle Shanahan, one of my favorite Kyle Shanahans. Doesn't go to the combine. Did you know that? Kyle Shanahan does not attend the NFL scouting combine, but is in place to go to another big national event that you have to face the media. And he was there for the NFL meetings, owners meetings. The head coaches and general managers are all there in Florida. And I do appreciate Kyle Shanahan being transparent and honest that, yeah, they did make a second last-ditch effort, if you will, to try to dissuade Dre Greenlaw from being a Denver Bronco. But that ship had sailed. And I think it's a really, really, really good thing for this Broncos team that they have the middle of the field anchored by one of the best playmakers at the position in the National Football League, especially when he's healthy.
It's funny. That organization feels like it's more concerned over losing Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw than they are about re-signing their quarterback.
Or even losing Deebo Samuel.
And I think that speaks volumes. Because why have we talked about the 49ers in such glowing terms over the last few years? Why? What's the main reason?
Skill players galore.
Overall roster construction.
Ball players.
From top to bottom, you just look and you go, that's a good player, that's a good player, that's a good player. And then someone gets hurt, and then the next guy up, the second or the third string is a good ball player.
For the record, I would consider Talanoa Hufanga within the umbrella of skill player as well as Dre Greenlaw because he's such a playmaker at the linebacker position. And
okay, skill player, not skill position. I think it speaks volumes that organization, which prides itself on finding diamonds in the rough, growing really solid all-around football players, and that is the reason why they've been dangerous for all these years. I think it speaks volumes that they're that upset about losing those two players.
It's really, really good news. You remember, Raj, the reaction I had when we found out both Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw were Denver Broncos. Those are two. They change the feel of an entire side of the ball. They change now with their departure and their absence. They change the feel of the 49ers defense. Is that the same 49ers defense that was feared for the last 3 years? I wouldn't say not as much. Fred Warner's still a really good player. We still got a Bosa, right?
I mean, you did see what happened last year when both of those players went out and were injured. They became pretty pedestrian pretty quickly. That whole team became pedestrian very, very fast when guys got injured.
was hurt, out for the year. Hufanga was banged up for parts of the year. Greenlaw was coming back from the Super Bowl injury that he had. It's not the same team.
KJ, what's next?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
Broncos CEO and owner Greg Penner was asked yesterday about the latest stadium updates, and one new potential city has been added to the mix of cities the Broncos are exploring right now. Here is Greg with the latest on stadium updates.
We're continuing our diligence. You know, as I mentioned before, it's complex. We haven't ruled anything out. We're still looking at the current site, other sites around Denver, Lone Tree, Aurora. We don't have a set timetable for making a decision. We obviously have our lease that ends at a certain date, which is a date that we could focus on, but. It could be something that would happen earlier than that. If we needed to, we could be in our current stadium longer. So we don't have a set timetable at this point.
Would you hate a massive development surrounding a state-of-the-art stadium within 7 miles of the Denver International Airport and the Gaylord Hotel? I would not hate that.
It's kind of where all the massive stadiums are going anyways. But you'd get a way cooler experience.
Be like a 20-minute drive for me.
That is up in your neck of the woods.
So good.
So they brought up Aurora, and Aurora is essentially they would find a spot next to DIA to put it.
That's really what it is.
Right?
It's not really traditional Aurora. Right?
No,
like
you're
it's
not
just
talking about
land.
225
It's a
and
land
I-7.
mass. Yeah.
You're talking about going as far out towards like you go past Green Valley Ranch east.
Do you remember there was a political rally in quote unquote Aurora, but it happened at the Gaylord? Like, yeah, it's a little different than the narrative.
It's technically you're technically inside those gerrymandered red lines.
No question.
I guess. I suppose you could find a way to put it out in Strasburg and be like, oh yeah, that's Aurora, isn't it?
Yeah, why not? Aurora goes everywhere. Goes up to Fort Collins. Just
at that point, it's like Kansas, man. It's so far east. All right, sure. Kansas City Broncos.
I would be great with it. The one I don't see yet, but nobody's really been able to show me where it is. I just don't see Lone Tree.
Neither do I.
As a great spot for the Denver Broncos.
I would love the spot. It's very close to me. Don't get me wrong.
Is there enough real land? Like I'm talking like because you need an expanse, especially if you want to build it up and have an entertainment capital around a football stadium that everybody's moving towards now.
The space that you would have to do it is like near the Hess Reservoir, kind of in between, right in the middle of like Parker and Castle Rock. So it would be South Lone Tree. That's really the only open space that you have down there.
Is that a ton of space though? Because when you're out by DIA, you look around and all you see is land.
It would take a lot of dirt moving because it's way more hilly than the Aurora locations would be. You could do it. It would be, you're fitting a monstrosity right next to I-25.
I actually love current Empower Field. I think it's a great venue. It's a great stadium. I've been to a lot of these stadiums, and there's something about that stadium which isn't particularly new with regards to what most NFL stadiums are nowadays. I love the thought of keeping the stadium right where it is and retrofitting the stadium with whatever it would take to allure a Super Bowl to that venue. I like downtown venues.
The parking around it is less than great.
I don't think it's terrible though. I've been a part of there's some really bad parking situations. Everything in the Bay Area is terrible. Los Angeles is really bad. I don't think it's that bad. I mean, you're not dealing with Kansas City, where you share a massive parking lot in the middle of nowhere with the Kansas City Royals and Arrowhead Geha Stadium. But I still don't think it's that bad.
I would prefer to stay downtown. If they want a Super Bowl and they want to look like their family members, right? Our bosses here with the Rockies, and you want to have that SoFi experience, it can't stay in that area. It has to go to Aurora out there near, Watkins, essentially.
I don't know that you'd have that full SoFi experience in the real estate to do it in Lone Tree to the extent that you'd want to do that to make it worth the build.
See, the change...
Because you want the economic impact year-round with restaurants and bars and theaters, all that comes with the modern amenities of these stadiums.
And if you're trying to make it like a tourism point, putting it close to DIA that's a feather in your cap out there in Aurora, because what's the big knock on anyone who travels here is like, dude, your airport is forever away from downtown. I go, yeah, I want it to be far away. I want it to be hard for me to get to the airport, so I stay at my home. You know how much the damn mortgage is right now? Think I'm leaving? Get out of town. KJ, what's next?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
The NFL owners have approved and not approved several rule changes this morning in Florida. Here's what we know so far. We have expanded replay assist, and we also have expanded replay assist on moments where the ball is not lining up with the first down marker. They will have a new tracker this year. That has also been approved. The NFL owners have also approved playoff overtime rules will come to the regular season as well. No 15-minute overtime like the no 15-minute regular season overtime like the playoffs, but it will be 10 minutes in the regular season. They also have approved the touchbacks being moved up to the 35 instead of the 30. They have voted to keep the tush push. They have tabled at the they have voted to table the tush push, so essentially it will be kept. They have decided to table the playoff seeding conversation by Detroit.
Good, dumb rule change.
And the Steelers have a 1-year trial basis where they will be allowed to have access to the players during the quote-unquote tampering period. Previously, the clubs were only able to talk to the agents, not the players. Which rule do you guys think will have the greatest impact heading into the 2025 NFL season?
The one that's going to come up, I believe, with the most frequency is going to be replay assist for these 5 penalties. That's what I see being the one that when you're watching a regular NFL regular season game, it's gonna make sense, and it's a good rule change. And I don't believe it's gonna slow down the games either.
The biggest change is touchbacks. Moving that to the 35 is everything. They have they think that they're going to have a jump from returned balls that sat between like 25 and 35% on chances that someone was going to take it out and run it on a kickoff last year. They think it's going to get up to 60 to 70%.
I think they should have gone to the 40-yard line. So if you blast one out of the end zone as the kicking team and you don't want to cover the kick, then
how far is too far, though?
I think 40 is fair. That's what the original rule was with the XFL. When my good pal Sam Schwartzstein of Sanford played center there for the Stanford team that I was coaching there.
40 feels like you're guaranteeing 3 points.
But I think that's why that's why you kick it into the kick zone.
It's a first down and 2 first downs.
But if you kick it in the kick zone, you don't deal with the 40. Kick it in the kick zone, then if they waive a fair catch, then that ball was at the 20. So it brings back the play.
I think that's the most impactful rule. To answer his question, that's the most impactful.
We're going to now see the intent more frequently of this dynamic kickoff. I still don't think you're going to see it as much as you'd think.
Wouldn't teams try and find a way to just like train some big, beefy, 6'8", 250-pound behemoth to do these types of like, they're almost being pooch kicks now? Won't you train that dude so now you can actually have a defender on the field?
Yeah. It makes sense because the kick doesn't really matter. The optics of the kick doesn't matter.
Nope.
It's really more about just getting it frequently into the kick zone. Yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense to me.
Find some special teams gunner and take him. The only thing that you're doing, young man, for the entirety of training camp, you are going to kick balls. And then when we need you to gun on punt coverage, you can then gun on punt coverage. You're not going to touch offense. You're not going to touch defense. You're just going to be a specialist.
You know what you need to get?
You can actually make tackles.
You need to go and recruit the rugby squads. Rugby sevens.
Yes, that's the way to do it.
Yep. Get a rugby guy.
Little 5'7" meatball.
Quadzilla.
That's exactly what I want. You imagine that dude just standing in front of a ball and a kickoff?
Tribal tattoos.
It's must-see TV.
Headband.
KJ, one more.
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
Last week, Atlanta quarterback Kirk Cousins was seen at Chipotle in Cleveland, and he took pictures with fans. What's the big deal, right? Wrong. Well, Diana Cini believes where there is smoke, there is fire, and she explains why.
They still have so many questions at quarterback, which brings us to Kirk Cousins. Is that a real thing for Atlanta to trade Kirk to Cleveland? From my sense, yes.
Wow.
I don't know how far along it is right now. I just know there's enough smoke around this and enough conversations being had that this would not be a surprising move. Knowing Kevin Stefanski coached Kirk Cousins when he was in Minnesota, it makes a lot of sense on why that would work.
Kirk Cousins in Cleveland, for whatever reason, it actually feels pretty good.
It feels like it would work.
Stefanski and him, they put up crazy numbers together when Stefanski was the offensive coordinator for Mike Zimmer in Minnesota. I think it would work. And the last thing that you want to do in Cleveland is draft another quarterback in the first 3 picks of the draft because it just hasn't materialized. Yeah, it's a Band-Aid. But if Kirk Cochains gets 2-3 good years left in him, I actually think Cleveland's not all that far off from being a team that, they were in the dang playoffs just a season ago.
I could totally see that trade happening. Totally. Haslam came out and just like Jimmy Haslam yesterday came out and said we had a big swing and miss with Deshaun Watson. So what that tells me is that ownership goes into this draft going, yeah, we need to figure out what's going on with our quarterback situation. I don't think they want to utilize number 2 on a quarterback. I think they want to take the best player available, which at that point is either going to be Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter at number 2. And if you can get Cousins there for a year or 2, and you're not going to have to pay him all that much, right? Like Atlanta's trying to get rid of that contract. You don't have to pay him that much.
No, that would be part of whatever the trade is. I bet Atlanta would probably look to unload some of that money as opposed to giving up some significant asset.
You may be able to get draft capital with Kirk
Correct.
Cousins. I think that's a great spot for them to be in. Great spot. KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at mountainhighappliance.com. Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You still have a chance to text in and win Nuggets tickets to see them take on the Timberwolves tonight at Ball Arena. Your final keyword, again, Nemesis, Nemesis, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Our winner revealed next.
Well, football season might be over, so you got to download that Circus Sports Colorado app. I just opened it up and looked at it myself. Tonight's game, Timberwolves in Denver at Ball Arena. Nuggets are 3-point favorites. If you're judging based off recent history, you might feel a certain type of way about this particular odds for the Denver Nuggets. You want to take it? You can take it. -3, Denver Nuggets favored tonight on the Circus Sports Colorado app. You got to download this app because from college basketball, Final Four action coming up, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports, it's got it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Make sure you go out and download that Circus Sports Colorado app today or visit circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrapping things up here on a 2K Tuesday, Coach and Raj, the morning sprint. PhD will be from noon to 3 today. Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6. You'll have a Birdo's Blitz before pregame between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, giving away our winner on a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, just a few minutes from right now. Coach, before I get to the abomination that's behind me, which I assume is an April Fool's joke from Western Kentucky.
And you give me the heebie-jeebies there. That's one of the several fine institutions across this land that terminated my employment before my contract was up.
We've seen a new court design, which is just the big blob, big red of the Kentucky Hilltoppers, Western Kentucky Hilltoppers.
Yeah, it's one of the creepiest mascots in sport. Just an amorphous blob of color.
I don't hate him. He kind of looks like
Grimace?
Grimace.
Yeah.
He looks like Grimace. He looks like a nicer version of Gritty.
Who's Gritty?
The Flyers mascot, Philadelphia Flyers mascot. Are you not familiar with Gritty?
I know the Philly Fanatic.
Philly Fanatic is the greatest
Big
mascot
fan.
of all time.
Huge fan.
And every mascot that is big and amorphous and hairy is just trying to copy the Philly Fanatic. The best mascot ever.
I like Rapid Man.
Rapid Man scares the crap out
I
of me.
love Rapid Man. Rapid Man's like 11 feet tall.
And you know who gets a
Sweet
bad rap
lettuce
here
too.
in this?
Really good lettuce.
You know who gets a bad rap in this city? And he shouldn't? Freaking Dinger. I love Dinger.
Dinger's about the only thing going right now
I
for the
think
Rockies
Dinger
franchise.
is a great mascot for the Rockies. And
Tell you
people
what,
give
he
him
is
crap all the time.
He is a better mascot for the Rockies than Chris Bryant is superstar signing for the Rockies.
0 for 10, Chris Bryant?
You know what did happen? You know what did happen in his fourth game, his third appearance in the Rockies' fourth game of the season? He touched first base.
He did touch first base.
We need a full season of
He's
KB.
got 2 walks, 12 plate appearances, but he is 0 for 10 in 10 official at-bats. He struck out 5 times. And if you think that's bad, have you seen what's going on with Rafael Devers, the third baseman for the Boston Red Sox?
I know nothing of
Former
this.
all-star third baseman for the Sox. Rafael Devers is 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts.
Holy cow.
Game 1.
Somebody get that man a torpedo bat.
Game 1, 0 for 4, 3 Ks. Game 2, the old golden sombrero, 0 for 4, 4 Ks. Game number 3, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, a walk, and a ribby. So he does have an RBI. He's got that over our guy, Chris Bryant, here in Denver. Game 4, 0 for 4, 2 Ks and a walk. Game 5, 0 for 3, 3 Ks and 2 walks.
He's getting on base a little bit more than OKB.
A little bit, but he is 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts in 19 official at-bats in, I think it's like 25 or 26 total plate appearances.
It's a tough one to overcome. Devers got some work ahead of him.
Dude,
Get back to the Mendoza line.
What a hole you've dug for yourself. You know what that is? That's the Avs team save percentage and team goals differential that they just dug for themselves at the beginning of the season.
It is remarkable that when you talk about the Rockies, that you are already 4 full games out of first place because of what happened with the Dodgers playing those games in Tokyo. Like the Dodgers are they 6-0?
I don't know if they've lost quite yet. MLB standings, the Dodgers are 6-0.
6-0.
Padres are unbeaten as well.
You've got, of 4 games behind, and I know that we're not talking about the Rockies competing in the NL West against the Dodgers and the Padres and the Giants. Jeez, man, like 11-0. But so between the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Giants, we're off to a good start as well. 14-1 between those 3 franchises. You're already 1-3. I talked about it a little bit earlier, a segment or 2 ago. Is it wild to think that if you're a Rockies fan, you are probably staring down the barrel of never having a 500 record or winning record for the next 158 games?
Well, who do the Rockies have today? They have a winnable baseball game today, the Rockies. They have
No, the
a
Phillies.
day off. They have a day off.
They're at Philadelphia.
Starting tomorrow.
No, they already played one. They lost to the Phillies last night.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
they lost 6-1.
But a day off today, and then they take on Philly on Wednesday.
Yeah, and Philly's 3-1.
Yeah, Philly's a World Series
At least
contender.
one more loss there, probably 2
Your
more.
Wednesday game, yeah, you throw Kyle Freeland, but you guess who's on the other side? Maybe the best pitcher in the game, in Zach Wheeler.
You know what? You do have hope coming up, though. Hope is on the way. The Milwaukee Brewers, who were a really good baseball team, very competent baseball team a year ago, 0-4 currently.
Okay.
Started the homestand out with a big fat offer and started their season out like
Got them where we want them.
Did you see the Milwaukee Brewers fan that just got so hammered in opening day weekend?
Oh, I did.
Decided in the concourses to just drop trow and let it eat and just urinate with no inhibition whatsoever.
Right to jail, right away.
I mean, that is a right to jail type of thing. That is public urination and exposure. That's exactly what that is.
It was just out there for the world to see. It's kind of like the meme of like the dog peeing himself and just watching the puddle grow. It's exactly what was going on in the Milwaukee Brewers at Miller Field, Miller
guy
Park.
And poor other.
It's not poor guy. Like that's
poor fans.
That's a bad. It's a bad decision.
Bad look.
There's more sustainable lifestyle choices than to urinate yourself as a grown adult.
I would agree. You didn't have a very negative reaction to the Avs blowing a 2-goal lead last night. Why?
I think that this is the proper wake-up call for the Avs. It was a focus issue that led to 2 goals being scored in 33 seconds. I think these are proper wake-up calls right before the postseason where you're playing good hockey. It's not like, I know you didn't love all the line changes and just changing it up a little bit. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I think Bedsy's just trying to find contingency plans for the postseason.
I agree.
It's data.
I think that's exactly what's
it's a
happening.
bit of data, and some data is bad data. And so you don't use that, which is actually ultimately good data, because you won't go to the well when you're needed. Say you're skating against a bigger team, Vegas. You might want that second line to be bigger.
And what you've seen here is that when it doesn't go well, Bednar hasn't blended the lines to go, oh, it's not working, let's just go back to what we normally do. He's kind of stuck with it just to see, hey, are you going to get through the mud? Is it going to be okay? I don't think the lines that you saw last night are going to be your lines in the postseason. Like, I think Val's going to go back up with Nate. Who knows what's going to happen with Gabriel Landeskog if he comes back in the lineup and everyone's going, oh, he's going to be a fourth-line player, third-line player. What if he's not? What if the first 2 games in Dallas, you play him 10 to 15 minutes, 12 minutes in a game, and you go, oh, that guy's a top 6 player. What happens then? Maybe this is all part of that.
Who's not a part of the
plan.
first 2 lineups or first 2 lines? If that's the case, is it Drouin?
Probably Drouin.
Yeah.
Drouin's probably the odd man out. Or because you get the most out of Jonathan Drouin when he's with Nathan MacKinnon, maybe it's Arturi Lehkonen. And Lecky goes down and he plays with Charlie Coyle, Ross Colton, Lehkonen on the left side, and then your fourth line stays the same. Drury, O'Connor, and either Kelly or Kiviranta is your fourth line. That could be it. Your top line, let's say the everything works out perfect, and Gabe comes back and
we saw it with our own eyes
and
yesterday,
he's a
Raj.
top 6 player.
We saw it with our own eyes. It did not look like somebody that was overly ginger in his movements.
Let's say this happens. Your top line is Nathan MacKinnon, Jonathan Drouin on the right, and Val Nichushkin on the left. Your second line is Brock Nelson in the middle, Marty Necas on the right, Gabriel Landeskog on the left. Your third line is Charlie Coyle in the middle of Ross Colton on the right, Arturi Lehkonen on the left, and your fourth line is Jack Drury with Logan O'Connor and your choice of Parker Kelly, Miles Wood, or Joel Kiviranta. That's a hell of a lineup.
Not to mention McKenzie, Blackwood, and Scott Wedgwood as your 1-2.
Yeah, the Woodshed's awesome.
Pretty good.
I feel so comfy with those 2 guys behind.
Such a different
any
feeling.
lineup. It's unbelievable.
Rewind to a year ago and your confidence level going into the
Rewind to
postseason.
4 months ago. 3 months ago.
Yeah, but it's even worse when you're heading into the postseason. You're like, I don't know who our netminder is. No idea. You know exactly who it is now.
Yeah, it's a delight going into a playoff series going, oh, the other team doesn't have a decided goaltending advantage? Yeah, I take that any day. Any day of the week. Congratulations to our winner. You're going to see the Nuggets take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Arthur Razzo, R-A-Z-O, Arthur Razzo, congratulations. You just won a pair to go on down to Ball Arena to see the Nuggets take on their nemesis.
Take down their nemesis, because the mindset shifts tonight. It's a great way to say it right there, Raj.
For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. PhD is coming up next. Can't wait to talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Go Nuggets.
What's your favorite new NFL rule?
Just love the pathetic kickoff rule that's going to be solved. It's solved by an extra punishment of put it in the end zone, bring it out to the 35.
Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously the big one that people will like is the overtime one. That's been a big complaint for a long, long time. I'm not one of them. I've not been one of those complainers that complains about the overtime rules, but now both teams do get a chance in regular season overtime.
Okay. I like it too. I think they should just turn the clock off, actually. I've heard.
Hell no.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that's how I know you don't think about players.
No, I don't really think about players.
Yeah.
I don't think the NFL's thinking about players all that much either. They think about TV and money.
Well, I'll tell you this. That was the single-handed biggest reason why it was one and done. Score in the overtime is done. Why players like that rule. Because overtime is just that many more chances to get hurt and lose your career.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to downplay that, but I mean, I don't want anybody to get hurt and lose their career. I'm just saying you get the ball until somebody scores and forget it. Why do we need...
You're drunk. Can't do it.
You don't need ties. Ties in football will suck. And I don't know if this increases the likelihood of ties. Probably doesn't, actually. Hopefully things can get done in 10 minutes. It was proposed at 15 minutes, and then they kind of backed it down to 10. So...
Which that's from the player's point of view, right? And owners understand it also. They want to protect their investments. 15 minutes down to 10. Let's limit this thing as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, listen, it's the right move. It's the only sport in existence where the offenses didn't reasonably have possession offensively guaranteed in overtime. And you can nitpick about really, really weird things like you lose the draw in hockey and skate down, score a goal. But stop. I mean, there's a face-off. It's different. Baseball, you get offensive defense. Basketball, you certainly get offensive defense. Soccer, and unless you're just going to shoot the ball in, and even that is a goal and goal. And some soccer overtimes actually go for like 60 minutes. Shootouts, as we saw last night, are stupid and dumb. I am so out on shootouts in hockey. It's such a shame that the game, you get a value of an entire point. Just dumb. But whatever, man. If you want to have ties, I guess we'll change that later. We'll see how many games end in ties, but at least the offense and defense gets the ball. So
yeah, I bet there are going to be more ties personally. We'll see. I mean, I don't know what the science is going to say on it. We'll see what the numbers look like at the end of the year. It does make sense to me that it's going to lead to more ties. When you have the opportunity to be one and done, one possession, score a touchdown, okay, game over, right? Now we're giving another team a chance to respond to it. Look, I had no beef with the previous format, none whatsoever. Matter of fact, I thought it was exciting. I thought it was exhilarating. You win the coin toss. Here we go, baby. Let's go win a freaking football game. Game, set, match. All we got to do is score a touchdown. That was exciting to me. And you know what? You got to play defense also. So I never viewed it that way. Look, you play defense, you play offense. But this is a huge complaint for a long time. It was headed in this direction. I do think it's going to lead to more ties, though. I absolutely do, and I think people are going to hate the ties.
Help me out where the tush push. The tush push has been pushed back. Is that right? Like we're gonna figure that out later. There's a couple of things that we're gonna figure out later. I think that was one of them.
The article I read said it was 16-16.
On the tush push?
On the tush push.
Yeah, so I guess they're going to figure that out in May. They do this all over again in May. So I'm pro tush push. Are you anti tush push or pro tush push?
No, I'm not anti tush push. I don't think that anybody should be punished for being better at something than anybody else.
All right, so you're pro. Where are you with tush push?
I think it's fine.
Okay, so where this is pro. Dan, you pro tush push or are you anti tush push?
I'm with Tyler. If it's just one team that's good at it, get better at stopping it.
So this show is officially pro tush
or get
push.
better at doing it. You know, like that's what it comes down to. I laughed at Raheem Morris because he was about the only one that was honest about the tush push. He's like, yeah, I want it banned because we can't stop it. You know, like okay, at least there's some honesty there. The dude isn't trying to come up with some excuse because of injuries or anything else. We suck at defending it, so yeah, we'd prefer that they're not allowed to do it.
Okay. All right, what other things are going on?
Well, did you discuss the other one that was not talked about? What do you guys think of that one?
What's that?
Lions wanted to eliminate the automatic first downs for defensive holding or illegal contact.
Did not talk about that. Where does that stand? Did that go
They
through or
said
not?
It was proposed but turned down.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, you're 3rd and 20, and a guy holds a guy 7 yards off the line of scrimmage, and you get a first down.
Yeah, because if you don't allow that, then guys are just going to take the 5-yard penalty, and it's going to be 3rd and 15. So teams are just going to be clutching and grabbing and holding and whatever.
Well,
I like
then
it.
it's 3rd and 10, then it's 3rd and 5, and then
Boring.
hey, first down.
Boring.
Yeah, but technically
Boring.
speaking, there is a difference with especially illegal contact. Illegal contact, I'd definitely be down with them eliminating the first down. Holding, that gets hairy because where do you hold on the field? Do you hold when you know that it's too late? That's what DMac's talking about. Pass interference, I do think needs to be it. Illegal contact, though, to me, that one, automatic first down, that's silly.
I'm trying to see what else is going on. The Hawkeye thing is going in. See, I love it. I always said.
What's the Hawkeye?
Play sports as if it was invented yesterday. Instead of the old octogenarians getting out to measure the first down, it's just like beam of light. It's this much. It's that much. It's whatever much. We know what it is instantly. You don't have to. No more measuring of the football. You're going to miss the measuring of the football. You're going to miss that.
It's dramatic. Having these guys jog out there, it's a dramatic part of the game.
It was kind of dramatic.
I thought it was awesome.
I thought it was awesome.
I'd play the game as if it had been in 1950, and I'd go back to the old rules and, hey, get a guy down. You want to grab a guy by the back of the neck, throw him down the back of the neck.
Now, they're not using that for the spotting of the ball, though, correct? They're only using that for wherever the ball was spotted.
Correct.
And saying, okay, is it a first down or not?
I mean, they're already using replay on practically everything anyways. So, I mean, you're replaying this, you're replaying that. There's replay there.
But
There's
you see
automatic reviews up in the box. If they see something, the referees don't even have to call for it. They'll just tell you, hey, Chuck.
The interesting for me is because you see this in football if you know anything about the TV world. Not every game is your national game of the week, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everyone's televised. Well, the national games, the Thursday night, Monday night, Saturday night, or Sunday night, they're going to have 18 cameras. Your crew in Mile High on a Sunday afternoon against the Tennessee Titans are going to have like 8 cameras. So, and that's why sometimes they say, well, let's see that, they're going to review this, and you'll see it, and the cameras always slide off the line. It's never directly on. So now they're going to have all the equipment put out there for all the teams. All the teams are going to have this.
I guess so.
Skybird thing, whatever it's called, Nighthawk.
I guess so. Hawkeye. What is it? Hawkeye. Yeah.
We got to call it the Alan Alda.
Wow. I was wondering when you were going to come up with a MASH reference.
Come on now.
Hawkeye Pierce. All right, so that's that. Then we got there's no vote on the onside kick modification. That will come up in the May meeting. You're going to have 3 football games on Christmas. Hey, NBA, pound sand. We're the NFL.
Well, but when's Christmas this year?
Thursday, December 25th.
So you're going to have 3 Thursday games.
It's
How many games do you have on Thanksgiving?
3.
3. What's that date is that on?
It's on Thanksgiving on a Thursday. Is this? How am I doing in the quiz?
I'm not sure what the day of the week has.
Well, it'll be interesting to see when Christmas falls on a Wednesday or a Tuesday.
There'll be 3 games.
What does that mean?
There'll be 3 games on a Wednesday.
So
or
guys
Tuesday.
gonna play on Sunday and then play again on Wednesday?
Well, I don't know if they'll factor in some bye weeks as things modify themselves. They played on Wednesday last year. They've already done Wednesday. They've done the hardest day of the week. They did it last year. Everybody friggin' loved it. And LeBron said the NBA is ours. And then we looked at the ratings and we're like,
Not so fast, my
I don't
friend.
know, LeBron. I'm not sure if that's the case. So that's going on. Did you say anything else there, Dano? Anything else we're missing?
You sick?
I am a little bit. I'm fighting it.
You got the
I hope not.
Kreck?
I'll tell you this. If I am sick, if this is really sickness, it is not my fault. I know whose fault is it because I know
it's the Kreckman.
Well, the Kreckman and Kane.
Well, Kreckman probably got Kane. Kane gets you. How's
Whatever.
Raj? Raj is the buffer. How's Raj?
He's soon to go down if that's the case. I'm fighting through it though. If it's too much, if it really sounds like crapola, just let me know and I'll just tap out. If it's really bad, trust me.
No, it's you, dog. I think it makes you sound sexier.
What's up, baby?
Gives you a voice.
I'm gonna battle it. Not sure about the old Gamerino tonight.
So it's just your throat, but it's not how you feel.
It's not my throat at all. Actually, it's all up in the nasal. The throat has
Well, but you
zero
know also
right now.
the pollen rating right now is like off the charts.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, I heard mowers going on for not mine because I don't mow anymore, ever. But somebody was mowing. I could hear it from the palatial townhouse in the half city of Lone Tree.
Soon to be
we
full
got a
fill
full
that
week of bad weather here. I was getting used to those sunny days. We got a full week.
Yeah, it's supposed to be lousy until
Supposed to have some snow
next
maybe
week.
Saturday, like 38's a
Yeah, it
high.
looks like we're gonna miss opening day for the snow, but it's coming. Game 2, man, get your tickets for like $2 a ticket there for Rockies baseball. Not to belabor or spend much time on the good old Rockies, but you guys, what was the last thing we said in this show yesterday as we walked out?
Marquez had gone
6 innings,
6 1/4 or something.
Shut up, 6
Was it
innings
6 or
flat.
7?
It was 6. And it was going bottom 7, and the Rocks were up 1-0 or something. And what do we say? How are they going to blow it? They gave up 4 in the bottom of the 7th, 2 in the bottom of the 8th, and they lost that bad boy 6-1.
pitched in the 7th?
You didn't even know that? Oh yeah.
Who pitched in the 7th?
It was a facetious what. They lost the game in the bottom.
Yeah, they screwed it up. Who lost it? I don't know. Their crap bullpen. I can look it up. I'm sure Bud Black had something to do with it that he won't get blamed for because he's the best. He's such a nice guy. Well, I'm wearing some Rocky stuff right now, as a matter of fact. Look at that. Yay, Rockies. 6-1 they lost. I'm just looking it up. Who were the relief pitchers for the Rockies? Well, we go with some dude named Alexander. I don't even know him. Scott Alexander. Never freaking heard of him. Didn't even know there was a dude on the team named Scott Alexander. He went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits, walked 1, no strikeouts, 2 runs, both earned. Nice job there, Scotty. Then they put Vodnik in, who I kind of like. He's a younger dude who throws 100 miles an hour. He has a lot of fun. 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned with a dinger mixed in there. And then some dude named Blaylock, again, Bradley Blaylock, I don't know. And he gives up a dinger as well and gives up 3 hits, 2 runs, and they lose 6-1.
Yeah.
After leading 1-0. And Marquez pitched
So two
great.
relievers gave 4 runs up in the bottom of the 7th.
So just to recap, Marquez
Sweet.
pitched great. Sensatella pitches good.
Freeland
pitched great. 67. Whew, I'm tired. And then the Rockies rocky it up. And I don't know why. Well, they're off today. And then I'm sure they'll lose or suck or something on Wednesday or Thursday. But we have opening day on Friday. I asked you guys yesterday. They're in last place in the NL West. Will they ever not be in last place the rest of the year?
See, I was banking on yesterday as a W, so they would put them at 2-2, and I think that would take them out of last place.
They got 2 weeks to figure that out. If it doesn't happen the next 2 weeks, it never happens.
Probably not. It might not even happen. Just keep that in mind. They were in last place after the first weekend of play, and let's see if they ever get out of last place. Bud Black, baby. Don't tell me there's not something else that could be done.
Well,
but whatever.
I'm a bigger picture guy than you. I can see where the manager is an issue, but I can look at assessment of talent. Bud Black doesn't bring the relievers in. The development of talent, Bud Black has nothing to do with that. So I'm not disagreeing with you whether there's a better manager out there than Bud, who I do like. I think he's a nice guy.
Yeah, join the
but
party.
I think there's a bigger picture problem there.
Yeah, that's how Bud gets away with it.
Of course there is.
That's how he gets away with it.
Yeah, that's how he gets away with it.
All right, we have Nuggets tickets to give away. Not all regular season games matter. Just ask the Avalanche. I was at that game, man. Me and Connor McGahee disagree about something major.
Ooh.
Major. And I had no idea Connor stood on that particular side of the fence. I was shocked. We'll get to that coming up. Yeah, good one, right?
Controversy?
And we have tickets to give away for, I don't know, man, as big of a regular season game as it gets. I mean, for stupid regular season games, I'm not sure this one is any bigger than 2 nights. And we have tickets to give away as we give away our keywords. And it is Ticket Tuesday, the Nuggets Playoff Push Ticket Tuesday. So you get your first keyword coming up next here on Altitude.
Hey guys, Tyler Polumbus here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You might have heard that rates are rising up on vehicles right now, and that's why you want to go to Phil Long Ford, because they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before those rates started to rise up on everybody else. That means that you, the customer, you get the savings. When you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to get the best price. Simple as that. I've been a customer for life, bought my first car there my rookie year, and I go back time after time because they always take care of me. I know them, I love them, I trust them. They're going to respect you, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. No reason to shop all over the state. Go to one car dealership with 1,000 vehicles. You're going to find what you want, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep that new vehicle serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Tickets to give away for tonight's game against Minnesota, which in terms of just regular season games, not really sure there's one right now that matters more. That might be the case different, as the season goes on because they end with Memphis and Houston. But based on what Michael Malone said, the fact that Minnesota did what they did to the Nuggets last year in the playoffs, the fact that the Nuggets are 0-3 against Minnesota so far, and there is a little twist to tonight's game, and I'll get to that here in a second. But you can win tickets. Now, you have 3 different chances to win these tickets. It's based on these keywords. You got yourself like 25 minutes to register, 303-504-0925, by simply texting in the keyword, your first and last name. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The keyword for the next 25 minutes is Rocky. That's ROCKY. By the way, the new Rocky is kind of killing it.
He's good.
He's way more athletic. The dude is sinking the half-court shot on the regular, and he's doing good, man. He's doing really good, so good for whoever that is.
I thought it was an animal.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Right. So Rocky is the keyword. Now, we'll get to the beef I've got with Connor McGahee. Also, we have an April Fool's Day. You don't win anything. You win nothing.
Just have fun.
Just have fun in tribute of April Fool's Day.
Not gonna lie, today was a bad day to wake up and not know it was April 1st. It's a bad day for that.
You got hosed a little bit.
I had no idea today was April 1st.
You want to talk about how you got hosed?
I saw Tiger's crazy tweet, and I sent it with an eye roll. Like Aaron Rodgers thought he was coming back in a year. Tiger said he's coming back in weeks. I had no idea it was April 1st.
You weren't the only one. So Tiger said, "Hey, I'm feeling better. I'm sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber. I'm good to go for the Masters.
See you at the Masters,
which
Let's
is like
roll.
2 weeks away.
I just ruptured my Achilles 2 weeks ago, but I'm ready to play."
So Tyler sends it out in the group chat, like, "Whoa, hey, look at this!" And then 10 minutes later, Tiger puts out, "Hey, April Fools, everybody."
Yeah.
But you weren't the only one.
Oh, there are about 5,000 people.
There are loads of people,
including plenty of reporters.
That's right. So you weren't the only one on that one.
I did read that and I went, really?
It didn't make sense.
I said, that'd be cool. I said, dang, I must have been a sissy when it came to my rehab.
You know what I did though? I was like, I double checked. Is this actually Tiger's account? Am I getting catfished? Am I getting catfished by a fake Tiger? It was the real Tiger account. Yeah.
All right, at 12:35, we'll roll out our little April Fool's Day contest, and it's a little hard doing April Fool's Day jokes. I've done a lot throughout radio time, and I think back on some of the shizzle I've done. The funniest one, real quick, is I stole some letterhead from the University of Syracuse's basketball office, and I sent out a press release saying Jim Boeheim was resigning, and it was Dick Vitale, and I sent it. I faxed it. I had somebody help me fax it from a Syracuse University fax machine, so it would come off like whatever. And that was pretty nervy. Just
explain to everybody what a fax machine is.
I know. Right.
Ask Elvis.
But it got reported. It got picked up everywhere. And our radio station, we just said, "Oh, look at this, man! This has come out. Press release from Syracuse. Dick Vitale's the new basketball coach. Isn't that interesting?" And it just that was cool. That was a good one. That was like a somewhat innocent one.
Who had to correct it? Did the university say April Fool? Or
we came back the next day. And we were like, "Hey, you got to give us a little pat on the back on that one." That was all us. We got that one for it. We did an over-the-top, April Fool's Day. I was on a rock station at the time. We went to change our format to K-drum radio, and literally for 4 hours, all we played was drum solos.
Who did it?
4 hours of drum solos.
Did that actually help you guys as a
station?
station?
Oh, God, no. People said they were going crazy.
Exactly.
They were like, and we'd be funny because we'd play like real drum solos, like Moby Dick by John Bonham, Led Zeppelin, that sort of thing. But we'd also do, and here's a drum roll.
You guys just wanted 4 hours off.
We were told that it was the most compelling, annoying, I was nails on the chalkboard. I got to keep listening to see where this goes radio of all time. But we knew we were all getting fired from the station. This is a true story. We knew because we were sold and they were going to blow us out and make us country. We knew it. We were literally told by the general manager, you can stay here as long as you want, but if you talk about the sale on the air, you're going to be fired. Other than that, you got 30 days to use the copy machine, fax machine, and keep your jobs. So we really didn't have anything to lose. I don't even know why we bothered doing it. It was kind of a lot of effort for something that didn't even matter. But the Jim Boeheim thing was kind of cool. It got reported on local news stations and all that. Anyways, we'll do our own little tribute to April Fool's Day in about 10 minutes. Stick around for that. DiVincenzo and Naz Reid aren't playing tonight. They've been suspended because of that fight with the Pistons.
I told you yesterday they'd be suspended.
Yeah, I guess it just didn't really hit me like the timing of that.
It's funny because the guy that hands down fine downs is Joe Dumars. And I almost texted him today and said,
your buddy.
And I almost texted him, wrote, that was a fight. He's got a corner office now with the NBA, so I don't want to,
I'm not sure you should be able to be suspended if there's not a punch, though. And I know there was one.
Naz Reid threw
one.
Yeah. And he should have been suspended more than one. And DiVincenzo didn't need to jump in there and escalate the way he did. So I could, in today's time, I finished, by the way,
they're just one game.
The newest
Celtic City?
The Celtic City.
You watched the latest one?
I was like, I'm like 5 scenes.
Ralph, are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, that's all
Are
over.
you in that Atlanta game?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you during this is when Bird went for 60 because he was pissed off that Kevin McHale went for 56. So 9 days later, he tried to break his record.
So on some of the shots they're showing, look for a white dude with brown hair that always has a towel in his hand or over his knees.
Yeah.
Always did it. So if my mom saw me on the bench, she'd see the white towel.
Okay.
So go back and check all the scenes with the dude with the white towel. One time I'm standing up, and then his 60th basket.
You put your hand in the air?
That was I didn't realize
that was you?
That was me contesting the shot.
So were you sitting? Oh, you were on the court. You were on the
60th, I was the one.
You were the contester on the 60th.
Oh, you're the guy that gave up. Wow.
God.
I gave up the 60th.
I was in that position one time in the last game of the season when a dude was going for the all-time sack record, and I was like, do not be that guy, because the only replay that they're going to show over and over is the one that breaks the record. You cannot be the guy that gives that up.
Well, this one
it already broke the record with 57 and 58 and 59, but no, I got that.
This one
there you go.
Was famous because it had the two dudes on the bench. Definitely wasn't you.
Eddie Johnson and Cliff Livingston.
So there's two guys on the Hawks that are losing their shizzle every time Bird is scoring, and I think that those highlights are as famous for that.
Yeah.
Are you sitting right next to those guys?
Yeah, I'm the white dude.
Not reacting.
Yeah, no, if you notice, one time I take the towel and put it up to my face, and I'm going,
That was you.
That was
I
me.
was noticing you then.
Yeah, that was me.
Because it was hitting me like, oh, those two guys are freaking out. Well, that guy's kind of not.
Yeah, that
oh,
was
that's
me.
pretty funny.
Yeah, that was me. I didn't want to get fined. I knew.
Oh, I'm gonna go back and watch
when
it.
I saw Fratello look down, and them guys, they just showed it one time. They got off the bench and ran into the stands once on one of the shots.
It was the reactions are amazing. In that show too, it shows that they played the Rockets, the Celtics. In the 86, might have been one of the greatest NBA teams of all time, that 86 Celtics
Was it
team.
86 or 85?
Was the 85-86.
Oh.
It was 85-86. And they played the Rockets. Ralph Sampson got attacked by Jerry Sheasting. Tyler. Jerry Sheasting, little white dude like my size. Ralph Sampson, 7'4". And there were
But he went low on him, though, didn't he?
He did go low. Everybody's the same size on their back. Double leg takedown. But Ralph Sampson is throwing freaking haymakers. And did not get suspended. Because it was
got kicked out of the game, but didn't get suspended for the
got
series.
kicked out of the game. Now, you'd be gone for the series. You might be gone for some of the season.
10 game to start the season.
NBA was kind of better back then for some of those reasons.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah.
I would
Anyways,
say, and what's Bob Ryan,
yeah.
who I've known forever,
Yeah.
but said he goes, that team could go against anybody, anytime, anywhere. I'm not sure it couldn't.
That team has so much makeup of teams today. Very versatile big men, 2 7-footers, actually 3 really, because it was Walton, Parrish, and
Walt was
McHale.
your 6th man.
So huge team, great guards. Ainge and DJ, great guards, great bench, incredible shooters.
Schistting was a nice guy off the bench, too.
You know,
for a guard,
that team right there, and maybe some of those Lakers teams, and let's frankly, Michael Jordan's teams. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. Anyways, do you care that 2 prominent players from Minnesota aren't playing, as Vic Lombardi went on a rant about wanting Minnesota's best? Does it sour things at all?
Once again, I have to repeat, and I got called in the principal's office, but just a dumb take. Get the victory. It don't matter. Come on, man. Come on. You know what? Guess what? If you get to the NBA Finals, guess what you're going to have to do? You're going to see him again. So now it's about adding numbers on the left side of the column. I wish the whole team was suspended. I wish they had to forfeit tonight's game.
First off, you just got to get some wins against these guys. So I don't care who you got to play. I've never been in the camp that I need the best out there.
Doesn't sour.
Well, not for this team. I do think that matters for certain teams, for the record. I think there are certain teams that need to prove something to themselves, and if they don't beat the best version of it, fine. That's not who this Denver Nuggets team is. They don't need to beat anything. They don't need to prove anything to themselves. So I don't need Tom Brady out there in the Super Bowl. I'll win the Super Bowl without Tom Brady just fine.
Jamal Murray was out at about the 9-minute mark in the first game. They lost a close one. Gordon didn't play in games 2 or 3, so are they going to give any of those victories back? You probably win the first game if Murray plays. So do they give that back?
No.
So, again, and I say this with love and respect.
He's enough.
Why do you say it like that?
Oh, I got called in the principal's office. I just
don't air dirty laundry.
That take was stupid.
Get W's.
If
you want to say that at the beginning of the year next year, and another bad things happen, yeah, you're right. You got to get back out of their head.
Late start tonight. It's a TNT exclusive, so we'll have our pregame at 7:30. You'll be on the radio call with the great Cause. And 8 o'clock will be 8 o'clock, I think, or is that going to drift a little bit? I don't know what's ahead of it. I think 8 o'clock.
It's a TNT game, so it'll be the second game, so it just depends.
Oh, might drift a pinch. We'll see.
May possibly drift.
Okay, well, it's a big one tonight, and then tomorrow you have the anticlimactic game against the Spurs, which.
But again, you just got to win. You got
to win that.
I don't care if it's 1 point or 20 points. You got to find a way to win that too. You got to come out. You got to come out 2 wins on these two here.
We'll get into the Avalanche and what Connor McGahee and I shockingly, stunningly disagree with. Couldn't believe it.
How'd you find out that you disagree?
Because we were with all the Muggles waiting for Jared Bednar yesterday, and McGahee made a adamant statement about what he said, like there's no other option. And I had to come back at him before Bedsy walked into the room.
Ooh.
And I really did, say it in sort of a joking manner.
Did you ask Bedsy to decide it for you guys?
I did. I definitely did not, although I would be very curious about his opinion. We're going to get everybody's opinion here in a little bit. We're going to do that right around 12:45. So hold on. I haven't forgotten about it. We'll get to that just coming up in a little bit. And the Avalanche are an interesting spot, guys. Like, they know where they're at. Bedsy admitted. You hear what Bedsy said? He goes, I understand it. I don't like it. Meaning, it's
You're
hard.
not going to move up. You're probably not going to move
It's
down.
hard to get guys to play with a sense of urgency against desperate teams when there is no sense of urgency. To manufacture it is very difficult.
Which is why a lot of coaches would prefer that there be something on the line as you're heading into the playoffs, because you want to feel that. But now, I do think hockey and maybe basketball are a little bit different because it's such a grind when you get to the playoffs. But you want to start ramping that up. But he is right, man. I mean, when you know what's on the line, when you know what's not on the line, when you know you can't catch, when you can't lose, dude, it's a weird feeling.
There's an extra gear with teams that are desperate. St. Louis is desperate because they're hanging on for dear life, and so is Calgary. The Avs are not, and they play hard to a degree, but they let up off the gas in the third, and it cost them. It cost them a point, but it doesn't really even matter. So it was a great comment by Bednar to say, I understand it. I don't like it.
I don't like it. Though.
But who he chose to put out for the shootout, we'll dig into that.
They struggle with the shootout.
They sure do, buddy. That is not a good thing for the Colorado Avalanche. Let's get to our April Fool's Day thing. So the concept with this, and you can go to Twitter right now, Altitude Sports Radio, and the concept is simple. And you win absolutely nothing. And this is just for fun for April Fool's Day. We have 3 stories. 2 of them are real. 1 is false. The game, if you just want to play along and have some fun today, is just vote online, Altitude Sports Radio. What's the fake story? Dan, what is story number 1?
All right, so story number 1, Deion Sanders' new contract at CU is being fully funded by his sponsorship with Allstate.
Okay, that's story number one.
Are we supposed to debate it right now?
No, story number two.
Story number 2, the NFL is moving the onside kick to the 50-yard line.
Okay.
And story number 3, the Yankees have filed a patent to have exclusive rights to the torpedo bat.
Now, 2 of these are true. 2 of these are true. They all 3 sound false, right? They all 3 sound phony. But 2 of these are true.
So you're just supposed to find the phony one.
You got to find the phony one.
Now you got one vote, and they voted the Yankee story, which I would think that would be the truth.
All right, so of the 3 that all sound kind of like, huh? Which do you think is the fake one, right off the bat?
The Yankee.
You think the Yankee's the fake one?
Yeah, I don't think Major League Baseball would let one team trademark one type of bat that's working.
Okay.
I mean, I got reasons to believe they're all fake, but 2 out of the 3 are not.
2 out of the 3 are true stories.
Yeah. I got reasons to believe they're all fake. I can justify it, right?
2 of 3 are
but
true.
we do know the Yankees started that thing, so I could see them attempting to get it.
Right. I mean, that's what it's saying. They're fine. They didn't say they got it. They're trying to get it.
Okay. Now.
Oh, I didn't catch
Yeah,
that.
I mean, there's a difference between they got it and they're
Allstate
trying
loves the University of Colorado,
wow.
huh?
Allstate in Colorado.
Then I'm changing it to 1.
So Allstate's funding things for the NIL.
Yeah.
Although,
well, that's not NIL. That's
right.
Dion's salary.
Right. How you're right. However you want to do it.
So that means you'll see Allstate commercials all over.
They'll be Allstate all the time.
Hey, they bought the right to every single ad in the stadium.
They're going to own the CU Buffaloes, basically.
Yeah.
All right, so that's up on Twitter right now. Throw your votes in. You win absolutely nothing. It's just for fun. And we'll tell you what the story is, but we're going to push this out a little bit. But by the end of the show, you want to be listening around 2:50 or so. We'll tell you what
I could see onside kick at the 50.
Well, the concept with that, if we're going down that logic, is that you just, make it a more valuable thing. Like if you get it, you're in field goal range right then and there. That's it. There's a better outcome for that. So it pays more to give it a shot, which would increase excitement, which is what they're trying to get done.
Yeah, kind of like the old guys running out with the yardsticks to measure the first down.
Well, that's not exciting.
Exciting.
What would be exciting is if you do an onside kick, and if you recover it, you could kick a field goal right then and there with no
2
time
seconds on the clock.
Correct. It would happen right then and there. So on the surface, that one is kind of the most believable out of the 3, I would say. But anyways, whatever you think, we'll tell you what the story is at 2:50. We play this out a little bit. Happy April Fool's Day. All right, the Avs, the B5 got sort of unexpectedly with Connor McGahey comes on up next. The Avalanche lost in a shootout last night to the Calgary Flames. The Avs had a 2-0 lead into the third period. Everything was going fine. And then the wave popped up. It was an unusual game for me and my family. My son, older son, asked for nothing. And as much as my wife loves the Avalanche, she's more than happy just watch him at home. He turned 25, and I can count on one hand the amount of time he's ever asked for anything since he's been out of college. So when he reaches out and say, "Hey, Dad, how about going to the Avs game?" It's like the only time all year he's gone, only a couple times. So, yeah, man, it's your birthday, 25, I'm going to get some good tickets. And I got some good tickets, for him and my wife. And as it turned out, there was a seat empty next to him. Total coincidence that there was an empty seat. Didn't even know that. They actually didn't tell me. I had to go down and visit them. You'd think they would have sent me a text like, "Hey, you want to come down here?" But no.
There's an empty seat, and we love you.
Yeah, they didn't do that.
Thanks for buying these seats. By the way, there's the next one.
But I go down there to annoy him, and I'm there for the vast majority of the third, and the wave starts. And I am sitting in...
Somebody guessed this, by the way. There was a smart listener out there that said, DMac, let me guess what your beef with Connor's about. The wave.
Here's why. Connor's reaction to it is stunning, considering the person Connor McGahey is. Would you call Connor McGahey kind of an old school guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, more so.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get to that just in a second. The wave at a hockey game is so stupid and inappropriate. And I'm telling you, it's 2-0. It's not a blowout. It ain't 7-0.
Yeah.
This is not.
It's not even 4-0.
This is not a boring hockey game. You do not have to manufacture enthusiasm for what the hell is happening right in front of you. The guy who started the wave, oh my God, guys. And because I'm sitting down low now. I'm in like the 8th row, just inside the blue line where the Avs shoot once. And I could see this guy. Boy, I want to curse so bad here, but I'm just telling you. I can see this guy.
What Moser?
Every wave starter guy, I am convinced, is the same middle management turd that doesn't get enough attention in his life, who's liquored up out of his brains, that is dying for people to look at him. And this lunatic, because a wave doesn't just start like that. Oh, no. You got to one.
It takes 10 or 15 attempts.
2, 3. You got to do that. And there's always the one wave starting guy.
The wave guy.
The wave guy. God forbid you're sitting near the wave guy if you want to enjoy the sporting event, which is really exciting. So I'm like, I can see this guy. I'm staring like right across the ice. He's like 10 rows behind the Avalanche bench. He's wearing like a blue... It's one of these annoying guys wearing a dress shirt with shorts or some weird look like that. And, he's going crazy and, hey, look at me and getting it going. And you know what? This idiot did get it going, kind of. We refused to stand up for the stupid wave when it came around to our section. And it was very mid the way it was effective. But you would have thought this guy was the king of Ball Arena, the way he was patting himself on the back and getting it going. And I realized the wave is annoying enough, but it's not nearly as annoying as the wave starter. My basic observation about the stupid-ass wave that was going on. We get into the interview room, and there's Connor McGahey defending the wave. I was stunned that Connor McGahey was Mr. Pro Wave at a hockey game. Couldn't believe it. And I said, Connor, did you see the jerk that was starting the wave? The wave doesn't start by itself. It gets...
Yeah, it's manufactured somewhere.
By some idiot.
Probably in China.
The Wuhan wave.
The Wuhan wave.
What's wrong with you guys right now? What's wrong with the wave? There's nothing else. Like, I don't know about the technicalities of being at a hockey game, and there's not supposed to be a wave at the hockey game. And if there's some unwritten rule about the wave being at the hockey game, get over yourself, hockey fan. Who cares? You're at a sporting event. The wave is fun. It's energetic. What's wrong? Who's anti-fun here in America? What's wrong with the wave?
That's what Connor
hold
was
on.
saying.
I'll give you a caveat. That I agree with every description you have of the wave starter, okay? I will give you
now,
that.
You pinpointed that.
If you are the wave starter, yeah, you've got some attention seeking that you go to therapy, okay? There's something deeper you need to address that's going on in your life if you're the wave starter. But I am not anti-wave at any sporting event. What is wrong with the wave?
Oh, it's so obnoxious.
It immediately gets the crowd going. They immediately start having fun. And don't start with some jinx if that's where you're going because they were up 2-0 because you're Mr. I'll talk about the no-hitter in the 9th inning.
No, this is different because this isn't some sort of like superstitious thing. This is something that's affecting the environment of the actual arena. So Scott Wedgwood is kind of trying to dial in and do whatever he's doing, but all of a sudden everybody's rising up around him. Like there's things going on.
I think he's okay to not be affected by the wave.
Well, they gave up 2 goals.
I don't think they're getting affected
during
by the
wave. He gave up 2
during the whole wave process.
So the other team isn't affected by the wave then?
What can I tell you? They gave up a power play goal, and then Calgary put out the same exact line. A 6'8" guy, Klapka.
Also, for the
Holy
record,
cow.
just for the record, I sit down during the wave also. I don't participate in the wave, but I am not anti other people enjoying the wave if
But
they
do
want
you
to
throw
enjoy
your
the
arms
wave.
up when the wave comes by?
I sit and throw my arms.
Okay, so the arms still go up.
Yes.
You're
yes.
6'8", so you're still.
Of course I throw my arms.
Your arms are taller than him.
Well,
when you
it's
do
taller
it.
than if I'm standing up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Connor's,
So what's the hot take here?
Connor's statement was the softest, weakest take in all of sports is anti-wave take at a sport.
I'm with Connor.
Anti-wave.
I'm absolutely with
So
Connor.
you're the anti-wave guy is talking about the wave starter guy.
I pointed out to Connor, it's not the wave. It's the guys. By the way, it's the guy starting the wave. This guy last night who was starting.
You're anti-wave and anti-wave starter.
I am. It's kind of the same thing because I'm so anti-wave starter guy that I guess I am anti-wave because if a wave begins organically with a cheerleader or a mascot at a football game, I'm okay with it. That's fine because those games can be really boring. This guy, you should have seen where these guys' seats were. He is 20 rows up right behind the Avalanche bench. This guy could not have better seats. This dude is sitting in like $400 seats for that hockey game last night, and he's starting the wave, screaming like a lunatic, and the look-at-me nature of it. And I pointed out accurately to Connor, it's not just the wave, it's the idiot who's getting it going. That it was just so off-tempo for the game itself. So I do think it's different.
You're up 2-0. What's off-tempo about the game?
The best wave, and I'm not anti-wave at baseball games, when it's some sort of blowout game and the crowd is just bored to
because
tears.
there's nothing going on in
There's
baseball.
nothing going on, and I am not anti-wave at baseball games, although the wave starter guy is equally obnoxious during a baseball game. But you're sitting 20 rows up, dead center ice, and you got to get that going in a very, very close, intense game. You're an idiot. And Connor's defending him, and you are too, kind of.
No. You didn't listen to my words. I said I agree with you on wave starter. Wave starter.
You're just not throwing blame.
Exactly.
By the way,
now wave starter guy probably needs therapy. He's probably got other things going on.
Do you understand how much other rah-rah stuff is happening at these Nuggets and Avs games? I mean, it is non-stop with the music and the lights and the this and the that.
I got
and the
another
other thing.
starter guy.
Every
that
kid
I have
loves
to ask
standing
you.
up for the wave.
What's that?
How about slow clap guy?
Slow clap guy. Same guy. It's the same guy.
I started a slow clap one time at an event, and I started, and it followed.
I think slow clap guy, in all honesty, because you really don't hear it that often, is actually kind of funny.
Okay, that was me. I got one started one time.
Yeah, slow clap, by the way,
What's the difference?
Because it's a joke.
Either one, though, you need attention.
You need a little attention. There's no doubt. But slow clap guy, that's in an office setting. That is not in a sporting setting. That's a office setting. That is somewhere where some manager is giving a presentation and you're just like,
yep.
You got it. Way to go. I haven't actually been a part of all that many slow clap moments, but I'm going to guess it was kind of funny.
Oh, it was hilarious.
You know what this really comes down to, though? DMac's always been anti-kid. He he just hates kids. He doesn't like parents. He doesn't like anything that kids like. That's what it comes down to. Now, I'll ask you this. Is there some unwritten rule in hockey that you can't do the wave in hockey? Because if there is, that's a dumb unwritten rule.
Connors? We probably should talk to Connor. It would be funny just to hear, Dan, maybe
you didn't answer the question.
What's the question? Sorry.
I swear 9 out of 10 times
What's the
you
question?
don't listen to me and you're already talking about your next thing.
I'm thinking about going to break and this,
What's the
that, and
question?
everything. What's the question?
Is there some unwritten rule in hockey that there's not wave at the hockey games?
No. It's just common sense, and most hockey fans are smart enough not to do it.
So you're saying yes?
There's no unwritten rule.
Hold on.
So would you say hockey snob guy hates wave starter guy?
Yeah, because the wave was very mediocre last night. It did not catch on like fire. Because the vast majority of hockey fans, I see what you're saying. It's an unwritten rule not to do it. I wouldn't say there's an unwritten rule not to do it. I would say.
And this is where hockey people are too stuck up. I'll just say it.
Man, God, maybe there is an unwritten rule now that I'm thinking about it. Because it's just so stupid. It's so dumb. It doesn't happen that often. I'm telling you, man. I go to all these damn games. How often do you see the wave at a Nuggets game?
I haven't in a long time.
Right.
But since you're going to be there tonight, if you were going to be there tonight, you're a little
We'll
under
see.
the
I
weather.
don't know.
Maybe tomorrow night you be the start the wave guy.
I'd rather get run over by a semi-truck than be the wave starter guy. I'll take my chances. Tyler?
Anybody know the wave starter guy? Let's get this guy on there.
Yeah,
let's get this guy on there.
Somebody's-
Anybody know the wave starter from last night?
Somebody's got to know him.
So what is your name? Bill
What
Thomas.
section were
Bill,
we talking
what do you do? I'm a vice president of marketing for.
Well, he's sitting in $400 seats. He's
Humble brag about what DMac spent.
No, our seats were okay, but we were sort of in the corner a little bit. This dude was I'm telling you, he was 20 rows behind the Avs. And in all honesty, when you sit a little bit low in the corner, it's actually kind of hard to see the other side. That's why those tickets aren't quite as expensive. You want to be more along the blue line or the red line. And we were a little bit in deep. No. This guy had a pretty penny right here. I don't know. If somebody get out the wave starter guy, that'd be fine. If Connor wants to defend himself, Dan.
They're on the plane.
They're on a plane. Well, isn't that convenient?
No. Coward.
Exactly. Anyways, that's it. Are there any? Are there people supporting wave starting?
There's plenty of people on both sides. A lot of people hate the wave.
The wave is an institution to American sports.
That person is correct.
Connor said the wave was invented at Colorado Rockies hockey game. Okay, I didn't say that.
Of course, Connor would know that.
Well, hold on. It seems like I remember the San Diego Chicken getting it going when he was doing stuff in San Diego. That was way before
San
even
Diego
the Rockies.
Chicken?
Yeah.
I don't know about the San Diego Chicken.
You don't know about the first mascot of one of the costumes and stuff, and considered the best of all time.
What sport?
Well, he started off with the Padres, but then he did everything. He did
He was just the San Diego mascot for everything.
And people would hire. They used to hire him to come into Denver.
Okay.
DMac is right. I was there. F the guy in the blue shirt. It kills me to agree with him.
There you
Okay,
go.
I'll take that. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone, let's get into that for a little bit. Causes all sorts of issues, low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. But a lot of guys just say, well, that's, getting older, and, don't say that there's a medical treatment that can help you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there to help you. And this is simple. If you're like a lot of men, low T can be gone within a few weeks, and you'll feel the results. You'll feel great. How do you do it? Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. It takes 2 minutes. Then you schedule a consult. The appointment is only $99, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So let's get in on this conversation. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we'll have another keyword for you to win Nuggets tickets for tonight against the Timberwolves. Connor's flying, huh? Okay. Well, we can yell at him about it some other time. Or not. One way or the other. It won't happen again because that dumb idiot won't be at another game, hopefully, starting the stupid wave. Tonight, it's the Wolves against the Nuggets. Why? By the way, that's cool, man. We got a couple people trying to come up with I am the danger. I am the one who knocks t-shirts.
I am not in danger. I am the danger. I am the one who knocks.
So Matty B did some stuff right there, Dan. That's cool. Using Joker, not Malone. All right. There's another dude here who wanted our address. He was going to do a bunch of different stuff. And then we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, right.
We'll see where it goes.
The warden's supposed to be fixing one up today for me to take to the game.
Okay.
Nice. I saw you did a little research on it as well.
Yeah. Not supposed to be not trademarked.
Oh, here's my guy Derek. Now he's doing 3/4 zips and t-shirts. I know this is just you want to look at that real quick?
Yeah, that's it.
See that? That's got Malone's face on it.
See, that's a good-looking shirt, but I doubt Malone would wear a shirt with his face on it.
I don't know.
I'd wear that shirt. That's definitely good looking.
He ought to wear that at home while he's mowing the yard.
See, I think the one that Matty B is making with the cola, there you go, for sure.
Yeah.
I think the one that he's making with the cola, that might have a better chance of getting Malone to put it on.
Well, I appreciate our listeners chiming in.
That's
here,
a
man.
cool looking shirt, though.
It's very cool looking. And Matty B's looks cool, too.
Matty B's looks really good.
Matty B's focuses more on Joker, which, I think makes sense. I don't think anybody's really afraid of a coach.
They met Michael Malone.
You know who is?
Who?
Way starter guy.
If we've learned anything about Michael Malone after the parade, he's got a little frat boy in him. Okay?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Frat boy's got a little fight in him also.
I mean, I think Coach likes the fact we're saying I am the danger, like it's him. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, he loves it.
You give him the shirt, and he can do whatever he wants with it. You can take it in and you can, throw it in the
What's the
trash
warden supposed to look like? Do you know?
Just lettering.
Okay. I mean, we probably need a little PhD representation on that bad boy, but I don't think we really have a logo. That could be something else people could work on one way or the other. I'm sure. Can you imagine how many logos there are of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane? Can you imagine? My God, there's probably a whole art department dedicated to those guys. Can I ask a dumb question?
Oh, I guarantee you
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a dumb question? Why just those guys on the ribbon board when they promote the radio station?
That's a dumb question.
Got to ask your nephew.
I don't know. Why just those dudes? That's just those are graphics anybody can put up. They're not permanently on the boards. They're just
They rotate in and out.
Right.
There's time.
Because they're the only show on altitude, probably.
Okay. Is chicken feed around here? Is
You not seen our YouTube numbers? Come on now.
I mean, I'm not saying we should get we got our guy Dan Tanner right here. He does In the Pain. He does like a little show afterwards. Like,
oh, that's the one you were thinking of?
No, I was thinking about us, but our guy Dan does something. You can throw him out there. Like, hey, we're gonna, you're at the Nuggets game. How about the, All right, I'll leave it alone. Who cares?
All the pens gone again.
They are. You need some?
Real fast. I want to do something.
Sickness pen. Be careful. What are you doing?
You'll see. Watch.
Are you doing a little design?
He's making a logo.
Doing a little artwork. Yeah, you got some graphicness in you.
I mean, how hard can it be? PhD.
It wouldn't be that hard.
I was trying to make you feel better. So if everybody could check out Twitch right now or
PhD.
Can you see it?
Oh, that's your big
here
campaign. There you go. That's
run the banner every once in a while.
Run in the middle of our show on Twitch.
yeah. Run a little banner on YouTube and Twitch.
I'm crying.
There it is again. Look at that.
What if we were just to hand somebody in the front row of a Nuggets game who's just constantly going to be on? Like, you just hand the guy that you sit next to.
Give the guy a poster.
Yeah, just.
Maybe when I'm at the game tonight.
Just hold this up.
You know what? Instead of the wave.
Ball goes left to right, I'll just.
Instead of the wave, we get them to pass the big poster around.
Oh my God! Scotty's at the press conference afterwards and goes, "Hey, on your radio show, Scott's like self-glossing his own show." I'm like, "Oh my God, what are we doing? What are we doing tonight? What's a good word tonight? What do we need to know? What's the injury status on everybody here too?"
I haven't looked at the Nuggets. You got to get a win. No Naz Reid, no DiVincenzo. But it doesn't matter. You've got 2 games in a row, back-to-back at home. It's your last back-to-back. I will say I got one thing to say about NBA schedule makers, which are just stupid as heck, which I've said before. But your last back-to-back, then you have 3 more road games after tomorrow.
Okay.
They're all one-offs.
Right. Weird bing bong, bing bong.
And here's what's really stupid. So you go to San Francisco on Thursday, play San Francisco Friday. Come home Saturday, play Sunday. Now you leave, you've got 2 more road games. One's in San Antonio, one's in Houston. And they're separated with the home game back in Denver. When you're down in San Antonio, why don't you just go day off, the next day play in Houston, and then come home?
You're trying to ask logical questions about NBA scheduling?
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
No kidding.
I don't think it makes any sense.
It's a mystery of the world. Oh, so here are the injuries for tonight?
Gordon's questionable.
He's good. He'll go.
It's really just AG that's questionable.
Everybody's going.
No,
and Jamal took the last game off, by the way, which was fine against Utah. That was good.
So it says Estrada on March 4th, 4 more weeks. So you're approaching that 4 weeks with him.
I'm not holding my breath.
If he's going to help you at all in the playoffs, he's got to play in these last 7 games.
You holding your breath on Strother? You need Strother in the playoffs?
I think you need his capability, but I don't know. It's 2 years in a row he's missed, 4 or 5 weeks of the season, kind of when he was rolling for you.
I don't know if I can count on Strother in the playoffs. I don't know if I can count on Westbrook in the playoffs.
Oh, stop. You got quite a bit of heat on that one last time, by the way.
I know. I'm not backing off of it, but I saw the heat.
You're not. I mean, what are you insinuating? He's not out of the lineup. He's playing.
No, I mean, he's not. I think he should play less a little bit. I think turnovers kill you.
I bet he's different. I bet he finds another gear in the playoffs.
I hope so. I hope he's our version of Bruce Brown. I really do. I hope. I mean, he's. You realize he's
here for one reason, man. He is here for one reason. He's got one thing he doesn't have, and I'd be shocked if he didn't dial it in the playoffs.
But you guys have both noticed that where he could have started, it was Peyton Watson, not him. You guys both noticed that, right?
Sure. Right.
Right. So that's a pretty significant change.
Well, and I think it's also to try to stabilize. Here's what we're going to do. Rush is your backup point guard. Play him in that sense. I think DJ's got to be your backup, center. Play him as that sense.
He's going to get those playoff minutes? DJ is?
I think so.
Really? Well, I don't know about that. I'm not anti it. You don't have a lot of choice. It's not going to be Zeke, and the only other option is AG just plays more of those 5 minutes, which was happening.
But to what success?
Not much. But, I mean, you put DJ on the bench for a good chunk of time there, man. How many games did he miss in a row?
Like 10.
20.
It felt like that, didn't it?
Well, 10 games is 20-some days probably, or right around.
I asked DJ, like...
It might have been 13 games.
How you dealing with, your role coming off, not playing? He goes, I'm a pro. Well, you got to be a pro to handle that mentally. That cannot be easy.
Do that for 11 years.
Yeah, but at the same time, what does he really expect?
To play.
Really?
To sit out
'Cause
10 games in a
he
row?
sure didn't play last year.
Oh, I got you. But, I mean,
So when he re-signed, he thought he was going to have some miraculous turnaround in his playing time?
I don't know, but he's been playing a lot more this year, and then all of a sudden
I know.
hit the brakes, and he wasn't playing at all. It was weird.
That was the weird part, is that he was absolutely being utilized.
Yeah, he all of a sudden was, high-fiving Saric over there, making plans. You hear what he said? He goes, I can stay up later and watch TV with the kids.
Or study Japanese.
He's taking a foreign language. It might be Japanese.
No, it is Japanese.
Yeah.
He is a very eclectic guy. More so than you realize.
He's a good dude, man. I'm glad he's on the team. And his ability just to be inside and get those alley-oop sort of dunks is, it's
a threat.
It's otherworldly.
Well, Malone said it great for that second unit. I'm glad they finally defined it. The second unit's got to be a defensive stopper. And maybe with Peyton going back to the bench when you get healthy and Westbrook and even DJ around the paint, that can be more of a defensive unit, because I don't think in the half-court offense you're going to struggle with that group, right? But if you can get out and run now, get some stops and go, and that group can play at a faster pace, I think that's where success lies for them.
Big one tonight. What is going on there, too? What are this? The Avalanche, it's so frustrating because there's just nothing you can do, but there's all sorts of different circumstances here. What team, Scott, do you think are going to fade, and what team do you think are going to rise? Or do you think it's just going to more or less stay exactly where it is?
You got to follow Golden State and the Steph Curry situation.
I am fascinated to see how Memphis finishes out.
Which they got beat at home the other day after the goal change.
What do you know about that now that a little time has passed about that firing? Because that's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I read an article that I thought was absolutely interesting. And I didn't know, but Jenkins' coaching staff was replaced in the offseason, including the guy that's now the interim head coach who coached the French team in Paris, I believe.
So they neutered him before the season began.
They neutered him before the season, but they wanted a better offense. Well, the offense has gone from middle of the road to the sixth best offense in the NBA this year. Problem was, guess who didn't like the offense? John Morant. Because it took away, because he wants the ball in his hands, pick and roll.
Well, whose offense is it?
Well, Memphis decided it was theirs, and then they fired the coach. Jaw's not happy. Jenkins gets blamed, and it turns out your star wants the ball in his hands to run pick and rolls, but the offense was brought in by the interim head coach currently, that was his offense.
Well, I'll tell you what could be a nightmare scenario possibly for the Nuggets. We'll get that. Plus, we'll get your next keyword for you to win Nuggets Timberwolves tickets for tonight's game. That comes up next here on PhD. Time for our keyword of the hour. Listen, if you want to get first shot at playoff tickets in each round, best way is signing up for Nuggets Insider, the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Gotta put a "the" here.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Mm-hmm. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The keyword is gold. That's gold. GOLD. And just text that, your first and last name, 303-504-0925. And you're in the running. So you have 25 minutes to get into the mix by using gold. We will announce the winner around 2:45. We'll also unveil, we're playing a little April Fool's Day sort of game on the old Twitter. There are 3 stories we're putting out there. 2 of them are true. 1 of them is false. You have to guess which one is false. So 2 of these are true. Deion Sanders' new contract is being funded by his sponsorship with Allstate. That's story
Which
number
is
1.
$10 million a year.
Story number 2.
In the first year.
The NFL it's trying to move, but they're voting on things to get the onside kick to the 50-yard line.
That feels believable.
Okay? The Yankees have filed a patent for exclusive rights to the torpedo bat, meaning they don't want anybody else to be able to use it. Now, 2 of those...
but there's other teams already using it, so that's an issue.
You can have a patent, but that means whoever uses it is going to be paying the Yankees.
2 of those stories are true. 1 is false. Right now, the Deion story, well, we're trying to identify what the false one is. The Deion story is the runaway leader right now, and the onside kick story and Yankee story are kind of similar. So we'll give you the answer to that at 2:50 today, near the end of the show. So we got that going on. The guys in the morning were the NFL stuff. They were yelling about the Lone Tree Broncos, and
they were killing you,
giving me a hard time.
I didn't hear it, but if they're killing him over Lone Tree, they're on the right side of this one. They are on the right side.
They're reasoning. Now listen, you think I got connections? I got nothing compared to Vic Lombardi.
Oh,
so if
he got to go play,
all right,
So did you hear? Was he justifying his "they'll never leave Denver" take? Is that was the one that I heard previously?
Yeah,
I just didn't. Okay.
He was going down that path, and then do you have a little bit of that, Dan? Or are you putting that together? You've got it. Go ahead. Yeah, play a little bit of it.
I keep hearing 3 different sites for a potential stadium.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why.
Where did they get Aurora from, Vic? Where'd they throw? Like, when he said Denver Lone Tree, and then he said Aurora, and I was like, where are they going to put a stadium in Aurora?
Let me tell you what this is.
Berto,
you want truth?
Yeah, I want truth.
You want truth from me?
Yeah.
Moj, you want truth?
I'm begging.
I'm going to give you some truth. Let me tell you how this works.
Okay.
You keep all options on the table because you're still in the negotiating window with prospective cities. I think in their heart of hearts, the Broncos would love to keep this franchise in Denver. Mm-hmm. It is the Denver Broncos. And I think most fans would like to see it stay in Denver.
All right, pause that for a second. Pause it for a second. What are we talking about here? In their heart of hearts? Why listen, if Vic knows something we don't know, then you might as well just say it. But why would the Walton Penner Group, who doesn't live here and is not from here, in their heart of hearts want to keep the stadium in downtown Denver?
Well, the only justification I would really give on that is that I really do think that this ownership group, more than any other ownership group I've ever been around, they care what the fans think. They do, and they do surveys. It influences them. And if the overwhelming amount of fans are saying they want it in Denver, I do think that factors into it for them.
What's that expression? If you want to have an opinion, you'll be with the. If the coach cares about your opinion, he'll be sitting with the fans.
So are you saying they're just full of it when they do all the surveys?
I think there's business decisions that are so far beyond our comprehension about why things are happening or going to happen. To think that, Joe from Westminster gets a vote on this is foolish.
Well, and that's why Vic said everything's going to be open because you're in the negotiating phase. You're going to see who's going to give you all the roads that go into the place and who's going to pay for sewage and water and blah, 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 all that. They're going to help out with some of the stuff. So that's all part of the negotiation. The key is what we've not mentioned now for 2 days about this. I guarantee you they've already got studies. We go, where's the largest portion of our fan base travel from
right.
to the game?
Right.
If the majority of fans in that stadium live in Denver, it'll probably be in Denver. If it's from Lone Tree to Highlands Ranch to all the way to the Springs, to Castle Rock, to the Springs,
Monuments.
if that's where the majority of the fans are, then they'd probably be smart to move it closer to them. They're going to go to where I think the best DLA, second closest to the majority of fans.
Yeah, where DMac's right is that at the end of the day, they'll go for where they can make the most money.
Correct.
So I do agree with that. But I don't think they're just full of it when they ask these fans. I think it does influence them to the best that they can, and they can value it and include it in their decisions.
Here's what I love, too, about everybody who's just dying for the stadium. When was the last time, first of all, you even went to the stadium? And when's the last time you went to the stadium when there wasn't a game? And that's what's really going on here. They're going to build up a facility that's going to be filled with all sorts of other things.
Okay, can I just throw something out there? Because I know that that's your biggest reason why they can't stay downtown, because they just don't have the real estate to do it. I know, listen, we work for the company, okay? We've seen the plans. We've seen what our company, Kroenke, is supposed to be doing downtown, making a new downtown. Are we really, you think plans can't change? You think that the Walton Penner Group can't go to their family, the Kroenkes, and be like, hey, why don't we get included in that? Why don't we build a stadium right there where Ilitch's is? I know you've got plans. I know you're doing it. It's going to take a decade to build all this stuff anyways. That can't be changed. Plans can't change. There's plenty of space right there if you want to do it there.
I respectfully question if there's plenty of space for what.
Dude, we're building an entire new downtown. Do you think you can't build a stadium where you're going to build a new downtown?
Well, I think those plans are kind of set in stone there, man. I
don't know. I think plans can change in a heartbeat.
Why would I'm sure everybody gets along just fine, but why would one family want to have anything to do with the other family's stuff when they could have their own stuff? Both families could have their own stuff.
Well, because you could say, all right, can we get included on that? Meaning Kroenke. Okay, how do we get included in that?
The key is, sure you can. You can build your stadium right here. We'll give you this land, and by the way, your lease is $250,000 a month. And they don't want to get a property where they've got a lease back to the property owner.
Also, that property near Elitch's has the same exact issues that the footprint has now, meaning it's bordered by other things that just can't be moved.
Train station won't be moved.
Well, you can't move the Platte River. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. You're not going to move Federal Boulevard and be like the Los Angeles Dodgers and plow out people's homes and Chavez Ravine and make people homeless.
That's not a small space.
It's
perfect for a small city and studios.
Yeah, they can build everything they want
but it's
there.
nothing compared to and Moser and these guys too. I laugh too about people that just don't go places. Where are they going to put it in Lone Tree? Said somebody who's never been to Lone Tree or that area. And I've said this a million times. I doubt. I bet
don't they work in Lone Tree?
They do, but do they go south of here? Do you think there's any reason that Mark Moser goes 1 foot south of this building?
Mark lives in Parker, yes.
Only going to Plum Creek to play golf.
Mark does it every single day because he lives in Parker.
Or does he just go on 470 and get off and come down, or however he goes? I mean, does Mark really go out to the end of the E-line on Ridgegate and look at the properties out there?
If you live in Parker, you're traveling that all the time.
Okay, so Mark knows. He's seen all the land and is just sort of fibbing about, like, where do you go in Lone Tree?
I thought he said, where do you go in Aurora?
Well,
that was Berto.
Yeah.
Which, Berto, are you drunk? That's the most space in the entire state. You want to go to the most space? Go out to Aurora. Go out by. Actually, I don't know what that what is the airport technically? Is that Denver? Or is that Aurora?
That's
Denver. Okay,
but I'm sure there's
what's the
surrounding
Gaylord?
area around it.
Do we know what the Gaylord is?
That's Aurora.
Okay, well there you go.
The tech center, parts of the tech center aren't Greenwood Village. They're Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even ask to explain what the boundaries are. All right, let's hear a little bit more of what they had to say.
But what you do when you're negotiating
You flirt.
with the city of Denver,
Flirt.
you flirt. That's exactly what you do. You use leverage, and you open it up to other communities. And that's really the only way you have leverage. Mm-hmm. So that's why you keep hearing Lone Tree and Aurora. That's why.
Pause. Do you think the Walton Penner Group is really going to judge whatever they're doing on whatever tax breaks they get?
Yes.
That would be part of it.
Are you nuts?
Yeah, I guess I'm
nuts.
nuts.
Of course that will have a huge factor in it.
I guess I am nuts. I'm nuts that
You think rich people don't want tax breaks?
That I think the wealthiest owners whose value is worth more than $46 billion.
Yeah.
Final decision is going to be made with tax breaks.
You seen anybody ever not complaining about
All
rich
right, so
people and
you-
the taxes that they pay?
Okay, so you think Vic is right that this whole thing is a negotiation to get better tax breaks from the city of Denver?
Oh, I think that's just it's all a giant formula. So yes, it's all a formula of how can we make the most money, and tax breaks is a huge part of how do I make the most money.
Okay, all right, keep going there, Dan.
You do disagree with that?
I do, but
Hold on. 2 seconds ago, you just said
I
well,
don't know the economics of it, Tyler, enough to fight with
No,
you.
no. I mean, look, neither one of us knows this. It's just an opinion. But 2 seconds ago, you were just saying that it was going to come down to where they can make the most money. So of course, tax breaks is going to come into
I
that.
think you would make so much more money at the end of the day being out in Lone Tree or Aurora, frankly, because you can build and you're not constrained by Federal Boulevard, frankly, and the other issues that you have. And I'm sorry if you live in Thornton or Vic, who lives in Golden and can't zip down Route 6 on his Vespa to the game like he's used to doing. But Vic doesn't, aside from going to games, you think Vic or any of those people up north are going downtown Denver for any other reason? No. The where you gain prosperity and more money is to put your own new city out there where people will want to go. And I am blown away by guys who are so knowledgeable about sports and locations that haven't seen other stadiums that have been built that have other economic advantages because you can build everything around them. McGregor Square, guys, is awesome. I have gone to McGregor Square to stay at that hotel in the winter because it's just super cool what they've done. Carmine's, that restaurant, fantastic. And a couple of those businesses, like where the Chop House, they're getting squeezed a little bit, no doubt. But the restaurants in the area that they've done in McGregor Square are incredible. It's incredible. Why wouldn't you want that times 100? But where are we going to do that? Where's that going to happen? In the footprint that exists right now? Really? Seriously? Where are people going to park? But you go out to Lone Tree, you could do McGregor Square times 1,000. So this is all just about tax breaks? I think it's about land. And okay, fine.
Well, if it's about land, then you go to Aurora.
Well, that's right.
Simple as
actually.
that.
That's why Aurora got my, eyebrow like that. There's more land in Aurora than anywhere. All right, keep going there,
The
Dan.
key is also look and see what they already own land-wise.
Well, that's for damn sure. If anybody wants to get to the bottom of this quickly, somebody who's smart, not a dumb man, smart. I'm smart, Michael. I got passed over. You will go to whatever property, titles, land, whatever is owned by whoever. And that's where you'll know where they're going. Simple as that. Is there any more? Is there a little bit left? Yeah.
Hey, Thornton, what's up? Yeah, it's Greg Penner. Hey, how you doing?
I need some tax cuts.
you got some land out there, man. Yeah.
I'm just saying, the way they're going to build this stadium, it's going to be a city unto itself.
Right. Come on, man. We all know this. I mean, I know you guys live down south, and I know you love it there, but
I don't know where you
stadium
put it,
in Lone Tree would be an abomination.
I
An abomination.
don't know where you'd put it. I'm down south. I don't know where you'd put it. Where do they want to put it in Lone Tree anyway?
You put a stadium in Lone Tree, you just forget it.
Like
I'm done.
By Cabela's? Like where?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
right out here. Yeah,
Yes.
right out here. There's just massive amount of open land, and they're just going to build a tiny Bronco city there
Yes.
with a massive
You
stadium.
break with this Lone Tree Stadium crap. What are we doing?
I want it downtown Denver too, brother, but I don't know if they don't have the space for it, right? They can't just buy up a big
Correct.
chunk of downtown Denver.
Correct.
Can they?
Well, they
There's
got the
plenty
whole
of space,
area.
bro.
Yeah.
There's plenty of space there.
Yeah, I
there's,
hope they
there's
figure it out.
room. There's so much space. I'll show you. I'll walk the space with you. I'll walk it with
I don't need you to hold my hand and walk me through a space.
All right.
I mean, look, if it simply comes down to space, then yeah, it will be Lone Tree Aurora. I can't fight that. I do tend to agree that there's enough space to get what you want done in downtown.
All right. Anyway, so it's fun. We'll see. It'll be the most important construction project in the history of the city of Denver.
Breaking news: rich people want to pay taxes.
We'll see where they put it. And if our company can pull off what they hope to pull off, which would be amazing, it'll stretch. Scott was in Atlanta when they built a new downtown Atlanta, which is wild. Like there's like 3 different downtown Atlantas.
Yeah, Buckhead and Atlanta proper and.
But when they built Centennial Park, bro, and that was for the Olympics there in '96, it changed the whole landscape of the city. And they moved CNN out there, and they moved the Mercedes-Benz Stadium there, and what came with it? The aquariums there, the Coca-Cola Museum, the College Football Hall of Fame there. I mean, that was nothing in Atlanta. I mean, absolutely. When you were there, what was that when you were there?
It was a park-like area, but no one went there.
Right.
It was like needles and bums, if you will.
And what is it now?
No one went there. No one went down to that area at all. Now it's restaurants, bars, there's a
Ferris
condo
wheels.
things over there. Yeah, it's a big.
Getting dirty again, though, real quick.
Centennial Park area?
Yes.
Oh, well, maybe it's time for a new downtown Atlanta. I don't know.
But you're right. It changed it.
That's coming here to Denver, too. And, the whole, it's got to be downtown thing. Okay. You realize, did these guys realize, does everybody realize there really is no commerce that happens during the year near the stadium? Nothing. Not really. Not of any kind of significance. There's no, real hotels. There's a couple of condos, that Round Table thing, the Comcast building, the Burger King on Federal. I don't know. Would you count those as, businesses? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, it's not take your Uber down there and have dinner with the wife and go catch a comedy show type thing.
You know what blew me away in Atlanta? And they did move the baseball stadium out of downtown. They did. They moved it out to the suburbs. But Tyler, Scott, it was incredible what they did. And it's the baseball stadium, but that is one piece of the puzzle. They built all sorts of things around there, and it's a place you go, period.
Which was an old neighborhood where it's at now.
It was an old neighborhood. They got the transportation. They built a lot of garages. The stadium is absolutely freaking stunning. The hotel right next to it. There's concert halls. There are offices. It's amazing. But it is, you're right, it's outside of downtown Atlanta. It is. The Braves play outside of downtown Atlanta. Do you know who seems to care about that? That would be, I think, nobody. So I'm a downtown, pro-downtown guy.
I mean, the one thing Vic is wrong on, first off, he'll go. Second off, so will everybody else. But it literally does not matter where they build it. People will go. The only question is, does it matter if you want to drive the year-round traffic? Does that matter for the location? And it might.
Well, we'll see what they do. But that'll be the next big thing. And if it goes to Aurora, everybody is just going to be liking it or not liking it based on where they live or what they care about. That's going to be the bottom line. Nobody really cares that much about downtown. And anybody that says that does, I'd really raise an eyebrow too. And
where's Cherry Hill Village?
Yeah, it's like
it's technically its own, but it's Bellevue and University.
Why? It's close to here. I mean, where we're located, it's more, I don't know, what is it, 15 minutes from here, maybe?
The Walton Linked LLC bought multiple structures across nearly 8 acres in Cherry Hills Village in 2022.
8 acres is a house.
They're probably building a shed for their horses.
You can't build anything on 8 acres.
You're looking up property land values? That's what you're doing?
I'm just seeing different landholdings there.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's quite a bit, actually. They own, that's one thing I did not know about them that I found out. They actually own quite a few properties here in the state of Colorado, and they have for a while. Moser's funny. I live in Parker. Where would they put it? Cabela's? Well, yeah.
Go across 25.
Yeah, Mark.
And go from 25 all the way to Parker and see there's nothing, right? I mean.
What do you think Moser's looking at? Oh, man, what's going on here?
It is literally just empty fields as far as the eye can see.
What's he talking about? Tyler, if he's from Parker and he drives here, how are you missing it?
It is starting to get built up. There's plenty of space, but it's starting to. They're building neighborhoods all over the place out there.
All right, to lighten the load, no dumb questions. Here we go. Throw it out there. Plus, your keyword this hour is gold. That is for Nuggets tickets, and we'll have another keyword coming up at 2:20. No dumb questions next on PhD.
All right, guys and gals, if you are starting to notice that you're losing your hair, why don't you do something about it? If you're anything like me, you might have already tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Just commit to getting your hair back by calling Advanced Hair Restoration. Make that commitment. You're going to get your hair back. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best at what they do. And guys, they guarantee for life that your hair is going to grow. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So stop wasting your time. Commit to getting your hair back. Call Advanced Hair Restoration, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we're getting a lot of T-shirts here all of a sudden.
Should I take it behind the scenes about your gratitude of the T-shirts?
That's I'm grateful for listeners that are trying. And Derek, my guy, does the. I wonder if you can see it, right? That's Malone. I am the danger with a profile of Michael
I think
Malone.
that one's sick.
That's kind of cool. Yeah,
that one's got a little Godfather vibe. That one is flat out
He would
sick.
love that if we gave that to him.
I just wish it on there somewhere. It would also say, maybe on the back, I am the one who knocks.
That's too much. I am the danger.
Yeah,
that's too much for a
Anytime
T-shirt.
he always, when he's on a show before he lands, he goes, "Remember, I am the danger."
Yeah.
He kind of ends. That's kind of his phrase without the other one.
Hey, okay.
All right, breaking news. Send free T-shirts to us, and DMac's going to complain about them.
There's Dan showing up Maddie B, so which is really cool.
Well, actually, it turns out
Maddie B
it's not Maddie B.
Oh.
It's a family. There's like 4 names on it. Dan just didn't open the card.
Oh.
So, Dan, you want to explain what that is, who that's from? We're very visual here.
Now he's going to find the card.
Show.
Well, we are ready.
That was the Joker one with the card.
Yeah, that
This is a good-looking shirt, too.
I like the Joker one. It's got a little of a Hot Topic vibe going to it.
I like the Joker one, too.
But that one's sick.
I've got the card here.
Okay, who's that from?
This is from Joe, Jing, Jay, and Juno Whitney.
Okay.
To PhDD, I'm guessing that's Polumbus, Hastings, DMac, and Dan, and Coach Malone. We love your show, and we love the Nuggets. Go Nuggets.
See, Scott, they included Coach Malone in the show, just like you did.
There you go. All right, well, and if Matty B or somebody else has one, okay. So you're going to give this to
I thought that was yours.
Oh, well,
No,
wait.
he doesn't like it anyways. You can give it to Coach.
Yeah, I'm never.
I will take it down there and put it on the desk when he sits there.
Go for it.
Seriously?
No.
You think he's a large or an extra large, Coach Malone?
Well, I asked you yesterday.
I don't know. It's hard
I'd
to
be
say.
safe with the XL.
XL's always safe. He probably could get into a large. He's in good shape. I was told Malone's a pescatarian. Is that
What's
right?
that?
Fish.
Fish only?
Kind of like his only protein he eats is fish. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. So.
Got great breath then.
Should we do a? I guess we don't really have to do a poll. They're all pretty cool. I mean, we weren't going to sell any of these, were we? Were we going to sell any of these?
No.
We're just going to give them to Malone and see what he thinks. So you can give both. You can give that one to him, and you give the other one to him.
What am I going to do? Am I a T-shirt man now?
No, I don't know. I'm not giving him to him.
Do I start the wave after I do it?
Oh my God, the wave!
Yeah, right there in the media room.
All right, no dumb question. Anybody want to start us off? Anything rattling around in your brain these
I had
days?
one, and now we got on. Hold on.
Oh my Lord! Seriously, did you really seriously forget it?
Okay, people can't hear that.
Right.
So I'm not sure.
No, it's just for
the 120 people.
It's for all the texters and YouTubers.
Twitchers and YouTubers, yeah. What's your question?
I don't remember.
Oh, my Lord, Scott, seriously.
I had to go because
Really,
it happened
what
to me.
is wrong with you?
It happened to me yesterday. I went, "Oh, this has got to be a good no dumb question." Great no dumb question.
And you just totally forgot it.
Well, because I don't write it down.
Do your phone notes. Notes. Remember this.
No dumb question. Do you ever a voicemail text or voice activated text?
I don't, but I've seen it done and it's pretty cool.
Wait, say that again.
You could talk to text.
Yeah.
And do you ever do that and send it?
Oh yeah.
See, I never do that either.
I do that.
Marlo lives with that.
And he's old.
Well, and he knows how to do it. I mean, we'll be on the back of the bus. I'll say, "Hi, honey, I'll be home about 2:00. I'll sleep downstairs, leave the dog out."
See, you've got to have the same problem as me, though. I got a lot of typos with my fat thumbs. Yeah. I have far less typos if I use voice to text.
Oh, I don't. I still sound like a southern bumpkin half the times. And when I do it.
Well, that's because you say times.
That's true. Hey, you and I talked about the Celtic City one. What's your most favorite sports documentary you've ever seen?
God, that's a good question, man. There's so many. Probably Baseball by Ken Burns.
That's a big one, too.
I'm totally joking.
Although I like the Civil War one better.
It's very difficult to hear old-timey music and photos just being zoomed in on and zoomed out of.
But he had some big stars commentating
you
on
gotta
that
have
thing.
some patience. The best sports documentary. Now, that's tricky because, like, Miracle would not count. Rudy would not count. Those are movies, not documentaries. Best sports documentary. That's a tricky one, brother. I don't know. Do you have anything?
Can I go back to my youth a little bit?
Sure, of course.
This probably doesn't hold up in the big picture. You guys remember Hoop Dreams?
Sure, of course.
That was a good one.
Great. That was a great one. Won an Academy Award. Followed two kids from Chicago as they went from high school to college.
The one guy went to Marquette.
Yeah, one guy was pretty good. The other guy kind of flamed out.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And I think the guy that went to Marquette actually made it to the league for like a cup of coffee, maybe.
Did he?
Something like that. That was a good one right there. See, listen, there's good sports movies, but as far as documentaries, I mean, how many are there? And I don't think Burns' documentary on baseball, I mean, that was so long. I mean, it was like a 12-part series, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Just like the Civil War. I mean, that's like a day. To watch that thing, it takes a day and a half to watch it. But I guess it's a documentary.
Oh, I got another good one. Pumping Iron.
That's a really good one.
Yes. Because it's got conflict. It's got relationships.
That's a great one.
It's got Arnold. It's got Arnold smoking weed.
It's got weed.
He's making fun
steroids.
He's making fun of the Hulk.
Yeah.
Lou
Ferrigno.
Ferrigno, yeah.
They treated that dude terribly.
They were so mean to him. He was a big threat. They were so mean to him.
And I don't think ever won Mr. Olympia. He won Mr. Universe a couple times, but I don't think ever won.
This is when Arnold was all roided up and winning things left and right, as we found out later. He was all filled with roids.
Well, they all were.
They all were, yeah. So
shocker.
He was the Barry Bonds of bodylifting. If we're all going to do it, who's going to be the best guy doing it? And he was. That's a good one, though. That one holds up,
That was
too.
a good one, too.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yep.
Isn't that kind of strange, though, some of your best? I mean, is the 30-30 from ESPN taking over as far as anybody really doing sports? I will say this. I watched, and I don't think it was the 30-30. The one they did with Pete Rose that was it on Netflix? I don't even remember what it was on. They did like a 4-parter on Pete Rose recently that was pretty good
I watched it, and it made me like him.
You like him, and then 2 and 3, you kind of said, boy, what a scumbag.
Okay.
And then the fourth one, you're like, oh, okay.
So you're so right about that. Because it made me like him. And then, I was always like, all right, it's time. But then when I learned the specific allegations of how he was gambling, not just the fact that he was gambling, but when he was a manager and he's sending up signals, and when he's pulling pitchers out and he's doing whatever, and he's sending up signals to his guy who's putting bets in for him, I'm like, yeah, that was a little bit deeper and dirtier than just knowing he bet on baseball.
So should he be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't they say that Manfred is taken up whether his name should be eligible now that he's passed away?
He's dead now.
I don't think they wanted him to show up at the Hall of Fame and give a speech.
No, if that happens now, it's going to be something else. That'll be one hell of an event if it happens now. It's gone. It's done. It's over. Goes in, doesn't go in. He's dead. It's like, what's the point? Keep rolling. It'll be more interesting to see out of the modern Hall of Famers, the Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Rafael Primero, all those guys, will they change their approach while these guys are still kicking around? The gambling is going to be tough to get over, seriously. That's going to be a rough one to get over. It'll be interesting.
Joe Jackson's still not in, and look at his numbers.
Right. I mean, breaking the rules is breaking the rules, quite frankly. So what's the difference between the steroid guys and gambling?
Because initially, when the steroid guys were
it was not illegal.
It was not illegal.
Well, it was illegal. It just wasn't tested for, right?
Yeah, they weren't testing for it, and they all knew. And I used to say this all the time. All the people you finally hammer the players, but don't tell me general managers and owners didn't know exactly what was going on.
They left it on the shelves in their lockers.
Yeah, they all knew what was going on.
I'll tell you one of the more, tough questions here in Colorado surrounds Todd Helton. Because Todd's most productive year was his third year in Major League Baseball where he hit 49 home runs. But you could make the argument he was the height of his powers. He was just at his baseball absolute peak in terms of age. But it was also right in the middle of all that steroid stuff, too. In fact, I think Todd hit 49 home runs and came in like 11th in the league in total home runs that year. That's how out of control it was. You hit 49 these days, you're going to be right up there. But 11th, 12th, or whatever it was, and it's a tricky one. And I don't know the answer with Todd, but were you at the height of your powers, or were you part of it too? But everybody was part of it. It's like when Lance Armstrong, gave back theoretically his titles. They didn't give the titles to anybody else. There was no second or third place guy to give it to because they were all cheating.
I saw a story that 18 of the 20 people that ever came in second had all been busted and suspended for steroid use too.
So if that's the case and everybody was cheating,
Are you cheating?
Well, it's a bigger ethical question. Should you be punished for being the most talented of all the cheaters?
I would say no.
Or do you just say, this is the era that we lived in, we cleaned it up, it's different now, and you were the best of that era? And if that is the case, why wouldn't the titles be returned to Lance Armstrong and these guys who were on steroids be let in? And you just say, hey, man, that's just the way it was. And we're trying to make things better, but they were the best, and why should they be punished for it?
Well, with all that in mind, with all the money that's out there now with NILs and everything going on, should they give Reggie Bush's Heisman back?
They already did.
Did they give it back to him?
Yeah.
Well, did they give USC back their title?
I don't know about that, but they did give him back the Heisman.
Well, so does USC now get to keep their whatever?
How about this real quick? In sports, do you want to know how the sausage is made?
Tell me.
Do you?
Tell me.
Do you want to know?
Yeah, you tell me about what we don't know about sports.
No. Do you want to know all the dirty stuff about sports? Do you want to know how these guys
Or
are
just do you
raised?
want to watch entertaining whatever it is?
Right.
Oh.
I don't want to know how the sausage is made.
You just want to
I
enjoy
don't
the
care.
sport.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like, who didn't love Maguire Sosa?
Oh, that's another great
Save
one, by the
baseball.
way. That was a great documentary.
Great documentary. Do we really want to know how they were cheating?
What they call that, The Chase or something?
It's a great documentary. I think sometimes, in all honesty, as much as we want to be journalists and the whole thing, I really do wonder if the public wants to know how the sausage is made.
No, you just want to watch Gladiators.
You just want to watch them, right? That's it. So when you asked me, we started this whole show and we'll get to the NFL rules, I don't really care about the player safety and all that. You're probably right. Because what do most sports fans want to see? What do they really want to get out of the NFL?
Somebody getting hammered.
Violence.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's a harsh bottom line for those who participate. Big story of the day is next. We'll get to our April Fool's Day question here that's on Twitter. You can see that right now if you want. Get to that in just a couple of minutes. Also, our next keyword and final keyword of the show, where we're giving away Nuggets tickets for tonight's big game against Minnesota. Big question of the day, though, is of the NFL rule changes. And let's see if any are updated to make sure we've got everything here. Because some of these are just being pushed back until May. They're going to get together and vote on other stuff again. But what do we know so far about the major rule changes?
Well, the big one's overtime. That's the one that's bothered people for a really long time. And now in the regular season, the team that gets the ball second will have a chance to respond no matter what. So each team is guaranteed a possession. And that should appease a lot of fans. They did limit it to 10 minutes, which is really, really smart from a player perspective. You don't want those players out on the field much longer than they need to be. But in my opinion, and maybe I'll be wrong on this, just like everybody's wrong about the tush push scientifically, right? My opinion, I think this is going to lead to a lot of ties. Because when you go down there, you got one chance to score. Boom, we scored the touchdown. Game, set, match. It's all over. Other team gets to respond. I think you're looking at a lot of ties in overtime.
So what happens, especially with just a 10-minute time limit, one team takes, we see these drives all the time, takes 7.5, 8 minutes off a drive.
Yeah.
Scores.
That's the way to do it.
Other team gets the ball. They're driving. They're on the 50, and then time runs out.
Game over.
Well, why you're doing this, try to be fair to both teams.
That's like a regular quarter.
But
that's like the fourth quarter.
Well, fourth quarter is 15 minutes, though, not 10.
I understand. It's just an abbreviated fourth quarter.
You realize they're only doing this timing thing for one reason. It's not player safety. It's just to get these games over so they can get the games in. The 10 minutes is completely arbitrary. There just shouldn't be a clock at all. It just should be their play clock.
I strongly disagree with that. Like, vehemently disagree with that.
But the reason why they're doing it isn't for player safety. It's to wrap the games up.
Yeah, they want to get the game over.
That's fine, and maybe that's true. But it's of vital importance for players.
But you're changing the rules so that both teams will have a fair shot. If one team takes 7.5 minutes to go, and you're looking up now, you've got 2.5 minutes, 2:15, and you're driving.
I respect,
and it's on the 50. How is that fair?
I respectfully cannot understand your take on that. That is literally football. Right. That is the fourth quarter.
I understand, but the rule is being changed to give a fair shot for both teams to score in the overtime.
Right.
First team takes a long time and they score. Next team's driving, but then the clock runs out.
I don't know. It sounds like football to me.
Right,
but it sounds like a hypocritical rule to what you're really trying to achieve.
Right.
When the only thing you're doing is trying to appease somebody. And then stay in the national TV's window for timing.
Yeah, that's why I would say you just get rid of, keep the play clock, but get rid of the clock. And we're just going to play until we get a winner, and that's that.
Well,
this would be, to your point, if that was really a concern, somebody texts in, this would be reasonable middle ground. Give each team 5 minutes.
Right, and then and then you either score or you run out of time in 5 minutes,
and you get 5 minutes to score as many times as you want. Meaning, like if you score the first time in a minute and a half, well, you still got more time to score.
So you can put 10 points.
Interesting idea.
Yeah, that'd be. I'd like that better than
like
this
a game
right
of
here.
Chess, like I moved to eat upon 8. Time.
I would like that better. You get 5 minutes to do with what you want. Score. How about you score?
You might see teams that get past the 40, kick a field goal in the first minute just because they want to get the ball back again.
That's quirky.
But it'd be fun.
Hey, listen,
it's got to be football. That's we're no longer playing football if we're doing stuff like that.
Let's see how it goes. How many
How about
ties?
do the college overtime?
No.
That'd be fine by me.
No. Have games decided by 2-point conversions. No thanks.
Yes, that's great.
How many ties would be too many ties?
How many ties? Like
how
in
many
the
ties?
season?
Yeah.
I don't know.
3.
3? Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's see how it plays out this year then. We'll see how it plays out. If there's more than 3 ties, then you probably got to fix this thing. I think any tie sucks, man. I think it's just
that's the one thing you don't get with the current formula.
What do you mean? You can still have a tie.
It's very unusual because if the other team scores a field goal, game, set, match.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Listen, it makes sense that both teams get the ball, and we'll just see how it goes.
How many? Now I'm curious. Look up how many ties there were last year.
Seems like there's only one.
I don't know. One is too many as far as I'm concerned. The concept that I would spend the effort and energy to go to Lone Tree for a game, and then I got to walk away from a tie. I mean, you might as well put the game downtown.
Yeah. Or have a booth where sisters stand so you can kiss them.
The Lone Tree Broncos. It's probably going to stay downtown. The whole thing. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
I could be wrong on this, but what I'm looking at, it looks like the last tie was in 2022.
Oh, okay. There were no ties last year?
Somebody fact check me on that.
Okay. Let's see what else is going on here. The tush push has been pushed because they got to talk about it more. What else do they got to talk about? So this is actually pretty contentious amongst the owners, apparently, right? Like it's kind of split into like 16-16, like. So I don't know where this is going to go. This is going to be a tough one to figure out. If it's really that split in two, I don't know how they're actually going to resolve it.
Yeah, the fascinating one about this is if you really got the honest reason about why teams are voting against it, why are they voting against it? Are they voting against it because of some unproven injury concern? Or are they voting against it because we can't stop the dang thing? I liked what Raheem Morris had to say. He was like,
what are you saying?
He's like, yeah, we don't like trying to stop it. It's hard. So we'd prefer to not do it.
That's hysterical. That's not a good reason to not have that.
At least he's the only honest one.
That's a ridiculous reason.
I mean, why do you think everybody else is voting against it?
I actually don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to it. I don't know why you're voting against it.
Let me give you a couple of stats I just looked up. Between 74 and 2011, when they introduced the single sudden death 15-minute rule.
Okay.
This sounds like unbelievable. 494 regular season games went to overtime.
Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't that seem like a lot?
Yeah.
13 years? No, that's 20-some years. Well, maybe not. 17 ended up in a tie.
That's way too many.
Yeah, that's
not that
that's
much.
between 74 and 2011.
17 out of 424.
How many years? So we get
20
tie
years?
Yeah, that was
a little less than one tie a year.
That's 74 to 11.
Right.
Between 2012 and 2016, so now a 4-year period.
You know, I got to admit,
83 went.
I mean, the current formula does not lean towards a tie football game. That's a fact.
Here's a quirky one for you. Have the Broncos ever been in a tie game?
Don't know.
I don't recall one. Dan, do you remember the Broncos ever being in a tie game? Ever?
Not that I can recall. I can check.
I don't. I know I've never seen one.
Yep.
They have been?
You got to go back. You got to go.
Are we going back to the 60s?
The last one that I see is in 87.
Oh, wow. Okay. So not for quite a bit.
Yeah, the last tie football game was in 2022.
Well, maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Look, we'll see with the new model. My gut tells me that's going to lead towards a lot of ties.
We have any of these other rules that
Let me give you one last stat.
All right.
Since the overtime rules changed in 74, 29 games ended in ties between now and then. And 5 seasons, there were multiple, 86, 97, 16, 18, and 22. There were multiple teams tied.
I've never been at a tie football game in my life.
Wouldn't that just blow if you went to a game and it ended in a tie?
Suck.
I mean, you hated the shootout last night.
I hate the shootout.
All right, well, let's recircle this because you're an advocate of the current change, and I think you're about to hate it next season when we've got ties.
I will hate it if we have ties. My heart sank a little bit because on one hand, yes, you're doing what I think you should do. Both teams get the ball like you do in the playoffs. But then I read that it was going to be 15 minutes and they changed it to 10. And instantly I thought, oh my God, there's going to be ties left and right in this thing. The clock's just going to expire.
So do you like the change or not?
I'm going to roll with it. Do
you like it?
I do like it on the surface because at least it does the most important thing. And I'll just hope that it doesn't result in kind of a ridiculous amount of ties because I think ties in any sport are stupid.
I guess I'm in the just far minority here. I got no beef with the old formula. It was exciting. It was fun. The coin toss freaking mattered. You had a chance. You get that ball. Let's go win the freaking game. Game, set, match. It's over. You telling me that wasn't fun when DT caught that ball?
Well, that is interesting you bring that up. Now, if you win the toss, you probably will defer.
Absolutely, you
right?
will.
I mean, you might have.
It's like college football. You want to know what you got to do.
Well, unless you're Deion Sanders because you just believe in your guys.
True.
Or do you
twice.
think, how about this? We get a team gets the ball in overtime. They work it down. First down on the 12-yard line. There's 6:38 going the clock.
Yeah.
Tush push.
Keep going.
Tush push.
Try to work the clock a little bit.
Tush push.
I certainly would work the clock. I mean,
I bet teams would be terrified to work the clock in overtime.
But you want to get a touchdown.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're not going to be worried about working the clock.
You're probably right.
But Philadelphia can tush push from the 12-yard line. Three plays, score.
I guess if they can figure it out. What else? So that got pushed though. The tush push got pushed.
The other one was the kickoff. So now if you got a touchback, the ball goes to the 35-yard line.
Okay.
Well, the onside from the 50.
Well, all right. Well, that leads us into our April Fool's Day thing because there are some other elements that are going on. So on our Twitter, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on Twitter. Today on PhD, here's the little game that we're playing with you. There's 3 stories, and we're trying to see if you could figure out which one is false. So 2 of these are true. 2 are true, 1 is false. The 3 stories are Deion Sanders' new contract is being fully funded by sponsorship with Allstate. That's story number 1. Again, we're looking for the false story. 2, the NFL moving the onside kick to the 50-yard line. The logic with that is it's hard to recover an onside kick, and it gives a team recovering an onside kick the opportunity to just win it right then and there. So it gives you more advantages to, you recover it. You're in a position to kick a field goal right away rather than 20 yards back. 3, the Yankees filed a patent to have exclusive rights to the torpedo bat. It was their idea. They don't want anybody else to have it. They're trying to own the torpedo bat outright. 2 of those stories are true. 1 is false. You got to go online and vote. Right now, the Deion story is being voted as the leading false story, with the onside kick and the Yankee story sort of following behind that. So get online, and we'll tell you what the false story is at the very end of the show. But we'll have Nuggets tickets to give away for Minnesota later this hour as well. Our next keyword this hour comes up next. All right, it is time to your final keyword for our show. Then Nate and Andy later on. So you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round the best way. Signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The keyword, final keyword of our show is mountains. Mountains. So we will announce our winner around 2:45 or so. And then at the end of the show, we'll tell you what the fall story in our April Fool's Day tribute is. Tiger Woods fooled Tyler today.
Not true.
He fooled a lot of people. He got Tyler. I don't know.
I just, like, if I had any defense on this thing, and there's not much of one, but if I had any defense, I had no clue it was April 1st.
So your defense is unawareness of the calendar?
I have no clue what the date is 9 out of 10 days. So, yeah. Scotty asked me 4 different times if it was Tuesday today.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday? Yeah, Scott, it's Tuesday. Today's
I don't
Tuesday?
know the days
it's
of the
Tuesday?
week right now. This
Scott, it's game
season's
day.
going crazy.
I actually get that for you because every day is Groundhog Day for you.
Today's Friday.
Scott's
Game
coming
today
off,
and tomorrow.
Scott's coming off a 3-day vacation then, if you want to look at it that
Yeah,
way.
you don't think about it by
Fresh,
day of
baby.
the week. You think about it as a game day.
Yeah.
All right, that's coming up, and we'll revisit the April Fool's Day thing here in a second. But you can go on to Twitter and see it right now if you want. All right, Dan, let's football go. Let's hit it, buddy.
I don't think I could let that one go.
Which one's that?
That you don't think that NFL owners want tax breaks.
Oh, I'm sure they want tax breaks. I just don't think it'll be the ultimate thing that determines where they go.
Money will.
Hey,
Money
who knows? I mean, we got people that know stuff that are giving us information about this, that, the other thing. And
But I still say
now you're
with
just
what
assuming
we
he's
were
right, huh?
Yeah, what we were given, though, I would say, where's the accessibility?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? We'll see how it plays out. One
I'd
way
be
or the
curious
other.
how much land that is.
I'll tell you this. It does seem obvious that the more romantic idea is to make this all work in Denver. But we are stretching the parameters of what Denver is, by the way. And we have been doing that for a while. Okay? Like, Rhino is Denver. Okay.
I live in Castle Rock, and I say I live in Denver.
I mean, the tech center is Denver. It's got a Denver address. The airport is Denver. DIA, really? Where that's located? We're being a little creative.
You know
with
what's
what
funny
Denver
about that?
is.
In my mind, I honestly really do consider just about anything north of the tech center Denver. I think that's how my mind works.
Well, having lived in the tech center, I had a Denver mailing address.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Inglewood.
I had a Denver.
No, in parts of the tech center?
It's Denver?
Yes.
Really?
Our old building was Denver.
Wow.
But whatever that was.
And I lived right across the street.
Oh, you were at
in
McCormick
Denver.
and Schmick's in
Yeah.
that building. That
was
Denver. Yeah,
Gosh,
because,
that's
because
2
all these-
blocks from Cherry Creek High School.
Right, because all these.
Which is Inglewood, right?
Yeah.
That's Aurora.
No.
It's Cherry Creek High School? Is that
That's
not
Inglewood.
Aurora? Are you sure? Cherry Creek High
Why
School?
are you making me doubt myself?
Or
but
it'd be Greenwood Village?
I think it's Inglewood.
God, I thought it might even be it can't be Aurora, right? You'd have to go across the creek.
All right, now I'm going to look up the address.
Yeah. Anywho, Dan, how about a first story?
All right, one of
Greenwood
the
Village.
It is Greenwood
there you
Village.
go.
Yeah.
One of the proposed rule changes that was discussed at the owners' meetings down there in Florida was the reseeding in the playoffs. So no more division winners getting a home game in round 1 of the playoffs. Here's Sean Payton talking to the media yesterday on that proposed rule change and whether he or the Broncos voted yes or no on the issue.
Probably the third time. Every 6 years this topic comes up.
we'll be talking about it 6 years from now, hopefully. It came up. Look, I was in New Orleans in 2010. We had, I think, an 11-win team. Went to Seattle to play a 7-win team.
You're welcome.
When you actually study the results of that matchup, let's just say 500 or below, playing at home, it's about 50-50 or, you know. To answer your question, I think winning the division is important. I like how our playoff format is laid out, especially compared to any other sport. So, again, this is the third go-round of this topic. It'll continue to repeat itself, but I think we would vote against the reseeding.
What do you think of Peyton's comments there? He doesn't like reseeding. He wants to keep it the way it is.
You know what's funny about his comments on that? The irony of it is that he's defending the divisional winners getting a home matchup, and he lost that game to my team, who won 7 games that year, meaning they did not benefit from it. They actually got hurt by it because, yes, of course, I don't think we go down to New Orleans and beat them there, but we beat them because we played them in Seattle, and we had the best home field advantage in the NFL. So it's interesting to hear that was his argument for it, but I absolutely agree. I do. I like the current formula. I got no beef with the formula. I like divisions. I like rivalries. I like tradition. I like all of it. The NFL has not got a problem.
Well, I would say this. Why don't you do like you proposed for the NBA? Just go the best teams. Boom, 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 boom.
That's what I would do.
1 through 16.
You got to change everything if you're going to do that.
That's what I would do.
You're going to get rid of divisions if you do that.
Fine. You can still have rivalries. You can still play
Well, it used to be
Chiefs,
AFC.
Raiders, and Chargers every year. You got
then that's a division.
But when you had the AFC, NFC, the original Super Bowl when it started, you basically none of the NFC ever played the AFC, and none of the AFC ever played the NFC.
Right.
That's where it started.
But then
now we're crossing and everything's going and boom, boom, boom. You got all the teams. Why not just take the best 16 teams?
Got me. I'd get rid of all of it. You can still play your 3 teams or 4 teams. What's your region? What are your rivals in your region?
And you know what? And if a division winner has 7 wins, but he's not in the top 16, you don't put him in there.
You're out. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. Here's what you don't have to do. We don't have to play the Chargers, Chiefs, and Raiders twice a year. We do not have to do that. It would be way more interesting to play those 3 teams once a year always, like college rivalries, and then play a variety of teams the rest of the year.
Here's what Daddy taught me. If it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Well, there's certainly no need to fix
it.
I like to look at sports as if it was invented yesterday.
Thank you.
It ain't broken.
It's
exciting. Divisions matter. It makes the in-season games more important. It absolutely does.
The NFL's bulletproof. Seriously, they can do whatever they want. Arguing about the NFL it feels silly because they are bulletproof.
You know what I will say though, even though I'm defending divisions and I don't want it to change, if what Sean is saying that this comes up every 5 or 6 years and then he says it's going to come up again, if it keeps coming up, something's going to change, right? It only comes up if there's enough push for it. So I do think inevitably something will change.
Well,
I just don't think it needs to.
When you get to 18 games and there's somebody with 11 wins that doesn't make the postseason because a 9-win division winner gets in, then you'll have people start screaming for
maybe.
change.
But that doesn't happen often, although it did happen to the Patriots, the Matt Castle. They won 11 games and didn't make the playoffs, which was quirky the year Brady was in.
And that was in a 16-game schedule.
But that being that right, that's
that's ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. But that's like, you can't think of like another example of that. It's just like that one very quirky year.
He just mentioned the seven win thing, and why are they in?
But again, that's like kind of a one-off too.
It is a one-off. But that's a reason why you don't get rid of it, because what happened to us, that's probably happened less than 10 times in NFL history.
Right.
A team with a losing record makes the playoffs. We just happen to play in the worst division in football, and then we actually won a playoff game.
It's crazy. So you can't change everything for these weird one-off sort of things. It's right most of the time.
Fair point here from Chris Fields on the text line.
Yeah.
You guys like what's happening in college football? You like all the You like everybody changing conferences. You like losing all your rivalries. You like the way that it's going where you don't recognize anything.
I'm fine with it. Doesn't bother me at all.
I recognize the conference I follow.
I'm just watching Syracuse play the teams they always
You guys
play.
are delusional.
It
You're
doesn't bother me at
delusional.
all.
Nobody likes it. Everybody complains about it.
The SEC hasn't changed in a while.
I liked watching CU
Yes, it
this
has.
year.
What?
SEC has changed radically.
We've added.
Exactly.
We haven't lost. Has anybody left?
Well, that's fair. That's
No,
fair.
everybody wants to be in the SEC.
Everybody wants to be us.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear one more cut here from Sean Payton yesterday on the advantages and pitfalls of having a quarterback heading into year 2, and what does Bo Nix need to do to avoid the sophomore slump?
The best part is having one in the building. The worst part is being at there's not one in the building. And really, I haven't had that a lot. Last year, you guys had a lot of good, fair questions like, man, regardless of your experience, this is the first time you're having to go out. That's nice. Going into year 2, I think it's making sure that you're not running again. There's a process that we have to respect and understand and not assume. And so there's a lot of little things still that Bo will want to be better at, that we need to be better at coaching. Unfortunately, he's got that makeup, that grit, that toughness, all those things that you look for, and that's already begun with him.
What do you think is the main thing Bo Nix needs to get better at next season to avoid the sophomore slump?
Nothing. Just keep going the direction he's going. He's got it down. What?
Nothing.
Could have said the same thing about C.J. Stroud. He kind of struggled in
nothing.
year 2.
You like leading the league in 3 and outs?
No, I don't like that. I thought it was third.
Third. Sorry.
No, but I will take that.
Well, do you think that that's not a direct reflection on quarterback play?
Oh, I'll take 3 and outs over turnovers. If it ain't working, it ain't working. The running game's going to get better. They're more dedicated to
but
it.
you're being. He asked, what does he need to improve on? And there's clearly things he needs to improve on.
Like what?
I just told you, efficiency, 1st and 2nd down. Get me to a situation on 3rd down where I'm not leading the league in 3rd and outs, 3 and outs.
Well, and what does accuracy end up over in the
It was good.
outside wings at 25 yards?
I think it was good. I don't know, man. You could stare down the numbers at it, but hey, the guy got you to the playoffs. The touchdown to interception ratio was good. He was one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the NFL. All right, 3 and outs. Okay, but what are touchdowns to interceptions and what are turnovers?
I don't know.
What are sacks?
I guess we're perfect.
We're pretty good. We're pretty good. And the loss to the Bills in the playoffs, that wasn't on the offense as far as I was concerned. The defense had some issues there too.
What was the final score of that one?
A lot to 7. We got 7 because of that unbelievable chemistry.
Offense did their job.
They were fine. They got beat by a much better team. So what do they need to get better at? A bunch of stuff, but it'll just move in the right direction. Dan, are you looking for something specific?
Well, I've heard a lot of people talk about his deep ball accuracy could definitely improve.
Looked like pretty
Stuff
good
like that.
pass to Troy Franklin for a touchdown against the Bills.
According to this, Nix's QBR and CPOE on throws are in the lower half of the league. Deep pass throws are in the lower half of the league, suggesting room for improvement.
Okay. I think a lot of people are kind of rooting for some sort of sophomore slump from Bo Nix.
Really?
Yeah, not me.
Why do you say that?
Because people didn't want to pick him in the first place. People want to lump him in with all the other quarterbacks. People are hesitant to recognize that this is the guy for the future.
I'm nervous about it, but I damn sure ain't rooting for it.
Yeah, if you wanted Brock Bowers to be your first-round pick, you may be rooting against Bo Nix here in the second year. But that ain't me, man. My Bo Nix is as shining and as bright as
small as ever.
I'm just as God made me, Tyler. Next story, Dan.
All right, lastly, guys, Pittsburgh Steelers owner and president Art Rooney said he keeps hearing that Aaron Rodgers is headed in our direction. So the president and owner of the team is, quote, hearing that Rodgers is headed in our direction. That's pretty interesting. He said, we keep getting positive sorts of signals about it. So, yeah, I'd say we feel pretty good about it at this point. The Steelers obviously began seriously pursuing Rodgers more than 3 weeks ago during the negotiation period before the official start of free agency. So it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is headed to the Steelers, but their president and owner is still unsure. Do you guys think this ends up happening? And if so, how does this change up what the Steelers' plans could be as far as drafting a quarterback in the first round of the draft?
Yeah, I think it's happening. I do.
You still think they take a quarterback potentially in the first round, even if Rodgers signs with Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it depends on how the board falls. Jackson Dart falls to 21. They'd be insane to not take him. They have to get a quarterback of the future, and they also need a quarterback for right now. So both worlds makes a whole lot of sense to me. Aaron Rodgers was just thrown with DK Metcalf out at UCLA, so they had that going on, and yeah.
I don't think there's much left besides the Steelers. The Minnesota thing, to me, I roll my eyes because I just really don't see that happening. But
there's a chance he could play for the Bahama Blunts and just hang out all 2025.
The Bahama Blunts.
And just hang down there and get visits from Dan Tanner once in a while. And
Bahama Blunts.
grow out some dreads.
What island is that on? Is that in Nassau or Freeport?
It's near Nassau.
Yeah, is that near the Fire Festival? Is that near down?
Yeah, it's the old facilities of the Fire Festival. Yeah, it's the old facilities. There's a handful of bologna sandwiches still available.
Near Zuma Island, the parking lot there. That's fantastic. By the way, you guys gonna get your tickets for Fire Festival too?
No.
Oh, you want to talk about a great documentary? It's not a sports documentary, but the Fire Fest documentary is unbelievable. Good old Billy McFarland.
Ludacris going to be there?
Not Ludacris. Is it Ludacris?
I thought Ludacris.
Was it Ludacris? I thought it was somebody else. Maybe,
It was not Ludacris. You're right.
Who is it? Gosh darn it. Who is it?
I could picture him.
It was Lou Vega.
Lou Vega? Yeah. You're right. It wasn't Ludacris.
I can see him. Ja Rule.
Ja Rule. With the big boots?
He's in good shape. He's got quite a six-pack, but he didn't want anything to do with
So whatever happened? Did he go to jail?
Yes. He's out of jail. He's planning.
He's doing it again, though.
He's planning Fire Festival too.
And he went to jail for fraud?
Yeah.
But he's going to do it again?
Yep.
And people are going to come?
Yep. Well, I mean, they're going to buy. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, how dense do you have to be to buy tickets for Fire Festival too?
Did young people stop being dumb?
No, there are an extraordinary amount of dumb people out there. Okay, Mom, I bought myself a $5,000.
I'm not going to die, I promise.
Oh, my God.
Firefest 2, Children of the Corn. I mean, come on, right?
People are dumb. Look at the wave. All right, we'll give away the Rockies, the Nuggets tickets. And we'll tell you of the 3 stories in our April Fool's Day survey, we'll tell you which one is the false one. That's all coming up next. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. What are you doing? Well, if it ain't happening for you and you want it to happen and you're just sort of satisfied with it, life can be so much better. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there for you when the pills or herbals fail. All right, here's the deal. Their success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this spot, you don't have to stay there. Schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're there for you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Dos, Cuatros, Tose. The winner of the Nuggets tickets for tonight's the most meaningful regular season game of the year with an 8 p.m. tip is
Brandon Benedict. Congratulations,
Way to go, Brandon.
Benedict.
Not Cumberbatch, nor Arnold. You want to go through other famous Benedicts? Cumberbatch is one. Arnold's another.
Those are two good ones.
Does anybody got a third?
Benedict Arnold's where I stop.
Eggs.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
There you go. Dan got the third.
What'd he say?
Eggs. But Benedict would be the last name.
It would be, that Benedict's the last name on that one.
Eggs Benedict.
Shut up. I have to admit, I don't like Eggs Benedict.
I mean, how many more can you name?
None. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's the only two I know in the world.
Eggs Benedict is one of my favorite meals that often gets messed up.
I don't like that hollandaise sauce.
You got to do it the right way, and it's easy to screw it up. But really good Eggs Benedict. And I'm more of a traditional Eggs Benedict guy. I just give me the eggs, give me the hollandaise, give me the ham, give me the English muffin. But there's all sorts of ways to try to trick it up. But a good Eggs Benedict, breakfast. So there you go. Congratulations to our guy. What's his name again? Benedict?
Brandon
Benedict.
Benedict Anderson.
We'll give you the false story of these three stories. April Fool's Day. Don't get caught today. 2 of these are true. 1 is false. You still have time to vote on it. Deion Sanders' new contract being funded by Allstate. NFL moving the onside kick to the 50. Yankees file a patent to have exclusive rights to the torpedo bat. Still got time to vote, and we'll tell you, stick around. We'll tell you in just the next few minutes.
I got
what the false story is, meaning the other 2 are true, yes.
I got a Avs question. What do they do the rest of the way? We mentioned they're kind of not going to catch the Stars, probably aren't going to catch by Minnesota. Where do they live these next 7 games?
I think the better question is, does it matter? Do you care?
Well, I'm with you a little bit in the sense that you don't want them just dragging butt to the playoffs, right? You kind of want them. And they've shown when they're all in, they're pretty good with this current bunch. Is health just the bottom line for the Avs for the last 7?
Probably.
It is. They are in just a weird spot because in the past few years, they've always had something to sort of play for, maybe a little bit too much to play for, and exhausted themselves. Like when they played Georgiev in back-to-back games and had to fly out to Nashville to play that foolish, water main break game. They played Georgiev in back-to-back games because they were desperate to win their division. That is not the case. Not only is that not the case this year, however, the schedule has done the Avalanche a favor because their last game is on the 13th, but the season doesn't end until the 17th, and then the playoffs start the weekend. The Avs are going to have a week off, no matter what. So you're in a situation where you're probably not going to burn your guys out.
You won't have to.
Meaning you can play them.
And there's really no sense of urgency. This is Bednar from last night about that.
Not trying to make an excuse for it, but it is an unusual situation compared to the past couple of years where you guys are a little stuck in a spot. It seems that you can't go too far up, you can't fall back. Is it difficult to create a sense of urgency when it's just not very present?
Yeah, I think it is. They all look at the standings and know the standings, and you win a handful of games here, and you probably stay ahead of St. Louis, and if you there's the likelihood of catching Dallas is kind of gone now, so that's the challenge. But I think there's things we can work on, right? As a coach, you want, I understand it, I just don't like it.
There you go.
That was kind of a stoner laugh, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know what it's like.
He doesn't know what to do. It's weird.
I don't know what it's like in basketball. If anything, I'd imagine it's even worse than the NFL, whereas that schedule is so big, it is so long. How do you know who you got in 3 days? How do you know who you got in 2 days? You barely know who you got tomorrow. At least that's the way it was in the NFL. But when you're aware of things, week 15, week 14, you're aware of where you are in the standings. You're aware of what you need to do. And absolutely, it mentally changes you.
All right, let me ask you a bigger question then. Do you think the team, as it's constituted, has the mental makeup and experience to be able to, once the lights shine bright and they're in the playoffs, which will probably start on the road against Dallas, be able to turn on the appropriate intensity?
I think they do. And Tyler and I was talking about a while ago that we've seen them play really good, right? We've seen what this group is capable of, and that's been a handful of these games without Manson, right? So you could get him back.
A lot without Manson.
That's going to help.
Don't forget who's coming back too.
Yeah,
I think.
Gabe.
I think.
Man, I go back to the year the Nuggets won it. I mean, they weren't rolling out, top tier urgency, and everybody was concerned. And all of a sudden, they just went boom. Here we go.
With a week off, by the way, between their last game and the playoffs.
I have zero doubt in my mind that this team's got the ability to turn the switch on. Zero. I mean,
feels like
no concern whatsoever between the guys that have already been here, between the vets that you brought in, between a coach that knows how to navigate this thing. This team knows how to turn the light switch on, and the only thing that would concern me is not their ability to turn the switch on, but sometimes a week is a long time. Sometimes that can just mess with you.
I love how their schedule's set up, frankly. I have no doubts that they have the championship experience to turn this on when they need to turn it on, and they are going to be as healthy and as rested as you can imagine. The only thing I'm worried about, guys, in all honesty, is a fluke accident happening to a core player on the team. So I really don't care what they do. They've got 7 games left, 14 points. If you can scratch out 7 out of 14 points, most likely you'll be fine.
And you'll have a 100-point season, right? I think they're at 94, 95.
Is that where they're at? Yeah, I don't even know. Who cares about that, though?
I don't know, because I like numbers.
I know, you with the 50 wins, too.
Yeah.
Like, who really...
I have a beautiful mind.
Memphis is in a downward spiral. L.A. is struggling a little bit.
Clippers are playing good.
The nightmare is that the stupid Timberwolves grabbed the 6th spot. The Nuggets stay at 3, and we're playing dumb Minnesota in the first round. I'm not scared of Minnesota. I just don't want that really as the first round matchup.
Tired of seeing them.
I'm a little over the stupid Minnesota Timberwolves. Right. So I think Golden State is, I don't know, man. I don't know who it's going to be. If you look at the NBA standings, it is insane what's going on right now.
Did Houston just open the door for you to come in and sneak second if you go on a little run right here?
Okay. Maybe.
Because you play them the last game of the year.
You do, and you play Memphis the game before that. You're 1 game ahead of the Lakers. You're 3 games ahead of the Grizzlies. That seems like a lot to make up in a short period of time. And you're 3.5 in front of Golden State. But this is where it gets really interesting. The Clippers and Timberwolves are tied right now. They are a half game out of 6th place with Golden State, and they're only a game behind the Grizzlies for 5th place. So you got 4 teams with a lot to play for because you don't want to get in that play-in tournament. So this game tonight for the Timberwolves is gargantuan.
And the game, I don't know when we leave. Friday night with Golden State's big for them.
Who do you guys want to play in the first round? Do you care?
The second round is what you were talking about with Minnesota, and no, I don't want to play them either. I mean, if I had a choice, I'd prefer to not play them, but it'd be pretty damn fun. Also, I mean, just from a rivalry perspective, that would be pretty damn fun.
Here's another nightmare. What if you did get to second place, you pass Houston, and your reward is to play Minnesota?
Yeah, I'll just say this.
Listen, Malone's played these games before, I think. So does he play him again?
I don't know, man. That's a good question.
If you get right and could catch 2 because you're playing well, and that's the only way you're going to do it, then okay, play whoever you're going to play. For me personally, you ask yourself, would you rather spend 6 days in Minnesota, San Francisco, or Los Angeles?
So you're saying you'd rather be in Minnesota?
I'm just saying to myself.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you were talking about from a distraction point of view.
I'm just thinking for myself, would I rather have 5 or 6 days in
what's
Minnesota
your answer?
Well, the hotel in San Francisco and L.A. are pretty good.
Dude, son, you've been home for a minute here.
I know. I need to get on the road.
Things getting a little tight at home.
All right. To wrap things up, in honor of April Fool's Day, happy day. 2 of these are false. 1 is true. Or no, I'm sorry. 2 are true. 1 is false. 2 are true. 1 is false. So which is the false one? Deion Sanders' new contract, fully funded by Allstate. NFL moving the onside kick to 50-yard line. Yankees file patent to have exclusive rights. The false story is actually story number where I
actually just called, and he said that was.
So are you surprised by that?
Very.
I got to turn your mic on. Turn your mic.
There
you go.
Has to be the one.
Right?
Yeah, it has to be.
Okay. So there you go.
But that's the biggest shocker when about him.
And the fact that those are the true stories?
Yeah.
All right, Nate and Andy coming up.
Imagine what we could have made up.
Nate and Andy coming up next. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a great day.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
You may have noticed yesterday that Nate Kreckman was not on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We told you that he was sick. That was a lie. It is with a heavy heart that we announce that Nate Kreckman has retired.
Is eating guacamole. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You're my boy!
Krecker.
You're my boy.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
It is Lindahl and Company. Welcome, everybody.
I think it's my voice that is dust in the wind. I
got to get to the bottom of your page at 0. That's the question.
I am still here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I did
Everybody
it first.
that sits at that mic
is
has got
ill.
the nose thing.
Ugh.
DMac and Raj, I heard today.
Yeah.
And Kane was out yesterday.
The nose thing, that was a B.5 on this one. I'm actually doing better. I don't sound good, but I am improved, believe it or not. And I am still here. Also, like it did get me wondering, you playing that right there, Spring, and I think it's fair to wonder for all of us, right? Like we all wonder, like what impression we're making on the world. What is our legacy? What are we leaving behind? Is my greatest contribution to Western culture the guacamole song?
Yeah.
That's it?
Here's why I think we all feel that way, because he knows if we don't get it in, people get like angry.
They do.
They get all worked up. You got to
Yes.
fit in guacamole somehow.
I think it's
we had to do it before you left to go your daddy-daughter and dance the other day. And, we had to fit it in that last segment despite having questions on the text line.
I think it's a very vocal minority, but are they ever vocal?
No, there's a lot of people that are vocal. If we don't play the guacamole song, people get upset.
Oh, so you say it's a vocal majority is what you say.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I
Wow.
get actually verbally assaulted via text, via Twitter, via whatever if we forget the dumb guacamole
Verbally
song
assaulted.
on a Friday night. It's unbelievable. I've
Verbally
gone home on some
assaulted.
Fridays and opened up Twitter to, you suck, where was guacamole song?
Do people go down to like their local city council meetings and they scream, they demand time at the microphone that they play the guacamole
Where's
song
the guacamole song in auto-tune?
on the Kreckman and Lindahl show?
So, yeah. So there it is.
Did we actually auto-tune that? I think we put an echo effect.
Is that what it was?
I don't think it's auto-tune. That really
it sounds
is
a little auto-tuned.
It's really the best
Does
I
that
can
suggest
sing.
you were tuned?
Yes. That's the best I can do.
All right,
It's
well.
really what that is.
Yeah.
Yes.
You ought to be proud of it, man. People
hey,
things I hit.
I did
I
something.
feel like I've walked out without playing American Pie and I'm Don McLean. Sorry, not into the song anymore. God.
Gonna play some stuff off the new album.
Yeah, no! Screw your new stuff.
Light the fire, man. Anyway, I am here and I am alive-ish, and I'm doing sports radio today with all of you and with Andy and with Spring. And Spring held it down yesterday. Thank you very much for that, Mark Springer. We got sports yakking to do with you today until 6 p.m. There is a lot to do on a Tuesday.
Well, but you know what I want to start with?
I don't, but I'm eager to hear it.
No, you're not. I need people to weigh in.
Take the floor.
Need people to weigh in.
It's yours.
And this is going to ruin the timer, but don't care because I got to ask you before it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Do we play deliver the gift roulette, gift basket roulette? Because I don't have a clue. We've got a gift basket outside. It says congratulations. Clearly, someone's expecting.
Yeah.
And there isn't a single person in here that I would guess that bag is for.
So
now, do you have the guts to drop the bag off? And could it be for the husband? The father to be. You could give a bag like that to a father to be, couldn't you?
So what Andy speaks of is on our way in today, and we both walked directly past it, which I think was the right call by us.
But we gave it a good look over.
But somebody had left a gift bag outside on the front step of the studio, several balloons attached to it, and they appeared to be of a pinkish hue, and they said it's a girl, and so clearly somebody here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is apparently expecting, as Andy said right there, and going to be having a girl, which is that's lovely. That's a blessing and all of that. It's just that, first off, we left it outside because I don't know what's actually in there. I don't need to Trojan.
You got enough going on.
I have enough problems, and we don't need to Trojan horse like a flaming bag of poop into the building or anything like that.
Yeah.
Number one. So we just walked by it and we left it be. Secondly, to your point, it is fraught if we were to bring it inside and to make any assumptions. Now, there's a lot of people here that work at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 that do appear to be pregnant, but they're all dudes.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's them.
Including this guy.
Thank you, Spring. Thank you very much.
If I wear the right shirt, you might bring me the gift bag. I think it's the early stages.
Looking like it's your solid late second trimester. But yeah, so we left it outside.
But I want to know if you have the guts to go deliver it. That's all
I
I'm
don't.
asking. Yeah.
No, I don't. And again, to your point, I have my own problems.
I had a buddy. Scott and I were down in Jacksonville for the Broncos to take on the Jaguars. Matter of fact, it would have been, I want to say, the game where Nate Jackson wrote about it in his book, about him being my interview, because Quentin Griffin fumbled a ball, and because it hopped to the outside, it went to nothing but Jaguars, where if he'd have fumbled to the inside of the field, all the Broncos would have jumped on it. They'd have kicked a field goal, and that would have been that.
Didn't they lose that game like 7-6?
They did. It was brutal.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were going to win it 9-6.
What year was that? 90?
It was 2004, 5.
Okay.
Probably 5, because I want to say I started doing games Elway's induction year. Was that would have been 04 then.
Okay.
Because Elway retired in 99.
Okay.
So, yeah. But anyway, we go down, we see some friends that we used to know at KOA, and guy comes up with his wife, and I'm like, hey, and I was just about to go, you didn't tell me you were pregnant. And right at the very last segment, don't get yourself kill filtered kick in. And I just go, you didn't tell me you're bringing your wife, so I saved it. And then we go to get drinks at the bar, and Scott goes, you were accused her of being pregnant, weren't you? I was like, oh my God, is it that obvious? Yes. I go, I caught it at the last second. I caught it because I wasn't sure.
Did she order a cocktail at the bar?
Oh, yeah.
That's the tell. There you go. You're
now,
safe.
Look, they were of the age they were still having kids. I wasn't completely off, but I caught myself.
Just happened to not be at that time.
I caught myself before something ugly happened, and I might have lost a friend. That would have been sad. I mean, I would have lost a friend, but he would not have been allowed to talk to me.
Would have made it, it would have definitely put a strain on the relationship.
I've caught him like 3 times every time we've gone to Florida. I would not have seen him in Florida ever again. Matter of fact, the last time I saw them was when we went. It was back in Jacksonville, and that's when I had to watch Paxton Lynch play the guy. Who was it? Who was our backup quarterback that came here? That was the Jags, supposed to be the Jags savior. He was part of the COVID.
Blake Bortles. Blake Bortles.
I watched Lynch v. Bortles from the sideline as people in Speedos swam around in their dumb pool in that stadium.
And yet, the Jags did not make the top 5 most irrelevant franchises in sports.
They were close, though.
Outside looking in.
They were in the Duval. Yeah.
You know why, too, is because they've actually won 3 playoff games in the last decade. They actually, they haven't been to the postseason often, but they have had success upon arriving there. So they had that over the Jets.
Okay.
Who are...
Yeah, they did have the one run.
Yeah.
It was literally, well, you go
run.
back to pre-2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Coughlin had himself a couple teams. Unfortunately, we know all too well about one. But that's what's funny. They came out, they're a little like the Rockies. They came out like a house of fire. They're not like the Rockies. They still have good players and are threatening the playoffs. But they came out like a house of fire, made the playoffs really early, and then had a long stretch of not so good.
Yeah, I've got some Rocky stuff today, by the way, that must be discussed. Can we get them some torpedo bats? They're going to need them. They need.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I really would. Maybe instead of complaining about how you don't want to spend any money and that everybody else that has money spends it, maybe get your guys some of these torpedo bats, because that seems to be working for some clubs
Are they more
in baseball. That must be all it is, I guess.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
serious.
know.
Would they cost more?
I don't.
I mean, all they did was move like the most dense spot of the bat, right?
Which
isn't that all they did?
They did. Which also, like,
they figured out where guys. For those that don't know, the dense spot was by the label, right? But they figured out nobody hits it off the label, so they moved the dense spot to a different part where guys
basically
are making more contact,
more centralized
Right.
on the barrel. Thus making the end of the bat, which had an excess of weight near it, lighter, thus making the bat both feel lighter, but also giving the bat its heftiest section right where it is supposed to make contact with the baseball, which also, this is one thing that has kind of struck me as this has become a story in the last week. And by the way, these things aren't brand new. These things have been around for the last couple of years in baseball, but it's just sort of because the Yankees scored 20 runs on Saturday and Michael Kay talked about it on the telecast, it has become this massive story in all of baseball. But like Andy, I don't make baseball bats. I don't wake up every single day thinking about baseball bats. I would think if you did, it might occur to you to make the fattest and heftiest part of the bat right where it makes contact with the ball.
Like this should have been thought of sooner, is what you're saying.
That's just, again, like it seems intuitive to me, and yet it took this MIT physicist, Lenny, that was working for the Yankees, who now
lead
apparently...
singer of Motorhead?
Yes, it's not that Lenny. But apparently that guy, who now works for the Marlins, he's not even with the Yankees anymore, but this was the guy that thought it up.
Okay. Good old Lenny.
Yeah, way to go, Lenny.
Well, and so he's the MIT guy, right?
He is. By the way, Aaron Judge hit 3 home runs on that game, and Aaron Judge was like, I don't need that crap. Well, yeah, you're Aaron Judge. You're a freak of nature. Also, it's not impossible to think that is what led to Giancarlo Stanton's, the torpedo bat led to Giancarlo Stanton's injury last fall. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I know the Rockies need them badly.
But as
very badly.
Many have pointed out,
Mm-hmm.
the joke just writes itself.
Mm-hmm.
You still have to contact the baseball for the torpedo bat to
You
work,
do.
and
You
it had
do.
some trouble with that of late. How's Chris Bryant doing? Have you checked in on his stats?
So his batting average is currently I think actually spring we could get Keenan Thompson if you just want to hit that drop 3 times in a row. Keenan Thompson could tell you exactly what Chris Bryant's batting average is. Let's see if he can do it, Spring.
0. 0. 0.
Yeah.
How many home runs he got?
Oh, how many?
0.
There you go.
How about hits?
Hits?
0. Stolen bases. 0. Walks? 0.
Actually, I think he did walk the other day.
Finally walk?
He did walk a couple of
Get him to
times.
say one.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
How much are they getting for that fat contract out of him?
0 for 10 for with 5 strikeouts in his 10 ABs so far this year.
Sweet.
Yeah, but the
good.
problem is the other teams are spending money, says Dick Monfort. Okay.
But is he an ace? No way.
You know what he does? He makes every opposing pitcher an ace, is what he does.
And then batters 5, 6, 7, and 8 come up, and it's more of the same.
Nuggets and Timberwolves tonight. Avalanche fall in the shootout. We've got all of that coming up today on the show. We're pushing tushes. We are making.
Yeah, the NFL didn't ban it.
We didn't. No.
Go ahead and push that tush.
They tabled the tush. So we're going to talk about that today on the show, and torpedo bats and so much more. Kreckman and Lindahl, I'm alive.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low T. Probably something you've heard a lot about in all sorts of forms and a lot of different commercials. Hey, she'll like it too there, Nate. But if you want to get your low T problem solved with, I don't know, people you know, people that you go to see at a clinic that you can trust, go ahead and head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a visit. You know, things that could be a sign that you're dealing with low T could be brain fog, could be poor sleep patterns. Of course, it could be lack of sex drive, but maybe it's lesser gains in the gym. Depression even could be part of this. If you're dealing with any of this, get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk about adding a testosterone treatment to your routine. You can also start to feel these things a little bit earlier than you'd expect. Some guys start to experience this as early as their 20s or into their 30s. But if you're around 40 or 50, you probably know this is probably something you want to go have a conversation about. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If you'd like, you could take a low T quiz on their website right there. Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. Here's how the first visit goes. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You can then discuss your options with the Colorado licensed medical provider. If you decide to sign up for testosterone, the cost of the appointment, which is normally $99 and includes the T and PSA test with the medical consult, well, that's all free. So go and find out what it can do for you. Get those gains in the gym back. Feel better. Feel more like yourself. Get the energy back up. And, of course, maybe have desire for a little nighttime activity. 5 locations throughout Colorado, Fort Collins and Springs included. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
KNL Stiley with you here on a Tuesday. It is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, not a tush push ticket Tuesday, a playoff push ticket Tuesday. And if you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in every round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider, and you can sign up today. But you can also win tickets from us, and we have tickets for tonight's Nuggets Timberwolves game, which tips off at 8 o'clock, and you'll listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, nationally televised via our friends over there at TNT. But if you want to go to the game tonight, you can enter to win tickets right now. Now, we're only doing 2 keywords on today's show. I just did a Richard Nixon thing. I didn't
Why only 2,
mean
Nate?
to do that. Because it's tonight's game, and so we're going to give you 2, and then we're going to cut it off at 4:45, and we'll announce a winner by 5 o'clock, which will give you a few hours to line up everything you need to line up to go to the game. And we want you to go to the game. But you have to text in the keyword at 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. This hour's keyword to text in at 303-504-0925 is yacht.
Now, these 2 words will ultimately go together, and
Yacht.
we'll explain at the conclusion.
Yacht.
Yacht.
As in the vessel.
Yacht.
Ship. Boat, if you will. Yacht.
Yacht.
303-504-0925. Text the word yacht in, plus your first and last name, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets for tonight's game, as the Nuggets will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Now, Andy, the Timberwolves get up for this game.
Yeah.
They tend to take this matchup with the Nuggets pretty damn seriously, and they have now beaten the Nuggets 5 times in a row? 5 times in a row.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that's the number.
That's too many. Mm-hmm. Now, here's a little bit of good news. I got a little bit of good news for you. Nuggets haven't played since Friday, since they destroyed the Utah Jazz. Nice job. Beat a tanking team at home on the second night of back-to-back.
Crushed them.
Did what you-
Handle business the way I think we'd like them to, really for the first time in a couple, 3 weeks.
Yep. Did it real nice. Well, they haven't played since then, so they've gotten pretty healthy. I'm assuming everybody's a go tonight.
Well, we did have yesterday, again, the questionable designation for Jamal and for Aaron Gordon, but we'll see. Probably they all go. We're hoping.
Yeah. You've had some time. You need AG in this matchup badly.
You do.
You really do. I don't like going up against Julius Randle without Aaron Gordon out there. But a little bit of good news. The Timberwolves are not as deep this evening.
Yeah, what happened? I was waiting to see. We were wondering yesterday when we'd find out about this.
They will be sans the services of Naz Reid and Dante DiVincenzo because of their roles in the fracas, kerfuffle, mild dust-up.
Oh, it became a Donnybrook.
The other night with the Detroit Pistons. Isaiah Stewart got the stiffest penalty, Andy. He got a 2-game ban. Ron Holland and Marcus Sanser each got a game for Detroit. Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid were also hit with 1-game bans. So Reid and DiVincenzo will serve their suspensions tonight against Denver. Stewart, Holland, Sasser will miss Wednesday's game against OKC for Detroit. But there you go. DiVincenzo and Naz Reid are out.
Did you see? It's Isaiah Stewart, right? That grabbed him.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the picture that showed exactly how much of a handful of short Isaiah Stewart got? I don't think Stewart got a long enough suspension for the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like Dante DiVincenzo, but there's just rules that need to be handled, and you handled too much.
Do you remember?
It looked like he was trying to get someone to give up a football at the bottom of a fumble pile.
Do you remember Reggie Evans?
Oh, yeah.
When he got Chris Kaman?
Yeah. I told Spring yesterday the picture I saw on Twitter that got blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine when you get enough of the face mask to pull the whole head down. This is
he had enough of the face mask.
Yeah, he did. It was not good. I mean, it was.
Yeah,
I understand the spiciness from Mr. DiVincenzo's point of view.
That might upset one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen that before.
Not in basketball.
Well, yeah, I mean Reggie Evans and Chris Kaman.
But I mean, like that. I mean,
oh yeah, you don't remember it?
I remember he got him. I didn't see a picture like this because
Oh,
I
it
was
was-
not as Twitter involved. I mean, what I saw yesterday.
I mean, it was
horrified all.
2010. There was no Twitter, but
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
I don't remember seeing the actual,
Uh-huh.
the full act.
Yeah.
Now I knew he was accused of maybe
Reggie Evans
not
is a nice
keeping his
guy
hands
too.
to himself.
I
though.
liked
He
Reggie
was.
Evans
He
a
was
lot.
a great interview.
Yeah, nice guy, but he got it all. Yeah, poor Chris Kaman. poor Chris Kaman. So no DiVincenzo, no Naz Reid
Are you
tonight.
upset? That's been the little buzz. Vic started off with a rant that made the promo rotation saying he wants everybody healthy, everybody even. I think most of us have responded with, I don't care. Please just get a win.
Just win.
I don't care if any of them are playing.
Yeah, no, it's not the Super Bowl. It's fine. It's
Call up your G League team, bruh.
It's
Don't
game.
care.
It's game number 75.
Yeah.
Great. Just win the game.
Handle
okay?
this and handle tomorrow night.
Yes, and don't handle it like you're
Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I can't get worked up over that. But in the meantime, like their starting five is still going to be intact in this game tonight. You got to go get this one. You need to play well. More than anything, you need to play well. You need to remember, like this team, this Minnesota team that is constructed with defeating you in mind, like you did beat those guys in 5 games not 2 years ago. You did beat them 3 times in a row in the postseason last year, including a Game 5 for the ages from Nikola Jokic. You did build a 20-point lead in the second half of a Game 7 in your own building. Like, you are the team that did all of those things. Stop acting like these guys own you.
I'm with you.
Just show up. Show up and show out in this game, and don't get intimidated by a group that's going to bring a level of physicality that maybe you're not comfortable with. Go out there and impose your will on this basketball game.
But see, that's what you got to stop with. You got to go back to letting them know your physicality is not going to bother us. If
Right.
we see in the playoffs your physicality, we're going to bump back. That's where it said maybe a guy, maybe you
They
use
got to
some
have
of your-
AG play tonight.
Well, they
Ooh,
need him
gotta.
to, and they need
Yeah.
him to feel good. He needs to feel good after this thing's done.
Yeah.
But you've got to be willing to answer their physicality. Matter of fact, you're probably going to need a little bit more of it. If Zeke Naji gets a chance to play, we're going to need you. You're not a small dude.
Use those fouls.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. You know what? Go Dario Saric. Let him hard foul a few people. This is where I'm saying all hands on deck.
I don't think that's the answer, but okay.
I don't care. Late in the game. See if you can't frustrate Julius Randle in another round of.
I don't think Dario Saric could even foul Julius Randle right
you don't
now.
think
No.
he's got one hammer throw that he couldn't put down.
I think he'd foul the air.
Let him go up to dunk and then just drop it like you're trying to hammer a nail in.
No. But your point's taken.
Bottom line is you got to
You
show
had
the physicality is not bothering you.
Yes, very much so. That I absolutely do agree with. The Avalanche lost last night.
Yeah, that sucked.
3-2 via the shootout.
Yeah.
Last night, they gave up 2 goals in 32 seconds to a guy named Lombardi first off. So they gave up a goal to the boss from Office Space. And then they got scorched by Klapka. He burned him.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We all know where you're going.
Mm-hmm. It stung.
Sure.
Andy. Yeah. He was the itch they couldn't scratch last night, Andy.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Uh-huh. I'm out of material. Okay, go ahead. Was a bad neutral zone turnover by Cale Makar. He doesn't do that all that often.
Yeah. Last night, I don't know. Look, it was our fault. Spring and I are absent. We talked about the old parade tracker. Put Avs on top again.
Oh.
Feeling great about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
humbled.
looking like they got everything dialed in. St. Louis, one little hiccup in the road.
Yeah.
And you decide not to play the third period.
Took a period off. They were the better team for 2 periods last night. Wedgwood played well. Wasn't his fault.
No, he probably also got interfered with there on that tying goal. But
he
whatever.
didn't.
We don't know what interference is in hockey.
He
this
wasn't
year,
really the issue. Cale did score a nice goal last night. Good screen there by Jouin. Let's see. Logan
O'Connor.
Logan O'Connor. That was an NHL 94 goal. I like
right.
that.
Look at that sucker. Just waited him out, snuck it under the blade.
I like those kind of goals right there. Take that, Dan Vladar. They didn't score in. Nate just put one off the post in OT. Yeah, they got a point. They had the loser point.
Yeah, but look, you had St. Louis and Calgary, and I know St. Louis is the hottest team in the league, but there's another guy that there's another team that's now won 2 in a row against you, and you get to face them again at the end of this week. Since we're in message sending season with Minnesota coming to town, you may want to think about answering that back too. You got 1 out of a possible 4 points in these 2 home games. It's disappointing.
Not great. It doesn't really matter.
No, I get it.
They're kind of stuck in there.
But you don't want to fall into the bad habits. And I know that's coach speak and all that, but it's legit. It's legit. This team, I was trying to remember. Help me remember. Spring, maybe you remember.
Play 3 periods.
But the Cup team from 22.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have one of these weird? Because you want to talk about a team that could take their foot off the gas. They had the President's Trophy. They smoked everybody.
Yeah.
Do you remember them? Did they fumble around like this when the end of the season they knew there wasn't much to play for? I can't really remember.
I'll tell you what. Let me pull up the game log from 3 years ago when they won the Cup. Here we go. Let's go to
Look at the last 4 or 5 game results. What do we have there?
Season.
So what are we down to? 8 games? 7 games?
Oh God, yeah. They lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They lost 6 of their last 7 games. Lost 6 of their last 7. Now, they had I believe that was a 9-game win streak before, but they did lose 6 of the last 7 in the regular season.
Okay.
And they were fine.
But they were the present. Now, look, at the end of the day, if we were doing the proper seeding, this would be a top 3 seeded team.
Well, isn't this the funny thing? Like, we're getting worked up over these like March and April results, and yet the two championships that we have seen this decade, both of our teams that won titles were atrocious at the end of the regular season.
No, you're right, but also both were best in the league. Now I do believe them. The Avalanche.
I will also say that neither of these teams were as good as they were then. Like these teams, they're not as good.
You're right, but I do feel the Avs. You're right. They're not. The goaltending's better. You and I have talked about it. When I think Manson gets back, I think the D is at least equal. I guess we could argue about the depth of the first 3 lines, but I'm sure you saw yesterday in your absence, Gabe Landeskog skating around, getting some action with the first power play. He's maybe a 3rd or a 4th line guy that jumps in for
Fingers
you.
crossed.
Give you a few minutes, so you become a very deep team. I just want to, but you got to make sure the chemistry's right. Jared Bednar, not thrilled with things. Now he said he understands things, but still not thrilled with his team last night.
Yeah, I think it is. They all look at the standings and know the standings, and you win a handful of games here, and you probably stay ahead of St. Louis, and if you there's the likelihood of catching Dallas is kind of gone now, so that's the challenge. But I think there's things we can work on, right? Like as a coach, you want, I understand it, I just don't like it.
Yeah, he's basically what he just said right there is I know I'm pushing a boulder up a hill. Like I want to be process oriented and focused right now, and I got a bunch of dudes that are tired at the end of a long regular season and they know the work is basically already done. Like the die is cast for what this postseason is going to look like for the Avalanche. His whole thing is just like, exactly what you said before, Andy. I don't want my team to slip into bad habits. Basically, what he was saying there was like, hey, I was a player once. I get it. It doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah, and I'm so pulling up the points totals for everybody. Again,
it would take a pretty epic collapse for them to get caught by Minnesota.
It would, but Minnesota has been playing a lot better as of late. They gave the Avs more than the Avs would have liked in their last meeting, that's for sure. St. Louis is hanging, so 88 and 87 points for the Wild and Blues. So they're both desperate because they're both trying to make sure they hold off Calgary. Calgary needed those points last night.
Calgary played like the desperate team last night.
Had they lost last night and gotten the 2 that they got, they would have been, tied back with Vancouver, and probably that's all she wrote as we start to dwindle games down, but it's not completely locked in stone is all I'm saying. They have sit at 94 points. Minnesota's only 6 off at 88. If you go screwing around too much more, and guess who's on the schedule tomorrow night? It's the mighty Chicago Blackhawks that you seem to have a little bit of a problem with.
Yeah.
So you can't go screwing around with some of these games. You may find yourself having to hold on a little more than you want to down the stretch. It's unlikely.
Yeah.
But go ahead and just hold off. Just play the good hockey now and give yourself a little bit of a stress-free time.
Yeah, I think they're fine. I don't have it in me to get worked up over this. They're fine.
If they'd not just lost, now look, St. Louis is one of the hottest teams.
Yeah.
But you've been Bennington twice.
You got a point
Don't
last
love
night.
it.
Mm-hmm. You had what, won? 6 of 7 over before the last couple of games? Yeah, offensively, clean it up
They've
a
been
little
really good at home.
Yeah.
That's what's been a little surprising about this.
Mhm.
They handled the Kings as if the Kings were a lower seeded team that wasn't a big deal.
I tell you what, let's like the tush push conversation. Let's table this one. And if they go out on this road trip and they're terrible against Chicago and they're lousy against Columbus and they lose again in St. Louis, then it's like, all right, maybe we got something here. But I'm confident. It's a bunch of championship level dudes. The Avs are going to be just fine.
You know what I need everybody to do? Text yacht to 303-504-0925. That's yacht, like the boat.
To 303-504-0925. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider and sign up today. We have another keyword which we will give you coming up at 4:20 for you to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets and Minnesota tonight. You can listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, or you can, win tickets and be in the building with us. So we'll give you another keyword to text in coming up at 4:20 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, we don't have to play the open or anything like that. I do want to say something nice about the Rockies for just a moment. Germán Marquez was great yesterday.
Okay.
Gonna need to turn that mic on.
No, I don't. You're saying something nice about the Rockies. Do your thing.
I see. Guy made 5 starts the last 2 years. He had Tommy John. He had an elbow fracture. It wasn't good. He was hitting 96 on average with his fastball yesterday, and he ended up going 6 scoreless. He was magnificent. All of his breaking balls were working. Struck out Schwarber with 2 on in the 5th. That was nice. Really good performance by Germán Marquez. Now, obviously, they scored a run and the bullpen completely blew the game. That's neither here nor there, but for the moment, the good news is that Germán Marquez was quite good. In fact, the starters have been excellent so far this season, Andy, through 4 games. They have allowed 2 earned runs total. Both of those were allowed by Ryan Feltner. He's the only starter to have allowed an earned run so far this year. They have an 0.84 ERA through 4 games, second best in all of baseball. Off today, Kyle Freeland tomorrow against Zach Wheeler there in Philadelphia, but a strong start for a perceived weakness in the ball club, the starting rotation to begin the year. How you like that for something nice said about the Rockies? The reason I can't do the bit is because now we have to talk about everything else. It's not bad, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah. Bullpen. Oh! 10.80 ERA for the Pen. 3rd worst in baseball. That's not great. Let's see. Oh, no! Offensively, how they doing?
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
They're off today.
They're
they
off
played
today.
yesterday in Philly. Now
Yeah.
they're off today. They play tomorrow in Philly.
Yes. And then they play again on Thursday. Baseball does this thing, which I've never been able to wrap my head around, where it's like you play your opening day and then you just get a day off.
Yeah, but I thought they usually come home for a Thursday workout and then they play. So they're not getting that day off to welcome the media and go check out the field and all that they traditionally get on Thursday before the Friday opener.
You are not welcome, media. No.
Okay.
No,
Well,
they're
maybe
not.
it works out better.
They're not doing any of that stuff. They play an 11 a.m. Mountain Time game against the Phillies, and then they'll fly home to welcome in the Sacramento A's, or excuse me, the West Sacramento A's, as I learned last night watching the Cubs-A's game.
Is East Sacramento want nothing to do with this?
Apparently. Yes.
They weren't in on the discussion.
It's a real turf war between the
All right.
rappers
I had no idea.
in East and
Might
West
have
Sacramento.
to get Moser on to explain the old property lines between East and West Sacramento.
I didn't know, but then Boog Shambi on the telecast last night kept saying West Sacramento. I was just like, okay, sounds
right.
good to me. By the way, I learned a little bit about the ballpark there. I think it's called Sutter Park there in Sacramento. The clubhouses they're out beyond the outfield wall. So if the players want to go to the John during the game, or go back to the clubhouse to hang out, or if you were a Red Sox pitcher in the aughts to drink beer and play video games or whatever it is.
Wings.
Yeah, exactly. You have to jog through the field and then go through the outfield wall and then go to your clubhouse. Now the clubhouse itself, they had footage inside. It looks kind of nice, but that's what they got going there at the minor league park that the A's play. Capacity 14,000. Good crowd, though, on hand.
There you go.
Last night to see the A's give up 18 runs to the Cubs. Fun for them, I'm sure. Back to the Rockies, who will play those West Sacramento Athletics coming up here on Friday. Let's see. The offense. Let's talk about the offense. It's not good.
Is there anything to talk about? What did they get the bats going in one game of each series so far, or I guess one bat? They got the bats going against the Rays one game.
In a game.
Yeah.
Right now, 31% strikeout rate, second highest in baseball.
Sweet.
It's early. Small sample size.
Torpedo bats ain't helping that.
2 home runs that they've hit are the second fewest total in baseball. Their 5% walk rate is the lowest in baseball. So they strike out a lot, walk little, and don't really hit home runs. That's your Rockies lineup so far this year. I sent this over. Somebody is tracking this, and thank God people are doing this. But there is a tracker, and people are keeping track of the guys they know are using the torpedo bats.
Okay.
The kind of bowling pin shaped bat. And I looked at the list, Andy. Ellie De La Cruz, he's on it. He had 7 ribbies yesterday. Bunch of Yankees are on this thing. But of what I could tell, there's no Rockies on the list. As of yet, using the torpedo bat, I would highly, highly recommend whatever advantage can be gained that they try and find it.
Could we get them some of those bats you used as a kid? You know, the plastic bats that had a really big barrel, look like the Big Bertha of bats,
like a club that Bam Bam from the Flintstones would be holding.
There you go, something like that. Can we petition and let them use those?
Did you realize this, by the way? Here, can I read to you? This is the entire section on bat specs in the Major League Baseball rule book. I'll read the whole thing to you. It's not long. The bat shall be a smooth, round stick, not more than 2.61 inches in diameter at the thickest part, and not more than 42 inches in length. The bat shall be one piece of solid wood. Close quote.
That's it.
That's it. As I said earlier this hour, I can't believe that it took a guy with a PhD in physics from MIT to figure out, well, why don't we make it bigger where they hit the ball?
Yeah. Instead of where the Louisville Slugger logo
like
is.
all the different like in our lifetime, Andy, like they've done like the battle axe handle, they've done like the big hockey puck thing on the end. They put cups in the end of the bats that are supposed to sort of push some of the weight down. But it took this guy, it took Lenny from MIT, who was working for the Yankees as an analyst. It took him to be like, hey, why don't we just make the part where they hit the ball the fattest part?
Look, that's not even the most interesting bat. Have you seen? And had I known this would have ranked high when we ranked the ballpark specialties last week. Have you seen the bat that they got? The beer bat is back.
The beer bat?
Did you know you could buy a beer bat?
No.
Yeah.
Where can I get a beer bat?
Let's see here. It looks like this one was in London, but this is what it looks like. I believe they had it in Yankee Stadium last year. It's literally a bat cup. It's like a pint shaped like a bat. I'll show it to the Twitch audience in a second.
So it's like a yard of beer.
It's a yard of beer, but now they've got it. It stands on its own.
But it's
you don't have
bat-shaped.
to hold it anymore. The problem with this yard of beer bat was you still had to hold that thing like you were at a Renaissance festival holding your goblet of wine. But now it comes with a little home plate holding stand, so you can take the beer bat and set it in its holder, and it just chills by you, assuming no drunk people or foul balls come your way.
Did Lenny from MIT, did he
might
design
have.
that as well?
When he got done perfecting this, he goes, you know what? What if we just made the bat bigger where they hit it?
Did you realize, by the way, Andy, last year, the league batting average fell to 243. The league on base percentage fell to 312, which is where the numbers were, according to the Ringer, which is where the numbers were before they designated or instituted the designated hitter. Not the universal DH that we got a couple of years ago. I'm talking about the 70s when the American League got the DH and they were like, we need to do something to help offense. That's where we're at right now.
Because the pitching's so good.
The pitching is so insanely good. Almost all of the technological advances have happened on the pitching side. Like, you, as a pitcher, you can pretty much, like, with the use of, like, stop motion, like that, all that video work these guys do, you can pretty much, like, go in a lab and come up with, like, a new pitch over a weekend.
Okay, but how much of this is also just organic because they don't let guys pitch till they're tired anymore?
It
feels like everybody's in the game fresh as a daisy.
It's also a large advantage, absolutely.
Nobody's going out there trying to gut through another, 7th, 8th inning like they used to.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Nobody sees a 7th inning anymore,
No, really. What you should do is you should go out and you should throw 99 until your arm feels like it's going to fall off. And then they take you out, and then they put somebody else in that throws 99, and that guy throws until his arm falls off. And in this case, yes, I say all the advantages exist on the pitching side. Every one of these guys' elbows will explode. and they will have to have shoulder an elbow surgery or a shoulder surgery, and inevitably miss a year and a half. But then they'll come back and they'll be just fine.
Get another 5 years.
Exactly. Explode it again, and
Call
then
it a career.
keep on going. And meanwhile, the hitters are just like, the hell do you want us to do right now? So if you want to move the bulbous part of the bat down a couple of inches so these guys can hit it a little bit better, I'm okay with that.
Okay, but are we going to see the unintended consequence of some more dangerous play? Are we going to have bigger exit velos off the bat? And
it's yeah.
Because if a guy's throwing 99 and now I'm using the Meteor bat,
yeah,
that thing's coming back at you pretty quick.
It is, but
it
also
may
like
get past some infield defense finally.
But to your point, like they've never moved the mound back, and now the guys all throw 99 on every pitch. Like that guy standing in the box is in way more danger than the guy standing out on the mound. So, I say give the hitter any chance you can possibly find right now, especially the Rockies. Has Dick Monfort, has he ordered like a gross of these things yet?
I have no idea. What company's making them?
Can somebody
Lenny's?
Email Dick Monfort?
Does the bat just say Lenny's?
He'll hit you back from his iPad. And he'll let you know who's actually sending these things. What is that brand? It's TLS? I want to say that is. Yeah, it's probably Louisville Slugger. Let's be honest. There you go.
The Torpedo Louisville
The
Slugger?
Torpedo Louisville Slugger. Nuggets take on the Timberwolves tonight. Going to be a gigantic pile of fun out there at Ball Arena. Can Denver hang with these dudes? We'll talk about that coming up next hour on the show. But we got to talk about this pushing of tushes, which they have now pushed the tush push ban. They have not said the tush push is okay. They've merely tabled. What's actually going on here? We'll discuss next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Get to roller.bid this week because bidding will become available this week on the April 2025 Government and Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find Colorado city, county, and fleet vehicles and equipment. If you are looking for well-maintained used vehicles and equipment, well, then this is the public online auction for you. And while the inventory has not been posted yet, we can tell you because we've seen a number of these government and fleet vehicle and equipment auctions from Roller Auction. This is what we're talking about. SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks. That's just everyday use stuff. Well-maintained government vehicles. In addition to that, utility trucks, dump trucks, vans, police vehicles, trailers, various municipality equipment, and so much more. Go to roller.bid as bidding will become available in the coming days. The auction closes April 9th, so you want to get in on this right now. Go to roller.bid to check out Roller Auctions April 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction coming just days from today. All right, it's hour number 2, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So the tush push was a topic of discussion at the league meetings. Andy, we find out today from Palm Beach that the owners plan to continue discussions about the tush push, the Philadelphia Eagles' short yardage play, after tabling the proposal to ban it. The Green Bay Packers authored the proposal, which earned the support of 16 NFL teams, two sources told ESPN's Cale and Cale, friend of the program. NFL bylaws require a minimum of 24 votes to approve a change. The topic is likely to be revisited when owners gather for their spring meeting in late May in Eagan, Minnesota. Andy, they'll go to Minnesota. The deliberations occupied owners, GMs, and coaches for much of this week's annual league meeting, mostly because it seemed to target the Super Bowl champs for a legal play that has been largely unstoppable over the past 3 seasons. The Packers' proposal was written specifically for the play, unlike most rule proposals, by prohibiting an offensive player from immediately pushing a teammate who was lined up directly behind the snapper and receives the snap. While there were some subjective concerns about the safety risk of the tush push, the NFL's Health and Safety Department had no data that suggested a single injury had occurred as a result of the Eagles or any other team using it. The Bills were the only other team that used it regularly last season, and they combined with the Eagles to call 65 of the 101 tush push runs in 2024. So the owners have basically said, we'll talk about this later. They got approval from 16 of the 32 owners. They need apparently 8 more on board, but they have tabled it for now. Andy, what's really going on here? Because this conversation was brought up under the guise of player safety, and yet no data suggests a single injury occurred as a result of the Eagles or any other team using it. What's happening here?
I think the obvious part is jealousy. You can't stop it. They don't know how to stop it. There are some. Bart Scott was on Get Up yesterday yelling about the fact that I can't go push one of my defensive players on a play, so the offense shouldn't be able to do it either. And look, Bart Scott's solution to all this was very simple and very old school, as you probably very Rex Ryan-like, where he said, well, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell my safety or linebacker to simply run, dive over the top, and take out the QB's head. And then once that happens, we won't deal with this anymore.
Well, Washington tried to do it.
And it didn't work.
And they were, remember Frankie Louvu kept diving in there, and it got so silly in the NFC Championship game that the referee said, if you kids do this one more time, I'm just going to give them a touchdown.
They get the touchdown.
Right, exactly. Which I didn't know was in the rule book, but apparently it is, that you can just do that. So that happened right there.
You know what else? Let me try to give you an answer, and I'm sure you have your answer as well. But I will say this. So here's the thing I find funny about this. What I do like about the tush push is it tends to extend drives, which gives us more offense, which doesn't feature the kicking game as much, which is something else that's been under attack. So I'm a little thrown off why the NFL would entertain this at all, considering it is made for extended drives. What used to be a 4th and 1, I really got to think about it. How many teams now employ at least some form of a tush push to pick up the one lousy yard, and we get to continue to watch offense versus defense?
Yeah.
Instead of a punting team, which I don't really want to see anyway. So I'm a little thrown off by that to begin with. What I think is you've got coaches, especially offensive coaches like Matt LaFleur, who don't want to have to give the defensive side of the ball the time and practice to try to figure out a way to stop this thing, nor do they want to have to practice it to come up with an actual way to stop this thing.
It is difficult to practice it.
It is, because you got to get physical to do it.
How do you recreate that sort of in-game situation to be able to deal with it? It's funny because a couple of years ago, especially when Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts started breaking this out, and the issue was first kind of brought up with the competition committee, I was on the other side of this conversation. My opinion at that time was, get rid of it. And here's why I felt that way at the time, was because the NFL, the classic copycat league, my feeling was, everyone's going to start to do this. It's just going to make 4th and 1 an automatic waste of time. What is the point? Let's just do away with it now. But what has happened in the years since then is nobody else is that good at it.
No, they don't have an offensive line that can do it.
The Eagles are really they don't have a quarterback that can do it. They're not well practiced and well studied enough in it.
Well, how many times have we watched an O-line jump early too?
Right.
They're not. I mean, you've got to give the Eagles credit for how disciplined they are. That nobody ever jumps early on that.
They're excellent at it, and it's what's funny is that Sean McDermott is one of the coaches that's like leading the charge to not do this under the guise of player safety, and yet they ran it the second most last season, which I would say, well, wait a minute, your quarterback is making $500 million and you put him, your words, in harm's way by running this play as often as you were. I don't think you're that worried about player safety right now if you were willing to risk injury with the one guy on your team that is basically keeping all of you employed.
Well, it's funny to me because the other team that I imagine had some higher numbers because they figured out how to use their tight end was the Packers.
The Packers.
They motioned their tight end under center and did it a bunch
Right.
that way.
The Packers regularly run this with their tight end. And yet it's their team president who was the one. By the way, I don't think LaFleur, I don't think he even wants it banned. I think his president does. I think Mark Murphy does. I don't know if LaFleur does.
Probably because he's the one that's to write the check to Jordan Love, and Jordan Love's had a couple of shoulder injuries, and they don't need anything else happening with him.
So it was also brought up that there was a pace of play issue, that it could lead to too many penalties, a la, again, what happened between Philadelphia and Washington.
But that game was decided.
It was.
They were frustrated, and that game was decided.
I've never thought of it as a pace of play issue, but okay.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's an ugly play?
That's a great question.
Because I heard them discuss on ESPN earlier on Get Up Again. They were talking about how it's an ugly play, and that's why some of the NFL TV people don't want it in there because there's nothing sexy about it.
That it's boring.
Right. It's just a pileup of humanity like a rugby scrum.
Yeah.
That usually ends up in a first down.
Now, the statistic that I heard was the tush pushes accounted for, I believe the number was 1 in 400 NFL offensive plays run last season was a tush push. 1 in 400 was the average on which we're talking about this, okay? I can think of plenty of other plays that regularly get run that I find boring as hell, and nobody's yelling to get rid of it, okay? If it were up to me, we would do away with the fullback dive altogether because that play bores me out of my mind, but that's not a good enough reason to get rid of it. And also, to your point, if television says this play is not aesthetically pleasing enough, I think I have a solution for that, okay? I think it's pretty simple. Real easy. If you see a team that is lining up for a tush push, the technology has to exist, right? Somebody just get a damn microphone underneath that thing and then turn it up and let us listen to them all screaming and grunting and swearing at each other as the play is getting run. I'll be entertained.
Well, or put a helmet cam on them.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Take us inside the tush push.
Yeah. Okay. I'll listen to these guys. Wasn't it? Didn't Jason Kelsey say that he yelled "F my life" every single time they ran it because he was just getting smashed on during the play? And okay, as far as the injury data, maybe 5 years from now, every Philadelphia Eagles lineman's neck is going to be all messed up. Guess what? It was going to be anyway. They played professional football for a living.
Yeah, you're not going to make football safe without taking away the elements that we love about it.
So this again, it screams to me we're mad
because we haven't figured it out.
These guys are good at it, and we can't stop it. That's what this feels like to me. And again, why I came around on it was what I came to find out the last couple of years is, not just anybody can do this. The Eagles actually work on this stuff, and this is why they do it so well. So it feels just like pettiness to get rid of it right now.
No, it is. And again, you look, the Packers faced the Eagles a couple of times, right?
Yep.
They didn't
Lost
go
him in the
well for them.
playoffs.
And also lost him first game of the year, actually, in Brazil. By the way, can I also fix the kickoff for you? Because we don't need to have a ton of long discussion on this.
Sure. So the kickoff change has been
the touchback goes to the 35.
35, which I said this after week 1 last year.
Yeah, but I still don't think it's going to have the effect they want. I still think if you've got a good defense, you are not risking a return, and you're just going to kick it through the end zone and not risk them getting any momentum out of the deal, right? Look, Marvin Mims, Pro Bowl returner. Are you going to let if the Broncos are having a tougher day at the office on offense, are you really going to let Mims try to break it free and get some energy in the building? No, you're not.
Just give it to him at the 35.
So let me ask you this. Instead of all this stuff with the 35 and whatnot, you've already screwed with the kickoff formation, right? Why not make the kickers go back to the 20? Why do we keep messing with the other? Just move the kickers back. They're not part of the play as it is already anyway.
Make him kick it further?
Kick it from their own 20. Take it to the 15. Whatever you think makes it hard enough to really sail one for a touchback, make them go kick it from that yard line. They already are. Again, they're already not up in formation with the guys. And if they say, well, it's going to put us down one tackler, then guess what? Do this. Put 11 guys in the little box area that they have. Kicker kicks and leaves the field immediately. But just move the kickers back. I don't understand why we keep...
Yeah, you could do that, too.
If you really want to discourage the NFL teams from doing touchbacks, you're going to have to put the ball at the 50. You're going to have to put it at the 50. I think the 50 would be where they start to think about it. I'm not even sure the 40 is drastic enough.
The problem last year was, what they came to figure out was the average return, I think, was getting taken to... And I don't have the data directly in front of me. I remember when we did this last year. It was like the 28.6 line, you know? That was like the average, was like 28.6. And so teams were looking at it and just saying, okay, why are we risking any injury or the potential for a return? If it's a 1.5 yard difference, 1.5 yard difference, 2 yard difference, who gives a rip? Just boot it through, let them start at the 30. The 35 is what they used in the XFL, which is where they took this rule from, and they had a higher percentage of returns in that sport. Now, one of the other things about it is, like, every NFL team has an entire analytics staff that is going to sit down and study these things and come to figure out, and every team has got to make what their own risk-reward decision is going to be. If you want to keep the dynamic kickoff, then the 35 is the right move to do. But to your point, if you wanted to move the kickback, that's fine with me too. Either one of them works.
Yeah, none of this is really working. I hate the play. I miss the old kickoff. I'm not trying to be old man here.
I don't even miss the old kickoff.
I just think there
was nothing cool about the old kickoff either.
Well, in part because everybody gets a damn penalty on every return anyway.
Yeah.
Half the good returns you see are ruined by some holding or blocking penalty.
Right. And it's,
probably time to just rethink how you do it.
The sport is just so offensively driven anyway.
I get it, but what I don't like about this is you are taking a quick strike, like for the Broncos offenses of a couple years ago, how bad did they need kick returns?
Sure.
You know?
Right.
Go back to the Baltimore playoff game. We all forget how many times Tre'Aundis Luke was another little returner. Trendon Holiday, how many times did he take it back? Did you get 2 or 3 in that game?
I think he had 2.
It wasn't like 2, one
punt, one kick. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 punt, 1 kick. Yeah.
Like,
what a weird
I don't
game.
want to just wipe that out. The play could mean something. You just don't want it to. Mainly because of injury data.
Yeah, but that's just it, too. Is like you can cherry pick, remember that one time 13 years ago that somebody returned a kickoff for a touchdown? And then it's like, do you remember the thousands we've seen since then that have just been a gigantic waste of time?
But I would say...
It's like Spring's thing with the way he would get all worked up over pitchers not hitting anymore because he would cite but there was that one time that pitcher hit a home run. Yes, that was grand. There was also 8,000 horrible at-bats in the middle of all of that. That's why we changed.
But you still, I don't know about the pitcher hitting.
Shut your mouth.
I would still wait to see, because there were certain returners where you would stick around. What about who?
There was 2 in
Devin
the entire
Hester?
league. Yes.
Oh, come on.
There was. Yes, you can name the single greatest return man that ever lived. Then there was, again, how many hundreds of them that we can't even remember their names. We can't remember if they're Tre'Aundis Luke or Trendon Holiday.
Good old Tre'Aundis Luke. I wonder what he's up to now.
I don't know.
Well, I don't even know. Now I got to figure out who was smaller.
I think Holiday was the smallest, right? Wasn't that dude like 5'6"?
I'm telling you, Tre'Aundis Luke. Yeah, he was not big.
Yeah.
He was not big. I couldn't believe, like, he was one of those guys where he would walk through the lawn.
Like if Trendon Holiday had run into Terrence Knighton's backside, he could have gotten lost in there.
What, we don't know the measurables there on your boy Trendon Holiday?
Trendon Holiday, I can pull it up really quick.
Yeah, let me, because I got Triandis Luke. He was 5'11". I do not remember Triandis Luke being 5'11".
Trendon Holiday's Pro Football Reference page lists him at 5'5",
Holy
$162.
cow. All right, you do win. There was no way Triandis Luke was 5'11". There was no way. I refuse to believe it.
5'5", $162.
I'm telling you, Glenn Milburn was another small one that I couldn't believe he could survive playing football.
Wasn't that a Glyn? Glenn.
I think 2 N's.
Glenn. Ooh, 2 N's in the.
Because he was a nice little kind of like scat back. You know what he might have been?
A joker.
A joker. A joker.
I would say we need a joker.
That's already the drop of the year, right? Like we can erase.
No, I like George Payton's better because he's
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah, I love that guy. I love it. He's so over being asked about it.
What's more entertaining, the slurred, hungover pronunciation, possibly
say we need a joker,
possibly still drunk?
That does not sound like Sean.
Or the GM who's sick of hearing about it.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
I get it, man.
They're going to draft 9 running backs just to find a joker so he doesn't have to hear about it ever again. God, Triandis Luke 5'11". There ain't no way.
Huge. Mm-hmm. Trendon Gerard Holiday.
Gerard. With a J or with a G?
With a J. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah. Played a grand total of 4 seasons in the NFL. Not a long career for
They
the
give
great.
it to Houston, or did they get him from Houston?
Or wait a minute. Actually, no. Excuse me. 5 years. Denver, Houston, San Francisco, Tampa Bay.
Good for him.
He had a little football career.
Oh, yeah.
Pun intended.
Well done.
It's the
Well
Kreckman
done.
and Lindahl show. is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and if you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in every round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today, or you can text in the keyword to win a pair of tickets to tonight's game. The keyword this hour, 303-504-0925. I feel guilty even talking over Michael McDonald. 303-504-0925. The keyword is rock. R-O-C-K, rock. The keyword back at 3 o'clock was yacht. The keyword here at 420 is rock. Thus, we've gone yacht rock.
Yacht rock.
Yacht rock today to win a pair of tickets for tonight's Nuggets Timberwolves game. Text in the word rock plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Andy, why did we go with yacht rock today?
Oh, because I had to listen to the, I don't know, once every few months, 2 months, 3 months, we get a wave at a game and everyone gets big mad, and Sanford was getting all pissed off that there was a wave at the Avs game or whatever last night.
There was a wave last night.
I called him up and I go, you know what? You're
Third period wave.
I said, you're supposed to be football guy, and I will always defend the wave because of my football roots back at Mile High when they do it for the Orange Crush defense. Steve Atwater told me one time he loved the wave. It always got him fired up, and he would go take it out on the opposing team because of it. And so I called him Yacht Rock Sanford.
The wave fired him up?
Oh, yeah. He thought it was cool. He said, you be in the huddle, and you would see everybody doing it around the stadium, in this case, back at the old Mile High.
You were like,
he thought it was really sweet. Well, people were into it. They were yelling. They were screaming. And the energy level was up. Yacht Rock.
So his explanation was that if there was a drunk guy 11 beers deep in the 500 level, that guy going, whoa! And he was like, I got to rip their heads off.
You do realize from field level, you don't see the one face in the crowd you're describing. You see the stadium in unison going around, and it would look cool. And it added to the noise level. I know it's fine.
Cool,
you can
Carl.
hate it all. See, you're a Yacht Rock guy too. Have you got your penny loafers on and your high waters? You're ready to go? So I basically told Sanford he was soft and part of the Yacht Rock crowd. And I told him we were going to do Yacht Rock in honor of him. So there you go. Yacht and rock are the two words. We're only texting rock right now. We were giving the tickets away top of the hour. So stay tuned because we got to get you these tickets because you got to get to the ball, Cinderella. The game's tonight at 8 o'clock.
Sandman was mad about the hockey wave last night.
Raj was really mad. Sanford thought it was kind of stupid.
Okay.
And so I just, I called him up and called him soft.
It does.
And then now Sanford's mad at Andy.
It does suggest a crowd that's not really that into the game.
I agree. I disagree. It means they're actually doing something and having fun at the game. I know that we all love to take our selfies and check our bets and live on our phones while we sit inside the arena. I'd rather you maybe hang out and enjoy the game that's there. Why do you care what people do anyway?
It's sports talk radio. It's all we do is talk about what other people do.
Listen. Hey, you want to throw that argument at me?
Literally.
And guess what? I'm going to get worked up when you blow a 2-goal lead, whether everything's locked up or not.
It's literally all we do is talk about things other people do.
No, I just mean as you as a person I'm not asking you, Nate, the professional. Why do you care about sports? I'm asking.
Purpose of this exercise
help me out with
is
this, by the way.
discussing things
help me out with this.
done by others.
What was the origin that people decided to hate the wave? That's what I'm curious about. Because generally, and again, this is from my roots. My roots here was the stadium got louder as things got going, and it would cause problems for the opposing offense. Now, I grew up in only a football town where the wave seems to fit better than other sports.
Isn't it more effective just to have the whole stadium yell all at once instead of
what would you
waiting?
Like? Yeah, because the board is so effective.
Instead of waiting for your turn to go.
Well, you could be the murmur gets going. The murmur gets going.
Like, I thought the whole purpose of like the TWolves and all of that was to scream the whole time, thus making it difficult for the offense to be able to hear each other and force them into false starts.
Well,
but if only like a swath of the stadium is going, whoa, it feels contrary to the idea of being loud.
No, you're still cheering. You can get up and do your whoa, but you can still cheer. I'm just telling you.
See, do you get louder when it's your turn to whoa?
Oh, yeah. You scream a little louder.
See. Okay.
I just feel like it does show an engagement in trying to create an environment that makes it tough on the opposing team. Now, look, in baseball, fine. I don't know where you need the noise in baseball necessarily, but I know whether it's a Mammoth game or a hockey game, you got those guys feeding off the energy. It was funny because DMac was asking Scotty about this, and they were like, well, I haven't seen the Wave at a lot of Nuggets games. Yeah, a lot of Nuggets games have kind of been not great at times this year. So, hey, maybe you need a Wave or two in the Nuggets game.
No, I have a different view of it. If you're doing the Wave, it's because you're not engaged in the game in front of you.
Now, why do you say that? You're more engaged than you are if you're staring at your stupid phone, which most people are doing 24/7 anyway.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting people, watch the game.
Quietly? Politely?
No.
Like it's a tennis match, or what are you looking for?
Make noise all day long, but like if your focus is like, ooh, it's coming to us. Ooh, it's only 2 sections. Whoa! And then you watch it keep going. At what point were you actually like watching the game and excited about, the professional athletes in front of you?
I don't think it's that hard, especially radio professional Nate Kreckman, to keep your eye on 2 things at once. It's not like, oh my God, where is the Wave gone? You feel it coming. You can frankly hear it coming.
I mean, Andy, we've literally had to take TVs and screens away from you on the show to get you to pay attention to the radio show.
You know what? I focus better. I'm more into the game than you lecturing me about the Wave and not to do it. I just want to know, when did it become not cool? Because it's become not cool in recent years. Like, when does it become something that... No, it is not always.
It's always been lame.
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
Uh-huh. No, it's always been lame. Here's
No,
where...
it hasn't been lame. Just because you grew up in Chicago, where the Cubs, I guess, you know what? You're right. You don't have the Wave. You got the drunk Wrigley bums. I'm sorry. I don't want to take that away from you.
No, they got the beer cup snake. Is what they do.
Because that's paying attention to the game. You're right.
It's not. No, what I'm saying here is like,
what was the thing? And I'm asking a serious question.
Do you remember when Kyle Freeland a couple of years ago, when this was consistently happening at Coors Field, back when the baseball kind of mattered?
Sure.
And
when we got a good game every 3 or 4 days.
And it would be like the 8th inning of a tie ball game, and the damn Wave would break out, and you'd be like, what is going on here?
Listen, I told you, I can't.
Aren't people engaged in this thing?
Baseball, I get it.
If it's 9-2 and it's the 7th inning and you're still there, have at it. Because guess what? The product in front of you is garbage anyway.
But again, I think there are other sports where it manufactures some energy that you sometimes need. And frankly, the Avs probably could have used some energy in that third period.
The third period of a close hockey game, to me, again, it just suggests a crowd that's not interested.
See, I disagree. I just disagree.
Name one sporting event where you saw a Wave and you were like, oh my God. Like,
they're intimidated.
Now it's on.
Have you been a part of one?
Yeah.
Have you been a part of one of the big games?
But never in like an intense moment of the game.
Yeah,
well, that's where we differ.
It's grab ass.
Listen. You want to go old man stories? I'll tell you. I was at the final game the Broncos won in Mile High to go to 13-0 against the Kansas City Chiefs. They were losing all game. And as the Chiefs went out there, the Wave got going, the noise got up. Kansas City couldn't function. Broncos come back. They win it. They keep the undefeated season alive.
So John
that's really
Elway
kind of the last time I went as a fan.
And TD came back in that game because of...
Well, again, you do it more on defense to help disrupt communication on field. But whatever. Is Sanford there? Because I'm curious if Sanford's just upset because he's a coach and it distracts him somehow.
Sandman.
Not one bit. Andy, I got a real quick question. Are you trying to say that people
that are anti-wave are soft.
Yeah.
So that would mean that whoa is just the model of toughness and physicality.
Yes, it is. You're standing up, you're moving around, you're drunk, you're still holding on to your beer while you do it.
The wave, maybe in 1983, when it was brand new, was intimidating because it was like, what is this? Since about 2000, the wave should only live in Los Angeles sports venues.
No.
Dodgers, Lakers, University of Southern California.
Crazy George Henderson, the 81 ALCS.
Is he the Oakland
We
A
had him
dude?
on the show.
Yeah, we did. Crazy George.
He had a drum,
Crazy
didn't he?
George was rolling back in the day. But the wave is now, it shows that people are just frankly looking for a distraction from what's going on the court or on the field or on the ice as it was last night.
I don't think so. I think fans get involved in different ways. Now, look, everybody brings their phones, checking their fantasy teams, taking selfies, posting videos. You got all that crap going on all the time anyway. So I'd rather at least something physical's happening other than everybody showing me their 12 selfies of where they're at.
Isn't everybody
inside
just
the stadium.
taking a selfie of themselves
well, now
doing
it'll
the
be them
wave?
doing the wave. Hey, we're having fun at the game. Look, they complain
Well,
about
so
this
from
at
here on out-
concerts all the time that people aren't even engaged in the activity anymore because of this crap. To me, it shows that people care more than they don't care. Now, baseball 9-2, seventh inning, whatever it is, it shows that you regret your decision to go to baseball, but that's on you.
I think it's a perfect blowout activity. You know, you're still
Real
there.
blowout.
There's nothing to hold your attention.
When was the last time
garbage time?
See, I can't ask Sanford this, and I asked you in spring.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time? And I'm being serious, but you and I, Mike coached. It's a different deal.
Yeah.
You and I in spring, we're in the media. I
Yeah,
try to tell people you're just not a fan the
Yeah,
way
what
you were a
what do
fan
coaches know?
anymore. When was the last time you went there and wanted to just feel like you were affecting the other team somehow as just a true fan? Was it that U.S. soccer game maybe you talked about in the snow famously? The U.S. men's match where it snowed, you had the scarf, but you were being nutty and you were just trying to somehow be a part of what you're watching there.
I don't think I'm stupid enough to think that I've ever impacted the outcome of a sporting event by sitting on my ass drinking beer and watching sports.
You don't get into actually trying to create the atmosphere of the stadium. Well, that's why half these stadiums suck.
I'm
now.
all for cheering and everything like that, but I don't
feel like half of you show up at Empower every week and we just all right, here we are.
But I don't think I impact like standing up and twirling a towel. I don't think that actually has any effect on what the professional athletes do while they're out there
You've
performing.
never been a part of a football stadium so loud your head is ringing that you can't figure out? Because, look, I've talked to plenty of Broncos guys that tell you don't think Arrowhead affects them? Affects them plenty.
Oh, without a doubt. That noise absolutely impacts them. I just,
You don't want to be a part of it? You're the Too Cool fan? All right, that's cool.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, be the Too Cool fan. I like that.
Yeah.
Go, show up with your man bun. Tell me about your newest IPA and then hope a goal scored. Sanford, what else you want to get in on this before we cut you free?
I just don't understand that the pro wave crowd, which right now the only two that I really know in this market are Andy Lindahl and Connor McGee. Go too. But how do you associate the anti-wave crowd with yacht rock radio?
Because
I don't get the correlation. one
Because
bit.
when I heard you and Raj
Do
talking
they
your
do
fancy
the
language
wave
about how it all sucks,
at
and
Steely Dan
yeah,
shows?
I understand you both are living on the glass, and you guys. So let's not let the common man have any fun, yacht rock. Because you got a yacht, you got your fancy whatever.
The populist argument.
You got your lobster bisque that you're eating down there on the glass, and you got your lobster mac coming a little bit later. And so I associate yacht
What
rock
else
with
can
you.
they put
Really, I
lobster
just
in?
called you up to upset you, and you know that. But you know,
Well, okay, so if yacht rock were a communal crowd cheer,
Yeah.
it would sound like this.
but see, yacht rockers, you go and just hang out. Listen, the wave people are actually slamming around, listening to Metallica. The hair's flying. There's angst. There's misguided testosterone. It's all going on. You, in the meantime, you're waiting on your second champagne toaster, your second little champagne spritzer, as you listen to Mariah Carey sing All I Want for Christmas Is You. And then you're fighting in your cardigans because you're upset that one of you got a stock tip the other didn't know because you were looking at your phone instead of being at the event.
Going, whoa.
This is the dumbest debate we've ever had on this show. Just lay off the waves, all I'm saying. People want to do the wave, do the wave.
And somehow that is...
There's just a snootiness to a lot of
portraying
you. Some
a
of you,
masculinity.
Some of you guys think you're highbrow because you're not participating in the way. I'm the more astute sports fan. I'm not getting up and yelling. I'm sitting here waiting for something to entertain me.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Have fun with it.
But I am a man of the people. Hold on.
Hey, guess what? We all did it together, pal. It took a teamwork to get that done.
Well, if we did it together, that's not a very good wave. Sandman, thanks for calling, buddy.
Bye, Mike.
Hey, you know what? You guys have a great day.
Yeah. Hey, turn up that yacht rock on the way home down 25.
Mike Sanford, everybody, 10 to noon every day.
What was the coolest Chicago Bear game you went to? Do you have like a distinct memory?
So I don't know if coolest is the word, but the funniest game that I ever went to.
Okay.
It was the day after Christmas, probably 90 or 91. And the reason why I say it was the coolest was because this was back when nobody cared if you just ripped as many cigs as you wanted to while sitting in the seats.
With 4-year-old next to you? Yeah, I lived through those times.
You know how many guys there were in Santa outfits?
Just going
like
through one heater after
cigars
another.
and cigs, like ashes in the Santa beard.
Yeah.
Just like slamming flasks.
Like the guy out of Home Alone.
Yeah.
Putting his out before Kevin approaches him.
Just screaming the worst obscenities you can imagine at Jim Harbaugh the entire afternoon. That's the single funniest Chicago Bear memory that I ever had. And you know what nobody did that day? They didn't go,
well, it sounds like those guys, what would they say?
Yeah, they just puked on each
you
other.
Wouldn't have. You got no vocal range anyway there, Smokey. Now, the coolest wave I was a part of as a kid was, funny enough, it was against
Correction, cool waves don't exist. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Listen, the greatest wave you ever seen would have been against the Chicago Bears. Your sorry 1986 Chicago Bears.
Great
that
waves
were
don't
no near
exist.
what they were in 85. Now, if you want to wave to someone, you can do it today over at Jerry Jones. Jerry ain't feeling so good. Something's going around. So don't call Jerry today because, frankly, Jerry's voice is a little out, but hopefully one of his assistants will answer. It's Colorado Off-Road. If you need a cool I Love the Wave bumper sticker, well, Jerry doesn't have that for your truck or 4x4, but he's got everything else that you could want over at Colorado Off-Road. You want to raise the truck. You want to maybe go ahead and get some new tires. You want to get some, a leveling kit. I'm trying to think of all the different things he's been able to do for me. You got to get a tow ball out there and maybe get the fifth wheel up the mountain when you want to go camping. He can help you with that. He's got the tie downs for extra gear in the bed of the truck, or do what I did, get the bed cover. He's great with the bed covers, as you know if you've been listening to this show and these ads. He's got the step rails. Look, if you need it, he's got it. Anything you want to do, you need some custom work. If you're an outfitter, he can do that for you as well. He can outfit some of the commercial vehicles that you may need. And they've also got the Workforce Pro. That's this new topper. It's exclusive at Colorado Off-Road. So if you're a commercial tradesman and you want one of these toppers, call Colorado Off-Road. That number, 303-761-1264. Find him on the web at cooffroad.com. That showroom's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, just behind ACC. Colorado owned, Colorado grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Yacht rocking away here on a Tuesday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl.
I hate this genre of music so much.
Would you say the yacht rock is the wave of music?
No, people actually enjoy the wave. Now, who did you say the other? So the Doobie Brothers is what we heard earlier?
It was.
And the Allman Brothers is who you think I was thinking of?
You said that they were like a hippie jam band. That's the Allman Brothers.
Allman Brothers?
Yes.
There's a lot of brothers.
There are. The Doobie Brothers.
Yeah. Who were they? They weren't real brothers, though, right?
No, they weren't. No.
Went like Tom Petty and someone else?
There were only like, I think, two brothers in the Allman Brothers, and then one of them died like immediately. And then they just stayed on as the Allman Brothers.
That on anybody.
Yeah, there was Gregiga and Dwayne, and then
they were both Allman.
They didn't last particularly long.
Were they actually Allman? Were they Allman? Were they truly?
They were
brothers?
the Allmans.
That's what I was trying to get.
They were Allmans.
Because the Doobie Brothers were somebody that was kind of an open brotherhood. That's like the Water Buffalo Lodge, right?
It's all kinds. Open Brothers, is that wasn't that Earl Thomas?
Yeah.
Wasn't that an open brotherhood?
Yeah.
There, right there.
Sure. A little more. Yeah.
See what we did right there?
Don't know a lot of brothers willing to do that.
Are we picking a winner right now, Spring?
Yes, we are.
You want to pick a winner?
Done.
Yes, it's over. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and you want to go to the game tonight to watch the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, and we have to draw a winner right now. You texted in yacht. You texted in rock. That's why we're yacht rocking here on a Tuesday, and it is time to draw a winner. Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? Our lucky winner that will be in attendance tonight as the Nuggets will take on their rivals, the hated Minnesota Timberwolves. Well, that winner of a pair of tickets is going to be
John Mays.
John Mays, son of Willie. John Mays. Congratulations, John. You're going to the game tonight. Spring's going to hit you up. He'll let you know how to win your tickets. You were yacht rocking, and you're winning yourself a pair of tickets for tonight's game. So way to go, John Mays. Thought it was going to be John Mayer for a second. That was going to be really exciting.
That would have been, now what's that rock?
That would have been an upset.
That would have been jam band rock.
Right there.
He doesn't count.
Or, you know.
He's still with the Dead and Company.
He
right?
is. He is. He's out at the Sphere right now. Jamming away, that John Mayer. So there you go. Way to go, John Mays. John Mays is going to the game.
Could you try a wave at the Dead and Company at the Sphere?
Would
that throw you off? Were the optics? Because you went to that show, right?
You could. It doesn't go all the way around. You'd have to
give a 5 count.
If you bounced it back and forth.
You'd have to do it. You'd have to stand up, sit down, stand up again.
It would take a level of coordination that I don't know if the attendees
that would not be possible.
Could possibly pull off.
Are the Sphere seats trippy? Like, they show basketball games, I guess, in there. They're gonna, like, would that be wild? Would that be, they look steep, man.
It's, it's steep, but it doesn't, I don't know how to explain it.
It's not disorienting?
Because I went to a Dead show, man. It's like it's steep, but it's not, man. I don't know how to not fall into that guy as I explain this. You know what the seats are, though? They're haptic. And what that means is like they vibrate during the show.
Give
so
you the
like
whole feel.
when Mickey Hart's doing the drum section, he's like hitting the beam and everything like that. Your seat's just like rumbling
so
underneath.
Now hold on,
you.
anti-wave guy. You
It's
sat
really
down
cool.
the whole concert?
No, you sit down during drums because that's when the seats are.
So
haptic.
they want you to.
Yeah, it's haptic.
Say it one more time.
I don't know why I do it in that accent.
What guy is that?
Haptic.
Gosh darn joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah. Anyway, does George Payton do the wave? Do you think is he pro wave?
No. George would be on your side.
Where's Sean Payton come down in all this?
I promise you, once upon a time, he was wave guy.
You think so?
Yeah. He gets a few in him. Still the wave! He gets a couple vodka martinis in him.
No.
What do you think he drinks?
No. Come on.
What do you think he
No.
drinks?
Sean?
Yeah.
Oh man, maybe he is a vodka martini guy.
Mad Dog 2020 back in the day.
No.
Little Boone's Farm.
I mean, everybody.
Little White Lightning.
Everybody engaged in some of that.
A Mickey's.
I don't think that he's a 40-ouncer.
Now that I can see. Drawing up some bounties, housing a 40.
A nice King Cobra, perhaps. Got him going.
Is it Three Kings, the little
Three
cream
Kings.
one?
You can get down on Three Kings.
Here's what we need. We need some bounties.
Mickey's Old English with the Old English spelling in it right there. Old English made for the best brass monkey of all of the 40s that were out there. It was a strong beverage.
Do you ever
there.
just do a 40 like Bud Light? You want to look hard, but you got things to do the next day.
I want 40 ounces, but I want to keep my calories down, okay?
I got to watch my weight. I couldn't get up that last wave very easily.
That would be the least intimidating guy in the hood is the guy with the 40 ounce of Ultra. Look out, everybody. This thing's not even 4%.
He's coming to play basketball, but he's only shooting threes. I ain't going to the rack.
I got to space the floor, okay?
Yeah.
This has been a quality.
Hey,
you know
if you're
what?
bringing the 40 of Bud Light, you're probably playing pickleball.
Andy,
now those people can hate me too.
I got a feeling we're going to be listening to this segment in Kevin's office next
I think
week.
the whole hour.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And we have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. When we had to update our home heating system, we called up Apple Air. They came over, they rolled out the red carpet, installed a beautiful new 2-stage high-efficiency Dakin furnace, which has kept our home warm all winter long. We absolutely love this thing, and our energy costs have gone down. They can do the same for you. Call Apple Air, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Right now, they got a great special. Apple Air giving you $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. So you'll be staying warm in the chilly weather and staying nice and cool all summer long. Call up Apple Air, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813 for $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system, or visit appleair.com. Football news, we dive in at 5 o'clock. Go ahead, Spring.
It's the High Five. It is always brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. The NFL owners plan to continue discussions about the Eagles' short yardage tush-push play after tabling the proposal today to ban it, league officials said. Now, Roger Goodell talked to the media. He said that they are open to changing a rule that was previously changed in 2004 that then banned the pushing and pulling of players on the field. They could bring that rule back. Here is Roger Goodell today.
I do think there's a lot of discussion about going back to the previous rule, back to pre-2004. It's a dispute about how long that rule was in play, but the reality of it is I think that's makes a lot of sense in many ways because I think it expands it beyond just that single play. There are a lot of plays where you see someone pulling or pushing somebody that are not in the tush-push formation that I think do have an increased risk of injury. And so I think the committee will look at that and come back in May with some proposals.
I'm going to need somebody from the league, from Green Bay, whomever, to give me the data on how this adds an increased injury risk. Like, can you legitimately show me where this play is more dangerous than any other friggin' play in football? Like, I mean, honestly, Andy, like what Goodell says right there, like kind of makes sense, right? Like rather than singularly focus on this one play and the way they're sort of trying to adjudicate it is just like, okay, there can't be an immediate push on the backside of the ball carrier on that play. All right, well, then we could do away with all pushes. I guess that makes more sense. But again, like, is that more dangerous than any other play in the sport?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Laurie came out and said in this article Spring gave us where he said you can't find the data that shows it isn't a very, very safe play. If it weren't, we wouldn't be pushing the tush.
What play is safe in pro football?
No, it's fair. And look, every play, a guy's knee's waiting to go on just about every play. How about I put it that way?
A guy's brain is waiting to be damaged on every play.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. What's weird about this, so I'm glad Spring played that cut. Sounds like they could still decide to vote on this depending on what this committee brings to them in May.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's
so
not done.
It's safe for now, but it's not necessarily still in play for next season because there's another round of meetings in May. I'm with you. This just feels like sour grapes because nobody's figured out a way to stop it. But guess what? I don't know how to stop Patrick Mahomes half the time with under 2 minutes left either when he gets the ball plenty of times. So I don't know. I'm really kind of surprised.
I also like, okay, and honestly, the play that I would hate to lose even more than the tush push is that sort of fun play where a back gets stacked up, 5 yards down the field, and then, you get a rugby maul formed behind him, and Quinn Miters runs down and smashes into somebody, and the guy keeps going down the field. That play's fun. Isn't it fun? I think it's fun.
Yeah.
I think it's fun when big, giant guys smack into each other for my entertainment and push the football down the field. And it's, the idea that this is somehow not – you also hear this argument, Andy, it's not a football play. What's not? Isn't this the original football play?
Is part of this?
Isn't this like what Walter Camp invented the sport to be, and then everybody figured out, oh, this actually sucks. Let's throw the ball forward, and the sport became way more popular.
Yeah, that is pretty much the original football play, as you pointed it out. Before we created something called the forward pass. Whatever. Do what you want with it. It's sour grapes. I can't believe the league's got a problem with it because it helps keep offenses on the field. It does make a lot of fourth downs a little more interesting. And listen, as much as it seems like a foregone conclusion, go ask the Bills about how it went for them in the AFC Championship game. They couldn't convert one of these things.
Right.
So it is what it is. I can't believe we're spending this much time on it, but hey, whatever.
It's the firebrand because it is the signature play of the Super Bowl champions.
Okay, well, maybe it's because I'm happy the Eagles are finally the champs and not the Chiefs for the third time in a row. Maybe that's at the heart of this thing. Maybe that's my subconscious wondering why you're so worried about this thing. Because, again, it converts fourth downs and you get more offense. I thought that's what they wanted.
Right. You would certainly think so, and yet not like that. Which, I mean, here's another idea. If they're that worried about this, and if they're worried about the player safety of the whole thing, which, again, that's the guys that they're giving us to, outlaw quarterback sneaks.
Well, there you go. Fair enough.
I've remember when Patrick Mahomes got his knee wrecked doing it in Denver, and then now he doesn't even really do it anymore. Like, if you're that worried about the most valuable players on the field, which most other rule changes involve, how do we protect that guy roughing the passer, etc.? Don't hit him low. Don't hit him high. Don't really hit him in the middle. Don't hit him anywhere. Don't touch that guy. We like that guy an awful lot. And yet coaches are still willing to say, well, I'll put that guy in harm's way. Sean Payton has no problem calling quarterback sneaks for Bo Nix. If you're that worried, again, of the risk and danger of your most valuable commodities, your star quarterbacks getting injured, then just tell us no more quarterback sneaks rather than trying to pick and choose and simply cherry pick whichever ones that you find most bothersome because Philadelphia does it.
Yeah, the reality is when the Broncos lost the cut block, which was their big tactic under Alex Gibbs, there was data to show all the knee injuries that it was causing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they got rid of it.
Yeah.
You don't clearly have the data or you would move forward with getting rid of it.
Give me the injury. Number one, give me the injury data if it exists, which it doesn't. And number two, show me how it's more dangerous than any other running play. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk about some rules that did pass. We'll start with this one. NFL owners approved a rule change allowing both teams to possess the ball in overtime during the regular season. That will match the postseason rule with sudden death deciding the game if it remains tied after each team has a possession. But regular season overtime will remain a maximum of 10 minutes with the game declared a tie after that.
So no more you score the touchdown and the game is over. You score the touchdown and then the other guys still get to have the ball, which we've done in the playoffs. Good. Makes all the sense in the world to me. Everybody gets to touch the football and it takes the emphasis off the luck of a coin toss.
Yeah, that's fine. I always, it's funny because I never had a problem with if you couldn't stop a touchdown, the game was over. I hated field goal ending the game.
Yeah, because it's too cheap.
But there is something like, look, man, you can't stop a touchdown? All right, then it is what it. But that's fine. Both teams, I'm not mad about this. So give us a little bit more football. But
now the other guys
let me
can't
ask you
stop a
this,
touchdown.
Though. So is there more data that this extra football is going to cause more injuries than the tush push? I mean, where does it all stop?
That's not important. Stop asking those questions, okay? You're not supposed to ask that question on this one. That it's only on the tush push, okay?
Yeah.
Until Philadelphia wins 6 games in overtime next year, possessing the ball the second time 4 times, and then scoring the 2-point conversion to win the game via the tush push. That's going to be a problem.
All I want to know is how many tush pushes versus how many extra plays in an actual full overtime.
Go ahead,
then
Spring.
High five. All right, another rule that passed. Touchbacks on kickoffs will now be placed at the 35-yard line instead of the 30-yard line.
Andy, I think that this will have some impact. I also predict that next year they'll be voting on this thing again.
They will, because you and I talked about it. Going to the 35 is fine, but as you said, if most kickoffs were yielding that the guys were nearly getting to the 30 anyway, you said the 28 and a half.
Yeah.
So that's why most coaches said, the heck with it, don't risk it, just kick it, put it at the 30.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're giving up another 5 yards. I still don't think 5 yards is egregious enough. I still think we're going to see plenty of kicks through the end zone because, coaches, especially later in the year, when they're already using backups and their roster's a bit depleted, are not going to risk guys missing tackles on a kickoff. They're going to vote on it again next year. It'll possibly move it to the 40. I'll say what I said last hour. Move the kickers back. If you don't want touchbacks, put the kickers at their own 20. Have them kick from there.
I got an idea. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Start.
Why not 25? That's what it used to be. It used to be the 20. Then it was a 25.
It was a 20. Now it's a 25.
30.
Now it's a 30.
Now it's a 35.
Now it's a 35. Just keep marching them up the field until they can just run a tush-push on first down and score immediately.
If you kick it through the end zone, they get it at your 2.5.
God, football, you were fine.
You really
were fine.
We didn't need all this. Although finally the next one is the one I'm actually happy about.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The NFL approves expansion of replay assist. It will cover more plays during the upcoming season. Assist will help with fouls for hits on a defenseless player, grabbing the face mask, performing a horse collar tackle, tripping, and running into or roughing the kicker.
Can we just be quick about it?
Yeah, no.
I'm thrilled with this. Let's just be quick about it.
Yeah,
okay?
no challenges.
Yeah.
Just watch the game along with the refs.
Take
You
a
don't
quick
like the
look.
call. I had said this yesterday to Spring, Nate. You could have done this in the Avs game the other night against the Blues, where they thought Nathan McKinnon stuck his stick in between the legs of the Blues player, and it turns out it was his own stick because he fumbled the puck and he tripped himself. All you need is a ref to buzz in and go, no, guys, not a big deal. No ego needs to be involved.
Yeah.
Hey, you just didn't quite see it right. This is what happened. Boom, we go the other way.
By the way, one other note really quickly on rule changes that I just want to slide in because I know we had something else we were going to get to. The Hawkeye technology will measure all NFL first downs. This is what they're going to start using. Apparently, the chain gang will still be there.
Just in case.
For aesthetics,
So when you're doing the wave, they'll come out and they'll.
Yes. But also, like great, but the referees are still in charge of spotting the ball, correct?
Yeah.
So crappy spots like Josh Allen got.
Yeah, great call.
On a tush push against the Chiefs.
Still in play.
So, the Hawkeye will just measure the bad spot that the referees will give it, and it won't actually improve anything. What are we doing here? That system is so bad. That's the one you need the technology for to address. Put a damn microchip in the football and figure out where it should go. But nobody asks me these things. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around
I would
the
love to
NFL.
see how many lost yards there were on bad spots.
Or gained
just
yards.
last year.
Or
either way.
In either direction, how wrong it is in a given year.
How inaccurate it is.
Yeah, and it's, look, I think generally they probably do a pretty good job, but it is those plays. It is a tush-push in the fourth quarter of an AFC championship game where it's like, okay, I've seen this. I've seen an overhead shot. I've seen multiple angles from the side. I see where the football is, and yet it's mysteriously suddenly behind the yellow line when you put it down. What the hell's going on here?
The knee.
It's always the knee.
The knee.
Except when it's not the knee.
Yeah, the knee was the problem.
Hawkeye technology, I guess. Anyway, that's the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Hopefully BJ Honeycutt comes along to spot it then. Old man reference.
That was quite strong. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, hey, the Minnesota Timberwolves are coming to town tonight, and they want to beat the Nuggets real bad. Does Denver want to beat them as badly? We'll talk about that next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is the home of your Denver Nuggets.
Tonight's a huge game. Which of the two max contract players next to Nikola Jokic is going to step up? Because you need one of two to step up to beat teams like this. It's either Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. If you go 0 for 2 with max contract players, you don't win these games.
Hear the game tonight. React with us all day tomorrow.
So who are you tonight?
It begins at 6 in the morning with Brett Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
For a limited time, get a 20-piece Chicken McNuggets for just $6 and pair them with a $1.39 any size soft drink, like a Coke. Price and participation may vary.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Mike Sanford. Football season may be over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. From college hoops, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circa Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight moneyline splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circa Sports has you covered. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction, here to tell you that closing April 9th, Roller Auction is hitting you with their April 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, and anybody and everybody can bid online. Guys, for almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the place to find government fleet vehicles and equipment, SUVs, sedans, pickups, vans, UTVs, utility trucks, dump trucks, and so much more. If you're looking for well-maintained vehicles and equipment, bidding closes April 9th at roller.bid. That's roller.bid.
At Tractor Supply, we know that a winning season out here takes practice, teamwork, and a can-do attitude. Thankfully, when it comes to teamwork, it's great to have a neighbor like Tractor Supply. No matter the season, our team members are here to help. Like you, they know that nothing beats the feeling of seeing all your hard work pay off. And whether you're caring for pets, chickens, or a few acres, we have everything you need to get the most out of life out here season after season. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Dan Tanner here for DraftKings Sportsbook. The finals are here, and the only thing for sure is it's the last time to bet on college basketball this season. It's been an amazing ride to get here, full of the unexpected happening. Maybe there will be more. Get in on all of the action, expected and unexpected, with DraftKings Sportsbook. With live betting, exclusive content, promos, and parlays, DraftKings is the ultimate college basketball destination for March. Ready to make your first bet? Check out the matchups and pick a team to win. It's that simple. I can't wait to see how Duke and Cooper Flag finish the tourney out. First time, here's something special just for you. New DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code KKSE. That's code KKSE for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Colorado only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What is worse than a clogged drain? Well, not much, but getting hit with hidden fees from a plumber is. My people at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air are totally different. Moser, their Rockstar team is highly trained, honest, and really good. It's just $79 for any clogged drain. Nothing more. No hidden fees, no trip charges, period. Get peace of mind at rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
It's a Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday, and your next keyword to enter is in 1 minute.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Kreckman and Lindahl.
It's easy to say, we got to do something different. Well, we also just have to play a hell of a lot harder. I think they've approached these games like it's a rivalry, and I think we've approached these games like it's another game sometimes. And one of my coaches, Andrew Munson, this is his scout, he says it after every time we play them. He goes, I've watched their last 5 to 7 games, and they never play as hard as they do against us. And you can sense that, you can notice it. So you throw everything else out the window, you know, this team's beaten us 5 games in a row, and hopefully that can, you know, that can resonate within our guys, and we can come out with the proper mindset tomorrow.
That was Malone yesterday. The Nuggets have been blown out by the Timberwolves by at least 20 the last 2 times that they have played. They played a close game back in November, a game where the Nuggets gave away a lead and lost by 3 up in Minnesota. But I don't know. I don't know what conclusions there are to be drawn from November basketball games. But you can go back to last year in the postseason. Minnesota won the last 2 games of that series after the Nuggets had beaten them 3 times in a row to take a 3-2 series lead. So they have beaten these guys 5 times in a row now. And like Malone talked about right there, Munson's in charge of the scout, and he's just flat out saying, hey, Minnesota is bringing a greater effort when they play you guys than when they play everybody else. And the fact that Malone is talking about that publicly suggests, Andy, that he's also talking to his team about that of these guys want it more when they play you. You have faced each other in the postseason 2 years in a row now. They just handed you an embarrassing defeat, and guess what? All that did was serve to motivate these dudes. I think that number one, Nikola Jokic is considered to be the best player in the world, and I think that that is a motivating factor for Rudy Gobert, who is the best defensive big man in the world. I think it's a motivating factor, Andy, for Anthony Edwards, who I think wants to be the best player in the world, who wants to have that kind of designation and is a guy who tends to rise to the moment. I think that there is a number of players, the Jaden McDaniels of the world, for example, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, that they get a big kick out of how much they bother Jamal Murray. It can make life tough on him, defending him up and down the floor. And Mike Conley, who is their point guard, last time I checked, he's lost some pretty big games in his life to the Denver Nuggets, particularly blowing a 3-1 series lead as a member of the Utah Jazz back in the bubble. Oh, by the way, Rudy was on that team too. There's, I think, a lot of dudes. Chris Finch used to work here. Mike Inori used to work here. That for whatever reason, that organization and Tim Connolly circled Denver as this is our rival. This is our old Bill McCartney red letter game, and we're going to go get this one. And they take it very, very seriously, and the Nuggets don't match it.
No, they don't. And what I don't like the most out of all of this, because look, you're gonna have your tough luck. You're gonna, and we've all said it 1,000 times. It's the refrain whenever the Nuggets lose. That team's built to beat you, and sure enough, that team is built to beat the Denver Nuggets because Connolly knew he'd probably have to go through Denver in the height of their powers in order to get the championship that he wanted. Yeah. I'm sure there's a motivating factor that the fact that all those dudes left and 2 years later or whatever it was, you're hoisting a trophy. That's got to sting a little bit. You could have been part of that mix. Now, maybe not for Finch because he's the head coach, but you know what I mean. At the end of the day, what I don't like the most about this, what I think you have to turn back, and you talked about it right there, playing Jamal Murray the full length of the court, getting in MPJ's kitchen and bothering his three-point shot.
Yeah.
You have got to show them their physicality doesn't bother you. Period. You got to send that some way. You got to get back to them not having the physical edge over you.
Match it.
Because
it.
Get a little rough back with them.
Yeah.
You got to do something because right now, the last 5 games, and the 2 in particular played in these last couple of months, the one on the Saturday and the one they played here most recently, it just feels like they were bullying you and you did nothing about it. That's
right.
What bothers me. You got to have at least, if you're not going to win the game, give them a little pushback.
Michael Malone was asked yesterday after practice whether or not he views this as a rivalry between Denver and Minnesota. This is what Malone said yesterday.
We just got to play harder, whether it's a rivalry or not. I mean, I don't care who you're playing. You're playing St. Buzzies. They beat you 5 times in a row. Sometimes your pride's got to kick in and not allow somebody to come into your house and continue to kick your ass.
You know, Andy, this team and where they're at in the lifespan of their contention window, I think they have shown us, and they've shown us as recently as, I don't know, a month ago, when on the second night against Oklahoma City, I would say that pride kicked in. And the Nuggets showed up and showed out and played a very tough game in night number 2 after getting embarrassed in game number 1 on national television against Oklahoma City. That is still in there. I do think that this team has a tendency to cruise. I think that this team has a tendency to be too comfortable in regular season basketball, and they have the, I hate to use this word, but it's the only one I can think of, like the crutch of being able to say, well, we've won an NBA championship, so we know what the highest level of competition looks like. Therefore, in 1 through 82, we don't really need to match it. But I do think that there are occasions that call for it during 1 through 82. The second night against the Thunder is a perfect example of that. Tonight against the Timberwolves in your building, when you've lost 5 games in a row against those guys, and they've quite frankly embarrassed you in 4 of those 5 games, this is one where that pride should kick in.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your assertion about the regular season. Here's my problem. Because it does feel like there is a too cool for school element to a lot of things at times. And I realize they're just tired. Now, they should feel refreshed. They haven't played in 3 days. I don't remember the last time this team gave us 3 days of that a game.
Yeah.
They ought to feel like they're getting off spring break.
And Jamal didn't play the other night.
Now. Right.
Yeah.
So they should be feeling good and able to go, you would hope, tonight, even though they're hopefully some of the banged up components to this thing have eased a little bit with the time off. But you've got to show me that KCP and Bruce Brown weren't too much of the toughness. You talked about them beating Minnesota in 5 in the championship year 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But both Bruce Brown and KCP, and what I love the most, because toughness can show, I'm not talking about you beating a guy up or throwing elbows or going to 1990s basketball. Bruce Brown never backed down from anybody in those matchups a couple of years, not in any of the playoff series. You wanted to jaw, Bruce Brown would have been talking to Anthony Edwards all game long. And you know where that could show up? Sometimes you get in a guy's head that way and get him more worried about you than playing the game. But there's none of that going on. Like, I don't know that I don't know that they have a lot of trash talkers. I just don't know. KCP would lock guys down and bother them. Like, is Christian Brown going to lock down Anthony Edwards and start to bother him? Who's the defensive matchup there? Who are you looking to get in Ant's head a little bit? Because KCP had a chance, especially 2 years ago. They had better matchups for him.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, Anthony Edwards also is a better player now than he was 2 years ago. He's come into himself. He's found his game, all that other kind
He was
of
pretty
stuff.
damn good back then, too.
He was,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, after last year, Anthony Edwards, I think, feels like he's got it on you. That's why he talks so much to you.
Yeah.
Shut him up finally.
Yeah.
You haven't shut him up all year.
Or, just contest his damn shots.
Yeah, quit letting everything be wide open.
Yeah, have some physicality, in the way that you defend him.
And somebody get in there, you talk about the physicality. That's what sparks. I don't want to see Joker taking on. Now, Naz Reid won't be in there tonight because of the suspension if you missed it. DiVincenzo falls in that category as well. But I don't want to see Joker having to take on all the bigs by himself in that key anymore. Somebody get in there and help the guy out. Somebody go fight for a rebound.
Aaron Gordon's got to play tonight. Hopefully he is. But the Nuggets are going to be at their very best or something much closer to it if he is able to go. But yeah, I don't get that worked up over regular season stuff with this team because they're going to be the 3 seed and because they're a championship contender and because they've been there, all that kind of stuff. Like, I do think that generally you can, for the sake of self-preservation, you can occasionally cruise, but I also think that at times this team has leaned in too hard. This is a night to not cruise. This is a night to meet the moment.
All right, here's where I'll give the Nuggets credit. Michael Malone in his tenure, this has always kind of been the response. When there's a goal, when there's a desire, when you know what you want out of something, they usually respond. You just said it right there. You think they're going to be the 3 seed. They're a game ahead of the Lakers. Everyone's finally on even ground as far as games played. So they're a game ahead of the Lakers. They sit at 47-28. The Lakers are 46-29. Houston is just 2 games away. But we've talked about it. I don't care how tonight goes. I still would rather you avoid the T-Wolves in the playoffs if possible.
Agreed. Yes.
So the T-Wolves are 43-32. The Warriors are 43-31. And you've got the Clippers also at 43-32. What seed do you think the Nuggets should lock in on? Because the Wolves seeding is very much in flux right now.
Yeah, it really is. So right now, Minnesota is – so for the sake of the conversation, I'm only going to look at the loss column.
Okay.
Because that's – believe it or not, NBA teams, the way that they talk at this time of year is they don't view more games as an opportunity to win. They view them as an opportunity to lose because of, again, varying different availability and motivations and all those kind of things. So fewer games is good because then you have fewer games to lose. The Nuggets are one back of Houston right now in the loss column. They're one up on the Lakers. They are two up on Memphis and Golden State. With 7 games left in the regular season and 3 up on 5-seed Memphis, 3 up on 6-seed Golden State, it feels extremely unlikely that Denver is going to fall out of the top 4, which means more than likely this team will have home court advantage in the at least in the opening round of the postseason. Minnesota is still the worst matchup that they could get. Now, as it stands, as we sit here right now, Minnesota is a game back of Golden State in the loss column. As it stands right now, if the season ended today, Denver would play Golden State in their first round series, and Houston would open up with the number 1 play-in team, which would probably be Minnesota, should they just go in and win their first game. And OKC would get the second play-in team. So as it stands right now, you would avoid them, but it's so tightly packed between like 5, 6, 7, 8 that's probably going to change.
How good would it be, just talking about potential matchups? And I kind of hate talking this way because you want to be in a confident space where you just are taking all comers and all that. But I'm not there with this team right now.
No, it's they shouldn't be talking about this stuff.
And I bet they aren't.
They should be process-oriented on playing the best basketball that they can.
I would love to see Minnesota Thunder as a first-round series.
That'd be super duper.
Just knock one of those out.
Yes,
of there.
one of them.
Likely Minnesota.
Right.
But,
Yeah, one of them in this case, have those two just beat up on each other for a while. By the way, the Thunder are probably going to win 70 this year. Unbelievable what that team has been able to do. And there's a lot of conversation about this being one of the great regular season teams of all time. Every one of their comments is nobody's going to remember crap if we don't win it all. That team is just an absolute damn machine right now. They just pretty much can't lose. They're just really friggin' good. They've won 10 in a row. They are just crushing everybody in front of them. Their point differential on average, they win every game by 13 points per game.
Yeah, they've won 10 in a row. Nobody's won more than 2 in a row. And Utah's got a loss of 6 going in a row.
Yeah, they're tanking.
They're
on the Cooper flag train as hard as they possibly can.
Although
right
the
now.
Celtics have won 9 in a row going over the Eastern Conference, so they're on one a bit.
There was a great story today, or kind of more of a column, really, that David Aldrich wrote in The Athletic about the quality of the NBA at the moment, the quality of the players, of the skill level of the league and everything, and yet nobody seems to be able to stop complaining about the modern NBA. But I bring it up not to debate that point because that to me is just yelling at clouds. But he linked to in a discussion about load management and injury issues. NBA.com, using tracking data, lists the players that cover the most distance on the floor per game. Number 1 in the NBA is Tyrese Maxey, 2.9 miles per game. He travels going up and down the floor in his movement on various different offensive and defensive possessions. He moves 1.7 miles per game on the offensive end of the floor. If you had to guess which Nugget covers the most distance per game, who would you go with?
Russell Westbrook?
Not a bad thought, but the minutes are down a little bit for Russ. That's the only thing that kind of keeps him away from the top.
Is it Jokic again?
It's actually Jamal Murray.
Really?
2.63 miles per game. Christian Brown at number 2 at 2.57 miles traveled per game.
What about Peyton Watson? Because I feel like he's always
right
now.
You would have to track that by possession. Joker, by the way, 2.47 technically. Number 3 on the team is Nikola Jokic. But yeah, Jamal at 1, Christian Brown at 2, and Joker at 3. But yeah, it's cool stuff to look at and kind of dig in and dissect all of this stuff when you start talking about, again, the amount of space that these guys are covered, the pace at which the game is played, the amount of extra possessions in the game right now. These dudes just run up and down the floor an awful lot. And then every team's medical staff and, sports science department is just like, well, we need to find rest for these guys. They've got to play less if we're going to try and win an NBA championship. And then Adam Silver somehow blames the players for not playing in games. Meanwhile, it's like, do you want the owners who pay for the sports science and the medical staff to just ignore everything they're being told by those people? Again, it's much like the tush-push conversation in the NFL. The NBA wants to have all of it, and yet they can't figure out a way to have any of it. That's my soapbox. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low T. Probably something you've heard a lot about in all sorts of forms and a lot of different commercials. Hey, she'll like it too there, Nate. But if you want to get your low T problem solved with, people people that you go to see at a clinic that you can trust, go ahead and head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a visit. Things that could be a sign that you're dealing with low T could be brain fog, could be poor sleep patterns. Of course, it could be lack of sex drive, but maybe it's lesser gains in the gym. Depression even could be part of this. If you're dealing with any of this, get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk about adding a testosterone treatment to your routine. You can also start to feel these things a little bit earlier than you'd expect. Some guys start to experience this as early as their 20s or into their 30s. But if you're around 40 or 50, you probably know this is probably something you want to go have a conversation about. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If you'd like, you could take a low T quiz on their website right there. Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. Here's how the first visit goes. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You can then discuss your options with the Colorado licensed medical provider. If you decide to sign up for testosterone, the cost of the appointment, which is normally $99 and includes the T and PSA test with the medical consult, well, that's all free. So go and find out what it can do for you. Get those gains in the gym back. Feel better. Feel more like yourself. Get the energy back up. And, of course, maybe have desire for a little nighttime activity. 5 locations throughout Colorado, Fort Collins and Springs included. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Russell Westbrook of the Denver Nuggets, and I can't wait to make my first appearance on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
We're still waiting, Russ. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, if you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet, the fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. Andy, a couple of topics so I was out yesterday, a little under the weather, but I'm back at it now. A couple of topics. I don't know if you and Spring did it yesterday. No offense, I didn't listen. But I was mostly laying around feeling like crap.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I did yesterday afternoon while laying around feeling like crap? I knocked out about the first 80 pages or so of Why So Serious, Mike Singer's book about Nikola Jokic, which I am enjoying thoroughly. Fantastic background stuff in there, and I can't wait until after the game tonight when I can dive back into it. Singer did an outstanding job on that book, just learning the origin stories of the great Nikola Jokic. I'm enjoying it very much. But here's something for you. So I hold in my hand right now an NCAA tournament bracket, and I'm looking at this Final Four. We got Auburn and Florida, an all-SEC matchup on one side. We got Duke and Houston on the other side. Little ACC Big 12 action for you right there. One seed.
Yep.
I ask you this. If you filled out your bracket and you got 4 out of 4 in this Final Four, should you be proud of that achievement, or is that achievement lame?
For this year, I think you can be proud of it, because don't we all pick a Cinderella? We all don't. I don't know about you. I shouldn't speak for everybody, and God knows I do one bracket, if that. I really enjoyed our Pick 5 contest this year. I hope everybody else has as well.
Yeah.
You've still got Florida alive. My Michigan State pick was almost there, but then they couldn't pull it off. But when I would fill out a couple of brackets, you never expected 4-1 seeds in there. You always had some upsets in there, didn't you? But now that we've gotten a taste of the NIL era Final Four, from here on out, probably not.
Isn't this our first all 4 1-seed Final Four since, what, 2008?
Yeah, since the early 2000s.
And, seriously, if you ever saw somebody's bracket and you're like, you got 4 1-seeds in the Final Four, you're just like, nice chalk picks, nerd. But
cool, Carl.
But now it's like you're right. It is the NIL era. The rich are so rich right now in college basketball, as they are in college football as well. Let's be honest. This is not, the 12-team playoff sounded like a great idea, but how many good games did we really get? Only a few. It was not awesome on a game by game basis. So, this year, you could look at it and go, the teams at the top are the very best, but also, picking chalk is lame. It's lame, and it almost never, ever happens. And the true achievement is picking, that rando 5 or 6 seed that lands in the Final Four. Florida Atlantic is a 9 seed or whatever, or a George Mason. What were they, an 11 or 12 or whatever it was that year that they made it? That's what's cool. If you just pick 4 1s and then you get it right, it's like being a Yankees fan. There's no character in that. That's my problem.
No, I'm with you. It makes it feel like, then why are we watching the game? Should have just done this on video game, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
The old, they don't play the games on paper. Well, this one feels like we did.
I know.
Yeah. We talked to Liam McHugh.
I guess Houston had a buzzer beater against Purdue. There you go.
Yeah. But we talked to Liam McHugh yesterday, and I asked him just at the end of the interview, I said, he's in the family of networks carrying this thing, TNT, TBS, all that.
Yeah.
I asked him, is this lame or not? He said, absolutely, this is lame.
Yeah.
Cinderellas are fun. Now, it'll probably make for a better TV product Final Four weekend. But let's be honest, Nate, in the past.
I'm eager to watch all these games.
In the past, though, we usually ended up with higher seats. I don't need a 10 or a 12 sneaking through. But at least, what was the Final Four? What did they say yesterday? It was 3. It was 1-2, 1-2, 1-3 or something like that. All those Final Four matchups. The final games to determine the Elite 8 was all
1-2, 1-3, 1-2, 1-2.
There you go.
Keep it on.
You want to talk about going chalk there, Nate?
Yeah.
Would you have even guessed the Elite 8? Would you have in your day said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick 4 1s, 3 2s, and a 3"?
Yeah, I think in my bracket I had 6 of 8 in the Elite 8, and I got 3 of 4 out of the Final Four. And I picked a bunch of chalk. I did. I truly did. But again, I didn't feel good about it as I filled out my bracket. I was like, this is lame, but also I'm picking the teams that I think are best.
See, it's funny because Luke writes in, talks about Arkansas, which I almost brought up to you because you know they were my little glory child outside pick, because in the pick 5, I was like, I need a high seed, or a low seed, I should say, to kind of get me through to pick up some extra points in this sucker. And it turns out you picking Florida, I thought Kentucky might get me there too, but
I mean,
this is what it's going to be.
In the pick 5, I picked all higher seeds, and I literally picked Florida because I think they're going to win the national championship.
And that's who you've got left.
Yeah, and that's the one team that I have remaining. Doesn't feel good, though. It feels lame.
Yeah, but if you win, you feel just fine. Will this take some of the shine off March Madness, though? I mean, again, I think everybody loves their brackets. It's kind of like fantasy football. The NFL's opening month of September is always rated high because everybody's fantasy team is usually healthy.
Yeah.
And it's probably the most fun of fantasy football you're going to have before the injuries kick in.
Here's what sucks is watching every mid-major league's all-conference team, any guy that still has eligibility is transferring to a Power 4.
Hey, real quick then, on that note, how about the number 1 player in women's basketball from Notre Dame opting to transfer instead of going into the WNBA? What does that tell you about what kind of money she thinks she'll make?
So Notre Dame's point guard, it's so interesting. I was talking to Abby about this yesterday. Notre Dame's point guard, who is projected to be the number 2 pick in the WNBA draft after Paige Beckers. By the way, Paige and UConn, freaking machine. So, also women's basketball, 3 1s and a 2 in the Final Four, and it was only because Juju got hurt that USC didn't get through. But our girl Lauren Betts made it into the Final Four, Colorado's own Lauren Betts, very cool. So, she has decided that she will enter the transfer portal rather than go into the WNBA draft. And, Andy, like if she can get a bidding war going, and we're talking about the best guard in the country, if she can get a bidding war going right now between the top programs in women's basketball, if she can get USC and UCLA and, let's be honest, UConn to jump in and start rumbling for her services, then, yeah, she can probably make more money in her last year of college basketball than she would as a WNBA rookie. So why not do it? I think it's kind of cool.
Do you think we'll see some men's guys, some NBA hopefuls do this?
I don't think so for the guys at the top. And here's the biggest reason why is in the NBA, you want to start the clock on your rookie contract as quickly as you can. So you can get the max contract, get to that quicker. Like Cooper Flagg's going to get a max deal. Is he going to be 20 when he gets his max contract?
I was told there was a report Duke's trying to get $11 million together to keep him there another year.
I mean, by all means.
Do you think that would keep him there another year?
I can't
11
imagine.
mil?
I can't imagine.
Would 11 mil be more than his rookie contract total?
It would be, but again, it's, you're pushing back the $50 million that you would get on your next deal. Although, I mean, that you should do that if you're a Duke booster, like by all means, if that's what matters. Carlos Boozer's kids, by the way, are going to Duke next year, like number 1 players in the country. They're going to show up there. Also, surprisingly, Janai Broom, not Carlos Boozer's son, even though he looks like the reincarnation of Carlos Boozer.
Little doppelganger going on there.
It's wild, man. Are we gonna get a roof on a football stadium here in Denver? Is that gonna happen?
Yeah, I don't know. So we asked the question. Spring and I actually had a pretty good discussion about this yesterday. People are very passionate about this, Nate. The only reason why I see the need to do it is if you want to bring a Super Bowl here. And you and I have said this, and a lot of people texted in this thought when we did discuss it yesterday.